Our epic tale awakens within Shanghai City, inside a deeply tranquil room. The teal-haired 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢 gently nurses her newborn baby boy. She whispers softly to him, "Little Chin-Chin," calling him truly blessed to only eat and slumber. Smiling warmly despite her deep maternal exhaustion. Knowing his healthy future makes everything completely worthwhile. Completely oblivious, though. This infant is far from ordinary. He is a reincarnator, fully possessing his past life memories. While quietly feeding, he realizes his infant brain limits him. Yet his mind remains sharp. A glowing blue system window materializes, officially naming him Lin Zichin. 33 days old. Displaying a biological rank of ordinary Tier 1. He instantly realizes an overpowered cheat skill has awakened. Reaching 3 months of age, Lin Zichin rests inside his crib as his proud parents lovingly watch over him. His amazed father praises the infant's incredibly robust physical potential, predicting his destiny as a legendary gene fuser, or even a powerful cyborg. During their chat, Lin Zichin furiously kicks. A sudden system chime declares 10,000 successful kicks, awarding him the supreme biological trait, use and advance. This divine ability ensures any piece of his trained body will infinitely evolve within natural carbon limits. He feels raw power surging and deeply wonders what those gene fuser terms meant. Envisioning epic modern superheroes, hitting the 4-month milestone, Lin Zichin has already mastered sitting up and crawling, to avoid utterly terrifying his parents with this monstrously rapid growth speed. He secretly trains under moonlight. Every single crawl triggers sweet system points raining down. One fleeting month later, at exactly 5 months old, true walking is conquered. Reaching 6 months, he comfortably performs basic sitting and crawling openly without raising suspicious parental alarms, while casually observing the television. Breaking news regarding terrifying, aberrant beasts reveals heroic gene fusers and cyborgs uniting to obliterate them. For the very first time, Lin Zichin finally grasped the chilling truth. This realm was absolutely nothing like his past life. He discovered this earth had horribly mutated, spawning nightmarish monstrosities known as aberrant beasts. To survive this hell, humanity forged 2 distinct paths. The very first path was mechanical ascension, a brutal route where mortals upgraded their flesh with tech to become unstoppable cyborgs. The second path was genetic modification, where desperate humans forcefully merged their DNA with those very nightmare beasts, awakening as gene fusers to fight monsters with monster power. Sensing the overwhelming danger ahead, the reborn main character, Lin Zichin, swore to use his system to safely mature, evolving his secret abilities, while staying completely hidden to survive this deadly new world. Suddenly, the front doorbell chimed. Jiang Wangshan answered to find a blue-dressed woman, Xu Ming, their new neighbor. Xu Ming warmly introduced her little family, her husband, Shen Zhani, and their tiny daughter, Shen Qinghan. Tightly clutching a doll, little Lin Zichin stared deeply at the purple-haired little girl. He claimed Shen Qinghan as his very first worldly bond, deeply sensing that their destinies would one day intertwine as one. Time flowed by, and Zichin threw himself into brutal training. At 7 months old, fueled by his system's advanced skills, he flawlessly mastered running and jumping, plus basic speech just by talking to himself, reaping precious stat points for every single action. By month 8, his routine escalated to doing sit-ups and push-ups inside his crib. He was incredibly careful to train only when his parents were completely out of sight. But one fateful day, his mother, Jiang Wangshan, stepped onto the balcony and she rubs her eyes, completely stunned. Yet, as a web novelist, she brushes it off as mere stress-induced illusions. Lin Zichin quickly fakes being asleep, heaving a quiet sigh, breathing a sigh of relief while vowing to tread carefully. Only a few days pass, when bath time reveals a jaw-dropping secret to Jiang Wangshan. Panic strikes as she shrieks for Lin Yan. He bursts through the door, staring in disbelief at their 8-month-old baby's chiseled abdominal muscles. Lin Yan freezes in shock. Excitedly, he boldly declares their boy could be a heaven-defying, once-in-a-generation genius, destined to become a legendary gene fuser or ultimate cyborg. Overhearing this glorious misunderstanding, Lin Zichin exhales, his reincarnation secret remaining perfectly hidden. Realizing his absolute jackpot of having imaginative web novel authors as parents, he realizes that on this dangerously evolved Earth, he isn't the sole prodigy. Together with his loving mother, a news broadcast reveals a 2-year-old from an elite martial arts bloodline, hoisting a 20-kilo weight with one arm. Jiang Wangshan hugs her precious boy tight, proudly declaring her Zichin possesses that exact same legendary potential. Lin Zichin is deeply touched by his mother's absolute faith, fiercely wondering if he'll shatter that 20-kilo milestone by his own 2nd birthday. 2 years pass, and his relentless shadow training yields magnificent results. He has masked his aura entirely while forging monstrous physical power secretly, effortlessly hoisting that 20-kilo dumbbell single-handedly within the storage room's dusty shadows. His intense cultivation halts when his mother cheerfully announces Han Han, Shining Han's adorable nickname, has arrived to play. Snapping back to reality, he drops the iron and emerges, opening the door. He greets little Shining Han, also 2 years old, happily offering a pastry. Lin Zichin chuckles inwardly. Given his reincarnated adult mind, Their playtime defies standard logic, while Han Han behaves like any toddler. He turns every second into brutal training. He discovered a brilliant method to entertain her while leveling up, because she constantly clings like a koala. She functions as an absolutely flawless, custom-sized weighted vest for his conditioning. There remains, however, one recurring issue. Instantly reminded by a sudden warm dampness and screaming that little Han peed on him again. Another year passes. At age 3, Lin Zichin's strength exploded, easily lifting 40-kilogram weights single-handed while watching television. He spots news of a 4-year-old prodigy lifting a 30-kilogram dumbbell and smirks with satisfaction. He is already much stronger. Despite this progress, his system still displays his biological level as ordinary Tier 1. What would it take to break into Tier 2? Burning with these pressing questions, he finally steps outside for the very first time. The world outside reveals a breathtakingly futuristic cityscape, crawling with beastmen and cyborgs. These must be the legendary gene fusers he heard about. Escorted by his mother and their neighbors, Xu Meng, Shen Qinghan, he marches to the library. Since his parents forbid him from using electronic devices, physical books remain his ultimate source of knowledge. Inside the library, his mother gently points toward the children's section, but Lin Zichin dashes for advanced encyclopedias while a worried Shen Qinghan follows. The mothers stare in absolute confusion. Xu Meng asks why he loves these books. Jiang Wang blames his genius genes, while Shen Qinghan softly offers cookies. Lin Zichin remains completely absorbed in reading. Through these pages, he discovers all life falls into 6 distinct biological levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Each realm divided into 9 tiers. He realizes normal humans like his parents sit at the bottom. Ordinary Tier 1. Practically ants compared to higher-level divine beings. This harsh truth ignites a blazing fire inside him. He must accelerate his secret training while hiding his true power. A sudden system chime reveals a legendary mission, consuming 100 million texts to unlock the divine root of infinite wisdom, burning to forge his body and spirit. He accepts. Throughout the following year, Lin Zichin fiercely balances brutal workouts with endless ancient manuscript devouring. Reaching age 4, he and Shen Qinghan enter preschool, clasping hands with their beloved instructor, Instructor Jiang Mi. His grueling efforts finally bloom. Shortly into the term, he shatters limits. Reaching mortal Tier 2, his physical strength becomes terrifying, hoisting an 80-kilogram mass effortlessly with just one palm. Vaulting 1.2 meters. Dashing 100 meters in under 11 seconds. Monstrous attributes for grown men. Never mind a preschooler. One fateful afternoon, bullies corner a sobbing Shen Qinghan, viciously mocking her as a bedwetter. Witnessing his companion tormented, a fierce protective rage awakens. He crashes like a meteor among the cruel bullies, his deadly glare unleashing pure killing intent. Should anyone ever harm Han Han, he swears to ruin their beds with urine. This infantile yet blood-curdling warning strikes. The terrified tormentors instantly wail, swearing to abandon the academy forever. Shen Qinghan watches her hero in awe. This heroic intervention triggers an achievement, crowning him the supreme preschool overlord. Unlocking a chain of hidden missions, he grins, thrilled to conquer several legendary trials all at once. Exactly 6 months later, his grueling study trial finishes, absorbing 100 million characters. The system grants the divine root of wisdom, blessing him with flawless recall and unmatched mortal comprehension speeds. Seasons pass. Approaching age 7, alongside the radiant Shen Qinghan, proudly capturing their final academy portrait. Despite the break, Lin Zichin refuses to slack. Unbelievably powerful, he dominates a massive 200-kilogram iron barbell. Throughout this holiday, his power soared to unimaginable realms. He easily vaulted over 2 meters, completely shattering the 8-second wall in the 100-meter sprint. Clocking 7.98 seconds, his intellect grew equally terrifying. Awakened by his brand new stats, he had completely devoured the entire primary school syllabus. His fresh start kicked off at Sunshine Primary. Since he mastered high-level knowledge alone, academic battles felt effortless. He crushed the fierce competition at the national primary tournament simply to claim his system title at lightning speed. During his spare moments, he guided Shen Qinghan through intense personal training. While she lacked monstrous talent, her unbreakable dedication shone. His guidance skyrocketed her grades to elite levels. Following a single term, she seized rank 2, right behind Lin Zichin's absolute reign at the top. Desperate to accelerate his mission, he dominated the academy's athletic festivals, obliterating historical milestones. Right when he assumed academy days would remain a boring, peaceful cycle, an absolute anomaly arrived to shake everything. The instructor presented this mysterious arrival, an enigmatic girl named Bai. Possessing flowing silver-blue locks, Lin Zichin immediately sensed her dangerous uniqueness, lingering right at the classroom doorway. His senses caught a subtle, terrifying energy signature, entirely foreign to ordinary mortal beings. While this new outsider, Bai Shuer, glided toward an empty desk, her peers stared in complete awe. Shen Qinghan leaned closely into Lin Zichin, calling him Xiao Chen, murmuring in absolute wonder at Bai Shuer's hair. resembling pure frost. But Lin Zichin cared absolutely nothing for surface-level beauty right now, as Bai Shuer settled closely nearby. His focus locked entirely on that bizarre, monstrous energy radiating from her. He calculated whether she might actually be a hidden mutant or an ancient bloodline inheritor. As the days passed by, Bai remained an absolute mystery, never uttering a single word. She would just collapse onto her desk. The second the bell rang, she would not even move a single muscle. Initially, classmates were fascinated, snapping pictures of her deep slumber. But when her weird habits persisted, the novelty quickly wore off. An ordinary school life resumed. That fragile peace shattered a month later. An unnatural nightmare suddenly began. Thick white slime began seeping from Bai. The foul-smelling ooze dripped down her uniform like a curse. The entire class gagged, repulsed by the suffocating stench. One arrogant bully smirked, spitting out filthy insults before violently dumping his entire water bottle over her head, mockingly offering to wash her clean, soaked and thoroughly degraded. Bai tightly gripped her desk in pure agony, as bitter drops cascaded down her trembling cheeks, her small frame shaking with soundless cries. The tormentors erupted into wicked, heartless laughter, observing from the sidelines. Shen Qinghan quickly turned toward Lin Zichin, begging him to save the defenseless girl. Lin Zichin felt his mind racing. He sensed a deadly aura from her, making her pathetic tears completely incomprehensible. Yet, he decided to intervene. Approaching the mocking crowd, he completely rethought his judgment, though her true nature remained shrouded. He knew she posed zero threat right now. She was just a fragile victim, and he could not stand by. Lin Zichin marched up and violently grabbed the instigator's collar, growling out the punk's name, Guanchun, flashing a terrifyingly cold smile. He commanded the boy to instantly clean her ruined desk. Guanchun froze in absolute dread, stuttering out a pathetic promise to clean it. The rest of the gang realized they were dead meat. Lin Zichin was notorious around campus, a terrifying monster in both grades and combat. Even senior bullies wouldn't dare cross his path, knowing survival meant absolute obedience. They frantically grabbed tissues to erase their mess. Once the desk was spotless, Lin Zichin's cold gaze pierced them. He ordered every single one to apologize immediately. The punks, sweating bullets, instantly fell into line. They lined up before her and bowed deeply, begging forgiveness and swearing to never touch her. With the trash cleared, Shuer looked up, eyes swimming with heavy tears. She tearfully thanked both Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan gently squeezed the trembling girl's shoulder, warmly declaring that classmates must always protect one another. From that fateful day, Shen Qinghan made it her absolute mission to befriend the girl, always dragging Lin Zichin into it. The trio began sharing every peaceful moment together. Shen Qinghan was radiantly kind, feeding her best snacks to Shuer first. During one such golden afternoon, as Shen Qinghan offered a sweet, Shuer hesitated. She glanced down and painfully asked if they weren't repulsed by her so-called foul stench. She tearfully apologized for doubting their pure intentions. But since her dark childhood, she had been ruthlessly rejected by everyone. Experiencing such genuine warmth from them felt so surreal she feared it was a dream. She looked up in pure shock as Shen Qinghan firmly vowed it was no dream. Shen Qinghan smiled warmly and said she understood that pain, so she could never be repulsed by her. She swore that if Shuer was truly willing, they would remain eternal companions. Dragging a slightly exasperated Lin Zichin into their pact, overwhelmed by deep emotion, Shuer fiercely hugged Shen Qinghan. Heavy, grateful tears flood her cheeks while she praises their profound warmth. Wiping away her sorrow, she insists on offering a sacred token of absolute appreciation. She presents a striking pendant forged from twin monstrous fangs, revealing it was a priceless birthright from her mother. Handing over the heirloom, she declares it the ultimate bond of eternal camaraderie. Shen Qinghan eagerly accepts, while the trio of youths stands beneath the blazing crimson setting sun, swearing an unbreakable oath of lifelong loyalty. Unfortunately, right when their destined connection seemed absolute, tragedy unexpectedly struck. One afternoon, Shen Qinghan is paralyzed, discovering Bayu vanished from the academy forever. Lin Zichin confirms this nightmare, disclosing he witnessed her signing the ominous departure documents. He recalls lurking silently outside the academy headmaster's door. He spotted Bayu alongside the supreme authority and a terrifying enforcer wielding brutal mechanical limbs. The terrified headmaster swore to him that Bayu's extraction was finalized and her existence would remain absolutely classified. This chilling scene solidified Lin Zichin's dark theory about her terrifying lineage. Since that fateful afternoon, she became a ghost, leaving him drowning in unanswered questions. However, he admits the chaotic destiny that unfolded next completely hijacked his entire focus. Shortly after, Lin Zichin relaxes indoors, expertly massaging his mother Jiang Wangshan's exhausted shoulders. She exhales in pure bliss, praising his magical touch after an exhausting shift of endless typing. The young hero smugly reflects on mastering these elite physical therapy arts through his awakened celestial root of wisdom. Stunned by its daily utility, their peaceful sanctuary shatters as a massive breaking broadcast interrupts. It highlights another impossible feat by the Kyoto genius. At merely 10 years old, the young prodigy had perfectly assimilated the monstrous beast's DNA, effortlessly hoisting a 500-kilogram boulder single-handed. Lin Zichin immediately spotted that figure. A shockwave hitting him as his nemesis triggered genetic evolution, his own dad. Lin Yan muttered, grumbling about this Kyoto genius constantly dominating the broadcasts. Wondering aloud if they were just breeding a media puppet, his folks kept debating. Lin Yanning pointed out he hailed from a 1,000-year-old martial lineage, granting them absolute access to peak genetic engineering. Zhang Wangshan seahed, hating the idea of treating a kid like a lab rat. Her partner fired back that for elites. The bloodline's glory reigns supreme. Catching a sharp Mr. Know-it-all from his spouse, as the adults kept squabbling. Lin Zichin sank into deep contemplation. He vividly remembered before the awakening. That genius barely managed 100 kilograms. Now, it was 500 kilograms. A terrifying 5-fold multiplier. Looking at himself, an 8-year-old Lin Zichin was already tossing 300 kilograms purely single-handed. Relying on 0 genetic enhancements, clenching his fist with a blazing smirk. He knew his hidden limits were utterly boundless. His fighting spirit was exploding. Until absolute dread shattered the illusion, the following broadcast etched pure terror into his soul. Emergency alerts flashed, revealing a neighboring metropolis utterly annihilated by a catastrophic blast. The grim anchor confirmed the nightmare. This slaughter was orchestrated by colossal mutated rodents. The monitors broadcasted apocalyptic scenes of hellish beasts flooding the shattered concrete, snatching a terrified woman between their razor-sharp fangs. Before mercilessly tearing her to shreds, the harrowing coverage pressed on, exposing that dark cultists engineered this mutant invasion, pulling the catastrophic strings from the abyss. During an emergency global summit, a high-ranking commander from the shattered Sakura nation begs for salvation, revealing that sinister heretics are puppet masters controlling aberrant monsters. Watching the broadcast, Lin Zichin discovers this dark faction is entirely composed of human traitors worshipping monstrous beasts for absolute power. He breathes easy, thankful to exist inside a formidable, unshakable nation, granting him a secure haven to secretly awaken his true strength. Suddenly, deafening sonic explosions shatter his peaceful silence. Darting toward the glass pane, he rips the curtains away, revealing an elite vanguard of armored cybernetic warriors tearing through the midnight heavens. He questions this massive, unprecedented military mobilization, praying disaster is not looming. Morning arrives with a deceptive calm. Zichin awaits his friend Shening Han, who sprints over, breathlessly begging for forgiveness. As she nears, he spots something chilling. The mysterious Fang pendant gifted by Buer, resting on Shening Han, suddenly pulses with blazing azure light. Truth strikes. This bone belonged to an aberrant nightmare, making it the origin of that eerie, monstrous energy lingering around her. The azure brilliance vanishes in a single heartbeat, leaving the oblivious pair to dismiss it entirely. Yet, between the airborne cyborgs and the pulsing relic, Zichin senses a catastrophic storm brewing on the horizon. During their morning walk to class, a captivating, crimson-haired woman wrapped in a midnight gown observes them from a street lamp shadow. She murmurs about how precious they look, then boldly blocks their only path forward, questioning if they share the same bloodline. Shening Han beams with pride, clarifying they are actually inseparable childhood companions. The stranger smiles melancholically, whispering that she craved a lifelong companion during her own youth. Suddenly, her gentle mask shatters entirely, leaning terrifyingly close. Her eyes flash dangerously as she demands why they travel unguarded and where their protectors hide. Before Shening Han could even speak, Lin Zichin tightly grips her hand, stopping her instantly. He drags her away, claiming they were running terribly late, escaping the sinister woman's gaze. Reaching a completely secure distance, he warmly scolds Shening Han, warning against chatting with dangerous street strangers. She agrees. Following classes, Lin Zichin navigates them into a shadowy alleyway. Shening Han anxiously whispers about the spine-chilling, dark atmosphere. Lin Zichin calmly explains the sinister zone faces immediate demolition, entirely abandoned by all residents. Suddenly, a chillingly familiar voice halts their steps. The sinister red-haired woman emerges from shadows, mocking about their long-awaited release from the boring academy. She isn't alone. A towering, muscle-bound brute named Shang heavily guards her. The wicked woman signals Shang toward their helpless young prey. Lin Zichin's instincts scream. He purposefully took this hidden path, yet she tracked their aura flawlessly. This predator uses a sickeningly sweet tone, dangling sugary treats as toxic bait. Shang, her brute, snarls impatiently. He demands she silence her trap and violently strike the children down to finish this filthy underground job swiftly. Wasting no time, Shang charges with a drugged cloth, roaring about selling their lives for quick cash. As danger violently approaches, Lin Zichin pushes Shening Han aside, fearlessly locking eyes with the massive charging beast. Channeling overwhelming aura, he unleashes a devastating, bone-shattering counterpunch. The catastrophic strike obliterates Shang's smug face, freezing the towering Goliath in utter shock. This terrifying impact launches Shang backward, blasting him down the alleyway screaming in agony. The crimson-haired villainess freezes in absolute horror, paralyzed knowing an academy student just launched a massive warrior airborne, collapsed. Xiang violently coughs up dark blood, defeated. With the brute crushed, Lin Zichin targets the woman. Before she even reacts, he lands a devastating gut punch and a brutal uppercut that knocks her cold, looming over the trash. His eyes turn ice cold. He grabs a heavy brick, his intent perfectly murderous. With 0 cameras in this blind alley, he must silence them permanently. If they survive, his awakened powers leak, ruining his master plan to quietly level up. Right before dealing the fatal strike, the earth shudders violently. A massive tremor tears through the alleyway, throwing him off balance. In a flash, a razor-sharp claw obliterates the brick wall beside them. A towering, nightmarish, aberrant beast bursts from the choking rubble, shadowing them. The monster ignores the kids, looming over the knocked-out prey. Yet rather than devouring her, it viciously snaps off her head with one blinding swipe. The foul creature lifts her severed head while Shen Qinghan shrieks, sensing the lethal threat. Lin Zichin snatches the paralyzed girl securely into his arms. He urgently shouts it is a giant beast, and they must immediately run. He pivots and sprints like the wind, escaping together, while furiously dashing away. A blinding flash of crimson and gold tears the sky. A fierce cybernetic warrior, rocking bright blonde hair and tactical rabbit ears, plummets down. She moves with godlike velocity, becoming an absolute blur, dashing directly past the monster. Shen Qinghan, peering nervously over Lin's shoulder, gasps out loud at her mind-bending speed. The warrior lands with deadly grace behind the beast, staring down the demon. She shifts into her ultimate battle stance. Her gauntlet flares with blinding light. Unleashing anesthetic smoke, she unloads a brutal explosive barrage, triggering devastating blasts that completely shatter the alleyway. Lin Zichin fiercely shields Shen Qinghan from the devastating blast. The monstrous mutant rat burns within the blazing inferno, howling in pure agony, completely blinded by the thick paralytic smoke. Seizing this opening, the fierce cyborg surges forward, executing the staggering beast with a relentless storm of lethal strikes. Later, Lin Zichin carefully watches the chaotic news broadcast at home. He sharply analyzes the battle, deducing the cyborg's combat power level is surprisingly low. She clearly had to critically cripple the monster beforehand. Yet it still took her 7 grueling minutes to win. He deeply ponders the terrifying threat of these giant mutants, knowing they are relentless beasts capable of growing over 10 meters long, reaching the fearsome 5th tier, blessed to escape totally unharmed. This nightmare sharply reminds him of worldly dangers. He fiercely vows to push his extreme training, swearing to protect his loved ones. Later, he is inside his training zone, fiercely performing heavy-weighted squats beneath a massive barbell, his system flooding his interface with points. Despite the looming mutant threat, peaceful life marches forward. Soon, he and Shen Qinghan celebrate their 9th birthday together, gathering both families around a magnificent cake. After silent wishes, they eagerly exchange presents. Empowered by his celestial root of wisdom, Lin Zichin miraculously taught himself to master woodcarving overnight, beautifully forging an intricate wooden hairpin for his dear Shen Qinghan. She is overjoyed, elegantly pinning it up, loudly declaring her deep love for it. Time flies swiftly, and soon Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan proudly graduate from their elementary academy. Starting middle school, as they depart, his interface chimes, signaling he has successfully conquered the dominate 9 years of compulsory education milestone achievement. Unlocking the kindergarten Kid King and elementary academy top dog titles, he burns with excitement to claim the middle school overlord title next. Awakening the ultimate survival of the fittest divine skill. Throughout his break, he endures an absolute hellish physical grind, demanding exactly 1,000 agonizing push-ups beneath a mountain-like boulder, rewarding him with massive system stat explosions. His brutal grind finally blossoms, right before classes commence. Following a 10-kilometer sprint, the system chimes his physical limits have evolved into the 3rd mortal realm. His base stats absolutely skyrocket, casually hoisting 700 kilograms with a single arm, leaping 4 meters into the open sky, and crushing the 100-meter sprint in 6 seconds. Feeling his aura surge, he questions the current realm of that Kyoto genius. Suddenly, breaking news flashes on screen the dark evening before Academy opens. The broadcast exposes the legendary 14-year-old genius, awakening those giant ant bloodlines, easily hoisting a 2,000-kilogram alloy block with one arm. Linson deduces that Titan ant bloodlines multiply base power by a factor of 4 to 8. The rival's raw physical might, without bloodline buffs, barely scrapes 500 kilograms. Therefore, meaning our hero remains fundamentally superior. Smirking wickedly, envisioning his own absolute dominance after securing a legendary fusion, morning breaks, and the academy opens, claiming the throne as the city's finest. Every elite institution violently battled to secure his enrollment. He graciously accepted admission into prestigious Shanghai Academy, strictly demanding that Shen Qinghan must share his exact classroom. Upon entering, the principal and elite instructors instantly bow to welcome their new legend, heavily projecting their immense academic hopes onto his shoulders. Skipping the boring politics, he drops a smooth excuse, vanishing alongside Shen Qinghan. His hidden motive for gracing this specific academy involved exploiting their top-tier training grounds. They secretly planned to train rallying on the campus courts right before the morning bells officially rang. Across the net, a buzzing Shen Ninghan tells Lin Zichin they should begin playing. She launches a flashy serve. Declaring her ultimate fairy curveball, Lin Zichin casually snatches the birdie midair. But their peaceful match is ruined. A pack of arrogant seniors approaches and their boss, wearing a backward hat, grabs the birdie. Declaring the playing zone is taken, his lackeys sneeringly propose to let Shen Ninghan stay and entertain their crew. Shen Ninghan boldly holds her ground, demanding they respect the academy rules since they claimed the spot first. Lin Zichin, watching the thugs corner Shen Ninghan, steps forward, radiating an absolutely freezing aura. He orders them to back off immediately, and loudly reminds the thugs of the first come, first served campus rule. The boss sneers, arrogantly boasting that the territory is his. The senior grips the birdie and tosses it high. But before he can strike, Lin Zichin moves. He states that from this moment, his personal laws are the only absolute truth. With an explosive burst of aura, he leaps and obliterates the birdie with catastrophic power. The projectile rockets across the zone as a blinding flash. It travels so insanely fast the boss cannot even blink. The sheer shockwave of impact pulverizes his racket and blasts his hat away. The arrogant seniors freeze in sheer terror, violently shaking. They wonder if Lin Zichin is human. Terrified he might be an awakened gene fuser. One stammers in horror that if the strike was off by a single inch, their leader's entire head would have been completely obliterated, completely crushed. The trembling thugs bow 90 degrees begging. They cry to Lin Zichin that they understand his absolute authority and will vanish instantly. They then scramble for their pathetic lives. Perhaps because whispers of his terrifying dominance spread. No mortal ever dared to cross Lin Zichin or Shen Qinghan again, though the campus was massive and upgraded. Their daily academy life remained painfully ordinary. Academically, Lin Zichin stood utterly unrivaled, already mastering the entire middle school curriculum beforehand. During lectures, he skimmed ancient texts to kill time. At night, post-training, his celestial root of wisdom devoured online knowledge at terrifying speeds, mastering culinary arts, photography, driving, swimming, and elite athletics. To awaken the middle school overlord title, dominating academic rankings simply was not enough. He ruthlessly crushed national-level tournaments for his academy. He stood atop a mountain of trophies. To maintain his hidden identity, he purposely avoided claiming absolute victory in every single clash. One grueling semester passed. Yet the supreme title remained frustratingly sealed. However, his overwhelming aura attracted endless fangirls who dumped mountains of love letters on his desk. He coldly refused. Beyond privately mentoring Shen Qinghan, his piercing gaze shifted toward the upcoming athletic festival. He knew absolute domination on the battlefield would finally shatter the title seal. For the tournament, he targeted just 3 events: shot put, high jump, and sprinting. Mastering absolute strength and speed, his monstrous shot put throw shattered the 2011-meter mark. Though he restrained his terrifyingly monstrous superhuman aura, he still effortlessly claimed ultimate victory in every event, just as he rested beside Shen Qinghan, inspecting his golden prize. An explosive new power surged through his very soul. The system chimed, declaring that his godlike milestones completely crushed every mere mortal. The legendary middle school overlord title finally awakened, with all 3 legendary academy titles unlocked. The absolute ruler 9 years of required schooling achievement completely mastered. And he claimed the biological trait, survival of the fittest. As ancient power surged inside, he felt deep satisfaction. The legendary title finally awakened, leaving the academy alongside Shen Ninghan. He ponders his new apex predator skill. This divine skill lets predators consume life essence to endlessly evolve. He questions what life essence truly means, deep in thought, until Shen Ninghan calls him back, snapping to reality. Sudden inspiration strikes him. He asks to borrow Shen Ninghan's mysterious beast fang necklace. She nods and gently hands it over. The instant his fingers brush the bone, a glowing system alert flashes. It declares that he finally consumed a fragment of the abyssal giant butterfly's pure life essence, unlocking a mysterious bestiary at 1%. A terrifying phantom of a massive shadow butterfly with watching eyes manifests completely around him. He stands completely shocked to discover the fang is a butterfly's tooth. Later that night, seeking truth, he searches for the abyssal giant butterfly online. To his absolute shock, the web returns 0 matching results. Realizing he must study this ancient beast entirely alone, he remembers Baishuer gifted them 2 identical fangs. He tears through his bag and grabs the second tooth, gripping the second bone tightly. He greedily absorbs its lingering power. Another bright system alert confirms he consumed another trace of pure life essence. But the bestiary progress barely reaches 2%. He stares at the drained fang with disappointment. Realizing its life essence is almost totally gone, he vows he must discover another path to awaken the abyssal giant butterfly's true power. The very next morning to push his limits after classes, and guarantee a swift escape from lurking mutated beasts, Lin Zichin starts fiercely pedaling Shen Ninghan home from the academy every day. Leaving the academy gates, a booming voice halts them. "Zichin," yells a tracksuit-clad guy, blocking their path to boldly introduce himself as Coach Guo of the elite martial arts squad. He wildly praises Zichin's legendary tournament display as the absolute greatest in academy history, burning with fierce passion. 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗕𝗬 desperately recruits him to the fighting squad. Declaring his monstrous physique eclipses all academic limits, he begs our protagonist to instantly accept, but grants him a brief moment to observe the squad before officially committing. 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗕𝗬 fires off words so rapidly and intensely that a bewildered Zichin cannot even manage a single rejection, waving as they finally depart. The hyper coach shouts that the martial arts squad trains in room C of the gymnasium, vowing to eagerly wait for his arrival the very next day. Beneath a blood-orange dusk, Zichin returns to his sanctuary, eager to awaken his newly discovered power, smacking his palms violently together. He crushes a miserable cockroach and a buzzing mosquito, parting his fingers to inspect the crushed household pests. He feels absolutely zero aura surge. Enlightenment strikes. Eliminating weak ordinary bugs cannot awaken his divine devouring skill. He quickly deduces that only formidable or exotic mutant beasts possess enough vital energy to fuel his terrifying power evolution. Desperate to prove this grand theory, Zichin marches toward a premium market selling pure monster flesh, with Ninghan tightly clutching his back. He pedals furiously into the neon city. They quickly breach a massive multi-level grand market plaza. Inside, navigating through the endless sprawling aisles, Zichin realizes that despite the massive abundance of monster flesh, it remains entirely vacuum-sealed. He cannot absorb any essence without making direct physical skin contact, right as bitter frustration boils over. A voice echoes. Peddling freshly butchered monster flesh, he locks eyes on the vivid stall banner, promising raw, consumable monster cuts. There, a merchant ruthlessly chops massive beast carcasses. Halting a thoroughly bewildered Sheninghan, he steps forward to inspect the extraordinary goods. Driven by burning curiosity to test his theory, he directly charges the counter, hand extending out. He firmly presses his palm against the raw monster flesh. The instant his skin connects, violent purple aura aggressively surges into his veins, exactly as he predicted. This monster flesh radiates an overwhelming life essence. Thrilled, he tightly clenches his fist. A predatory grin stretches wide. Sheninghan stares, utterly baffled by his strange obsession with raw flesh. She nervously creeps closer, completely lost in confusion, hesitantly questioning the strange magical texture, masking his intense inner excitement. Lin Zichin smoothly assures the stunned Sheninghan that it simply feels exceptionally fresh, cheekily daring her to feel the aura herself. Panicking, she aggressively waves off the offer, claiming his weird touching session is plenty for both. His grand theory confirmed, Lin Zichin casually decides to purchase this magical meat. Shocking Sheninghan, her dropped jaw is totally expected, since monster meat costs a fortune, even the cheapest trash. The phantom shadow squid costs nearly 1,000 yen per jin. Settling for the mysterious squid, he claims a bundle. Shenqing trembles at the astronomical cost, crying out that it's financial suicide. Begging him to consult his mother first, Lin merely smirks, offering a gentle, reassuring head pat. He smoothly tells her to relax, crafting a flawless lie that his mother actually ordered a grand feast for both of their families. A memory reveals his mother, Jiang Wangshan, joyfully promising a grand, delicious feast. Inwardly, Lin Zichin admits sharing is merely part of his grand plan. His true, hidden motive is just to test if eating it absorbs pure, vital life essence, since he fears direct extraction might completely ruin the meat. Approaching the checkout counter, he bags 3 ghost shadow squid packs for a steep 29.94 yen. The cashier politely thanks him. Stepping outside, Lin Zichin reflects on that incredibly massive financial expense, wondering when such extreme luxury will be theirs again. By the time they finish, it is past 9 p.m. With the city so endlessly chaotic lately, they rush straight back home to stay secure. Riding back, Lin Zichin obsessively ponders over his daring new experiment, burning with impatience. He stealthily touches the beast meat, resting quietly inside his bike basket. He feels a familiar, rushing surge of purple aura. His system suddenly confirms he successfully devoured a fraction of the shadow squid's vital life essence. A brand new creature compendium page is instantly unlocked, though his progress sits at 0.1%. A terrifying, multi-eyed spectral squid phantom suddenly flashes across his mind, pedaling swiftly through the dead silent streets. His racing mind calculates the math. He discovers eating this tiny scrap only awakened a mere sliver of its true power. Figures he needs 100 jins to hit 100% compendium mastery, demanding an insane 100,000 yen. He visualizes the beast's divine skill to dissolve into water and completely vanish, and realizes this god tier ability is absolutely worth the cost. His path is set. He desperately needed a massive fortune, unwilling to burden his family with the cost. Suddenly, he recalled his hidden motive for securing the beast flesh. Would draining its life force taint the meat completely? His eyes lock onto the package. The flesh still radiates a pristine, untouched energy. A sly smirk forms, thrilled that draining its core essence leaves the meat intact. As the pure energy surges through him, the squid mastery system climbs to exactly 3%. Suddenly, his trance shatters as Sheninghan screams a warning. He violently slams the brakes, tires screeching a hair's breadth away from a couple blocking the path. Muttering a quick apology, He curses his own dangerous lack of focus. Before noticing the massive, suffocating crowd ahead, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎𝗔𝗓 points forward. A lethal standoff is unfolding. A hulking, red-haired thug grips a terrified woman. A jagged blade at her throat. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎𝗔 gasps in sheer horror. The hostage is their very own teacher Xia. The madman barks violent threats at the onlookers. Armed authorities completely lock down the perimeter, begging for a peaceful surrender through blaring megaphones. The furious police captain restrains an eager officer, 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗕𝗢, ordering him to hold his reckless fire. The captain curses. The target is pressed right against the hostage. Using her as a meat shield makes sniping utterly impossible. The rookie begs to deploy sleeping gas, but the captain shoots the idea down. It would only enrage the maniac before the gas could even work. While the cops freeze, Lin Zichin's eyes turn cold. He stealthily scoops a tiny piece of gravel from the asphalt and flicks it with monstrous, blinding speed. The projectile slams into Officer 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢𝗥𝗡 trigger finger, forcing a sudden misfire. Bang! The stray bullet pierces the villain's hand. He shrieks in agony as the bloody knife clatters down, freeing the trembling teacher Xia. Recognizing the perfect opening, the captain roars for the strike team to breach. The squad swarms like locusts, swiftly pinning the disarmed scum to the concrete, while a medic rushes to embrace the traumatized but surviving teacher Xia. With the chaos finally settling down, Lin Zichin silently slips onto his bicycle. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎𝗓 stares at him, utterly stunned, demanding if he threw that devastating stone. He instantly shushes her, urging an escape before explanations. Pedaling furiously, right on the verge of escaping, a sharp voice orders them frozen. The squad captain barks out, demanding if Lin Zichin threw that fateful rock. Dripping with cold panic, Lin Zichin flashes a frantic smile, denying everything. The captain observes their retreating figures. Utterly baffled why a hero would hide their glorious achievement, he casually mutters about a massive cash bounty. That magic word strikes him like lightning. Absolutely desperate, he fiercely brakes, kicking up dust, and sprints right back. He awkwardly swallows his pride, confessing his heroic strike, pleading that the bounty is absolute lifeblood. The officer instructs him to visit headquarters for an official statement, guaranteeing his claim to the prize money, sending quick messages home. The duo marches straight toward the police precinct, expecting a perfectly easy payday. However, right as officers drag the criminal off, absolute terror erupts. The culprit's face violently contorts into nightmares. Officers realize in pure dread, this is an awakened heretic, mutating into a colossal, bloodthirsty rat beast, instantly shattering steel restraints. The abomination unleashes pure chaos, swinging death-bringing talons toward the squad. The captain screams into his comms, authorizing immediate lethal force, prioritizing innocent lives above all. Gunfire erupts like a storm, but the barrage barely scratches it. An urgent transmission crackles through, confirming the heretic has completely absorbed the Rat King's genes, demanding immediate reinforcements. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Lin Zichin mutters an apology, snatching his companions and dragging them towards safety. He exhales. Thankful, the beast ignores them, but their survival demands a swift escape. During their desperate retreat, a blinding purple meteor plummets from the heavens. A mechanized warrior descends. Clad in futuristic steel, she delivers a devastating, earth-shattering strike, knocking the colossal abomination backward, suspended in midair. The battle maiden, her dark purple hair catching the wind, charged the chest cannon. With a single cold command, she unleashes an apocalyptic, obliterating wave of purple energy upon the mutant. The monster shrieks in pure agony, completely disintegrating, leaving only scorched ash behind. Lin Zichin stares, utterly paralyzed by her divine strength. The deadly crisis averted, Teacher Ta and 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎𝗓 finally exhale. However, our protagonist frantically checks his beloved bicycle, praising the heavens it survived the blast, sparing him a devastating financial ruin. Just as his panic fades, a chilling realization hits him. Glancing into the front basket, the premium ghost shadow squid reeks of rot. He realizes his terrifying theory was absolute truth. Draining its life essence triggered the decay, only with a delayed reaction. Lifting the pathetic, ruined tentacle, he scrambles for a flawless alibi, pinning the blame squarely on the dead heretic. Entering full actor mode, he slams the meat down, furiously, cursing the mutant and the cyborg's beam for burning his precious dinner. Instructor 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢𝗥𝗡 offers reassurance, whispering, their survival is the only thing that matters. Despite longing for home, the commander makes a strict demand. They find themselves boarding the armored patrol vehicle heading downtown. But nobody anticipated sharing a ride with the grotesque remains of the fallen heretic. Following the devastating annihilation, the corpse was merely charred meat on a stretcher, radiating an absolutely stomach-turning, horrific stench. Enduring the suffocating odor inside the transport, a sudden realization strikes Zichin. He recalls how those monstrous fangs from the bayou pulsed with spiritual energy long after its actual death. A thrilling new theory crosses his mind. Could this charred husk still harbor remnants of spiritual power? If proven true, could he forcefully extract its supreme Rat King bloodline, trapped inside the moving vehicle? Zichin calculates the exact amount of mutated DNA he might siphon from this destroyed fanatic's scorched body. Resolving to test this, he stealthily stretches his fingers toward the remains. The instant his skin connects, a vicious wave of crimson energy violently strikes. The divine system announces his successful absorption of the monstrous rat's lingering soul fragments, unlocking its beast codex with 5% mastery progress. Zichin stands utterly dumbfounded by the sheer volume absorbed, deducing that a freshly slaughtered vessel directly dictates the massive quantity of vital energy he can forcefully plunder. The armed escort, Bing, spots the shifting motion and commands him to freeze. Zichin smoothly lies about simply needing to stretch his muscles. Later, inside the heavily fortified precinct, he realizes dodging the guard's suspicion was entirely effortless. But the veteran commander is much sharper. The imposing commander informs Zichin, casually mentioning his application for a heroic bounty. Before shifting to an intense, deadly interrogation, he demands how a mere middle schooler, standing at such a distance in near total darkness, executed a godlike precision throw perfectly, shattering the dangerous assassin's knife grip. Lin Zichin offers a cryptic reply, stating his intense right-hand training caused this phenomenon. This absurd excuse completely stuns the captain. The standoff breaks when Chen suddenly shouts that her aunt has finally arrived. Lin Zichin freezes as his worried parents desperately charge into the station. His mother sprints toward him in pure terror, screaming his name with absolute utter dread. She throws her trembling arms around him, embracing him tightly, sobbing to check his wounds, crying that he nearly stopped her racing heart. He gently tries soothing her, swearing he is unhurt and even earned a noble bravery award. Clinging on to him, his weeping mother forces a promise to flee future danger, prioritizing his own absolute safety first. She tearfully begs with shattered emotions, swearing her single desperate wish is watching her beloved son grow up safely. Lin Zichin feels deeply touched by overwhelming maternal love. Stepping away together, Lin Zichin firmly vows that he will guard his life first. The stunned captain watches them depart, silently questioning the teenager's monstrous strength. Nearing the exit doors, Lin Zichin overhears two female officers debating the gruesome case. One curses how bold these corrupted villains act, while her partner exposes the lunatic was merely a humanities scholar from Guangyuan University, deeply corrupted by the rat god cult. The first cop furiously damns them, but the second insists they must annihilate the sinister true root cause, the notorious Rat King. That title instantly hooks Lin Zichin's sharp focus. During the quiet drive, he furiously hunts the rat god cult on his mobile phone. Shocked by the massive flood of data, he discovers their dark central stronghold rules Shanghai City. While preying entirely upon society's most vulnerable broken outcasts, he discovers a completely terrifying new revelation, hinting the Rat King seeks ultimate evolution into an apex predator, and is brutally forcing its swarm to harvest, awakening materials. This sparks a truly terrifying ultimate question. Has the Rat King, a mutant beast, already awakened sentience? His dark thoughts shatter as he glances outside the glass, spotting a monstrous mutant rat matching the sheer size of a street cat below. For 1 second, he fears it serves the legendary Rat King's army, but swiftly crushes that panic, reminding himself that massive southern rats are perfectly normal down here. Brushing off the dread, he notices Shanninghan's sudden, absolute dead silence. He glances over, seeing her squirming with awkwardness, her trembling knees squeezed together. He instantly understands. He remembers that since their innocent early childhood days, whenever sheer terror or panic strikes, she completely loses bladder control. Though humiliating for her, Lin Zichin always strongly believed this bizarre reflex hints at an explosive dormant power hiding within her. Upon returning home, Lin Zichin's worried mother, Jiang Wangxian, is horrified that the nearly 3,000 yen of premium beast meat vanished. Lin Zichin hastily crafts a believable lie, awkwardly claiming during the monster chaos he accidentally dropped it while fleeing from death. His mother instantly prioritizes his absolute safety, declaring the meat means absolutely nothing if her precious son remains completely safe and unharmed. Lin Zichin exhales a heavy sigh of relief, thrilled his perfect lie worked. Yet, his father, Lin Yansen, remains impossibly stubborn, boldly declaring he will march back for that highly premium monster meat. Boasting a battered corporate slave like him fears absolutely nothing. Lin Zichin desperately tries to intervene, calling it pure suicide and the premium meat is ruined. His father grows suspicious, pressing him on how he sensed the corruption. Cold sweat dripping, Lin Zichin hastily plays it off as pure luck. Meanwhile, back at the deserted public security precinct, the veteran captain stands frozen, haunted by the night's bizarre anomalies. Taking a drag of his smoke, he simply cannot fathom how an ordinary middle school student possessed the terrifying aura to hurl that rock flawlessly. Suddenly, a sinister scratching echoes from the shadows. His pupils shrink in horror at a monstrous rat, an unnaturally mutated beast of darkness, glaring down from the steel filing cabinets. In a single heartbeat, the giant beast lunges. The captain instantly draws his firearm, unleashing hell. The clash is brutally fast and merciless, fading out in a violent crimson blur. The next morning, Lyndon sighs heavily at his desk, haunted by last night's brutal reality. He realizes his current strength is utterly lacking against that terrifying heretic and the cyborg girl. He desperately needs to gather massive funds quickly to devour premium beast meat, like that phantom shadow squid. To max out his system progress, he seriously debates streaming for cash or peddling his exam notes, but throws the idea out for being far too flashy, ruining his perfect hidden identity. Then, a stroke of absolute genius hits him. He remembers society's brutal unwritten rule: martial arts and gene fusion completely overshadow useless academics. It is finally time to make a move. Shortly after, he tracks down the martial arts squad gym inside Building C. There, he spots Coach Guo sipping from his thermos and approaches, looking completely taken aback. Guo asks if he wants to enlist or just observe the squad, ignoring the question entirely. Lindon leans in, whispering to ask if joining the squad unlocks the sacred path to city tournaments. And more importantly, massive cash prizes. The veteran coach flashes a knowing smirk, realizing a golden chance awaited. With massive tournament bounties available, his deepest worries completely shattered. Lin Zichin firmly grips Guo's hand, swearing his oath to the martial squad today. Coach Guo beams with absolute joy. He quickly rallies the squad to reveal their rookie, presenting mighty Lin Zichin, fiercely hyping up his godlike athletic tournament victory. The formidable veteran squad, Zheng Kai, Hang Tianning, Ah Xing, Liu Tong, Han Yiguo, declare themselves. Finally, our hero speaks. Because Lin severely lacks any orthodox combat foundation, Guo unleashes fundamental striking and kicking arts. The master warns these basic forms hide terrifying depths of mastery, stressing their absolute greatest prodigy, Li Shutong, required 7 grueling days to awaken them. He then dares Zichin to strike. Zichin locks into a combat stance, ignited by his celestial root of ultimate wisdom, granting him heaven, defying martial enlightenment. He instantly burned into memory every microscopic detail of that fearsome martial display. As his fists slice the wind, a miraculous screen gives him raw vitality buffs, brute strength, agility, mastery, unleashing explosive palm strikes and punches with godlike accuracy and blinding speed. He flows seamlessly into lethal kicking arts, launching devastating, fluid strikes. Another divine prompt supercharges his lower body, leg power, agility, and mastery. The entire dojo freezes in soul-crushing shock. Guo's jaw drops open, nearly dropping his cup, completely blinded by this impossible reality. How could a mere mortal conquer such profound arts with a single glance? Witnessing this absolute monster's perfection, one terrifying realization echoes in his mind. He is a once-in-a-million martial arts genius. Later that night in Shanghai, Lin Zichin's loving mother, Jiang Wangxin, calls him for dinner. He sprints out excitedly, spoon ready, asking what she cooked up. She proudly reveals a massive plate of the ghost shadow squid. The scent is divine, and he praises its mouth-watering, heaven-defying fragrance. She smiles warmly, urging him to eat fast. Taking a huge bite, he declares her cooking absolutely legendary in this world. Beaming, she happily tells him to feast on the 3 full jins she bought. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt pops up. He successfully absorbed a trace of the ghost shadow squid's core life essence through eating, boosting his guidebook progress to 3.01%. He realizes with deep frustration that eating it works perfectly. If he only knew, he wouldn't have ruined that first batch by touching. During their meal, a breaking news broadcast grabs their attention. It features a 14-year-old prodigy, history's absolute youngest awakened cyborg, fusing with an energy core. Her system unlocked truly terrifying superhuman abilities, lifting a 5,000-kilogram vehicle single-handedly, sprinting 100 meters in 3 seconds, and leaping 8 meters high. Staring intently, Lin Zichin ponders this world's ultimate debate between genetic fusion and cybernetics. Which path truly reigns supreme here? His deep thoughts shatter at another breaking news broadcast. It reveals the local security captain they met, Han Shan, was brutally murdered in his office. Cameras captured a terrifying ambush and feast by a massive, infiltrating mutated beast rat. Paramedics are shown rushing his mangled corpse to an ambulance. Lin Zichin freezes completely. He remembers that monstrous rat from last night before and wonders if their fates intertwine. He envisions a colossal beast destroying the city. The commander's tragic end is a chilling warning of the approaching storm. Eyes blazing, Lin Zichin vows to violently escalate his training, haunted by the commander's fall. He completely dedicates himself to a hellish physical awakening through bone-crushing effort. He now sprints 100 meters in 4.61 seconds. His raw power has utterly exploded. He leaps 5.3 meters, easily lifting 1,200 kilograms one-handed. Beyond his solitary shadow training, he perfects his combat arts alongside the Academy strike team, craving explosive growth for the looming martial tournament. The very next Academy morning, he marches toward the arena, trailed by an intensely curious Shen Qinghan. Along the corridor, a pink-haired beauty shyly intercepts Lin Zichin, offering a sweet bottle of milk. He gracefully declines, brushing past with Shen Qinghan and leaving her shattered. Glaring from the shadows stands his rival, Zhang Kai. His fists tremble with blazing fury, utterly enraged that his former conqueror dares reject an offering from his own ultimate crush, letting his bitter jealousy explode. 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗕𝗓 charges forth. Aggressively blocking their path, he fiercely confronts Lin Zichin, loudly cursing him for sheer arrogance and crushing the innocent maiden's heart, when Lin calmly reveals a severe milk allergy. 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗓 scoffs in disbelief, branding him a pathetic liar. Furious, 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗓 points an accusing finger, demanding a fierce duel. He sets the stakes. Defeat means never crossing his path again, but should Lin Zichin fall, he must chug that entire cursed milk bottle. As the fateful challenge rings out, a sudden holographic system alert flashes. An epic milestone quest just awakened. Crush 1,000 distinct foes in official combat to prove ultimate genetic dominance and survival. A devilish smirk curves Lin Zichin's lips. This is exactly the golden chance he desperately craved, cloaked in terrifying dark violet energy. He embraces the deadly battle, his gaze burning with absolute thrill for the coming clash. News of the showdown instantly ignites the entire campus. A pair of classmates eagerly rush to witness the epic spectacle between the rising star Lin Zichin and the veteran. When they finally arrive, the arena is completely flooded with roaring spectators, forming a massive ring around the battlefield. The entire audience firmly backs the young prodigy. Countless fangirls scream his name in absolute frenzy, begging him to crush the arrogant senior completely, including that familiar pink-haired beauty from before. Aiming her camera for the action, 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗓 sneers bitterly, furious that the crowd treats him like a stepping stone. He secretly fears the junior's monstrous growth this past month. He views this clash as his absolute final shot to crush the arrogant rookie and display his own overwhelming dominance. Unlike the senior's boiling rage, Lin Zichin remains perfectly calm. He coolly mentions that he wants to finish this instantly so he can eat dinner. Triggered by this absolute disrespect, 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗓 scowls and promises to end him fast. Instructor Guo marches forward to referee the brutal match. He throws his arm up high, barking out the sacred combat regulations. But suddenly, right before the clash, 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗓 aggressively calls a halt, wearing a disgustingly arrogant smirk. He proposes a seemingly generous handicap. He brags about his 2 straight years of hardcore training, calling Lin Zichin a pathetic 1-month beginner. To level the battlefield, he arrogantly declares he will grant Lin Zichin the first 3 strikes. Lin Zichin accepts. Upon accepting, Lin Zichin instantly erupts into motion. He bridges the gap in a phantom blur, catching 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗓 off guard. Before his arrogant rival can raise defenses, Lin Zichin unleashes one legendary punch. The strike connects with devastating force, spraying crimson blood from 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗓's nose. His consciousness is extinguished instantly, collapsing heavily onto the cold floor. The entire training hall falls dead silent. Coach Guo's jaw hits the floor in pure disbelief, screaming that the battle ended in just 1 strike. The remaining martial arts crew and spectators are completely paralyzed with shock, calling the outcome impossible, failing to process that the epic duel ended in a mere second. The dead silence shatters with a roaring celebration wave. Shen Qinghan thrusts her fist into the air, wildly cheering Lin Zichin's absolute victory. The surrounding maidens, including the pink-haired student, eagerly join, screaming about his breathtaking, godlike power, looming over his utterly crushed opponent. Lin Zichin hears a sudden system chime. The glowing text states that by crushing a rival and capturing the hearts of the maidens, he finally secured priority, mating rights. Most importantly, his active quest progress has hit 1,000. He muses, he still faces a massive grind to fully unlock the coveted natural selection trait. Eager to accelerate his progress, he slowly turns toward the remaining absolutely terrified members of the martial arts squad, flashing a warm yet demonic smile. He politely suggests they all exchange blows too. The panicked team members stare back, their trembling faces completely pale. Instantly, they scramble to make pathetic excuses. One fakes cram school, another cries his mother awaits dinner, while the rest feign grave illness. Before anyone escapes, 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗓 drags himself upward, his pride rejecting this crushing defeat, screaming at Lin Zichin of fighting dirty and swearing to destroy him next time. Coach Guo swiftly intervenes, ordering the shattered boy to swallow his bitter pride. The master then questions aloud if that monstrous strike was pure luck, selecting poor Xiaozi to act as the next human dummy. Hearing this sentence, the spiky-haired student absolutely freezes, raising trembling fists into combat position, sweating in pure horror, desperately pleading with Lin Zichin to spare his handsome face. 10 minutes later, the utter carnage unfolds. Multiple elite dojo fighters lay completely wiped out across the floor. Lin Zichin towers over them, mentioning he restrained his terrifying aura and merely exchanged a few gentle practice strikes with them, yet checking his mysterious status screen again. Deep frustration hits. Beyond that glorious first win, these casual beatdowns failed to trigger his quest progression. The target remains at 1,000. He discovers practice matches are worthless. True system points demand drawing blood in official tournaments. While pondering this vital clue, a heavy hand slaps him. Coach Guo smiles fiercely, praising Lin Zichin as a generational martial prodigy. He shouts that within a single short month, this rookie evolved into their ultimate weapon, burning with absolute conviction. The master declares that under Lin Zichin's banner, their academy will obliterate every rival faction and seize absolute victory this year's upcoming regional combat tournament. Amidst roaring cheers, Lin Zichin experiences sudden divine clarity. The old master is absolutely correct. This looming battlefield offers the ultimate stage to hunt countless sanctioned targets simultaneously. His resolve hardens, knowing that as long as he crushes foes within proper tournament rules, every fallen enemy feeds his system's evolution. His focus shatters as the crushed 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗪𝗢 screams out, barely conscious now. The loser rises, pointing straight at Lin, and violently surrenders with an uncomfortably graphic, bizarre submission declaration. This totally bizarre speech leaves 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗪𝗢 frozen, Coach Guo, and Lin thoroughly disgusted and deeply disturbed. Panic strikes. The terrified crowd and coach instantly bolt, abandoning the utterly confused Kai alone, whining about his interrupted dramatic monologue. In this era, students face destiny, scholars or martial cultivators, with monsters lurking everywhere. Walking the warrior's path remains the ultimate, supreme choice, refusing to be left hopelessly behind. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓 embraces the brutal combat track, starting hellish daily training alongside Lin. Their agonizing regime is absolutely ruthless. First, a brutal 30,000-meter sprint, then savage close-quarters combat. Following this, endless bodyweight reps forge their iron muscles. To finish this torture, Lin gently helps 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓, massaging her aching body to speed recovery. Naturally, our hero never neglects his own limits, grinding relentlessly every single passing day. His eyes fiercely locked on dominating the tournament and instantly unlocking that legendary natural selection attribute immediately. 30 days pass. The hour of brutal reckoning finally arrives. The regional combat championship officially kicks off, and an unstoppable Lin is hungry for total victory. The battlefield sits inside a colossal arena, boasting an ocean of roaring fans surrounding the ring. Backstage, suffocating anxiety violently chokes the air. Trembling, Coach Guo checks brackets, whining loudly that Shanghai High must face absolute monsters in round 1. Shanghai No. 1 High Academy. A teammate's panic deepens the crushing dread, revealing their monstrous rivals boast a speedster clearing the 100-meter dash under 9 seconds, leaving them utterly paralyzed by fear. Sensing his comrades' shattering resolve, Lin Zichin calmly raises his hand, stepping up as the vanguard. Though visibly sweating, Coach Guo trusts his absolute ace to claim the stage. As Lin Zichin strides into the battleground, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓 screams her devotion from the sidelines. While Coach Guo roars absolute faith through his megaphone, Lin Zichin steadies his breathing for absolute war. His challenger, a hulking, muscle-bound titan from Shanghai No. 1 High, stomps forward. He grunts at Lin Zichin's sheer talent to reach this elite tournament as a mere freshman. But instantly, his arrogant voice drips with absolute venom. He sneers this stage destroys weaklings who haven't even hit 1.7 meters, flexing mountain-like biceps. He vows to show Lin Zichin what an overwhelming gap in raw, catastrophic power truly feels like. The referee's sharp whistle ignites the fierce duel. The titan charges like a beast, unleashing a devastating strike. To his absolute horror, Lin Zichin doesn't even flinch. He flows like water past the blow, countering with a lightning-fast strike dead to the titan's chest. The explosive impact is catastrophic. That terrifying force sends the colossal student launching backward across the arena, instantly knocking him out cold. The breathless announcer stares in absolute, stunned silence, before finally stammering a legendary victory for Lin Zichin. Beyond the arena lines, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓 leaps to her feet, screaming her lungs out that her xiaoqian was magnificent. The entire Shanghai squad erupts in deafening celebration, wildly mobbing their stunned coach while roaring that Lin Zichin is an absolute monster, laughing off that fallen rival's useless, dead muscle. Meanwhile, Shanghai No. 1 High's head coach explodes with blazing fury. He ruthlessly scolds his fallen disciple for rushing blindly, abandoning his foundational martial footwork. Back inside the arena, Lin Zichin triggers a system alert, confirming another tournament rival has been utterly crushed, skyrocketing his rank, pushing his total eliminations to 2,100. He grips his fist tight, knowing these fierce battles will forge his ultimate system evolution. The rival coach, desperate to halt this momentum, summons his next elite warrior, the fierce combatant, Chen Fong, commanding him to obliterate this arrogant freshman as fast as possible. Chen Fong nods with icy calm. He mounts the stage, shifting into a flawless combat stance, radiating a deadly composure the previous challenger completely lacked. The referee drops his hand, sparking the second brutal clash. Chen Fong instantly unleashes his masterful technique, moving with blinding speed. He launches a devastating martial assault. Lin Zichin meets the storm with chilling calmness, catching a lethal high kick with just one hand. But instantly, the sheer shockwave of that block sends Chen Fong spiraling violently through the air, slamming down incredibly hard onto the cold stone. Knocked out entirely, panicked medics rush the stretcher in to haul him off, shouting that he needs immediate brain scans. The entire stadium falls into stunned silence. Nervous whispers ripple through the stands, questioning what absolute monster they just witnessed. Guessing this unknown freshman from Shanghai High just got insanely lucky. Enraged fans scream the entire tournament must be completely rigged, demanding their money back. However, Shanghai No. 1 High's master coach sees the terrifying truth, gripping his hair in sheer dread. He realizes with bone-chilling horror This isn't mere luck. This Shanghai freshman is an absolute, unstoppable apex predator. In the staging area, the frantic coach pivots his combat strategy. He summons his next elite weapon, a spiky-haired savage named 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢, and barks a harsh order to focus purely on defense, warning the fighter that defeat is absolutely unacceptable. 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢, however, overflows with pure arrogance. He casually brushes off the coach, guaranteeing absolute victory. Stepping toward the battle arena, 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢 completely mocks Lin Zichin's past wins. He fully believes his foe is weak and solely relies on cheap tricks, boasting ungodly speed, clearing 100 meters in under 9 seconds, plus veteran experience. He considers himself totally invincible. The arena completely erupts. Spectators hype up 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢's legendary, lightning-fast reputation. One fan reveals his father wields gene fusion power, explaining those monstrous physical traits. Everyone firmly agrees that Lin Zichin's miraculous winning streak is dead. Despite acknowledging his terrifying latent potential, the referee fiercely signals the match's start, completely defying his master's warning. 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢 explosively launches into attack mode. Diving at Lin Zichin with a crushing kick, he unleashes a brutal storm of strikes, activating his ultimate signature art, the flowing water-shattering rock fist. His furious master watches, seething, screaming at his reckless disciple for striking. 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢 openly scoffs at defense, thinking a supreme genius requires zero protection. Meanwhile, Lin Zichin, effortlessly dodging every blow, finds this art fascinating and copies it instantly. 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢 boils with rage. Unable to land one strike, he halts, completely out of breath, roaring to know how Lin Zichin evades him. Unbothered, Lin Zichin coldly demands to see more moves, purely mocking him. Furious, 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢 erupts into a desperate, wild flurry. Noting those exact same pathetic strikes, Lin Zichin decides this boring observation is finished. He thinks, fine then, let us end this charade. He casually sidesteps the desperate final strike, and delivers a devastating kick straight into 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢's core, finishing the brutal clash. The entire arena falls into absolute, breathless shock. This quiet is ripped apart by roaring battle cries from the Shanghai High crowd. Coach Guo and Chen go absolutely wild, roaring their beloved Xiao Chen is an absolute monster, celebrating his third straight win. The remainder of this grand tournament feels like child's play. His upcoming challengers prove completely pathetic. He crushes every single one, and rapidly massacres the hopes of all 5 warriors on the rival squad. Across the next 2 days, history simply repeats itself. He maintains his absolute godlike supremacy, slaughtering 2 entirely new academies all alone. Through this breathtaking martial showcase, he flawlessly drags Shanghai High toward the ultimate championship crown. The victorious squad stands tall, hoisting their glittering medals and golden trophy. Yet, checking his system, the rival count hits 161,000. Frustration strikes as he realizes this agonizing pace means years before awakening that natural selection trait. Even with this crawling mission progression, fortune smiles upon him elsewhere. Coach Guo displays unexpected, staggering levels of pure generosity, handing him the lion's share of the massive tournament bounty, 20,000 yuan. Combining this with past academic battle rewards, holding roughly 30,000 yuan. But those riches vanish quickly. He dumps every last coin at the market, stockpiling a mountain of premium ghost shadow squid flesh. Throughout the following few weeks, he inhales this legendary beast meat every meal. After devouring 30 jin, his ghost shadow squid codex progression hits 33%. His brutal martial routines and monster flesh gluttony yield unimaginable power. Entering his second year of middle school, his aura explodes as he breaks through, ascending from ordinary Tier 3 to Tier 4. His physical power reaches terrifying new heights. He easily hoists 1,890 kilograms one-handed, leaping 5.6 meters vertically, sprinting 100 meters in 4.5 seconds. Time flies, and soon he and Shen Qinghan conquer Shanghai's middle school division. However, as the cruel high school exam results drop, their intertwined fates seem destined to shatter. A devastated Shen Qinghan weeps in her room. She tearfully questions Lin Zichin. After bleeding for her dreams, they cannot attend the same high school anymore. He gently explains that while he dominated first place in academics and martial arts, and her own academic scores were flawless, her martial arts ranking fell tragically short for Shanghai High's elite class. Cradling the heartbroken Shen Qinghan, she trembles, asking what happens next. He reveals that the principal of Shanghai High is visiting his home, desperate to recruit him, asking her to join. Completely shattered, she cries that this has nothing to do with her, since the principal only wants his legendary talent. Gripping her hand, Lin Zichin pulls her up, leading her outside. He vows she has nothing to fear. His master plan is ready. His absolute condition for ruling Shanghai High is simple. Shen Qinghan must be his deskmate. As promised, Shanghai High's principal arrives at Lin Zichin's door. She, his mother, and Shen Qinghan debate his golden future for hours, as the principal desperately begs him to enroll. As negotiations finally end, the desperate principal stands up. As her final card, she swears to Lin Zichin that if he stays, She will grant his every single demand. Seizing this chance, Lin Zichin declares his absolute condition. Shen Qinghan must remain right by his side in class. The principal gazes at an anxious Shen Qinghan, verifying her identity. She agrees without any hesitation, smiling warmly. She welcomes them both into Shanghai High for the upcoming school year. Thrilled, Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan express gratitude. With their academic destinies finally secured, Lin Zichin enters his ultimate junior high martial arts championship. Unsurprisingly, his monstrous power effortlessly secures his team another glorious victory. He invests the tournament prize money to awaken the legendary Ghost Shadow Squid Codex, being just 20% away. The recent funds completely max out his system progress bar, anticipating a volatile reaction. He seeks safety deep within a secluded Shanghai forest, wasting absolutely no time. He ruthlessly devours the remaining life essence from the mystic squid flesh. A blazing blue aura engulfs him while a system prompt confirms massive amounts of essence being rapidly absorbed. His eyes snap open, feeling a massive power surge as the codex hits 100%. A sudden notification declares he successfully unlocked the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex and gained a biological trait. Blessing of Liquid Affinity. This skill amplifies his natural water affinity, granting flawless movement and complete invisibility within aquatic realms. Yet, as the aura settles, he stands amidst the silent woods holding limp squid tentacles. Feeling totally underwhelmed by this new power awakening, harboring lingering disappointment, Lin Zichin tests this strange ability inside a nearby pond. He discovers his blessing of liquid affinity holds hidden perks. He can soak endlessly without his mortal skin ever wrinkling. And swimming. Moving is vastly easier with reduced water resistance. Yet, that seems to be the only perk. He calmly floats in the shallows, reasoning that since the Phantom Shadow Squid is a low-tier monster, it makes sense, this skill lacks overwhelming power. He realizes that to unlock truly godly stats, he must either scrape together enough cash for premium monster meat, or awaken enough strength to slaughter terrifying mutant beasts with his own hands. Just remembering those nightmarish giant mutant rats fuels his burning drive, as he tightly clenches his fists, vowing to ascend. With barely 7 days left until the academy opens, Lin Zichin's mother and Shen Qinghan's family plan a vacation to properly test his newly awakened water affinity. Lin Zichin insists on hitting the ocean shores, stepping into the crashing waves together. Shen Qinghan tremble, whining about the freezing ocean chill. Lin Zichin, however, feels like absolute royalty. He tells her to relax, then plunges deep beneath the surface, darting with explosive speed. With every stroke, the system showers him with bonus attributes for swimming and diving. From the beach, an anxious Shen Qinghan desperately shouts, begging the main character for a swimming lesson, breaking the water's surface with a splash. He suddenly recalls his childhood. Friend cannot swim at all. He starts guiding her through the fundamental movements, knowing her painfully average physical stats. He expects her to completely struggle. Miraculously, Shen Qinghan shatters his expectations. She cheers that floating feels magically simple, mastering the strokes almost instantly. Submerging flawlessly, she glides like a mermaid, surfacing with wide, stunned eyes. Speechless, she unlocked this skill without guidance. Lin Zichin stares in sheer disbelief as a glowing blue water aura seemingly erupts from her. Catching her breath, she joyfully screams about how magical it feels. Normally, opening eyes underwater brings a sharp sting. She felt zero pain. Instead, it felt incredibly refreshing. This revelation left Lin Zichin stunned, watching her glide away. He sensed something off, even with a rare water affinity. It was impossible to master techniques so instantly. Her monstrous growth defied logic. Then, a crazy theory struck. He remembered her lifelong bedwetting issue. Whenever anxious, could this flaw signal a terrifying innate water element? The thought thrilled him. He grew certain she possessed a legendary, divine physique from a fantasy novel. To prove this, they plunged deeper. Her movements blew his mind as they explored. He suddenly realized they hadn't breathed for over 10 minutes. An impossible miracle for rookie Shen Qinghan. Mid-swim, Shen Qinghan's face went pale. An eerie frequency began rippling dangerously through the currents. They desperately scanned the dark waters, bursting upward. She screamed as glowing azure energy circled her. Under the moonlight, walking the beach, Lin Zichin demanded answers. Trembling, she confessed, hearing sinister whispers against her ear. He held her, gently pressing for details. She revealed an unknown, ancient tone, spoken by a phantom woman, echoing relentlessly until surfacing, to soothe her shattered nerves. Lin Zichin safely escorted her indoors. Afterward, he scoured the web for clues about this siren, but uncovers absolute nothingness, sleep evading him. He burns his restless aura through brutal training, hitting 1,000 grueling weighted sit-ups. An explosive surge of raw power awakens. The system window suddenly chimes, rewarding his blood and sweat. He has successfully broken through to Tier 5. Stunned yet thrilled, he grasps his monstrous strength. He realizes that at Tier 5, his physical might could easily obliterate a giant mutant rat. A fierce predator's glint flashes as he tightly clenches his fist, certain that ripping demonic beasts apart barehanded is now a guaranteed reality. Burning to test his awakened limits, he charges toward the desolate midnight beach, His stat boost is monumental. His 100-meter sprint time has shattered at 3.64 seconds. And his vertical jump exploded to 6.98 meters. Testing his raw strength, he approaches an abandoned car, instantly discovering he can easily hoist the 1,600-kilogram beast single-handed. With this monstrous progress, his destiny marches forward. Vacation abruptly ends. As he and 𝗕𝗕𝗓 finally enter Shanghai, high dawn breaks on their first day. Arriving early for classroom duty, two completely starstruck female classmates instantly recognize him, excitedly squealing over his breathtaking visuals, praising their incredible luck to share this duty. Although this blazing sudden popularity completely startles him, destiny drops an even wilder curveball. Merely wiping desks suddenly awakens a hidden system quest. This achievement requires 100 cooperative missions to unlock the bizarre biological attribute Social Animal. Sweeping the classroom alongside the elegant 𝗕𝗕𝗓, he ponders the true power of this mysterious attribute. With the new academy term officially kicking off, he seizes his chance to raid the massive mammoth supermarket after classes. Now that he has awakened the legendary ghost shadow squid codex, he knows the time has come to select a fresh target for his awakening. While he scans the premium monster meat, his sharp gaze locks onto a rare specimen. Resting inside the chilled display case is the packaged savage giant eagle head. Priced at 1,998 yuan per jin, a hungry smirk flashes across his face as he snatches up the bloody package, sealing his choice. This beast will be his next prey. The savage giant eagle is a vastly superior mutant beast compared to the ghost shadow squid. It possesses terrifyingly absolute vision, 30 times sharper than a mortal human, making it an apex predator that precisely strikes down even the swiftest targets. Returning to his sanctuary, our protagonist intensely analyzes the eagle flesh. He deduces that awakening its system codex is a vital goal, since its divine sight would grant an overwhelming battle advantage. He also notes its cost of 1,998 yuan per jin makes it a highly affordable power-up. He presses his palm against the meat, and an azure aura engulfs him as the system confirms he has absorbed a fragment of the savage giant eagle's life essence, unlocking 1% of its hidden codex. Running the rapid numbers, he realizes 1 jin of flesh grants merely 1% progress, meaning he requires over 200,000 yuan to fully awaken the codex. He knows well that high school martial tournament bounties are vastly superior to middle school rewards. With his fighting spirit ablaze, he vows to dominate the upcoming arenas, to farm the wealth needed to unlock the savage giant eagle's true power before his second year. As the summer break finally concludes, his new academy life at Shanghai High officially begins. During the opening ceremony, the elite instructors reveal their presence: the imposing martial arts and homeroom master, alongside the genius mechanical modification mentor, the gene fusion master, and the wilderness survival expert. Following their grand introductions, the instructors order everyone to state their names. The boldest students step up. A girl with flowing purple hair, Chu Yutong, claims absolute mastery in the fine arts. Next is a fiercely energetic pink-haired girl named Zhang Ye, declaring her massive obsession with anime, cosplay, and extreme athletics. Afterward, a boy named Panghua Guang admits his ultimate passion is hardcore gaming. Suddenly, it is 𝗕𝗕𝗓's turn. The blinding spotlight sends her social anxiety into overdrive. Blushing a deep red, she barely stammers out her name is 𝗕𝗕𝗓, whispering her love for drawing, and begs everyone for their merciful guidance. At last, the spotlight hits Lin Zichin. His words are cold, calculated, and terrifyingly sharp. He merely stands tall, declares his name, and casually demands their support. The orientation session rapidly flashes by. A new brown-haired classmate suddenly approaches 𝗕𝗕𝗓. Looking absolutely startled, the girl blatantly interrogates 𝗕𝗕𝗓 about her exam rank. 𝗕𝗕𝗓 timidly reveals she actually achieved 709 points, gently asking Chu Rui for hers. Chu Raugas, screaming that 𝗕𝗕𝗓's score completely crushes her own measly 698. Chu Rui pushes further, questioning her physical fitness rank, complaining she only scored 95 out of 100. That inquiry paralyzes 𝗕𝗕𝗓 with dread. She weakly stammers her score was miserable. Her mind screams in panic. Her 79 points were so abysmal. She barely scraped her way into this elite academy, far too ashamed to confess the truth, missing the obvious hint. The relentless Chu Rui keeps pushing, guessing 94 or 93. 𝗕𝗕𝗓, hanging her head in deep shame, whispers it was worse. Chu Rui relentlessly targets scores in the low 90s, pushing 𝗕𝗕𝗓 into utter panic. Bam! A hand slams the desk between them, completely startling Chu Rui. It's Lin Zichin. He effortlessly leans forward and asks the panicked girl for her WeChat contact info. Utterly stunned and thrilled by this gorgeous guy, giving her direct attention, she instantly accepts. From her desk, 𝗕𝗕𝗓 breathes deeply, endlessly grateful that Lin Zichin shattered that painfully awkward trap. Lin Zichin then pivots to another male classmate. Hey you. Casually asking to exchange contact info. After securing them, he launches a 4-person group chat. A system prompt instantly chimes, confirming his newly forged alliance. Clearing another co-op mission, his quest progress for the social beast achievement hits 2 out of 1,000. He smirks, realizing this quest is laughably easy. Inside their fresh group chat, these 4 new comrades begin unraveling their hidden personal histories. He reveals hailing from the fiercely competitive Nanyuan city, boasting a prestigious martial arts bloodline running a mighty dojo. He even boasts about ranking 8th overall inside the Nanyuan Youth Martial Arts Tournament. Chu Rui flexes that her family controls a massive retail empire, boasting immense wealth. After Lin Zichin and Shin Ninghan share their lore, the party swiftly forges an unbreakable bond. But right as tension completely settles, Yu suddenly challenges them to name the ultimate powerhouse of their entire class. Chu Rui instantly singles out Lin Zichin, declaring it must absolutely be him, since he utterly dominated the district entrance exams with absolute peak scores. This revelation stuns Yu, completely unaware his new comrade possessed such terrifying stats. However, Lin Zichin calmly drops a truth bomb. Top scores don't equal true combat power. He reveals a massive hidden revelation. The academy headmaster had burned an absolute fortune to blindly recruit 2 absolute monsters from Nuan City into their ranks. He gestures toward these terrifying new transfers. First is the golden-haired speed prodigy, Wang Shuai'er, Nuan City's elite rank 3 monster, sprinting 100 meters in just 7.98 seconds. Second is a towering mountain of muscle, Lu Gang, wielding monstrous brute force, easily single-handing a 300-kilogram barbell. Shan Han and Shui tremble under their overwhelming terrifying aura. Lin Zichin, however, just stands there completely unfazed. Inwardly, he laughs at these pathetic stats, knowing he utterly shattered those exact records back in elementary school. Suddenly, the chime echoes, signaling the brutal semester's manual distribution. 4 core pillars dictate this unforgiving term: combat arts, DNA fusion, cybernetic upgrades, and lethal wilderness survival. Having already mastered this basic pathetic theory, he slips away into the shadows to push his limits alone, while aura flares. His mind locks onto the looming darkness. The sinister rat god cult still taints the shadows. Authorities only caught the weak, pathetic fodder, but the terrifying Rat King, their evil mastermind, lurks unseen. This bloody truth ignites his spirit, fists cracking with power. He vows to shatter his limits and ascends straight to at least tier 6. The absolute minimum realm required to finally crush that elusive Rat King. The first brutal trial begins: wilderness survival. The instructor, Xichongbe, throws the rookies into the forest, demanding who can spark fire from bare wood. He scoffs, calling it a useless trick, shocking the entire crowd. Wang Shou, along with Lu Gang, boldly step up, successfully igniting flames via ancient survival arts. Awestruck, the instructor demands to know their secret origins. Lang brags about his elite wilderness training camp, while Wang Shuai'er claims he awakened this skill through digital archives. Once their grandstanding ends, Lin Zichin flawlessly transfers this exact technique to his own squad, letting them instantly master the flames. Later, inside the combat arena, Master Yao Yuanfeng suddenly reveals he shall bestow a legendary breathing and deep cultivation art. Instantly reacting, Wang Shou and Lu Gang arrogantly boast they already mastered this art, basking in the disciples' envy. Despite their heavily flawed execution, they force it out. Lin Zichin, hiding his true mastery, actively chooses to conceal his devastating power through this facade. One peaceful month quietly fades. Suddenly, during Mechanical Modification Academy studies, the instructor Kai Yufei unleashes a brutal progress evaluation trial run. To ignite their souls, he unveils a massive bounty for champions. First place wins 888. Second takes 666. While third grabs 333. Lin Zichin's eyes blaze upon hearing about this glorious cash bounty. Realizing the champion's reward is practically enough wealth to purchase premium cuts of the mythical savage giant eagle beast. With everyone burning with greed, the trial begins. Fatefully, Master Lu Duran shares this ruthless idea, and swiftly moves to launch an ambush exam, holding the exact same bounties, surviving 2 hellish trials. The entire student body shatters. He crashes onto his desk, agonizing. The remaining disciples curse the devastatingly brutal difficulty they faced. One student weeps, originally praying for a perfect 90 score, but needing a total miracle just to hit a passing 60. While the room despairs, Wang Shuai'er and Lu Gang casually flex their supposed brilliance. Lu Gang smirks, asking his rival how the exam felt. Wang Shuai'er, dripping with absolute confidence, boldly declares a 95. Claiming only the final boss question gave him pause, Lu Gang nonchalantly nods along, declaring they are in the exact same boat, also anticipating a 95. Hearing this arrogant exchange, Heiyu shoots them a death glare, tightly clenching his fists in pure fury, desperately fighting the urge to smash their smug faces. The instructor finally drops the results for the mechanical augmentation exam. He reads the rankings, exposing that Guanling barely scraped 52 points, while Shen Qinghan survived with 61. Shen Qinghan practically vibrates, telling Lin Zichin she survived the purge, and he warmly praises her grind. The instructor presses on. He secured a mighty 88 points. His squad hypes him up, and he humbly brushes it off as pure luck. vowing to buy dinner with his third-place bounty of 333 yuan. Suddenly, the instructor validates Lu Gang and Wang Shuai are dominating with 95. Exactly as predicted. Praising their genius for falling a single step short of a mythical perfect score, Wang Shuai boastfully insists that given 10 more minutes, he absolutely would have crushed that final barrier. And Lu Gang completely agrees. Forced to endure their flexing, he boils with frustration, but anchors himself to the undeniable truth that third place remains his. However, the instructor drops an absolute bombshell, defying the exam's brutal difficulty. One absolute monster achieved flawless perfection. Lin Zichin, with a legendary 100 points. Wang Shuai and Lu Gang completely freeze. Roaring. This outcome is completely impossible. The entire classroom instantly explodes into deafening cheers. Even the crushed Yu joins the uproar. Recognizing Lin Zichin exists in an entirely different realm, Shen Qinghan and Chu Rui wildly hail his overwhelming victory as the ultimate pride of Shanghai. Brushing off the praise, Lin Zichin only hungers for the prize. He raises his hand, demanding from Teacher Kai when the 888 yuan champion reward will arrive. The instructor promises to transfer it shortly. Secretly baffled by Lin Zichin's absolute obsession with wealth, 1 hour later, the gene fusion test rankings finally drop. Teacher Kai Yuanfei announces the grades. This round, the non-yuan duo falls utterly. Completely short. Lu Gang hits 81 and Wang Shuai 83, though decent grades. Their faces scream absolute defeat. Meanwhile, Shen Yinghan proudly secures a stellar 78, locking her into the top 5. And she joyfully celebrates alongside Chu Rui, to the absolute horror of his peers. Lin Zichin mercilessly seizes another flawless perfect score, effortlessly claiming another prize. This second crushing triumph utterly shatters the fragile, arrogant egos of Hai Yu, Wang Shuai, and Lu Gang, leaving them completely demoralized, refusing to swallow their bitter defeat. Wang Shuai and Lu Gang demand how anyone could perfectly clear such a brutally difficult exam, openly suggesting that Lin Zichin must have stolen the answers beforehand. The instructor, Kai Yuanfei, instantly crushes their pathetic accusations, declaring coldly that it is totally impossible. He explains that he personally crafted every single question, and the answers are nowhere online, making cheating utterly impossible. The jealous duo stands completely speechless. Their classmates show them absolutely zero mercy. Hai Yu and Chu Rui laugh, ridiculing Wang Shuai and Lu Gang as pathetic sore losers. Hai Yu calls them Nanyuan City's ultimate disgrace, and Chu Rui adds that uncultured, ugly trash always causes the most trouble. After lunch, the brutal wilderness survival practical exam officially begins. The instructor Shi Chengbai declares the rewards stay the same, offering cash prizes for the top 3. The fierce trial features 3 stages: ascending, aquatic racing, and primitive fire ignition. Utterly crushed during the written academic trials, Wang frantically warns Lu Gang they must reclaim their lost honor in practicals. Lu Gang nods, fiercely glaring at Zichin, swearing to destroy him and erase their humiliation. The deadly trial begins with cliff scaling, where pure velocity wins. As predicted, Zichin's monstrous physical stats allow him to absolutely dominate. He shoots up the cliff face like lightning, abandoning the Nanyuan pair in the dust for absolute first. The forest agility phase meets the exact fate. Lin Zichin snatches the crown again. While an utterly devastated Wang complains, he totally missed even his afterimage. While our protagonist dominates, his gaze fills with deep worry for Shen Qinghan, exactly as feared. Her stamina tragically falters, leaving her at dead last. Yet, he remains calm, sensing her latent aquatic powers awakening soon, and totally trusts the water trial will restore her broken spirit. The primitive fire ignition challenge strikes next, glaring hungrily at that golden tournament bounty. Lin Zichin fully knows he must utterly shatter the Nanyuan duo. His hands blur with terrifying focus and godlike momentum, summoning a blazing flame in mere 58 seconds. Wang and Lu Gang stare in absolute soul-crushing shock, questioning his impossible mastery, utterly terrified by the blinding velocity of his godlike hand movements. The ultimate phase of this brutal survival trial is swimming. This moment, Shen Qinghan finally steps into her absolute glory, unleashing her deep, intrinsic bond with the waves. She torpedoed forward with unstoppable velocity, effortlessly annihilating the non-yuan duo and striking another devastating blow to their shattered pride. Wang was left in absolute disbelief, unable to fathom how gentle Shen Qinghan could suddenly manifest such terrifying, explosive momentum within the water, concluding he must be purely hallucinating. After brutal trials, a completely broken Wang Shuo and Lu Gang froze in soul-crushing, absolute silence. But their despair only survived until midday. Afternoon signaled the ultimate martial arts trial's fierce awakening. Their instructor, Yao Yuanfun, declared a fierce combat tournament to measure their true power. Elite rewards awaited the final 3, igniting fiery ambition. For Wang Shuo and Lu Gang, this sparked fresh determination. Burning with rage, they swore to restore shattered honor. They declared this was the combat arena where raw physical prowess and martial mastery ruled. They sneered that if Lin Zichin lacked combat skills, his academic glory meant absolutely nothing. Before clashing, The master demanded a rigorous physical gauntlet to warm up. Testing the 100 meters. Single-handed weight lifts. And aerial leaps. Lin Zichin. Suppressing his terrifying aura. Still unleashed an absolute masterclass. He blazed past in 7.78 seconds and hoisted 330 kilograms single-handed, leaping 2.18 meters. He instantly dominated all 3 grueling physical challenges. Perfectly calculating scores, to barely crush his rivals, the arrogant duo froze in devastating horror. Wang Shuo was utterly mind-blown by Lin Zichin's godlike speed, while Lu Gang stood paralyzed, questioning how such a slender frame possessed such monstrous, overwhelming strength, desperately grasping hope. Wang Shuo reminded Lu Gang that failing mere physical tests meant absolutely nothing in true death matches. Since real battles demanded superior mastery, they deluded themselves that their refined skills guaranteed inevitable victory. Once warm-ups concluded, the students marched toward the arena for explosive combat trials, burning to trigger his ultimate survival system achievement quest. Lin Zichin confidently claimed the arena first. Yet, his monstrous aura left everyone paralyzed in pure fear. Even top-tiers Wang Shuo and Lu Gang nervously held back, breaking the suffocating tension. The instructor stepped up. He singled out a student named Louis, commanding him to face the untouchable Lin Zichin. They locked eyes. Yet the outcome was already sealed, wasting 0 seconds. Lin Zichin finished the battle instantly, launching Louis across the arena with one godlike strike. He then blitzed through every remaining challenger in his path, crushing every single classmate with that exact same terrifying and ruthless precision. Witnessing this massacre, Wang Shuo and Lu Gang were swallowed by absolute despair. Wang Shuo realized in sheer terror that Lin Zichin was infinitely stronger than they ever feared, and clearly never used his full power during the physical exams. How could mere mortals ever defeat a monster like him? Right as their fighting spirit shattered, he aggressively vaulted into the arena, roaring Lu Gang's name, aiming a defiant finger. He announced his aura was burning, demanding an all-out death match at his absolute peak. Desperate to unleash his burning rage, Lu Gang fiercely accepted. He figured he might stand 0 chance against Lin Zichin, but he could absolutely obliterate Hu, vowing to crush his bones in exactly 30 seconds. Roaring into battle, Hu charged head-on, their fists colliding in a sonic boom. Sadly, an overwhelming power gap decided this clash from the start. Lu Gang effortlessly snatched Hu's flying kick, used brute force to spin him like a ragdoll, throwing him out of bounds. Hu slammed into the ground violently, defeated and coughing blood. Standing tall as the victor, Lu Gang glared down arrogantly. He delivered a perfectly backhanded compliment, admitting Hu possessed the sharpest physical techniques among all their peers, before smugly declaring that raw power still reigns supreme. Relishing this dominant win, Lu Gang pivots, spotting Lin Zichin closing in. With icy calm, Lin Zichin proposes a martial duel. Secretly, he views this as the ultimate opportunity to finally advance his system quest. Riding his recent victory and overflowing with arrogance, Lu Gang sneers, boldly accepting the clash without any hesitation. He lunges forward instantly, unleashing a devastating, explosive right hook. Yet, the chasm in their raw power shows. Lin Zichin vanishes with phantom-like velocity, flawlessly evading the strike while casting lingering shadows. Before the brute can process reality, his opponent retaliates with a lightning-fast roundhouse. The bone-crushing impact strikes directly against his exposed spine, launching him violently into the air beyond the arena, crushed entirely by one strike. With both Nan Yuan prodigies utterly laid waste, the observing crowd starts to mock the final remaining fighter. They aggressively jeer at him, demanding to know if he will avenge fallen comrades, declaring that the sacred honor of Nan Yuan now lies completely upon his back. They sneer, daring him not to run away. Infuriated, Wang Shuoji roars at the spectators to be quiet, swearing he was always prepared for battle. He charges into the arena to confront the monster. Facing this impossibly dominant force of martial nature, he fortifies his spirit, swearing to himself that whatever fated to happen will arrive, and he absolutely must find a path to victory. Thirsting for triumph, the desperate warrior screams he is pushing past limits, charging the genius with a truly wrathful assault. Tragically, his struggle remains useless. Lin Zichin casually halts the massive strike single-handedly, and immediately counters with a singular cataclysmic blast that catapults the boy violently upside down. He slams brutally against the cold floor, instantly rendered unconscious, frothing at the jaw, crushed as pathetically as the rest. With the arrogant Nan Yuan faction completely eradicated, Lin proceeds to systematically crush the rest of his male classmates one by one with terrifying, effortless precision, conquering every male student. He checks his system interface. He realizes that under the survival of the fittest achievement rules, crushing the same opponent multiple times only counts once. This leaves the girls as his only remaining targets. He wonders if they would even dare to enter the arena with him. Shockingly, the girls are desperately eager for a match. A swarm of excited female classmates gathers, blushing deeply and flashing heart gestures, all craving a thrilling clash with him. Chu Yutong bravely steps up first, eagerly raising her hand to challenge his might. She bounds into the battle ring, launching strikes with astonishing, explosive agility. But Lin Zichin exists in another realm entirely. He evades her fierce assault effortlessly. Leaving her stunned by his godlike phantom speed, she lands gracefully. Frustrated that her perfectly timed strike grasped nothing but air, surprisingly, following her swift defeat, the remaining girls eagerly line up to face his overwhelming dominance. Naturally, Lin Zichin vastly restrains his power against the girls. He has zero desire to harm them, seeking only to claim his official victories and swiftly clear his system achievement quest. Eventually, Lin Zichin effortlessly clears the entire roster of female challengers, despite conquering every single classmate. His monumental achievement quest remains stubbornly incomplete. A wave of frustration hits him, but his eyes light up when Master Instructor Yao Yuanfang drops an exhilarating piece of news. She praises their fiery spirit, declaring that true elite warriors they must fiercely challenge those ranked far above them. The instructor declared that within 30 days, their underdog class would battle the absolute strongest second-year regular class, demanding total combat readiness from everyone. Zichin, who was agonizing over the severe drought of challengers to accelerate his survival achievement, felt absolute euphoria. Fresh prey had practically walked right to his doorstep in absolute godsend. Once the intense lecture finally concluded, a thoroughly humbled Lu Gang confronted Zichin. He openly confessed his foolish underestimation of the academy, swearing a fierce oath that he would treat Zichin as his mortal rival for 3 years. Zichin sharply realized with this brutal gauntlet of endless class warfare, unlocking his survival milestone within 1 year was actually possible. Wang Xiaoer stepped up as well, pledging to cleanse his humiliating defeat before graduation day. The protagonist, however, cared only about the raw material gains. He quickly calculated his tournament spoils totaled over 3,000 yuan. This fueled his ambition. That wealth meant buying mountains of magical beast flesh. Clenching his fist in triumph, he completely ignored them, who seethed with rage at his utterly arrogant dismissal. That night, alone in his dorm, he evaluated his dwindling treasury. Despite the hefty tournament payout securing some capital, it fell tragically short for his monstrous beast meat requirements. Seeking massive instant wealth, he chose to mirror his parents' legacy, officially registering as a web fiction author, igniting his literary conquest. Empowered by the celestial root of wisdom, his prose became godlike. The following dawn, he suddenly spots a contract and an exclusive invite from the Yuiwen platform. Right after signing the deal, a breaking daily news headline grabs his full attention. The shocking report details a catastrophic nightmare erupted just 2 hours prior. A colossal mutated beast ambushed a frozen meat warehouse resting on the edge of the metropolis. The breaking broadcast painted a truly gruesome picture. This monster spanned over 5 meters, displaying absolutely overwhelming raw strength, snapping an armored responding cyborg completely in two. Pushed to the absolute brink, the doomed warrior ignited his secret emergency core for total annihilation, dragging the abomination into death. The blinding shockwave was apocalyptic, obliterating the giant beast into ashes right then and there. Scrolling the screen, Lin Zichin feels pure dread. He glares at the photograph of the nightmare creature, paralyzed by fear, wondering exactly how many other colossal monsters are lurking deep within Shanghai City. He constantly questions where such massive abominations could possibly remain concealed. The fated dawn of the martial clash against the strongest regular second-year division finally makes its arrival, as eager students crowd the massive Shanghai High Arena. Right before combat, their instructor, Yao Yuanfeng, pulls his elite prodigies into a tense huddle. He cautions that despite their own overwhelming offensive power, the rival squad remains superior overall and will exploit defensive walls to completely exhaust them. He commands his team to end their battles with lightning speed. The exact second the huddle breaks, Lin Zichin charges straight for the arena, burning to crush endless waves of fresh challengers to unlock his supreme survival of the fittest title. He fiercely volunteers as the vanguard. His target, a towering girl rocking flowing golden hair from the upper division, enters the battle arena. Realizing exactly who she is fighting, she instantly whines to her own instructor, screaming that the opposing elite squad just deployed their absolute strongest monster immediately. She protests, being the weakest warrior standing in her entire division, and begs to know how she can survive him. Witnessing this disrespect, Instructor Yao Yuanfang fiercely marches toward his arrogant rival, the senior master he calls Brother Fun. He furiously calls him out for violating the sacred traditions of academy sparring, where the absolute weakest rookies must always clash first. He angrily roars, demanding to know exactly why this rival master unleashed his absolute top prodigy for the opening clash. To resolve this heated conflict, Instructor Yao instantly orders Lin Zichin off the stage, commanding him to wait and let the bottom-tier rookies warm up the arena first. Lin Zichin clicks his tongue and steps down. The master then singles out Zhong Yija to take the very first bout, but she panics completely and stammers that her mind is unprepared. Seizing her moment, Shanning Han bravely steps forward. She boldly volunteers herself, reminding Instructor Yao that as the ultimate bottom ranker, this opening battlefield rightfully belongs to her alone. Shanning Han timidly enters the ring against her towering blonde foe, shaking with fear. Beyond the boundary lines, her loyal classmates Chu Rui and Hai Yu erupt into roaring cheers, screaming fiery support for their comrade, Han Han. But this sudden spotlight only magnifies Shen Han's crippling battle anxiety. The duel ignites, and the blonde combatant explodes forward with a devastating strike, which 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 miraculously manages to block, though hopelessly outclassed. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 remains fiercely determined, aware victory is entirely impossible. She vows to survive this brutal onslaught to her absolute limits, relying on ironclad defense to completely drain her arrogant enemy's stamina. This desperate stalling tactic works miraculously. 3 minutes later, the fierce blonde gasps heavily for breath, shocked by 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏's unyielding resilience. She knows dragging this battle out further will deplete her energy completely. So she gambles on one swift, ultimate victory strike. She launches forward, unleashing her final match-ending blow. The heavy blow connects, slamming 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 brutally to the ground. Defeated, trembling, she pushes up, onto her feet, flushing red with extreme embarrassment. Instructor Yao Yuanfeng loudly applauds her effort, flashing an approving thumbs up warmly. He praises her brilliant form and declares her defensive tactics to be genius. Lin Zichin gently pats her head with soothing warmth. He whispers that she did perfectly, surviving over 3 whole minutes against a senior with much more brutal training, proving her massive and undeniable martial growth. Comforted, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 beams up at him with pure, radiant joy, following her crushing defeat. A fierce elite fighter with brown hair from the top class boldly storms the arena, sensing that her older rival is utterly exhausted from the previous intense martial clash. She fiercely seizes the opening and charges to attack. She launches a devastating kick, but the seasoned veteran effortlessly evades the brutal strike and retaliates with a blinding strike to the face. The young elite is instantly crushed and forcefully pinned down tight, screaming in sheer agony as she is utterly forced to yield, looming over her crushed foe. The veteran sneers, demanding if she dared to underestimate the normal class by charging with such foolish arrogance. She mercilessly mocks the fallen girl, claiming that raw talent means absolutely nothing in this arena. Against an entire extra year of brutal training, she coldly scoffs, ordering her to crawl back and fight again after surviving another year of hell. Suddenly, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 boldly steps up, burning with resolve. She angrily vows to completely avenge 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 and entirely annihilate her. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 unleashes her terrifying martial prowess. She utterly destroys the arrogant veteran with one single earth-shattering blow. From the edge, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 cheers loudly, praising 𝗕𝗏's overwhelming power display. Lin Zichin assures 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 her strength was magnificent, revealing that 𝗕𝗏's effortless triumph only happened because 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 flawlessly exhausted the senior's life force. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 beams proudly. 2 hours later, the brutal clashes wage on, tying the elite's score. Master Yao Yuanfeng confronts the second-year instructor, Senior Fun, provoking him ruthlessly, mocking that his fragile squad has merely 4 warriors remaining, cementing absolute confidence in winning this wager. Suddenly, he glares at his disciples, commanding them to shatter their arrogance. He roars that their supreme foundation rests entirely upon their 4 pillars: Lin Zichin, Wang Shou, Lu Gang, and Haiyu. The true bloodbath starts right now, echoing his master's decree. Haiyu is summoned to the battlefield. He cracks his knuckles, eyes blazing, entering the ring with an epic, earth-shattering combat landing. He shifts into an aggressive stance, dramatically challenging the veteran warrior if his soul is ready for these fists. Weapons practically screaming for absolute destruction. The veteran, a brown-haired senior, chuckles darkly, ordering Haiyu to drop the pathetic theatrical act. Infuriated, Haiyu explodes with a blinding kick, instantly burying the arrogant senior into the unforgiving dirt, towering over his fallen prey. Haiyu sneers, asking who gave him the audacity to flaunt such pathetic martial arts, discarding him as utter garbage. Before he can relish this triumph, another monstrous purple-haired senior violently crashes into the sacred arena. He pierces his junior, condemning his foolishly arrogant provocations entirely. The elder warrior erupts with an earth-shattering hook, swearing to beat absolute despair into this junior. But to his horror, Haiyu moves blindingly fast, evading the strike flawlessly. He violently retaliates with a devastating kick, sending the upperclassman flying out cold. Witnessing this epic triumph, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 and 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗏 scream wildly, roaring for Haiyu. Ignited by the hype, Haiyu triggers a massive winning streak, crushing multiple challengers in a flash. After obliterating 5 warriors straight, Haiyu stands completely drained, ignoring the burn. He forces a smirk and roars for the next challenger, boasting he can effortlessly crush 10 more. But his fading aura betrays his absolute exhaustion. His legendary rampage shatters as the 6th opponent completely breaks him. With him fallen, doom shadows over the entire elite class. Only 3 desperate warriors remain standing now, while the sophomores still boast 13 fighters ready for fresh blood. Wang Shuier steps up. His overwhelming aura fully explodes, igniting a breathtaking slaughter streak and casually decimating 10 opponents through a storm of brutal strikes and kicks. Yet the endless combat slowly drains his core. During his 11th match, Wang Shuier finally collapses, completely out of energy. Lu Gang instantly steps up, who mercilessly obliterates 2 more elite enemy warriors in barely under 10 minutes, with their enemies reduced to their absolute final combatant. Instructor Yao Yanfeng arrogantly mocks the second-year master. Brother Fun, to simply surrender. Brother Fun merely smiles. Unbothered, he smirks devilishly, summoning his absolute ultimate weapon. Wang Jinhei. Signaling that it is time, an ominous shadow steps forward. A colossal titan who absolutely dwarfs Liu Gang, despite the giant's overwhelming presence. Liu Gang scoffs in arrogance. Mocking him as an overgrown weakling, he charges forward recklessly, absolutely certain of his victory. He smashes a devastating strike into Wang Jinhei's massive gut. But to his absolute horror, it deals 0 damage. The impact feels like striking an impenetrable rubber wall. Desperate, he strikes again, unleashing a storm of furious blows. Yet every single strike is swallowed entirely by the beast's absolute defense. Shortly, Liu Gang gasps for breath, completely drained. Realizing his absolute, crushing powerlessness, the titan, unmoved by the assault, glares down with terrifying calmness. He softly claims playtime is over, declaring his own turn, before panic can even hit. Wang Jinhei crushes his neck with a monstrous grip. With one swift, brutal motion, he launches the arrogant fighter out of bounds, claiming absolute dominance and leaving the elite class down to their final hope, paralyzed by this terrifying display. Instructor Yao Yuanfeng gasps in pure, absolute shock, finding a second year hiding such a monster. The rival instructor, Brother Fun, sneers, revealing Wang Jinhei is their deadly new transfer weapon, smirking wickedly. He reminds Yao of their high-stakes wager, boasting that total defeat is now completely inevitable, forcing him to feed the entire victorious rival class. Finally, realizing he fell blindly into his enemy's ultimate trap, Yao crushes his fist in burning rage, terrified that even Lin Zichin cannot conquer this absolute beast. Swallowing his despair, he fakes unyielding confidence for his final warrior. He tightly grips onto Lin Zichin's shoulder, declaring his defining moment has arrived, urging the young hero to fight his hardest and forget the terrifying odds against absorbing this impending loss as crucial wisdom. Zichin merely smirks and vows absolute victory, leaving his seasoned mentor completely dumbfounded. As our hero enters the combat arena, the colossal opponent glares down with sheer disappointment. He scoffs at this scrawny challenger pretending to be the ultimate trump card. From the spectator seats, Shening Han, Chu Rou, and the elite female classmates hurl venomous insults toward the towering giant, mocking him as a swollen brute while fiercely cheering for Ziyichen to crush this worthless trash. Furious at the mockery, the giant confidently proposes a humiliating handicap. He promises to remain completely frozen, granting him 10 entirely free strikes. He loudly declares he refuses to let this weakling and his annoying fan club whine later about him unfairly crushing such a pathetic underdog. Zichen happily welcomes this foolish proposal. The titan dares him to strike with every ounce of his aura. Without pausing, our hero unleashes one catastrophically strike straight into the beast's massive gut. The sheer kinetic impact is so earth-shattering that it launches the mountainous opponent violently through the atmosphere before he slams brutally into the arena, instantly rendered unconscious. Both factions freeze in absolute, breathless shock, which shatters instantly under an explosive, highly emotional roar from the elite squad celebrating their champion's unbelievably flawless triumph. A few breathless heartbeats later, the fallen giant finally blinks awake, utterly mind-boggled. He dizzily questions his reality and the absolute nightmare, mumbling that this crushing defeat defied all logic and science. Following this legendary one-shot display, the second-year instructor confronts Master Yao Yuanfeng, the elite faction's mentor. He gasps at our protagonist's monstrous hidden aura, comparing this one-hit annihilation to the legendary past prodigy, known as Wu Yin. Yao Yuanfeng admits that while Lin Zichin boasts power, he hasn't reached Wu Yancheng's legendary realm, revealing that Wu Yancheng was an absolute monster who terrified the principal as a freshman. Catching this name, Lin Zichin approaches, questioning who this Wu Yancheng really is. Yao Yuanfeng excitedly declares that Wu Yancheng was a mythical prodigy from a few years back. As a mere freshman, he single-handedly crushed the entire third-year elite class, shaking the academy's foundation. The veteran instructor continues, listing Wu Yancheng's terrifying freshman combat stats: 100 meters in 6.12 seconds, a near 4-meter jump, and lifting 650 kilograms one-handed. He asks if Lin Zichin feels utterly intimidated. Lin Zichin smiles nervously, feigning a tiny hint of awe. However, he secretly mocks that Wu Yancheng's feats merely match the raw physical power he possessed during his 6th grade summer break. That evening, the victorious class erupts into celebration at a feast. Teacher Yao Yuanfeng raises a soda for an epic toast. He joyfully proclaims that since Lin Zichin secured their glorious triumph, the second-year instructor must honor their brutal bet and fund everyone's feast. The entire class hoists their glasses high, roaring for Lin Zichin's godlike performance. During dinner, Lin Zichin is swarmed by awestruck classmates, including Hiyu and Shu Rui, cementing his newfound academy fame. They are desperately eager to uncover his training secrets and add his WeChat. Lin Zichin finds this overwhelming spotlight incredibly bizarre. Amidst the chaos, he notices Shan Yinghan remains perfectly unchanged, anxious that he might miss the meal. She silently slides choice delicacies onto his plate. Amidst the celebration, Shan Yinghan's face twists into a horrified gasp. Visibly panicked, she stammers a frantic excuse to Lin Zichin about the restroom and completely bolts away. Watching her retreat, Lin Zichin smiles, realizing that despite their growth, her anxious habit of fleeing to the bathroom has not changed at all. Inside the washroom, toxic whispers echo from two elite girls. One snidely mocks how Yinghan trails after Lin Zichin like a servant, desperately pouring his water and peeling his meals. Her friend sneers, mocking how a weakling like Yinghan could ever dream of stepping foot inside the elite academy without kissing up to his status. She viciously declares that their bond is destined to shatter, since the massive power gap will surely tear them apart. Hidden, Yinghan absorbs every single venomous word, her heart completely shattering, but instead of fleeing, she steps out, eyes blazing fiercely. She glares right at the stunned bullies, declaring she is no parasite, she is his true companion. Under the moonlight, strolling back, Lin Zichin senses her dark aura and gently asks what is bothering her soul, staring blankly at the ground. Yinghan finally confesses. She whispers how her mother falsely promised she would outgrow this humiliating physical weakness. Yet, she bitterly reveals that she still needs protective garments every single night just to sleep in peace. Meeting his steady gaze, she sobs about feeling utterly broken, unable to master her own bodily functions. Zichin stares deeply at the shattered girl and fiercely declares she is not broken whatsoever, gripping her trembling shoulders with a warm, unwavering and comforting strength, revealing that this bizarre lack of physical control is actually a legendary awakening still in its infancy. Yinghan snaps her tearful head up, eyes sparkling, asking if it is true power. Lineage nods solemnly, revealing that her deep connection with the ocean is actually an awakened superhuman ability. Fascinated, Yinghan wonders if his overwhelming strength also stems from an awakened superhuman system. Lin Zichin smirks with absolute confidence, declaring like her, he possesses an extraordinary power, heart racing with anticipation. Yinghan eagerly dreams of her own potential combat abilities. Lin Zichin gently smiles, promising her awakening will be an absolute legend. Suddenly, their path completely vanishes. A hazmat squad clad in tactical gear barricades the sector while a commanding officer broadcasts a strict warning through a megaphone, ordering everyone back during the purge. But indoor chaos immediately seizes their absolute gaze. A desperate civilian in an apron wildly swings a weapon to shield a massive rat swarm from the elite extermination squad. He shrieks desperately at the armed task force, begging them to spare his beloved mutant brethren. Pure agony and bloodlust warp his desperate expression as he howls endlessly. Blinded by wrath, the madman recklessly rushes the brigade, roaring that he will gladly die defending his kin. Observing this madness, Yinghan questions Lin Zichin if the man completely lost sanity. Lin Zichin nods, guessing his mind has completely shattered. Yet still pitying the tragic soul, he sighs that fate remains cruel and urges her to safely retreat to their base. Deep into midnight, inside Lin Zichin's haven, his family watches an incredibly disturbing emergency television broadcast report. The solemn news reporter reveals a youthful instructor vanished days ago without leaving a single trace behind. His mother, Jiang Wangxin, gasps in sheer terror, noting 4 young women mysteriously vanished this exact same month. His grim father, Lin Yan, darkly corrects her, stating it is 5. The chilling broadcast rolls on, flashing portraits of vanished victims, all beautiful and vibrant youths. It triggers a citywide, a chilling warning for young women to avoid the dark streets. Anxious, Jiang Wangxin strictly warns her son never to let Yinghan wander the dangerous streets alone. Lin Zichin flashes a confident smile, vowing to protect her. Meanwhile, inside a high-security precinct in Shanghai City, the deranged man from the market sits in heavy custody. A tense doctor in a lab coat briefs the lead officer. The investigator presses the medical expert for answers, questioning if the suspect has lost his mind. The shaken doctor admits his chilling uncertainty, noting his futile attempts to interrogate the eerie suspect, who remains trapped in a dead, unnerving silence. The officer finds this deeply unsettling, remembering the maniac was screaming his lungs out earlier. Suddenly, the officer's pupils shrink in pure, unadulterated terror. Both men violently snap their heads back to stare at the suspect, who is now brutally hunched over, engulfed in a suffocating, pitch-black aura. Before their trembling, horrified eyes, the prisoner begins a grotesque mutation, warping into a colossal, bloodthirsty aberrant rat. As the nightmarish beast expands, the panicked cop roars into his comms, desperately begging for backup and a cyborg strike unit, shrieking that their captive inside the interrogation chamber has awakened as a massive aberrant beast. The colossal aberrant rat violently rampages. A tactical squad unloads, but the bullets just bounce off. As the terrified officers retreat, a desperate female officer relays grim news from headquarters. All cyborg units are tied up elsewhere. The grim director warns that heavy support is 10 agonizing minutes away, and their dwindling ammo won't last that long. Knowing a frontal assault means absolute death, the director barks orders to rush the vehicles. Their desperate new strategy is to bait the monstrosity toward the desolate suburbs to buy time. The female cop dives into the patrol vehicle, roaring the engine to life as her partner braces hard. Together, they tear through neon streets, the colossal rodent fiercely chasing them. Bounding across rooftops, she screams for maximum speed, desperate to buy the cyborgs a few precious seconds. The transport tears up the mountain pass into a dark tunnel. Yet the nightmare refuses yielding. It bridges the gap with an earth-shattering bellow. Its gigantic, razor-fanged jaws gape. The behemoth crashes brutally into the vehicle's rear bumper, sending it into a wild spin, tumbling viciously through the air before shattering. Within the mangled wreckage, the battered officer dangles completely upside down. Despair clouds her eyes as a bitter realization hits her. They actually failed to survive. Right as the colossal mutated beast howls its absolute victory over the ruins, a devastating blast swallows it. Salvation finally arrives. A warrior woman sporting violet hair and deadly cybernetic plating, floating high above them. She targets the beast, firing a storm of glowing warheads. The deadly rockets violently strike the horror, triggering a chain of blazing detonations as she strictly commands its immediate execution. Once heavy dust settles, the mechanical warrior touches down on shattered asphalt. She spots a massive trench, suddenly realizing that the abomination actually burrowed deep underground. Escaping, realizing these monsters are evolving terrifying new intelligence. Regardless, spotting torn meat and fresh crimson staining the ruined earth, deducing the abomination is severely wounded and definitely cannot escape far, she resolves that hunting this prey down will be simple. The view transitions to the metropolis at 3 a.m. Inside his dark bedroom, Lin Zichin commands his monitor, crafting stories, not battling. He contemplates his incredible journey as a digital story creator. He has typed relentlessly for over 15 grueling days, pushing his epic tale near 200,000 words. More crucially, his earnings just shattered the 10,000 mark. Imagining the story's boundless potential, especially during this early release window, he practically drools, wondering what incredible wealth awaits upon official launch. Burning with adrenaline over his massive payout, Lin Zichin chooses midnight training. He locates a hidden, camera-free alleyway for practice, pushing his limits. The explosive growth thrills him. His 100-meter dash hit 3.43 seconds, clearing 7.22 meters vertically. At this terrifying pace of physical evolution, a legendary saintly physique is absolutely guaranteed. Suddenly, a sickening, crunching noise shatters the silence. He slowly turns, spotting a sinister silhouette lurking deep within the shadows. It is a hideous, mutated rat beast, devouring a torn, severed human arm. Sensing Lin Zichin, the monster cowardly begs for mercy, crying that intense starvation drove its bloody feast. It bizarrely swears that if spared, it will offer yearly tributes of deep respect. Lin Zichin freezes in pure shock, identifying this vile mutant rat fiend. His mind flashes back to the alarming news of an escaped laboratory beast. A chilling realization hits that this is the exact same nightmare, evolved into a terrifyingly humanoid demonic form. Sensing the lethal threat, he decides to alert the authorities immediately. But as he shifts his footing, the beast panics, assuming it will become the prey. It stammers about hunting different helpless humans to consume instead. Before Lin Zichin reacts, the monster explodes with lethal force, bouncing off the concrete with blinding velocity, ricocheting through the air in deadly lightning-fast strikes. The rat mutant leaps forward, shrieking for a taste of human flesh, extreme starvation conquering its terror. The deadly strike arrives so rapidly that Lin Zichin knows evasion is totally impossible. Left with zero escapes, he confronts the beast directly. As the foul abomination nears, Lin Zichin counters the ambush by slamming a brutal kick into its jaw. That strike launches the mutant spiraling across the air, violently slamming it down against the concrete. The monster weakly rises, desperately grabbing its heavily bleeding chest. It glares at Lin Zichin in absolute shock, questioning why an ordinary student holds such terrifying, overwhelming power. Battered and dazed, the foul creature stares at him, paralyzed by this absolute domination. Before it even heals, a sudden jagged stone rips through space, shattering against its skull. Exploiting this gap, Lin Zichin denies the beast any counterattack chance, unleashing a blazing tempest of sharp stones, firing them with terrifying speed and absolute accuracy. The mutant is instantly swallowed by this brutal barrage, totally defenseless as heavy stones mercilessly crush its fragile frame. Seconds later, the devastating stone rain concludes. Lin Zichin waits in the dark alleyway, gasping for fresh air. He glares at the monster's exact impact zone, realizing the shadow is completely lifeless. Stepping closer, he carefully realizes his lethal counter was far deadlier than expected. The mutant is utterly erased, crumbled into a smoking heap of shattered bones. Checking if this foul beast truly perished, Lin Zichin slowly grasps the skeletal dust. A pure blue aura rushes into his veins. While a digital prompt verifies, he successfully consumed the giant mutant rat's core life essence, boosting his codex to exactly 7%. He feels annoyed to absorb merely 2% today, a mere 5% from that charred husk. He quickly deduces the glaring difference stems from the sheer concentration of Rat King bloodline these twisted heretics devoured. Dawn fast approaching, the danger escalates. He swiftly vanishes homeward, right after he escapes. The violet-haired cybernetic warrior lands inside the desolate alleyway, gazing down at the smoldering bones. She ponders what monster slaughtered this beast. The perspective violently shifts to a pitch-black sanctuary hosting a gruesome, blood-soaked ceremony. A cloaked zealot hauls an oblivious maiden toward a wildly pulsing, crimson arcane array, dumping her at its core. He kneels down, sacrificing this fresh, innocent prey for his dark deity. From the abyss, nightmarish, multifaceted scarlet pupils fiercely pierce. A booming, wrathful echo violently demands why only one female exists. Furious that this wretched servant dares starve him, the demonic entity snarls that this tribute is barely an appetizer, menacingly threatening to devour the trembling worshipper instead. The fanatic instantly slams down in absolute dread, wildly pleading, groveling in the dirt. The horrified minion stammers that young females are extremely vigilant now, practically abandoning night strolls and constantly migrating in packs, making them impossible to easily abduct. The colossal, shadow-drenched vermin overlord violently suffocates him. Its thunderous tone decrees that if females prove too difficult, he must harvest vigorous young men. The desperate fanatic agrees. Suddenly, a massive, dripping slab of raw flesh splatters onto the cold stone. The madman ravenously snatches it, savagely tearing into the uncooked gore, fervently praising his rat deity for this blessing. As he feasts, the blood ceremony reaches horrific climax. Gigantic crimson appendages furiously burst from the array, ensnaring the helpless maiden and hoisting her suspended high in midair. The horrifying, multi-eyed maw of the rat god snaps wide, swallowing her completely whole. Echoes of bone-crushing feasts ripple through the cursed halls. Finishing its feast, the rat deity issues a spine-chilling final command. It warns its cultists against hunting mere commoners next time, growling that their foul flesh tastes bitter. The abomination demands the flesh of highborn nobles living in luxury, craving the tender meat of the elite. To push Chen beyond her martial arts limits, Lin Zichin conducts secret, brutal training sessions at her private estate. In the dojo, he steps up as her master, refining her combat stance. He guides her arms, posture, and shoulders, unlocking explosive power and perfect battle equilibrium. With her stance flawlessly aligned, he dares her to strike with absolutely everything she has. She launches forward, throwing a fierce, desperate punch, yet Zichin effortlessly catches her blazing strike, commending her deadly precision and shocking new raw power. He swiftly blocks her explosive follow-up kick, exposing a critical weakness in her technique, showing her the true martial path by shifting her trembling leg into a flawless angle. After this brutal exchange, a completely drained Chen collapses onto the training mat, gasping for precious air. She admits that despite her soul-crushing fatigue, she actually feels her inner strength surging to a new level. Still slumped on the ground, a fiery-eyed Chen tells her master that training just 3 times a week is useless. Begging for hellish daily combat sessions, Zichin calmly rejects her insane request, explaining her vessel would shatter under such relentless daily pressure. She reluctantly nods, choosing to endure their current brutal rhythm. Suddenly, Zichin's phone violently vibrates. As he reveals the screen, Chen leans in close, wondering if a new crisis has begun. His eyes lock onto the glowing screen, catching 2 massive headlines. The first boldly announces that the mighty Gene Corporation will provide free medical salvation for former mechanical prodigy girls crippled by brutal early cybernetic modifications. The second, far more earth-shattering report reveals a genius from Beijing University has flawlessly assimilated the legendary 1000-threaded spider beast gene, obliterating the absolute record for the youngest soul to ever survive dual gene fusion. Lin Zichin's pupils shrink as he reads this explosive news, immediately realizing this supreme genius must be the exact same capital prodigy he has fiercely rivaled for countless years. Ordinary humans cannot endure gene fusion until full adulthood, as a fragile youth cannot withstand beast gene backlash and risks horrifying bodily mutation. Miraculously, this monster has now flawlessly survived a second gene fusion at the young age of 18. Lin Zichin is left completely breathless, pondering the rival's terrifying physical talent and questioning if gene fusion is truly the ultimate path to absolute power. Back at his sanctuary, Lin Zichin grinds relentlessly at his new web novel author career. Thanks to his god-tier writing speed, his debut novel becomes an explosive, instant hit. The comment section practically explodes with readers completely mind-blown by his output, with one crowning him a literal tentacle monster for posting 50,000 words on the very first day. He smirks, reflecting that with his youth in advance and the almighty celestial root of wisdom attributes, 1 single month of practice allows him to forge 10,000 words per hour. This monstrous efficiency means writing demands barely 1 hour daily, leaving him endless time for brutal martial training. His proud father, Lin Yan, enters to praise his monumental success. He calculates that if Lin Zichin maintains this stable plotline and a 10,000-word daily pace, he could easily harvest around 50,000 credits in his first month. He eagerly adds that once the novel's word count skyrockets, raking in 100,000 when monthly would be effortless. Lin Zichin is ecstatic, securing 50 to 100,000 when every single month. He will no longer sweat over gathering resources for his destiny to unseal the exotic beast codex. He forges an unbreakable resolution. Those first 2 months of earnings will shatter the seal on the savage giant eagle codex. The battlefield shifts to the martial arts arena, where instructor Yao Yuanfeng declares a brutal sparring session to gauge power. Lin Zichin's overwhelming aura takes the center stage. He mercilessly annihilates the competition, casually obliterating every challenger with devastating kicks and strikes. Not a single rival can even scratch him. Once dust settles, The awestruck instructor rewards his hard-earned battle bounty. Lin Zichin basks in glorious victory, thrilled to claim another 888 yen, while harvesting absolutely crucial experience toward his legendary survival of the fittest achievement. While Zichin conquered, Shen Qinghan faced a far grimmer reality. Predictably, she ranked dead last. Her loyal friend, Chu Rui, desperately consoles the shattered girl. However, those grueling secret sessions with Lin Zichin finally ignited. She finally awakened her will to strike back. A grim memory recalls her past clash against Wen Yuntong, the second weakest disciple in the arena, where she was brutally crushed in 3 seconds. But today, Shen Qinghan fiercely held the line for nearly 3 minutes. Even better, she fiercely traded strikes, landing heavy punches and kicks. Her strict martial instructor, Yao Yuanfeng, stood entirely stunned by her growth. He applauded her relentless grind and urged her to push beyond limits. As the intense combat concluded, the master rallied the disciples to drop a massive bombshell. He proclaimed that in 1 month, their class would dare to crush the second-year elites, declaring an impossible mission to obliterate every single student except their top 3 legends. The class erupted in blazing, unified agreement. Their instructor smirked at this blazing martial aura. 1 month flashed by. Lin Zichin's epic novel became a legendary masterpiece as he checked his banking app, revealing 89,000 won. Armed with sudden wealth, he sprinted toward the market for that vital monster flesh. He asked the female merchant at the desk that he demanded to secure some savage giant eagle flesh. The clerk revealed a rare merchant guild discount. Buying 100 jin in one go would grant a 5% price cut. His tactical mind raced quickly. Lin Zichin paused his legendary purchase for now. He calculated it was far more brilliant to delay until he hoarded up enough wealth for all 100 jin to exploit this deal, knowing his treasury would overflow by the coming month. Next morning at the academy, Shen Qinghan eagerly told Lin Zichin the dining hall opened a new cooking station, boasting culinary arts that tasted like absolute heaven. He nodded to escort her. They reached the roaring kitchen where multiple cooks battled pans, radiating a truly mouth-watering aura, securing their divine feast. They claimed a nearby empty table. Lin Zichin noted it was incredibly lucky. They rushed in before the massive horde swarmed. Their meal was shattered by an explosive dispute nearby. A disciple raged about a line cutter, but the rival claimed his comrade held ground. The hostility rapidly escalated as the first fighter barked that holding places remained forbidden, sparking the second's furious defiance. Shen Qinghan instantly recognized that aggressive voice, pointing out to Ninghan that their buddy He is fiercely arguing. She wonders if they should intervene right away. Zichin casually glances over, assuring her that backup is not needed. He notices He radiating intense fierce energy, seemingly ready to terrify his opponent into complete submission. But Zichin is completely wrong. The arrogant student firmly stands his ground against him, glaring down at He with total disdain, mocking him as absolute trash. He is suddenly surrounded as the bully's menacing gang aggressively approaches. The arrogant gang leader aggressively demands to know his problem. One of those thugs smirks, declaring they have no problem whatsoever. They are just shamelessly cutting the line. Absolutely furious, He roars at them to step to the very back. He is stunned by their sheer audacity, realizing he is outnumbered. Despite the overwhelming odds, He stands firm, spreading his arms to physically block. He furiously wonders why nobody in the packed hall is stepping up. From a distance, Ninghan watches with deep anxiety, frantically pointing out to Zichin that their loyal friend is being mercilessly bullied. Just as those arrogant thugs prepare to violently push past, an iron grip crushes the gang leader's shoulder. It is Lin Zichin, radiating a chilling, terrifying aura. He chillingly commands the punk to line up properly instead. The arrogant leader turns around, confronting Zichin with a mocking smirk, daringly asking what he could possibly do if they simply refuse him. Instead of choosing a violent clash, Lin Zichin responds with a devilish grin. He pulls out his smartphone, calmly declaring he will report them to the school authorities. The thug leader loudly scoffs at this, calling such reporting pathetic, with He proudly smirking. Zichin coldly counters that cutting in line is far more pathetic anyway. Terrified of being reported, the cowardly thugs finally retreat in bitter defeat. The shadows deepen within a lavish estate in the opulent heart of Shanghai, where the dark rat god cult holds their clandestine gathering. Their leader, draped in a pitch-black robe, lords over a grand throne. Addressing his loyal zealots, he coldly declares that their fallen brother, Xia Chan, has perished. After losing his absolute mind at the market, the ruthless security forces struck him down. A shadowy follower mutters it is good riddance. The leader then presents a mysterious youth to fill the dead man's shoes. He relays a blood-chilling decree directly from their monstrous deity. From this moment, they must solely hunt and sacrifice highborn elites. The lowly commoners taste far too bitter for their lord. This terrifying mandate sparks panic. Two anxious cultists object, arguing that hunting nobles invites utter disaster. A vanished commoner might easily fade into the shadows, but a missing aristocrat would summon divine wrath. Sinister leader suggests they prey upon the heirs of wealthy, but defenseless merchants to minimize their exposure. His piercing gaze then locks onto the silent newcomer. He warns the rookie that in his green state, he dare not hunt the ruling class. Instead, his first trial is to capture a striking youth to appease one of the deity's elite generals, the initiate. His identity entirely swallowed by the pitch-black hood. fiercely embraces his trial. Vowing he will not just capture any ordinary prey, he will sacrifice the absolute most flawless man in the city to the divine heir. Back in the classroom, Yu still burns with rage over the cafeteria. He tells Lin Zichin he tracked down those arrogant line cutters and uncovered a shocking truth. They belong to class 3 of the second year. The very same elite honors class they are destined to crush. Total absolute disbelief. Elite class scholars possessing such trashy and arrogant attitudes. Chilling by the lockers. Lin Zichin scrolls his screen, casually scoffing. High test scores clearly cannot buy basic decency or honor. Suddenly, his gaze darkens at a flashing, breaking news alert. Scrolling further. A 5th noble heir has mysteriously vanished into thin air, connecting pieces. With 0 demands for ransom money. And recalling the rat cult's twisted hunt for nobles. Lin Zichin realizes this shadow cult is orchestrating these sinister disappearances. Tournament day finally breaks. The fierce martial competition begins. Crowds pack the massive dual combat arena hall. Suffocating animosity flares between the rival classes. Hyu's former tormentors shoot him murderous glares. Unfazed, Hyu boldly throws back a fearless mocking gesture. Once pre-battle preparations conclude, the brutal combat trials commence exactly like her previous battles. Shining Han bravely claims the opener, facing an elite senior from the honors division. She instantly unleashes a devastating kick. Shining Han intercepts the blow. But the older student's crushing aura overwhelms. Her guard shatters completely, sending her crashing down in absolute, crushing defeat. This veteran warrior dominates as other freshman girls, even Shurao, are ruthlessly crushed one after another without ever landing a single counterattack. The rookie's tragic downfall finally ends when a fiercely muscular tomboy warrior crushes the elite with one monstrous kick. Unfortunately, this fleeting triumph shatters. A crimson-haired senior steps up next, instantly seizing utter battlefield dominance. Her terrifying prowess is overwhelming, obliterating 9 rookie fighters straight under 10 minutes flat, effortlessly crushing 3 male warriors too. The desperate freshman class is now reduced to their final 4 warriors. Lin Zichin, Wang Shou, Lu Gang, alongside Yu. Despair thickens the air since the sophomore elites have merely lost 5 female fighters so far. A shocking 36 of their students, all female warriors, wait for their bloody clash. Their instructor, Yao Yuanfeng, clenches fist, sensing an absolute, crushing gap in power. With 0 options, Master Yao orders Hyu to the vanguard, demanding he obliterate the enemy team's final 6 female combatants. Hyu smirks confidently, declaring it a total breeze, entirely fueled by battling the gorgeous female seniors. Honoring his bold claim, Hyu totally dominates the clashes, effortlessly sweeping all 6 female combatants entirely off the arena stage. With the girls completely crushed, the second-year class's first male warrior shatters the stage with a booming stomp, radiating pure killing intent. He asks Hyu if he is ready to die. Hyu mocks his enemy's complete lack of respect, remembering this punk as the cafeteria's arrogant, cruel tyrant. Hyu assumes he is weak, sensing a glorious opening for sweet payback. Hyu's extreme overconfidence backfires as the tyrant explodes forward with terrifying speed. Before Hyu can blink, the senior buries a devastating blow into his gut. Hyu instantly collapses in agony, paralyzed, while the tyrant mocks his pathetic strength, demanding his immediate, absolute surrender. Burning with rage, Hyu forces himself up, launching a strike, but his foe effortlessly evades, countering with a lightning-fast brutal kick, launching Hyu completely off the arena stage. Utterly defeated, sprawled on the ground, Hyu painfully realizes that his brutal enemy's aura is far beyond the absolute weakest warriors, bitterly cursing his own foolish, wildly fatal arrogance. With Hyu crushed, the tyrannical senior glares at Linza, who waits silently by the arena. He sneers, asking if Lin Zichin dares to intervene, provoking a bloody, brutal clash. Lin Zichin elegantly descends into the arena. He smirked inwardly, craving this fated encounter. The crowd exploded into roars, screaming for formidable Brother Chen to obliterate this arrogant foe and avenge Hyu's utter disgrace. The battle began, and the brutal Chihuai launched a vicious high kick. Lin Zichin stood utterly unfazed. He casually caught the devastating strike barehanded, gripping Chihuai's leg to ruthlessly slam his skull into the arena floor with earth-shattering power. The impact instantly knocked him senseless. Lin Zichin loomed over him, then casually booted the broken body straight out of bounds. The senior disciples froze in absolute terror. Someone gasped that Chihuai was an elite top 5 warrior among their entire rank. Yet, he was utterly crushed instantly. How could a mere junior possess such monstrous, terrifying strength? Observing from the shadows, Instructor Yao Yuanfeng realized Lin Zichin was masking terrifying depths of absolute divine power. Lu Gang and Wang Shou trembled wildly, questioning if he was truly human. Lin Zichin faced the remaining senior challengers, chillingly asking who was next. Faces paled, paralyzed by his overwhelming demonic aura. 30 minutes later, the grim slaughter concluded. All 29 senior fighters lay totally annihilated. Standing above his final victim, Lin Zichin checked his survival of the fittest achievement progression window. A blue system interface flashed, revealing his eliminated targets were only 19 out of 1,000. He glared at the screen, bitterly disappointed. This leveling speed was pathetically slow. He realized these pathetic academy training bouts always forced him to wait relentlessly. So this tedious grinding pace had to end. His monstrous power had officially outgrown this weak academy. He rejects their pathetic rules completely, deciding to forge his own supreme laws. By next Monday, an absolute uproar shakes the headmaster's room. Within, Shanghai High's leader glares at Lin Zichin, utterly speechless, questioning his insane desire to host a high-stakes, rewarded deathmatch. Lin Zichin fiercely agrees, boldly declaring war on the entire academy. Within her sanctuary, the mighty academy head massages her throbbing temples, speechless. She questions if a mere freshman truly dares provoke thousands. He fiercely nods, demanding she follow him to the arena, vowing to unleash his hidden might. Soon, they step into the desolate gymnasium, arms crossed. She demands answers for this midnight rendezvous, tossing his uniform aside, exposing his chiseled physique. He arrogantly vows to demonstrate his absolute dominance. The headmaster, blushing, completely misunderstands his intent, desperately protesting. Yet, Lin Zichin simply grips a monstrous iron barbell, to her roar. He casually hoists 700 kilograms single-handedly. She freezes, completely petrified. The terrifying truth of his raw power finally strikes her. His overwhelming strength now completely eclipses the academy's greatest prodigy, Wu Yancheng, in his freshman prime, utterly defeated. She offers Lin Zichin a trembling nod, granting his insane demand. She promises to stage his ultimate academy-wide gauntlet, flashing a wicked smirk. He demands a massive bounty pool, warning that without sweet cash, no soul would dare step up. He reveals his brilliant reward strategy next, proposing 2 distinct tiers of bounty: an entry bounty to lure them in, plus a massive jackpot expanding with every single opponent. The one who crushes him takes everything, but if time runs out entirely, he claims the entire treasure vault. The headmaster grins, perfectly intrigued. Lin Zichin drops one final condition: conceal his absolute monstrous power for now, otherwise, the prey might scatter in fear. She taps his shoulder, sealing it. Inside her office later, she reveals the final blueprint. He nods at the flawless design, praising her absolute dedication. During their exchange, instructors Yao Yuanfang and Liu Duran van der Post, they freeze, stunned by the headmaster's bizarrely warm attitude toward the boy. Completely baffled, Yao Yuanfang stands paralyzed, screaming internally about how their leader, normally an absolute ice-cold demon, is flashing such a radiant grin, completely misunderstanding the dangerous reality. By 2 o'clock that very afternoon, the entire academy floods the arena, circling 2 massive combat stages where Lin Zichin and the leader wait. The headmaster grabs the microphone, shattering the heavy silence. She presents Lin Zichin, hyping his recent conquests, and dictates the brutal terms of his ultimate war against the whole academy. The declaration ignites pure chaos. The masses explode with absolute furious scoffing, screaming that the headmaster has lost her mind. The freshman's massive ego deeply offends them, doubting his suicidal bravery. One senior furiously barks that crushing the sophomore's absolute elite squad means nothing against the third-year legends, while others curse his blinding arrogance, meeting their furious glares. Lin Zichin fearlessly declares that beginning tomorrow morning, he awaits them at the arena for 2 hours every afternoon, daring all challengers. Inwardly, their boiling fury deeply thrills him, knowing this endless swarm desperately begs for combat. He can ruthlessly conquer his brutal survival quest far ahead of schedule. The perspective transitions toward neon-lit urban shadows after dusk. A solitary golden-haired youth wanders aimlessly, draining a glass. His path suddenly stalls when 2 stunning girls block his path, practically begging him for some drinks. The golden youth shoots them an icy glare, ruthlessly commanding them to scram immediately, fleeing the chilling aura. They bitterly mock his awful attitude. He simply glares at their shadows, disgusted, cursing this pathetic city. This youth hides a dark secret, as the rat god cult's newest fanatic, failing miserably at his debut assignment, scowling at the useless crowds. He groans about wasting countless agonizing days. He still cannot discover one gorgeous vessel worthy of an ultimate sacrifice. Dread completely suffocates his mind, imagining his terrifying Grand Master, terrified of facing absolute brutal judgment upon total failure. Disgrace means facing an agonizing, brutal banishment. He initially planned abducting a famous idol, but realized it was completely futile since they are always guarded by elite muscle, dwarfing his current pitiful combat strength. With every step, his sheer panic multiplies. His fatal deadline rapidly closes in, fueling true manic desperation, right as his sanity begins to snap. Lin Zichin, wearing simple workout gear, fiercely sprints right past his shadow. The cultist turns quickly, his pupils violently trembling. Lin Zichin's overwhelming majestic aura instantly paralyzes him, realizing he just discovered an absolutely flawless divine specimen. His ultimate prey is locked. The blonde fanatic tracks his fleeing prey, savoring twisted victory, following an endlessly grueling hunt. Destiny hands him an ideal victim with zero effort. A chilling, demonic smirk stretches across his features, cementing his dark, bloody resolve. Lin Zichin becomes his chosen offering, stalking his prey from the shadows. He watches our protagonist slip into a completely lifeless alleyway. Spotting this isolated trap, the madman's expression warps into a terrifying, pitch-black sneer. This is the flawless moment for slaughter, resolving to deliver the killing blow. Foul aura erupts from within, triggering a deeply horrifying mutation. Flesh warps into an abominable beast, boasting a gigantic, razor-toothed maw. Suddenly, right before the mutated fanatic launches his deadly ambush, a solid stone block hurtles from the darkness, brutally crushing the creature's skull with a sickening, gory crunch. The nightmare beast reels, grasping its shattered cranium in agonizing bewilderment from the sudden, devastating blunt trauma. Stepping from obscurity, Zichin emerges. Casually weighing the very same stone, he casually mutters aloud, never once imagining a foul rat demon would cross paths with his daily cardio session. Viewing this absolute trash as glorious free experience to boost his mysterious guidebook's progression, the monster shivers with dread, realizing the seemingly normal teenager radiates terrifying dominance. Muttering, absolute, incomprehensible cosmic nonsense, it curses its miserable luck for stumbling into such overwhelming aura before reacting properly. The massive beast crashes down hard. Lifeless, Zichin blinks in mild shock, utterly baffled that entirely obliterating this supposed nightmare required merely lobbing one completely ordinary, random piece of street rubble. He contemplates why an infamous disciple from the dreaded rat god sect crumbled so pitifully. Brushing off these pointless fleeting thoughts, he swiftly crouches near the fallen carcass, extracting its vital energy before annoying interruptions can appear. A glowing system window suddenly materializes, verifying he successfully absorbed a fraction of the colossal mutant beast's vital life force and his mystical compendium progress jumped to 8%. He glares at the floating text, completely underwhelmed. Realizing his mastery only grew by 1 measly percent, he deduces that the pitifully scarce trace of spiritual energy is exactly why that specific vermin cultist was absolute trash, prioritizing his own survival. Lin Zichin vows to suspend his dangerous midnight hunting expeditions for the foreseeable future. He fully realizes that the sinister cult hides far more devastating threats. Some of the elite 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓 undergo monstrous awakenings, forging bodies of pure steel, flesh durable enough to effortlessly deflect modern bullets. When dawn finally breaks, Lin Zichin is relaxing inside his apartment until he catches a mind-blowing emergency broadcast blazing across his screen. The anchor reveals that at 3 o'clock that morning, the city's elite security forces, fighting alongside a brilliant chemistry professor from Shanghai University, completely annihilated the treacherous rat god syndicate. The intense broadcast explains that this professor is actually a high-tier gene fuser who solo killed the legendary, terrifying Rat King. The news feed flashes raw footage of the epic, earth-shattering clash, where the colossal, nightmare-inducing, multi-eyed abomination unleashes an overwhelming storm of razor-sharp quills toward the soaring, crimson-haired gene fuser. The warrior professor tanks the devastating barrage and effortlessly claims a glorious victory. The apocalyptic showdown spanned a mere 30 seconds, concluding only when the mountainous rat's sovereign crashed in ruin as the hero landed, cementing an absolute and flawless triumph. Staring at the terrifying footage, Lin Zichin freezes in stunned silence, his features darkening with gravity. He deeply processes the overwhelming aura he just witnessed, questioning if this is the absolute peak capability of an apex-level existence, and shuddering at its truly catastrophic potential. Inside a sleek, brilliant command room, 2 elite tactical hunters exchange tense words, sipping his coffee. A blue-haired veteran questions his battle-hardened comrade, the fierce orange-haired warrior named Tian, asking if he managed to reach their supreme master yet. Tian shakes his head. Their legendary master remains utterly silent. He reveals that the entire vanguard of awakened elites who marched to crush the deadly uprising at Source Site 36 have completely vanished. The blue-haired hunter then presses for updates on the cursed ground. Tian Chang'ing replies that the chaos is contained, scoffing that if it weren't, he wouldn't have the luxury to arrive and exterminate the pathetic bugs that slipped through the initial bloodbath. The blue-haired hunter raises an eyebrow at such arrogant words. The blue-haired warrior recalls the devastating aura of the terrifying Rat King, a nightmare beast that completely crushed the entire security force. He then secretly admits that in the overwhelming presence of a supreme genius like Tian, that monstrous Rat King was truly just a pathetic insect. Shifting the mood, the blue-haired comrade slaps a playful arm around Tian Chang'ing's shoulders, grinning that since he is already here, he must return to their academy and drop some wisdom. Tian scoffs, claiming he is no flashy idol and has real missions to complete. But his blue-haired friend persists, reminding him that passing down martial wisdom to their wide-eyed junior academy students is still a noble mission. Meanwhile, deep within a pitch-black abyss bathed in pale moonlight, fate reveals that the demonic Rat King actually survived clashing with Tian. The beast justifies its dark crimes, whispering that it initially devoured only forgotten beggars, before escalating to feasting upon innocent young souls. Now it grovels in submission, confessing that soon it craved the flesh of the spoiled elite. But the vermin ruler wasn't alone. It bowed deeply before an absolutely nightmarish, Supreme Beast. Behold. Towering jade skin titan, radiating overwhelming power from piercing crimson eyes. This dark overlord fiercely berated the rodent. Furious. Roaring about the immense effort spent summoning this wretched beast to the surface to command its swarm to carve pathways. Yet, the foolish creature feasted on humans, sparking chaos that attracted dangerous, unwanted hunter eyes. The behemoth scowled downward, demanding with terrifying intent if this pathetic failure meant it was ready to face the Grim Reaper. Shaking, the desperate rodent pleaded with its master for mercy. The colossal beast pondered this pathetic cry, finally agreeing to grant one ultimate, final opportunity, but sharply warned that such mercy demanded a blood-soaked toll. In a flash, razor-sharp claws ripped through the king, painting the cavern air with brutal crimson splatter, hidden within the abyss. The jade giant mercilessly tortured the disgraced beast, tearing away a massive, grotesque eyeball. The titan gripped the dripping sphere, sinisterly whispering how these putrid vermin eyes actually offered a truly mouth-watering delicacy. The beast suddenly hoisted the whimpering ruler upward, praising its deceptive, cowardly brilliance and sacrificing a mere foot soldier as a perfect decoy to fool the Hunter Association entirely. The shocking truth dawned. Wu Tian had merely slaughtered a fake. Yet, the Overlord issued a bone-chilling ultimatum. Should this vermin fail its subterranean mission again, absolute death was certain. Elsewhere, at Shanghai Academy, the fated morning of Lin Zichin's epic duel finally dawned. Strolling toward the fighting arena, whispers of judgment flooded the crowded hallways. Peers sneered his way, mocking the reckless freshman who foolishly dared to challenge the entire academy. Drawing a hungry crowd, Lin Zichin, however, was completely glued to his screen, tracking a massive wanted notice for the 9 fugitive rat god cult acolytes, eyeing the 500,000 won reward. To him, they were walking bags of gold. Yet, his survival instincts instantly kicked in, reminding him that if they ever crossed paths, his absolute top priority was staying alive over securing the bag. Reaching the training hall, he found it swarming with hyped students, circling the combat arenas, perfectly aligning with his plan, scanning this absolute ocean of fresh challengers. He knew this insane turnout wasn't just about his arrogance, but actually the ultimate bait of his master scheme, the guaranteed participation loot. Hyping up the masses, Shen Qinghan commanded the sidelines with a loud hailer, broadcasting that every challenger would score a lucky draw ticket for insanely high-tier rewards. The bait worked perfectly, and the fanboys completely lost their minds, roaring about the legendary drop rates. They dreamed of next-gen consoles and flagship smartphones, although one particular boy was more invested in grazing the goddess Shen Qinghan's hand during the draw. This down-bad student lunged forward, desperate for first blood. Suddenly, before he could even finish, a fierce schoolgirl vaulted off his skull, roaring her battle cry as she claimed first. This shattered the floodgates, unleashing an absolute tsunami of crazed female classmates charging the stage, ruthlessly trampling the boys as they desperately clawed for a chance to fight Lin Zichin. Instantly, the battle arena was completely swallowed by a massive horde of girls cornering Lin Zichin, aggressively screaming for a duel. This death match, however, instantly devolved into his female classmates, completely fawning over him. A swooning senior grabs his arm, gasping at his rock-solid muscles, while another strokes his cheek. Totally captivated by his looks, swarmed completely, Lin Zichin realizes this battle has become completely absurd. Striking women goes against his principles, but he steels his blazing resolve to unlock his ultimate system achievement. Mercy is no longer an option. He channels his inner ki, unleashing a flurry of soft yet devastatingly precise palm strikes, launching the love-struck girls out of the arena one by one. Finally, he unleashes a massive spiritual wave that repels them completely, muttering a quick apology as the stage safely clears. As the battlefield finally quiets down, Lin Zichin summons his status window. A glowing prompt displays his quest progress for survival of the fittest, reaching 309 out of 1,000. Despite tasting crushing defeat, the female seniors remain completely obsessed. A pink-haired cultivator desperately waves her hand, screaming for a second round against him. However, Lin Zichin stands like a mountain, ruthlessly stating the absolute rules. Losers are forbidden from fighting twice. The rejected girls whine bitterly about the strict tournament regulations. A towering muscular brute and his gang approach, their aggressive boss cracking his knuckles furiously, vowing to crush this arrogant freshman and teach him true despair. But those are nothing but empty words. Lin Zichin casually obliterates wave after wave with devastating one-hit strikes, while his holographic system tracks his ultimate survival quest, hitting 419 out of 1,000. Soon, he stands like a god atop a mountain of broken fighters, coldly demanding his very next victim. Right then, a terrifyingly powerful aura approaches. As a true master demands a battle, he crashes into the arena, and the watching crowd instantly gasps at Yan Xishuan's arrival, the absolute tyrant of the second-year honors class. Spectators start whispering, betting on the ultimate victor. Everyone believes the second-year boss holds overwhelming odds, remembering his absolute legend of crushing a whole class completely solo. Even though he was only stopped by a third-year elite instructor, The cocky tyrant touches down, locking eyes with Lin Zichin, claiming he used to share that exact arrogance. Until reality delivered a brutal awakening, he brags about discovering there is always a higher mountain. Then, he starts an incredibly arrogant villain monologue, offering to beat some respect into Zichin, completely ignoring this trash talk. Zichin faces the referee and demands to start the match. The sweating instructor hastily signals the battle to begin. Before the tyrant can finish his arrogant speech, Lin Zichin shuts him up with one devastating strike, launching him right across the arena. As the tyrant smashes violently into the wall, Zichin casually cleans his ear with one finger, sighing happily that the annoying noise finally stopped. The entire arena drops into absolute dead silence. Then chaos completely erupts, screaming about how the untouchable second-year boss was one-shot so easily. Terrified of Zichin's true monstrous strength, suddenly, the screaming stops as slow, menacing, clapping echoes. An absolute monster, a heavily muscled warrior sporting crimson hair, parts the crowd. The terrified students instantly recognize 𝗔𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗓, the undisputed top ranker of the academy. The crowd absolutely loses their minds, knowing a legendary clash is about to explode. Zichin glares at this newly approaching powerhouse, smirking that this is the classic martial arts trope, strike the junior, provoke the senior. 𝗔𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗢 descends into the arena, wearing an arrogant smirk, scoffing that he never imagined Yan Xiaoquan falling to a mere junior. But before he can spout his villainous monologue, Lin Zichin completely ignores him, ordering the referee to commence the battle. Ignoring the senior's outrage, the referee starts the match, humiliated and burning with blazing fury. 𝗔𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗢, radiating a violent blue aura, roaring, "I guess I will have to beat some absolute respect into your skull." Lin fearlessly meets the charge, his right fist erupting with raw golden energy. The two immense powers clash, creating a terrifying shockwave. Chen sneers an apology, but our ruthless protagonist declares he has no time. Unleashing an absolute earth-shattering blow, the overwhelming force completely shatters Chen's pathetic defenses. He gets blasted violently backward, his garments shredded, his face twisted in absolute terror. Questioning this completely impossible reality, the spectating disciples are frozen in pure shock, their minds shattering as they process the one-hit humiliation of their absolute strongest senior, having crushed the academy's top elites. Lin locks eyes with the trembling masses. He singles out a random disciple, ordering him straight into the bloodbath. The extra points at himself, utterly terrified, and our protagonist nods, declaring they haven't dueled yet. The shaking disciple begs for a painless beating. Yet Lin smiles, reminding him that if he bravely participates, he earns a coveted lottery ticket. Blinded by greed, the fool rushes in, as Lin swears to hold back. That promise is instantly broken, vaporizing his consciousness with one single devastating strike. A holographic system notification confirms his system alert. Progress for survival of the fittest increased by 1. Witnessing this, the remaining Martial Academy challengers accept that losing to such an absolute monster brings no shame. Plus, they can still grab those sweet lottery rewards. Blazing determination ignites the arena as the mob blindly rushes in, driven purely by the chance of claiming new tech. Thus, Lin Zichin begins an absolute massacre of completely one-sided victories, anchored like a mountain, flawlessly crushing each foolish opponent approaching him. The system gauge ticking upward with every single fallen rival. Once the final challenger crumbles, a massive glowing screen materializes, declaring, he crushed 1,000 unique foes, fully completing the legendary survival achievement. Suddenly, another prompt flashes, granting him the ultimate awakened biological trait he desired. Survival of the fittest. Lin Zichin tightens his grip, absolute victory burning in his fierce gaze, thrilled that this brutal grinding session finally yielded ultimate results. With the mission conquered, the interface reveals his massively overpowered new buff. He successfully absorbed the evolutionary trait, survival of the fittest, permanently amplifying all lethal damage dealt to any living entity. Stroking his jaw thoughtfully, he notes that although this brute force attack multiplier is incredibly handy, he feels mildly irritated. The interface hides the exact numerical percentage of this buff. Objective, fully crushed. Lin Zichin jumps off the arena stage, declaring the bloodbath officially over. The fangirls pout bitterly, whining the show ended way too fast and begging for more action. Ignoring their cries, Linden seizes Sheneng Han's hand, parting the stunned crowd as they quickly escape the silent arena. Moments later, boisterous laughter echoes from the principal's office. Inside, Shanghai High's principal perches gracefully on her desk, praising Lin Zichin for officially claiming the throne as the academy's supreme fighter. Leaning in dangerously close, she teases him with a smirk, hinting that after instantly crushing 𝗔𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗢, he must be concealing his true monstrous power. Relaxing on the sofa beside Sheneng Han, Lin Qin takes a calm sip, humbly claiming he only restrained a fraction. The principal shoots him a piercing glare, completely seeing through his bold bluff. She brings up 𝗔𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗢's recent elite entrance exam for Kyoto University, lifting a 690-kilogram barbell one-handed. Judging by that ridiculous feat, she confidently wagers that Lindekin's limit easily breaks 800 kilograms. Deep down, Lin Zichin knows his true terrifying limits must remain hidden. He plays the fool, praising her razor-sharp intuition. Claiming his official record rests at 795 kilograms, the principal bursts into victorious laughter. Thrilled by her flawless deduction, while she revels in triumph, Lin Zichin desperately waves for her attention, having secured his title as the absolute apex. Lin Zichin shifts to his absolute top priority, eyes gleaming with pure greed. He raises his hand, demanding exactly when she plans to wire the 8,810 yuan reward, amused by his shameless financial hustle. The principal playfully brands him a greedy rascal, before instantly transferring the heavy bounty, right as she starts outlining his grand new duties. Lin Zichin swiftly cuts her off, asking if she needs any more paid favors. He drops a totally unexpected demand, knowing he and Shen Qinghan share a love for the water. He claims the campus swimming pool for their own use, but he demands absolute and total privacy, insisting the entire facility must be completely locked down during their training. The headmaster smirks and instantly approves. Inwardly, he is shocked by her instant surrender. Lin Zichin pushes for one final term, claiming he hates being stared at while in his swimwear. He boldly announces all security cameras will be blinded during their private time. This scandalous declaration makes Shen Qinghan flush a deep, burning crimson. The headmaster's imagination instantly spirals into the gutters of romance, wildly visualizing the spicy possibilities of a young couple being completely alone with zero watchful eyes around. Her mind races uncontrollably, dreaming up a passionately heated and unforgettable moment between the duo, fully embracing her completely mistaken fantasy. She snatches a silver key from her drawer, assuring Lin Zichin that she will absolutely cater to his every single demand, tossing him the pass. She formally crowns the water sanctuary as their very own private paradise. As he grabs it, she leans in with a wickedly teasing smirk, warning him to be extra careful not to accidentally spark a whole new life in the water. This deeply provocative warning leaves our clueless hero utterly stunned, wondering what on earth she meant by sparking life. Strolling down the quiet academy corridor, he stares intensely at the cold metal key. He smirks, realizing this total isolation means he can dive deep to finally unlock the truth behind Shen Qinghan's incredibly mysterious awakening. His grand plotting shatters as she blocks his path, hesitantly asking for a desperate favor. Fidgeting with anxious energy, she reveals her bold entry into the upcoming vocal tournament. Though she mastered her individual vocal lines, she desperately requires a partner to conquer the challenging duet melody. Blushing, she begs him for an evening rehearsal session together, and Lin Zichin instantly accepts. Thrilled, Shen Qinghan pumps her fist victoriously and prances away with pure delight. Lin Zichin follows her retreat, pondering the massive weight this tournament holds for her, grinning softly. He prays this stage will finally awaken her hidden inner confidence. When darkness falls, the duo intensely rehearses inside the privacy of her bedroom. She belts into the mic while Lin Zichin attentively absorbs the melody, triggering the harmonious male backup track directly from his smartphone. Outside, meanwhile, Shen Qinghan's parents, Shenzhen and Shu, anxiously eavesdrop from the nearby lounge. Her dad voices panic, questioning his wife if such private isolation is truly considered appropriate for a maturing boy and girl behind closed bedroom doors. His fierce wife immediately strikes, fiercely defending their lifelong childhood companions, ruthlessly crushing his absurd parental objections instantly. She fiercely commands him to stop interfering, forcing the defeated patriarch into submission. Catching wind of this dispute, Lin Zichin realizes it is the perfect moment to retreat. He alerts Shen Qinghan that 30 minutes of vocal training have passed, meaning their academic duties must now become the absolute priority. Quietly gathering his belongings for departure, he reconfirms their crucial training schedule for the upcoming morning at the Academy's highly exclusive private aquatic center, essential for mastering her newly awakened elemental hydro powers. He strictly warns her to pack swimming attire, and she joyfully nods, exchanging warm farewells. Lin Zichin vanishes into the night. Now isolated, Shen Qinghan's mind becomes completely overwhelmed by tomorrow's highly intimate pool date, igniting a furiously crimson blush across her cheeks. Trembling, she approaches her vast wardrobe, agonizing over her swimsuit choice. Two contrasting options rest upon the bed: an innocent blue swimsuit versus a dangerously bold black bikini. Trembling fingers trace the dark fabric, crimson staining her cheeks over its truly scandalous cut. Her racing mind conjures up heart-fluttering fantasies of the two of them, sharing a playfully romantic moment in the crystal water. Swallowing her lingering doubts, her determination finally wins out. Since they will be completely alone, it should be perfectly fine. She boldly stashes the daring swimsuit inside her bag. When the afternoon bell rings, our fateful pair arrives at the completely deserted school pool, having already donned his swimwear. Lin Zichin silently guards the poolside, showcasing his breathtaking, sculpted physique. He briefly glances toward the security lens, recalling his firm promise to the headmaster, absolutely certain of his impending success. Suddenly, a sweet voice shatters the silence. He turns, instantly captivated by her in that daring black bikini, wearing a radiant smile and flushed cheeks. She gracefully approaches him, softly asking forgiveness for delaying. Externally, Lin Zichin projects absolute calm, gently warning her not to slip. Inside, however, His racing heart screams over her devastatingly adorable appearance, forcing his panic down. He announces it is finally time to commence their aquatic training. Earning a bright, enthusiastic nod, they plunge in, moving with absolute elegance through the ripples. Submerged, Lin Zichin securely grasps her trembling hand as they glide together. Instantly, terror strikes her eyes at an unsettling, icy sensation. She desperately tugs at her partner, visibly terrified, frantically gesturing toward the shimmering surface, signaling an urgent retreat to safety. Catching on, Lin Zichin firmly grabs her, launching them swiftly toward the surface. They burst through the rippling water, and a frantic Lin Zichin embraces her tightly, demanding immediate answers, eyes blazing with sheer awe and wild thrill. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎𝗓 gasps out that liquid freely flows right through her physical form. To prove it, she confidently submerges her trembling hands beneath the surface, telling him to look closely, exactly as she claimed. The currents phase right through her flesh like a phantom illusion, before splashing back down into the pool. Within the academy pool, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎 stared at her palms in pure shock as liquid phased right through. Baffled, she asked Lin Zichin why her flesh was leaking like this. He studied her, sensing a legendary latent ability finally awakening. His gaze darkened, requesting to thoroughly inspect her glowing hand, tracing her soft palm. He realized that despite this bizarre godly anomaly, her physical condition remained perfectly normal. To dig deeper, he urged. They immediately step out of the water for a complete and thorough full-body inspection. A heavily blushing and flustered 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎 shyly nodded. Moments later, a nervous 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎 lay on a poolside lounge chair, drenched completely from his intense physical trials. As liquid cascaded down her form, she whimpered, asking when this embarrassing test would end. After 3 thorough sweeping inspections, Zichin seriously confirmed her core was completely stable, gently pulling her upward. He declared this unique awakening was currently limited entirely to her 2 soft palms. And she nodded, fully understanding, resting on the cold, wet pool tiles. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎𝗓 wondered if her shameful childhood bedwetting curse was actually linked to this aura, guessing that maybe her lower half possessed the exact same water-phasing trait. Zichin, he conceded the theory, instructing her to warn him before her next surge. Cheeks burning, he gently urged her to sense if that mysterious energy pulsed elsewhere like her palms. Instant regret hit him, realizing his words echoed with creepy undertones. Suddenly, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎𝗓 beamed brilliantly. She cried out, realizing she was no burden. She was a true water attribute, awakened. Absolute resolve sparked. She firmly believed mastering this divine surging aura could mean fighting proudly beside Lin Zichin as his true equal. Scene shift to a neon metropolis, illuminated by towering cyborg holograms. Lin Zichin strides into a market greeted by a smiling attendant, approaching the counter with absolute authority. He slams down his card, dropping an absolute earth-shattering demand. 100 jin of premium savage giant eagle flesh. The attendant froze at the colossal request. Trembling, she processed his payment alongside the delivery slip, blindly stammering her absolute compliance. As he departs, her eyes traced his fading silhouette, questioning which arrogant young master possessed such wealth. Swallowing her shock, she finalized the grand transaction, flashing a perfect corporate smile for ratings. Later, amidst an abandoned industrial zone, his cargo arrived. Calculating his remaining fortune, he recalled netting 120,000 yuan from writing, totaling 210,000 yuan. This staggering wealth easily dwarfed his massive expenses. Staring at the massive crate of monster flesh, he braced to devour its essence, declaring it was finally time to witness his ultimate system codex rewards. His palm slammed against the cold beast's carcass. Instantly, a blazing vortex of white aura erupts to engulf him. An Azure system screen confirms he is absorbing the savage giant eagle's primal life force, and the codex awakening progress hits 100%. An epic vision of the beast's memories floods his mind. A majestic white avian soaring through heaven, plunging into the ocean, and hunting a colossal purple leviathan with its razor-sharp talons. As the illusion shatters, Lin Zichin stands bathed in divine azure light. A final system prompt declares he has successfully awakened the savage giant eagle codex, gaining a legendary genetic trait, Eye of the Sky. The interface breaks down his newly awakened power, Eye of the Sky. It reveals that his absolute field of perception and dynamic target tracking are evolved beyond human limits. As the power awakens, his irises flare with a piercing golden aura, his pupils becoming sharp and eagle-like, testing his newly forged ocular dominance. Lin Zichin's sensory perspective expands exponentially, granting him an omniscient, godlike view of the sprawling metropolis. The visual clarity is terrifyingly precise, enabling him to lock onto a lone target amidst a massive crowd and easily read a tiny smartphone screen from miles above ground. He marvels at how godlike an apex predator's vision truly is. Shortly after, Lin Zichin returns home. He is stunned to find his parents, Lin Yansheng and Jiang Wanshan, glued to a terrifying emergency broadcast about a high-ranking gene fuser who suffered a catastrophic mutation, slaughtering hundreds of innocent souls. The footage displays a nightmarish, winged abomination effortlessly lifting a truck over a scene of absolute devastation. The chaotic broadcast cuts to a vicious debate. A scholar fiercely argues that gene fusion is a cursed path, declaring mankind must be able to awaken their hidden potential to truly evolve. But someone brutally interrupts, calling the entire theory nothing but pure delusion. Furious, he demands to know how mere mortals could slay mutated beasts. He sneers, claiming ancient martial arts cannot even withstand gunfire. Observing this fierce broadcast, the parents chat. The father mutters that those modified warriors are ticking bombs. His wife quickly waves off worry, stating the authorities maintain an iron grip, making the odds of a tragic rampage close to zero. She sighs, noting a far darker truth is these altered fighters usually lose their sacred reproductive abilities. He solemnly nods, proposing they should definitely freeze their bloodlines or breed before undergoing the painful mutation process. Midway through speaking, the mother suddenly spots her beloved boy walking in. Deep panic strikes, knowing they were just discussing totally inappropriate adult topics right before him. Stammering out a heavily flushed, awkward greeting, sensing the tension, the protagonist smoothly declares it is mealtime. Over the steaming food, the son reveals his academy is hosting an epic vocal battle tomorrow, and Shin Han actually registered herself to compete. The elders absolutely beam. The father vows their entire clan must attend to scream for her, while his wife fiercely agrees, claiming that sweet girl is already true family anyway. Our hero smiles peacefully. The following evening brings an explosive festival, featuring a truly breathtaking, neon glowing platform and a roaring audience, honoring their bold promise. The devoted parents sit front and center in the packed bleachers, screaming their lungs out for the heroine, rocking fan merchandise and massive neon banners. Backstage before curtain, inside a quiet room, our protagonist preps his lovely female lead. He softly brushes cosmetics across her flawless skin. As her eyelashes fluttered open, she caught his intense, unwavering gaze, cheeks burning. She nervously questioned his deeply captivating stare. Lin Zichin flashed a gentle smile, calling her absolutely breathtaking. His heartfelt praise made Shin Han, stunning in her dark dress, flush a deeper crimson. That sweet atmosphere shattered when Chu Rui abruptly peeked inside. She smirked, asking if their little romance scene was finally over. A panicked Shin Han desperately insisted she merely needed his divine makeup skills for the show. Chu Rui mocked her excuses, joking they acted like a smitten married couple. Lin Zichin stood gripping multiple styling brushes, proving his legendary cosmetic mastery. Chu Rui stated she arrived to warn them their stage time was rapidly approaching. Tossing a quick wave, she vanished. Once they were alone, Lin Zichin offered to escort her to the backstage. However, Shin Han stayed frozen, her body shaking with dread. Wearing an incredibly mortified expression, she timidly grabbed his sleeve, fighting to speak. Seconds ticked by, until she tragically confessed that her bladder had completely failed her, exposing how anxiety triggered her embarrassing physical flaw, leaving a tragic puddle dripping down her gorgeous gown onto the floorboards. Drowning in misery, Shin Han sobbed uncontrollably. She panicked to Lin Zichin, crying their performance was ruined by her pathetic mistake. She dreaded becoming the laughingstock over her humiliating little accident. Lin Zichin walked forward smoothly, cupped her cheeks, and softly ordered her to stop ruining his flawless makeup. Trapped together inside that silent, empty room, a sudden spark hits. His eyes lock onto massive flowing white drapes. Wasting zero time, he snatches shears and violently tears the fabric straight down, smoothing it flat over the desk. His hands move like magic. Shin Han stares in absolute awe, tears instantly vanishing. He miraculously shapes plain cloth into a stunningly elegant tiered gown. Touched by his absolute brilliance, she breathes his name. Zichin offers his masterpiece, urgently telling her to quickly change inside the nearby restroom. Flushing, Shin Han refuses, boldly asking him to simply turn his back so she can dress right there. He utterly short-circuits at her incredibly daring demand. Deep crimson heat burns across his cheeks. Swallowing his panic, he complies, spinning around to grant her that desperately needed privacy. Right behind, she smoothly slips out of torn black fabric, eyes squeezed tightly shut. He hears every rustle, heart pounding wildly while she playfully stretches in just her intimates before donning the fresh white gown. Fully dressed, Shin Han softly permits him to finally look back. He freezes, utterly captivated by her breathtaking makeshift elegance. With gentle gratitude, she beams fiercely, confessing that shedding tears completely washed her anxieties away. He wishes her absolute victory, gently ruffling her hair while her eyes sparkle. The announcer summons Li Chuchen and Shin Han to the grand stage. They unleash a dazzling, explosive showcase, totally mesmerizing everyone. Afterwards, the host stretches dramatic silence before crowning them champions. The duo share a euphoric hug as the stadium completely erupts. Amidst roaring fans, Lin Zichin stands beside his dad, clapping with overwhelming, satisfied pride. When morning breaks, an instructor enters class, utterly paralyzed by the obviously missing drape, furiously demanding the culprit behind the ruined classroom curtain. Their penance, Lin Zichin and Shin Han face total classroom purification duty. Sweeping away, Zichin accepts this rightful karmic debt. Instantly, a blue system screen flashes, Unlocking the epic 1000 cooperative missions, legendary milestone, the prize. The pack leader trait awakens, which boosts his battle aura through nearby trusted allies. A wicked, satisfied smirk curves his lips at this divine blessing. Elsewhere, Qing enjoys upgraded status. Post-battle glory. Her academy reputation skyrockets upwards. Peers worship her vocal talent, demanding karaoke outings, while she radiates absolute queen energy. Accepting with grace, this inner fire rapidly sharpens her deadly martial art techniques. Zichin ascends too, dominating an epic underground martial tournament, claiming Shanghai High's first victory in 5 years, cheered on by his proud family. An ecstatic Qing and loyal squad. Gold champion trophies quickly flood his bedroom. This massive hype scores a luxury contract, crowning him the ultimate poster boy for the Hei Fighting Dojo. His brutal grind finally cashes out, combining his sponsor checks and digital web novel royalties. Lin Zichin amassed 900,000 yuan, glaring at his massive wealth. He realizes this fortune will perfectly shatter the next codex seal. Our protagonist sneaks into the desolate shadows to secure his next delivery package from the undercover market contact. Unboxing reveals the bloody corpse of a legendary phantom shadow dragon, a monstrous reptilian monster, famed for invisibility, gripping the cold dead flesh firmly. Zichin triggers the absorption ritual. As blinding sapphire energy explodes violently around him, the system chimes, verifying he is consuming the stealth dragon's pure core, and the ultimate codex awakening hits 100%. Just seconds later, a system alert declares he has awakened the concealed dragon codex and gained an elite trait, absolute natural camouflage. The interface details this newfound strength. This divine skill lets him mask his aura by suppressing his core life force, perfectly concealing his actual evolutionary stage. Lin Zichin instantly grasps this technique's deadly double potential. He could turn totally invisible for lethal strikes, or mask his dominating power to trick foolish foes into a deadly false trap. With his primary mission totally accomplished, he suddenly recalls he must purchase a gift for his mom. Strolling through the neon streets, his peaceful mind shatters from a sudden scream. He spins around to witness pure absolute chaos. A stunning crimson-haired beauty getting brutally dragged by 2 heavily armed tactical enforcers. Unexpectedly, a youthful officer handling the capture shouts his name in sheer shock. Lin Zichin identifies him as 𝗕𝗘𝗕𝗕𝗓, an older classmate from school. His gaze instantly locks onto 𝗕𝗘𝗕𝗓's massive robotic limbs. 𝗕𝗘𝗕𝗓 casually reveals that after completely bombing his high school exams, he turned into a street racer, crushing his legs so brutally in a crash they required total amputation. 𝗕𝗘𝗕𝗓 brags he was extremely fortunate to enter a cybernetic enhancement trial fully operated by the legendary machine god faction, which miraculously evolved him from a crippled man into a super cyborg. Intrigued, Lin Zichin questions him about the captured lady. An enforcer growls that she serves the sinister rat god cult, the sole woman amongst 9 fleeing targets. Right then, 𝗕𝗘𝗕𝗓's partner barks at him to move. As he quickly dashes away, he throws a farewell wave, vowing to chat soon, while Lin Zichin silently waves back. Watching their departure, Lin Zichin grows deeply suspicious. The city's defense force, the department, relentlessly hunted the rat god cult, exhausting every available resource, yet found absolutely nothing. Astonishingly, the mechanical god faction effortlessly seized one captive. He realized this mysterious faction was terrifyingly formidable. His intense focus was broken by a call from his mother, Jiang Wangxian. She warmly checked if he secured the cake and arrival time. He replied he was heading back, while she gently urged him to stay safe. The atmosphere shifted to a vibrant, heartwarming birthday banquet, bound by birthdays exactly 1 day apart. Their families always joyfully celebrated together. The proud parents gathered, harmonizing a cheerful melody. For their momentous 18th, the two stood shoulder to shoulder, extinguishing the glowing candles on their cake. Prompted by their smiling mothers to swap presents, they excitedly traded their heartfelt gifts. But this perfect serenity was brutally shattered as the room violently convulsed. The families were violently thrown down, panicked voices screaming about a massive earthquake. Lin Zichin instinctively grabbed Chen to steady her, but he instantly sensed this tremor defied natural laws. Something felt overwhelmingly wrong. Deep beneath the city, the horrifying truth lurked below. A colossal abyss writhed with an endless, nightmarish rat plague, glowing crimson eyes piercing darkness as they surged. The following morning, a television broadcast carelessly dismissed the terrifying midnight tremor. A calm anchor declared Shanghai City rested safely away from dangerous fault lines, making a catastrophic earthquake completely impossible, blindly urging terrified citizens not to panic. At breakfast, Lin Zichin finished eating and announced his departure for the academy. His father sternly warned him to stay vigilant. Outside, Shen Han waited with a bright smile, inviting him to walk together. Walking side by side, she beamed, happily remarking, since they just celebrated their 18th birthday, they are finally adults. Lin Zichin notes, the brutal college exams are fast approaching. Shen Yinghan admits her heart races just thinking about it. Days pass, and Lin Zichin finally hoards enough wealth to awaken his next codex. He initiates the devouring process. An explosive purple aura engulfs him, locking onto the targeted void crocodile. A system prompt confirms he is consuming its life essence. The codex progression hits 100%. He witnesses an illusion of a massive crocodilian monster with razor-sharp fins swimming frantically. Desperate to outrun a savage giant eagle, a final chime declares he has successfully awakened the void 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢𝗥𝗡𝗕. Gaining a new biological trait, danger perception, the interface details how this power detects pure killing intent from beasts within a specific radius, instantly revealing their true biological power levels. Lin Zichin smirks. Realizing this will be a flawless counter to deadly sneak attacks, seeking to test this new ocular power, he hits them all, striding through the dense human crowd. He unleashes his danger perception. Instantly reading the combat levels of every soul, he observes most civilians are mere Tier 1 or Tier 2, proving the vast majority remain absolute mortals. Scanning the elite supermarket, he chooses his codex's next evolutionary prey. He spots premium life and death toad meat, which he theorizes might bestow divine self-healing abilities. But his burning excitement instantly shatters at the price 100,000 won per jin. He realizes his meager income from writing web novels cannot possibly cover this. With a burning resolve, he vows to forge a path to massive wealth once the trials finally end. The narrative shifts to the imposing Nanjiang Provincial Education Department. Deep within the minister's office sits a breathtaking woman with flowing purple hair and regal antler-like horns. Mo Dongji, Shanghai University's esteemed vice principal and the ultimate minister of education for Nanjiang province, silently absorbs a critical briefing. A loyal subordinate wraps up his detailed presentation detailing the entire province's academic landscape. Mo Dongji takes a tranquil sip, thanking him. She then questions the current state of origin Site 36. Her assistant reports the volatile zone has finally stabilized. Exhaling with profound relief, he shudders, noting that had it fallen, the entire province would face utter annihilation. The briefing concluded. Mo Dongji dismisses him with a commanding wave. As his footsteps fade, Mo Dongji remains alone with her swirling thoughts. She quietly ponders to herself that it has been countless years since she last took a disciple. She approaches the massive glass window, which overlooks a breathtakingly gorgeous tropical paradise. Staring deeply into her own piercing reflection, the Grand Martial Arts College entrance exam is a brutal 9-day gauntlet. The unforgiving first day features a grueling morning written test and a ruthless physical fitness assessment by the late afternoon. From the 2nd to the 8th day, students are thrown into a deadly forest for a week-long trial of raw combat and survival. The terrifying final 9th day is reserved for the ultimate gene fusion and mechanical modification aptitude test. The wheels of fate turn on June 7th. The nerve-wracking dawn of the grand exam. Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan stride together, but she radiates pure nervous energy. Tugging his sleeve, she trembles and confesses her overwhelming anxiety, her greatest terror being that she might completely lose control of herself again. Lin Zan gazes back, flashing a reassuring, warm smile. He draws her into a warm embrace, gently whispering to calm her nerves, keeping her close. He assures her that her academic foundation is flawless, and she flawlessly prepared by wearing her diaper. Therefore, she simply needs to give her all. His proximity makes her flush, blushing but deeply reassured. She swears she will do her absolute best and demands he unleashes his full potential too. He simply agrees. During the written exam, Lin Zichin sits with absolute confident energy, breezing through the complex exam paper. He finishes long before time runs out. With absolutely nothing to do, he props up his chin and casually begins crafting epic new plotlines for his web novel. Once time ends, he spots Shen Qinghan pacing with the heavy, troubled aura. He fears the exam completely crushed her spirit. He swiftly approaches to gently soothe her, grabbing her trembling shoulder and softly reminding her that merely passing the written phase is enough. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan instantly snaps that she aced it and requires zero of his pity. Baffled, Lin Zichin questions why her aura seems so shattered. Blushing intensely, Shen Qinghan meekly whispers that disaster struck, and she wetted her pants again. She frantically begs him to wait while she dashes for the restroom. Lin Zichin warns her to hurry up because the brutal physical assessment is about to commence shortly. During the strength trial, Lin Zichin unleashes his monstrous power. Announcer screams his final score as he effortlessly lifts a 950-kilogram barbell one-handed, leaving the entire crowd completely paralyzed. His classmates explode into absolute chaotic shrieks, remembering his prior god-tier physical stats, a 5.12-second 100-meter dash, and 4.91 jump, surviving her own brutal exams. An exhausted Shen Qinghan trudges over to Lin Zichin in sportswear. He checks on her combat trial results, flashing an exhausted yet triumphant grin. She reveals her awakened physical stats, clocking a 9.3 sprint, leaping 1.62 meters, lifting 125 kilograms, yet she sighs heavily, knowing this pales completely beside his monstrous power. However, Zichin warmly commends her fierce effort. Noting those stellar stats make her an elite female warrior, he gracefully offers a tender head pat. Making her heart flutter, she gazes back, eyes shining with pure joy. Moments later, their energetic friend Yu dashes over, screaming that the theory exam rankings just dropped. Breathless, he reveals elite rivals Wang Shouji and Lu Gang hit the high 80s, while he barely scraped 80, pressing for their academic results. A trembling Shen Qinghan frantically checks her screen. Pure relief washes over her face. Upon seeing 82, Yu utterly freezes. Their wide eyes snap towards Zichin, He nonchalantly flashes his glowing screen, displaying a flawless, legendary 100. She squeals happily, while a totally paralyzed Yu gasps that this guy is an absolute, unbelievable monster. Afterwards, strolling beneath the sunset, Shen Qinghan dreads the approaching nightmare. That brutal 7-day wilderness survival trial. Lin Zichin warmly grasps her trembling fingers, vowing to become her ultimate shield and stand firmly beside her through the darkness. Deeply moved, she promises never to leave his side. However, deep within the shadows, unseen forces manipulate this very trial. A menacing aristocrat wearing a chilling plague doctor mask passes an ancient carved chest to a youth. This terrifying figure commands his loyal pawn to fully exploit his undercover status as the exam's safety guardian. The trembling lackey accepts this cursed cargo. It holds 10 pitch black, pulsating artifacts, which the mastermind calls demonic seeds. Weapons destined to guarantee absolute carnage. The shadowed villain. He swore that upon conquering the trial, he would earn an exclusive seat among their elite shadow guild. Yet, the rogue barely cared about joining their secret ranks. He hungered solely for a legendary awakening fruit. The masked mastermind sneered at his foolishness. He mocked that eating basic treasures only forged an average mid-tier aura at best. But entering their hidden syndicate unlocked the path toward unparalleled, godlike evolutionary breakthroughs. Swayed by this grand revelation, the boy quickly realized that gaining official status held far greater long-term power. Armored transports rumbled deep into a chilling, mist-covered wilderness. A sudden broadcast warned the anxious rookies that their brutal survival gauntlet was imminent. Inside, Shen Qinghan dozed peacefully against Lin Zichin's sturdy shoulder. He softly roused her, whispering that the true test awaited. A mechanical speaker ordered all candidates at Gate 9 to disembark and march toward the staging ground. The nervous crowd huddled in the central plaza to learn the harsh rules of this 7-day nightmare. Precious score tokens lay scattered across the deadly terrain, buried in treacherous ruins or guarded by vicious monsters. Rescue guards lurked near the most lethal predators. However, crying for salvation meant instant and shameful failure. The deadliest apex beasts hoarding ultimate points lurked deep within the shadowy abyss. Each fighter's destiny would ultimately be judged by token wealth and secret combat evaluations, recorded by hidden lenses. Since 100,000 recruits battled for 50,000 relics, half the participants were doomed to fail utterly. This brutal trial fueled both teamwork and betrayal. Awakeners could form loyal squads or ruthlessly plunder from rivals. A warden shouted they had 1 hour to strategize. Instantly, trainees scrambled to forge survival factions. An arrogant rookie boldly recruits lackeys by flaunting his elite bloodline. This pathetic display is ruthlessly crushed by an iron-fisted female proctor forbidding such shameless public alliances. Meanwhile, Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan sit consuming rations when desperate fangirls beg Lin Zichin for an alliance. He coldly declines. Suddenly, a stranger, a crimson-haired youth, swaggers forward, politely offering cash to purchase their provisions. Instead, Lin Zichin casually tosses him bread as a free offering. Astonished, the stranger eagerly proposes a strategic partnership, revealing himself as top academy genius 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢. Munching his provisions, Lin Zichin effortlessly declines it. Visibly crushed, 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢𝗥 expresses gratitude for the feast and departs. Watching him retreat, Shen Qinghan questions the bizarre encounter. Lin Zichin flashes a mysterious smirk and reveals the crimson-haired boy cared nothing for their rations, but targeted the peerless goddess beside him, grasping his shameless romantic intentions. Her face burns, their respite concluding. Lin Zichin grasps her hand, plunging directly into the treacherous wilderness. Entering the vast primordial domain, Lin Zichin calculates a tactical approach to awaken her combat instincts. They commence hunting for score emblems within the secure perimeter. To maximize their efficiency, Lin Zichin triggers his divine eye of the sky, his pupils igniting with golden light. This supreme perception instantly locks onto hidden prey. He guides Shen Qinghan toward an emblem perched atop a towering branch, ordering her to claim it. Thrilled, Shen Qinghan launches skyward with terrifying acrobatic grace. A heartbeat later, she victoriously raises an emblem marked with number 1, cheerfully declaring her first glorious conquest to Lin Zichin. Activating his divine heaven's eye technique, Lin Zichin pierces through the battlefield's illusions, guiding Shen Qinghan flawlessly toward every single concealed treasure. In moments, her hands overflow with rare 1-point artifacts. Thrilled, Shen Qinghan fiercely embraces Lin Zichin with pure adoration, praising his absolute tactical genius. Their sweet victory shatters when a sudden, uninvited presence steps from the shadows. 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢𝗥 reveals himself, flashing a highly deceitful, arrogant grin, flaunting a massive, high-value spiritual artifact. He boasts of possessing 28 total points. He pretends to offer Lin Zichin a noble favor, while his greedy eyes secretly lock onto the breathtakingly beautiful Shen Qinghan, pitching a so-called grand, unbeatable alliance, proposing a perfectly equal 3-way split of their currently gathered wealth. Lin Zichin ruthlessly shuts down his absolute nonsense, smirking coldly. He declares that displaying true, genuine gratitude means he must surrender every single gathered token right now. 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢𝗥 freezes in absolute disbelief and furiously explodes at this ultimate insult. His fake smile crumbles as explosive, violent killing intent erupts, launching a brutal assault. roaring that they just sealed their own bloody doom, while this arrogant fool attacks, screaming about their so-called fatal, tragic mistake. Lin Zichin merely smiles coldly, mocking that 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗢 actually dug his very own grave. The violent clash ends in a blinding flash. Lin Zichin effortlessly unleashes one earth-shattering strike straight into his vulnerable gut, making his eyes roll back as blood violently sprays everywhere. Stepping over the trashed enemy, Lin Zichin and 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗓 stroll away closely linked, along with our hero effortlessly tossing the stolen score artifact. Left behind them, the broken enemy lies entirely unconscious. A worried 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗓 asks if he might actually brutally die, but Lin Zichin smoothly laughs it off, saying he barely even tapped the guy. As the days blur together, Lin relentlessly refines 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗓's combat potential. He uncovers countless hidden scoring artifacts and shatters her physical limits, forcing her to hoist colossal stone boulders, imparting vital wilderness tactics, hunting savage beasts with precision. Yet it isn't just endless grinding. They share tender moments harvesting sweet forest fruits, moving as one flawless combat unit. They effortlessly crush foolish rivals, attempting cowardly ambushes. Exhausted eventually, they share sanctuary beneath a humble canopy. With her resting softly against his shoulder, Lin gazes with deep affection, praying this quiet serenity stretches forever. Ultimately, they breach the perilous heart of the woods. She spots a chilling warning, declaring a mutated monster zone. Surprisingly, though, stepping into shadowy depths, a terrifying silence greets them. 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗓 realizes they are tragically late, finding absolutely zero corrupted beasts lurking around. The single chilling clue left of any past monstrous nightmare are gruesome crimson splatters staining the earth. Navigating this desolate ancient woodland, 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗓 sighs with deep frustration, cursing their missed golden opportunity. She could have claimed that elite prodigy title by slaughtering monsters. Lin gently strokes her hair for comfort, whispering this hollow rank is worthless, and they must retreat immediately. He secretly notes the ubiquitous surveillance, making true beast hunts impossible. Therefore, honing her raw survival instincts remains his ultimate priority. Following the brutal battle, the survivors advance toward their next trial, the daunting genetic fusion awakening. They ride toward a heavily fortified island stronghold, the legendary genetic research sanctuary, where the command echoes line up for the ultimate trial. Inside the laboratory, tension suffocates students awaiting their crimson blood extraction. 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗓 whispers, questioning Lin Zichin if these glowing vials hold their destiny. He affirms, they hold flowing cloud jellyfish genetic essence. This mythical creature's DNA possesses perfect resonance with human flesh and sparks an explosive awakening when mixed with mortal blood, creating the absolute perfect catalyst. The trial demands fusing their fresh life force into the essence to trigger a violent chemical awakening, deciding if a mere mortal vessel can survive gene fusion. Waiting anxiously, a trembling 𝗕𝗓𝗓 desperately prays to conquer the gene trial. Terrified of facing the ruthless mechanical modification path, 𝗕𝗓𝗓𝗓 darkly whispers the cyborg path brings pure, unadulterated agony, like soul-scorching hellfire, violently forcing cold metal alloys into living, screaming flesh. Horror consumes 𝗕𝗓𝗓𝗓, driving him to prayers. Once their crimson essence flows, an agonizing hour passes waiting for destiny's verdict. As the judgments drop, one girl celebrates 8% compatibility, granting her the elite gene fuser title, while another shatters over a pathetic 4%. A nearby peer survives by a thread with 6%. Whispers of the brutal hierarchy spread. 6% passes, 8 is genius, and 10 unlocks the highest academies. Legends claim the Kyoto prodigy holds a monstrous 16%. Hearing this, Lin Zichin quietly calculates his own hidden potential, smirking inwardly, knowing his monstrous physical stats might shatter limits. Hitting 20%, 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗓𝗓, drowning in dread, clutches Lin Zichin's arm desperately. He gently anchors her hand, offering comfort. Though a dark thought flashes across his mind, their intertwined paths end here, if she lacks awakened power. Instantly, 𝗕𝗓𝗓𝗓 screams with sheer delight over her 10% score, securing her spot at elite academies. Yet, he appears crushed by his 11% grade, sensing his destiny demanded far more. As grades drop, Lin Zichin rapidly grabs his device to look. 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗓𝗓, trembling with dread over her own unknown fate, begs him to view his results before opening hers. Nodding, he locks eyes with the screen. A glorious 15% stares back, ecstatic. 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗓𝗓 tackles Lin Zichin in a massive, truly joyous victory embrace, screaming that with such heaven-defying innate talent, he undeniably dominates as the province's absolute top scholar. Despite her bubbling excitement, Lin Zichin feels a bitter sting, since 15% trails behind Kyoto's legendary monsters, proving to him that raw muscular power hardly guarantees true mastery over the genetic fusion arts. Softening his gaze, he whispers that her moment of truth approaches quickly now, and she very shakily nods, offering a warm, comforting smile, assuring her that if he succeeded, her limitless potential will absolutely shatter all known expectations. Yet, as her data floods the screen, his breathing suddenly stops dead. 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗓𝗓 and 𝗕𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓 peek closer, completely paralyzed by utter disbelief. The glowing device reveals an absolute miracle. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓 boasts 21% genetic fusion compatibility. Meanwhile, far away within the majestic halls of the Provincial Education Ministry, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬 leads an intense conference with high-ranking elites. Alongside the proud principal of Shanghai, he loudly declares the divine fusion rankings have finally dropped. Lin Zichin's dazzling profile appears first, flashing his monstrous 15% rating, crowning him the province's absolute king. The surrounding executives shower the Shanghai principal with endless praise. Though acting humble, her ego secretly soars. Right when the crowd thinks the absolute genius is decided, 𝗕𝗕𝗓's true power appears. 21% compatibility. The devastating number instantly shatters the entire hall. Examiners gasp in pure shock, doubting if such god-tier stats actually exist. The headmaster freezes in absolute awe, remembering 𝗕𝗕𝗓 merely as Lin Zichin's completely average childhood companion. This miraculous score hooks 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬, demanding every hidden detail about this mysterious girl. Sweating bullets, the academy head anxiously stammers to the elite official that this insane calculation is absolutely glitched, since her past grades were hopelessly dead last. Exhaling sharply, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬 resolves to witness this impossible anomaly with her own eyes. Meanwhile, inside the evaluation arena, the crowd goes wild over the 21%. Screaming that the system completely broke, 𝗕𝗕𝗓 frantically faces Lin Zichin, begging to know if it is fake. He casually smiles and rejects the idea of a glitch. Leaning in intimately, he reveals her terrifyingly pure connection to water, because the examination utilized the catalyst, extracted from the legendary flowing cloud jellyfish. Her epic rating fits. Enlightenment flashes in 𝗕𝗕𝗓's trembling eyes. She gasps, discovering her physical vessel is flawlessly synced with aquatic beast genes, crowning her a peerless prodigy, radiating fresh determination. She gazes at Lin Zichin, realizing she finally holds the right to walk beside him. Lin Zichin beams with genuine, protective pride. This tender beat shatters instantly, as panicked screams order the entire hall outside, spinning around blindly. They face a catastrophic aquatic vortex, erupting violently upwards. Atop the roaring ocean stands the legendary 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬. The students gaze in sheer awe as she commands the surging wave with absolute power. Panic grips the remaining crowd, wondering if this heretic might obliterate the entire training facility. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬 descends with divine grace, the crashing waters parting around her. The facility's researchers instantly recognize her aura. Bowing low and chanting her name, they herald her as 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬, vice principal of Shanghai University. Hailing from a legendary martial lineage, boasting a 1,000-year history, terrified staff whisper ancient rumors that her ancestors once conquered mighty dragons, absorbing their very genes, which perfectly explains her godly mastery over the water element. Ignoring the trembling crowd, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬 approaches 𝗕𝗕𝗓 directly, demanding if she is the chosen one. To verify this impossibly high aptitude, she commands a trembling researcher to extract 𝗕𝗕𝗓's blood, demanding 3 consecutive retests immediately. Shortly after, an exhausted 𝗕𝗕𝗓 rests with her companions. Yu voices his deep concern, and she confesses her arm feels completely numb from the relentless blood extractions. Suddenly, a researcher summons 𝗕𝗕𝗓 forward, and she quietly obeys. She enters the secluded office where the mighty 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬 waits. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬 smirks, declaring the final test results have arrived. She leans into the trembling girl's space, proudly revealing that all 3 evaluations showed exactly 21% absolute compatibility. Cutting right to the chase, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬 presents a destiny-altering proposition. She declares she will take 𝗕𝗕𝗓 as her personal disciple. 𝗕𝗕𝗓 freezes in absolute shock, stammering at this overwhelming revelation. To showcase the divine art she could master, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬 effortlessly levitates liquid from a simple desktop glass, swirling the water into a perfectly controlled hydro-vortex. She promises 𝗕𝗕𝗓 that as her true successor, she will effortlessly be able to command absolute power, suffocating under this pressure. 𝗕𝗕𝗓 begs time, desperately needing Lin Zichin's guidance first. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬 crushes that hesitation, declaring there is absolutely zero doubt, since her sacred teachings guarantee absolute supremacy, fluidly maintaining her terrifying mastery over flowing waters. The Grand Master radiates dominance, boasting her rank as Education Minister and Shanghai University's fearsome Vice Principal. Her ruling stands. 𝗕𝗕𝗓 belongs to her academy now that their sacred master-disciple bond is forged, closing the suffocating distance. She challenges the trembling girl to voice any remaining petty objections. Paralyzed by fear, 𝗕𝗕𝗓 yields, whispering that she accepts her fate entirely. Trapped by destiny, she shakily saves her new master's digits into her device. The master then reveals the existence of an elusive first disciple, her legendary senior martial sister. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗕𝗬 notes this monstrous prodigy shares her exact youth, yet awakened her martial path 10 years prior, pushing a digital image to the girl's screen. She promises a fateful meeting when stars finally align. Pure terror strikes her core upon witnessing the chilling vision of a silver-haired, spear-wielding battle Valkyrie, standing amidst shattered skeletal remains, dominating a grotesque mutated demon plant corpse. The striking resemblance screams of her childhood companion. Trembling, she begs her master for this senior's identity. The master declares her Luoqian sure, questioning if their tangled destinies have previously crossed. Shen Qinghan frantically recalls a forgotten shadow from her youth, Bai Shu'er. An absolute dead ringer from elementary school. Who vanished without a trace. Could the heavens really weave such a twisted reunion? But Dongji completely shatters that absurd theory, still agonizing over her god-defying scores. Dongji declares her genetic fusion compatibility completely shatters all known records. She initiates a deeper spiritual probe to uncover her physique's hidden mysteries. As she channels luminous aura into Shen Qinghan's core. Shock widens her eyes at the bizarre anomaly. A panicking Shen Qinghan questions her own vessel's stability. Dongji reveals the exact opposite. Her physique is suspiciously ordinary. Completely absurd for a 21% resonance rate. To shield her from greedy eyes and looming threats lurking in the shadows. Dongji masks Shen Qinghan's score as 16%. Shen Qinghan silently accepts this protective facade. With the pact sealed, Dongji sends her away, stating dusk approaches rapidly, and she must return safely. Shen Qinghan nervously bows to her new master. Departing the sanctum. Left alone, Dongji dials a secret line. The patriarch on the line, her father, declares this new disciple is heaven-defying and destined, guaranteeing their clan absolutely limitless power. He strictly commands that her disciple's monstrous potential must remain absolutely hidden from the world. Moonji vows absolute compliance to his will. Later, while Lin Zichin pedals Shen Qinghan homeward through twilight, he questions the bizarre suddenness of this new master. She nods. The entire ordeal feels unnatural. Lin Zichin suggests carefully biding their time in shadows. He states if Moonji truly harbors no dark motives, then embracing her tutelage is perfectly acceptable. However, if her true colors prove sinister, they will shatter the master-disciple bond once her power fully awakens. Shen Qinghan accepts this tactical retreat. Dismounting the bike, as they arrive, their mothers, Jiang Wangxin and Shuang, welcome them with absolute joy. They eagerly announce they are heading out to feast and celebrate their glorious victory. They are absolutely ecstatic that Shen Qinghan claimed the prestigious top scholar title, meaning she and Lin Zichin will conquer university together. At the vibrant restaurant, both families raise their glasses for a toast, celebrating Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichin for unlocking the highest 2 scores in the province. After the triumphant feast, the families part ways, wishing each other very safe travels. That very night, under the bright moon, someone knocks softly at Lin Zichin's door. His mother, Jiang Wangxin, opens up to find Shen Qinghan standing there, blushing deeply in her pink pajamas. Jiang Wangxin smirks and playfully asks if she came to share Lin Zichin's bed again. Flustered by the playful teasing, Shen Qinghan frantically denies any romantic intentions, insisting she has an urgent matter to discuss with Lin Zichin immediately. She tells the mother she must see him. Rushing straight into his dark bedroom, chuckling softly, Jiang Wangxin watches her, silently wondering if this supposed urgent business is actually a sweet confession. Shen Qinghan taps on Lin Zichin's door, whispering she has something crucial to reveal now. When he opens up and asks what is wrong, she nervously explains it concerns the strange encounter with her master from earlier today. Inside his quiet room, she sits on the bed, hugging a pillow for safety. She whispers that her powerful master, Dongji, performed a deep physical examination on her, but found absolutely nothing out of the ordinary, concluding her vessel was completely identical to an average mortal's. Shen Qinghan reveals the shocking detail. Even with her profound power, even Dongji failed to sense her bizarre water-phasing ability. Lin is completely mind-blown by this insane revelation. He remembers Dongji's absolute control over colossal ocean waves. Yet, she could not pierce the veil of Ninghan's physique. He realizes her physical vessel holds secrets darker than he ever dared imagine, gently placing a steadying hand upon her shoulder, warning her to bury this forbidden divine talent in the absolute shadows, for the catastrophic fallout of its discovery would be unimaginable. He promises they will unlock its true potential after they have leveled up their power immensely. Ninghan nods firmly, vowing to trust his guidance blindly. Shifting gears, she suddenly recalls a detail her master revealed about a hidden senior sister. Ninghan whispers that she glimpsed a portrait of this elusive disciple and was completely paralyzed by her identical resemblance to Boer. She nervously flashes the digital photo toward Lin. He snatches the screen, his eyes burning into Luo Qianshu's image. He sees the striking physical copy, yet her aura is leagues apart from the gentle Boer. His gaze, however, locks onto the eerie, ancient woods lurking behind her. He urgently asks Ninghan if she holds any clue about this mysterious hunting ground. Ninghan shakes her head in total defeat, but vows to interrogate her master. She quickly texts Dongji, demanding the exact coordinates. The Grand Master's cryptic reply is brief. Source site. When Ninghan desperately pushes for deeper intel, her master coldly dictates that such legendary truths require a higher power level. Ninghan passes this frustrating wall to Lin, sighing that she hit a total dead end. But Lin decides they must push the heavy stuff aside and handle it another day. Later, chilling together on his bed, both glued to their glowing screens, Shen Qinghan silently studies his face. She suddenly asks if guys love girls in Chongsams. The bold question catches Lin completely off guard, as he wonders if her master influenced this. Dongji, who rocks traditional dresses, His face burns red as he pictures Shin Ching-han in a tight cheongsam, knowing she would look absolutely breathtaking. And shyly admits it depends on the girl, catching his drift. Shen Ching-han leans in close, demanding his true preference. A totally flustered Lin Zichin stammers a weak yes. She ruthlessly pushes further, asking if he prefers black stockings, pure white, or natural nude shades. He panics over these dangerous, spicy questions. Trapped on the bed, he finally surrenders, confessing that if forced to pick, he would definitely choose black or white. Thrilled by his honest answers, Shen Ching-han sits straight up and rapidly orders a cheongsam and stockings online, leaving poor Lin Zichin completely dazed and confused. Their sweet moment shatters from a sudden knock. Jiang Wangshan stands outside, having brought a travel bag for Shin Ching-han. She announces that Shin Ching-han's own mother packed her toiletries and ordered her to sleep over. A blushing, panicked Shen Ching-han snatches the bag, stammering wildly that she never asked her mom to pack her things, questioning her sudden, rogue defiance. Walking away, Jiang Wangshan grins, brushing off concerns since they are grown adults, declaring it completely natural for them to share a night. Slamming the door shut, a suffocating silence suffocates the room as Shen Han and Lin Zichin flush, completely frozen by the mounting tension, accepting her deeply embarrassing fate now. Shen Han plops onto the bed and unzips her bag, muttering that she will just get changed and finally go to sleep. Suddenly, peering inside, she fishes out a mysterious object with total confusion, questioning what it is. To her soul-crushing horror, she realizes she is holding a box of intimate protection gear. Blushing furiously, she questions why her crazy mother would ever sneak such a scandalous item inside her luggage. Driven into total panic, she nervously stammers she is going to get changed and frantically scrambles off the bed, tumbling over her very own feet and crashing face first into the floor during her desperate escape. Lin Zichin remains frozen right on the mattress, utterly stunned by this sheer chaos. Having zero clue what just happened, Zichin and Shen Han proudly earn admission into Shanghai University's highly prestigious Evolution Academy. Seiken warns Shen Han, who rests softly on the back of his bike, to grip tightly because they are speeding off right now. She obeys, shyly wrapping arms around his waist. Both have officially registered at the legendary Hei Family Martial Arts Dojo and are on their way toward a massive promotional event, pedaling through the vibrant and bustling city streets. Lin Zichin suddenly spots an intimidating group of strangers, completely blocking their forward path. A figure wearing black and gold robes, flanked by several men in white martial arts uniforms, blocking them, demanding if he is Lin Zichin. Startled, Lin Zichin hits the brakes, questioning their true hidden identities. The giant introduces himself as Liu Chuan-Wu, Shanghai University's formidable Budo Academy dean. Yet, he makes it clear he has not come for official business, but as a proud envoy of the Tianren-Gay faction. This faction stands as a strict purist sect, fiercely rejecting all genetic mutations and mechanical cybernetics, relying solely on supreme, traditional martial arts mastery. Lin Zichin remembers their name but silently scoffs, believing their naive path only brainwashes its blind followers. Liu Chuan solemnly invites the young master to join their sacred ranks, completely unbothered. Lin Zichin coldly orders them to step aside. As the protagonist pushes forward, Liu intercepts, gripping his shoulder with heavy force, begging for just one moment to change his mind. He nervously presents a high-tech device as tribute, but our hero remains visibly annoyed by this shameless persistence. Moments later, the tense trio gathers inside a quiet cafe. Liu passionately details how his sacred order, the Tianren-Gay, seeks to unlock the ultimate hidden power of pure-blooded humans, rejecting all artificial enhancements completely. He boldly declares their ultimate heavenly mission, shattering mortal limits to help humanity transcend their weak biological cages into advanced, rare, or truly legendary entities. To prove this wild claim, he reveals they have already grasped undeniable success, flashing a shocking battle recording on his screen. Within the footage, Liu himself, boasting a mere ordinary Tier 9 biological rank, stands fearless before an absolutely terrifying foe. He proudly explains this footage captures him crushing an elite mutated warrior, but our hero is utterly stunned, recognizing the winged man as Wen-Qing, the terrifyingly strong genius who single-handedly slaughtered the rat god cult. As the digital death match unfolds, revealing Wen-Qing launching into the sky and unleashing a devastating storm of lethal blades upon Liu Chuan-Wu, the lethal quills tear through his flesh, painting him crimson. As the mutant lands smoothly back on the arena, ignoring the agony, Liu Chuan-Wu recklessly charges with monstrous momentum and delivers a soul-shattering strike to Wu Tianchanging, blasting the elite gene fuser completely out of the arena. As the recording fades, Liu Chuan-Wu fiercely declares that the pure human bloodline is inherently supreme, needing absolutely zero borrowed power from mutant beast species, vowing that pure-blooded mortals walking the ancient path of martial cultivation are humanity's true future. Lin Zichin stares at the screen, his face completely paralyzed by awe and disbelief. He questions if the insane footage is fabricated, wondering if it was heavily edited, or if the mighty mutant was bribed to lose intentionally. Liu Chuan-Wu shatters his doubts, swearing that the battle recording is entirely raw. He proudly adds that he will brutally challenge other elite gene fusers, daring Lin Zichin to witness his upcoming fights. Lin Zichin then asks why they don't simply upload this masterpiece to fiercely promote the Heavenly Human Guild. Lu Chuanwu sighs that they desperately want to, but the corrupt higher-ups strictly forbid it, with absolute blazing fury. He reveals that the shadowy authorities believe that anything failing to instantly mutate a person's biology simply is absolute trash and completely unworthy of promotion. He violently smashes his fists against the table, roaring that without massive exposure, they cannot recruit enough disciples into their research, making a legendary power breakthrough practically impossible. After all, true evolution demands a mountain of data. He stares at Lin Zichin with burning hope, urging the supreme prodigy to join their ranks. He promised he would never stagnate at ordinary Tier 9 for 50 long years. Elder Lu was absolutely certain that Lin could easily transcend into a supreme celestial entity. The revelation hit the young warrior like a truck, internally realizing this master had stagnated for half a century. Yet his physical vessel barely looked 50, piercing right through his thoughts. The Grand Master dropped a massive bombshell. He warned the boy that this youthful shell hit a titan nearing 100 years old, detailed how he perfectly preserved this incredible boundless youthfulness through their divine martial cultivation arts. Utterly skeptical, our hero instantly verified the Academy Dean's digital footprint. The glowing screen proved the old monster's claims. The official archives documented his birth back in March 1929. Absolute shock washed over him. Could this ancient technique truly bestow immortal life upon his own mortal parents? Digging deeper into the digital shadows, he learned Elder Lu was once the supreme heir of the legendary martial Lu clan, but when the genetic awakening era descended, their stubborn refusal to evolve doomed their legacy, reducing their mighty dojo to mere crumbling ashes. The archives hid a much darker, heart-wrenching truth. Master Lu's blind devotion to the ancient path forced his own flesh and blood to abandon him for the intoxicating power of gene fusion. Reading the tragic text, his thoughts drifted to his beloved Qin Qing'an, certain their eternal bond would never break. But his heartfelt moment was instantly shattered by a soul-crushing digital discovery. Right there in the family tree, the elder's former wife was listed as Yuan Dongji, which made his blood freeze. He recognizes that legendary alias as Shening Han's new master, Mo Dongji. He immediately notices that the digital avatars for his children Yuan Xuan and Yuan Xiaowei have faded to gray, sparking a dark realization that they have both perished. Lin Zichin slowly raises his gaze to Lu Chuanwu, concluding, this formidable man cannot be easily underestimated. Catching that piercing and heavy stare, Lu Chuanwu arrogantly smirks. He boldly proclaims that preserving his flawless youth at almost 100 years old is living proof of the limitless potential of pure-blooded humans, and this absolute truth is exactly why Tianren exists. He fiercely declares that Tianren means mankind will rightfully conquer the heavens. He fiercely argues that those relying on pathetic gene fusion will absolutely never surpass the very monsters they steal their power from, and will eventually be entirely devoured by them. He applies that exact same logic to mechanical modification, declaring that since core materials are harvested from aberrant beasts, it remains a doomed path that can never transcend its monstrous origins. He violently slams his fists against the table, clarifying that Tianren is not entirely opposed to these methods, but fiercely rejects humanity gambling its entire destiny on them. He firmly believes they must only be used as an early-stage stepping stone while humanity forges a superior long-term path. With blazing passion, Lu Chuanwu dramatically extends his hand, sincerely urging Lin Zichin to join Tianren and fight for the glorious future of humanity. However, Lin Zichin simply raises a hand, silently rejecting him, completely unfazed. Lu Chuanwu voices his absolute conviction that Lin Zichin possesses the potential to become the first pure-blooded human to completely shatter through the ordinary mortal biological barrier. Lin Zichin, however, remains stone-cold practical, and asks what exactly this cultivation method is. Lu Chuanwu proudly reveals their legendary technique is the blood-tempering art, an ancient ruins method. The master explains this divine method uses inner chi and vital blood to forge an invincible physique, skyrocketing combat power. He proudly claims that ancient scrolls prove at its absolute peak. This martial art allows a cultivator to become a fleshly saint, easily capable of shattering towering mountains and ripping apart colossal steel beasts with their bare hands. But then, Lu Chuanwu drops a heavy truth. This legendary art demands pure human blood. He notes that mutated gene fusers carry tainted blood, while cyborgs possess broken, incomplete vessels that completely block the natural flow of vital chi. Therefore, he passionately argues, humanity's true salvation lies only with the pure-blooded. He formally invites Lin Zichin to join the Tianren faction. Lin Zichin calmly replies that he still lacks understanding of this martial path, preferring to just observe the shadows. Refusing to back down, Lu leans in closer, insisting he can take time to master it, but it would be a catastrophic waste of his god-tier physical talent. Closing the distance, Lu confidently declares that in their faction's eyes, the so-called top genius, with 16% fusion compatibility, is utter trash compared to him. He ruthlessly mocks that she cannot even match a single hair on Lin Zichin's head, causing the eavesdropping Shen Qinghan to violently spit out her drink, radiating a blazing aura of absolute conviction. Lu boldly declares they have always recognized Lin Zichin, with his monstrous physical awakening stats, as the true unparalleled genius of the province. He promises Lin that by walking their ancient path, he will absolutely crush 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎 beneath his feet. This 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎 merely slumps down, wondering why she was dragged into this sudden mess. But our hero raises one hand to shut the recruiter right up. He points straight at the totally bewildered girl, casually revealing that she was the legendary scholar with the 16% gene fusion genius he had just hyped up. She gives a painfully awkward wave, while cold sweat drenches the recruiter's shocked face, playing his absolute master card. Our hero sighs that time is strictly up. He casually snatches the shiny phone that was offered as bait earlier, rising smoothly. He firmly grabs her hand, thanking the stun man for free loot, and announces their epic walkout. Absolute terror shatters the desperate recruiter's calm composure, pathetically begging for them to stay while promising a 6-month trial. But as the duo keeps walking, he screams in pure despair, promising to double the rival academy's entire treasure offer. When even that fails miserably, he completely loses it, and cries out a mind-blowing triple compensation deal. The magic word triple halts him, greed exploding in his eyes. Faster than a lightning strike, he instantly teleports back into his seat, boldly declaring to the stun man his absolute loyalty to their glorious faction. Wearing a fake mask of justice, he dramatically clenches his fist and fiercely vows to dedicate his godly talents to their noble cause, fighting for the ultimate pure-blooded humanity. The recruiter sits there utterly frozen, completely speechless, while a tiny comic version of his soul sobs violently over the mountain of cash surrendered. With the golden scam secured, our hero drops his act for one serious question. He darkly asks about the legendary source site's true nature. This dangerous question makes him flinch, marveling that a mere student knew of such a forbidden realm. His face darkens, turning deadly serious, revealing the source site is whispered to be the true cradle of life. He warns that every single aberrant beast roaming their world spawned from its depths. Lin Zichin absorbs this heavy truth, understanding the source site birthed every terrifying monster. He asks Liu Chuanwu if the market's beast meat is also harvested there. Liu Chuanwu nods grimly, revealing that Earth's livestock simply cannot sustain the massive human population. Lin Zichin then asks for video footage of this realm. Chuanwu slowly shakes his head, stating all modern technology dies in that domain, leaving masterfully drawn art as the sole way to capture it. A sudden revelation strikes Lin Zichin's mind. He visualizes 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎's elegant senior martial sister, Liu Qianshu, realizing what he previously assumed was a camera photograph was actually a flawless masterpiece. Their discussion is shattered by Lin Zichin's ringing phone. It is their buddy Haiyu, demanding their exact location. With the martial arts gym event kicking off any second, Lin Zichin promises they are rushing over now. He leaps, grabs his tactical backpack, telling Liu Chuanwu urgent business calls, and they must depart immediately. Before they vanish, Liu Chuanwu tosses Lin Zichin a profound blue blood tempering art manual, revealing it holds legendary body cultivation techniques. However, he issues a grim warning about its strict entry threshold. Cultivators must achieve ordinary tier 4, possessing immense ki and surging blood energy. He hints that since Lin Zichin's combat stats are nearing the tier 4 breakthrough, he should memorize the sacred text over the summer, unlocking its power upon his inevitable advancement. Lin Zichin smirks, casually stuffing the priceless manual into his bag. Liu Chuanwu is utterly speechless. Lin Zichin confesses he's already smashed through ordinary tier 6, so he intends to start intense training immediately upon his return. The cinematic view cuts to a towering skyscraper. Inside, a fierce ponytailed girl is pushing her very limits, unleashing a devastating kick that sends the heavy bag violently flying backward. She pauses upon hearing an obnoxiously cheerful, carefree whistle. Pivoting, she spots Liu Chuanwu literally dancing his way into the training room. Suspicious, she questions the grinning dean about his fantastically upbeat mood. Liu Chuanwu puffs his chest out with absolute, undeniable arrogance. He brags that through his pure charm, he successfully snatched the absolute top-scoring physical examination prodigy into the prestigious Tianren Academy. The girl gasps in pure disbelief, demanding to know the truth. The smug dean flashes his glowing screen displaying the prodigy's contact, crediting his very own magnetic presence. But she fiercely demands reality, sweating profusely. The dean nervously confesses, offering the monstrous genius exactly 3 times the resources Evolution Academy had dared promise. The poor girl shrieks in sheer terror, screaming that their faction is drowning in colossal debt. The shameless dean tries soothing her raging fury with shoulder rubs, swearing he has already locked in dates with 3 loaded sugar mommies to fund everything. She glares absolute daggers, dodging the topic. He quickly asks how long it took her to sense ki energy and vitality when first attempting the legendary blood tempering art. She remembers it was 10 years ago, admitting it took exactly 1 full week. He then probes about her mastery over absolute blood control, and she answers, 2 months. The dean slowly strokes his chin, praising her absolutely monstrous talent, truly befitting Kyoto's fierce former runner-up. He sighs that even he, a heaven-defying genius, taking 14 days to awaken his internal aura. Sorrow clouds her features, begging him to forget her former glorious title. She bitterly regrets abandoning gene fusion for Tianjie, with her evolution entirely stalled for years, enduring endless whispers of mockery as she faded into shadows. Lion Wu gently grips her trembling shoulder, dismissing their ignorant laughter. He promises upon her inevitable future awakening. She will absolutely crush those critics. She releases a sigh. Surviving 2 agonizing physical temperings, yet lacking any open acupoint, questioning Lin Zichin's latent potential, predicting the time to awaken his innate aura, Luan Wu calculates that considering his monstrously perfect physical specs, 10 days should be sufficient. A wicked smirk graces her lips, vowing to personally discipline this arrogant new prodigy junior, under midnight's perfectly silent canopy. Within his chamber, Lin Zichin anchors in deep meditation. Studying the legendary blood tempering manual, he scoffs at how pitifully easy sensing aura was. It took him a mere 3 seconds, scanning the texts. He moves to master and dominate his raging energy for absolute refinement, channeling power to his arm. Explosive crimson flames instantly engulf his glowing limb. The system, prompt verifies his flesh is absorbing the raging energy, massively boosting his defensive stats. 30 agonizing minutes pass. He verifies his monstrous gains. He mercilessly slashes a sharp blade across his flesh. He grins wickedly. As steel harmlessly deflects off unbroken skin, he realizes one session forged his body into an impenetrable iron fortress, finally comprehending how Lion would tank those devastating strikes. Anticipating his ultimate power limit after 5 training cycles, he dives into meditation. 3 hours pass. Drenched in sweat, the exhausted youth collapses on bed. He calculates his insanely rapid progress. Within 1 week, he can forge his skin into iron. Noting his arms are already completely tempered, which drained 1/3 of his martial energy. Suddenly, a late-night phone notification shatters the heavy silence. Checking the device, he finds an urgent text from Qinghan. She asks if he is awake and mentions a special surprise, summoning him to her bedroom. Intrigued, he heads over without any hesitation, leaving his room. His mind races about what this secret could be. Suddenly, he bumps into his mother in the hallway. She smirks, already knowing he goes to see her, revealing that the girl tipped her off about the surprise. Wearing a playful grin, she teases him not to keep the girl waiting. The youth knocks at the door and announces his sudden arrival. She invites him inside. Opening the door, he freezes at the sight before him. She lies wrapped in blankets, her cheeks burning red. When he nervously asks what is happening, she whispers that this is the promised surprise. His imagination runs wild with spicy romantic theories, wondering if she plans to offer herself to him, picturing a scandalous scene inside his dirty mind, shaking off inappropriate thoughts. He calms his racing heart, joking that she probably just has a glowing new watch. Instead, Qinghan urges him to just come closer and look. Blushing furiously, Lin Zichin walks over and sits on her bed. Softly, she tells him to lift the covers. He peeks down and sees her face flushed crimson, her eyes looking up with pure, fluttering shyness. Dangerously seductive gaze. Lin Zichin's pulse wildly skyrockets, his cheeks burning fiercely as the air thickens with romantic tension. Driven by anticipation, he throws back the covers to unveil her beautifully hidden secret. As the fabric falls away, Lin Zichin freezes, utterly mesmerized by the breathtaking sight before him. Shen Ninghan lays gracefully across the mattress. Blushing, adorned in a flawlessly tight white cheongsam, Lin Zichin's face erupts into a fiery crimson blush. Utterly captivated, shyly, Shen Ninghan whispers, asking if this elegant dress suits her. Sweating and hopelessly entranced, he eagerly nods, praising her absolute jaw-dropping perfection. Emboldened by his gaze, she reveals dark stockings, teasingly wondering if he desires to witness her wear them. Gulping nervously, he eagerly agrees, begging her to put them on immediately. As he watches, Shen Ninghan slowly slides the dark silk upwards, sending his racing heart into overdrive. The transformation complete, she softly asks for his final verdict. He stammers that she looks devastatingly gorgeous and utterly flawless. Teasingly, she whispers how soft they feel, daring him to trace the material. He leans in, gently brushing her leg, gasping at the incredibly silky texture, sinking deeper into the mattress. Shen Ninghan leans dangerously close, asking what feels softer against his skin, her bare skin or the dark silk. Smiling, Lin Zichin breathlessly confesses her skin wins, a truth she delightfully accepts. Suddenly, their heart-fluttering bubble shatters as Jiang Wan shouts from beyond the bedroom door. She yells that Shen Ninghan's caring mother just dropped off fresh supplies, leaving them hanging on the doorknob for her to retrieve later, shocking a deeply confused Lin Zichin. Stunned by her sudden arrival, Lin Zichin quickly rises and walks to the door to respond. Wearing a baffled expression, he slowly grabs the mysterious bag her mother left behind. Peeking inside the bag, his face burns upon finding a box of intimate protection gifted by her mother, proving his wild suspicions true. Flustered and slightly exasperated, he swiftly shoves the box back inside, grumbling internally that they have not even shared a kiss. Questioning this rush, Qinghan softly insists it is too late, urging him to stay over. Next, with blushing cheeks, she shyly asks him to turn around so he cannot peek while she changes her clothes. Flustered, Lin Zichin faces the wall as she slips into nightwear behind him, Once finally changed, she steps closer and whispers, she is ready. They kill the lights to rest, both trembling with visible nervous tension. Soon, the pair lies stiffly side by side beneath one shared blanket, unable to rest. He asks Ching-han if she applied any sweet romantic perfume. Noticing an intoxicating floral scent lingering in their warm bed, eyes shut tight with a teasing smile, she purrs that it is her natural body fragrance, sweetening the sheets, playfully inviting him to lean closer if he truly doubts her. Skeptical, he mutters that is simply impossible, opening her eyes. Ching-han flashes him a dangerously seductive smile, stealing his breath. His face burns scarlet. Utterly captivated by her, she slowly closes the distance, capturing his lips in deep passion. Mid-kiss, however, Ching-han suddenly opens her eyes in pure shock. She instantly pulls away in panic, gasping breathlessly as she begs him to wait one moment. Startled, Ching-han scrambles out of the warm bed and grabs her slippers, as an utterly bewildered Lin Zichin questions her. Her face burning completely crimson, she turns back, confessing her embarrassing accident once more. She stands totally paralyzed by the bed, while Lin Zichin watches her intently. Suddenly, a spark flashes in Lin Zichin's eyes, demanding a pause. He asks how she felt right before the accident, probing for any intense mental shockwaves. Flushed, she whispers her heart was pounding wildly. A sudden spark hit her chest. Heat flooded her veins, and inevitably, her absolute physical control completely shattered. Hearing this, Lin Zichin realizes her mental waves were off the charts, aligning perfectly with his theory. He lays out his entire hypothesis, recalling her innate water affinity, stating he strongly suspects her dormant ability is directly tied to her mental state. Entirely ruled by it, Ning-han listens in total disbelief, realizing higher mental fortitude could mean she could finally master her unpredictable awakening. Eager to put this theory to the test, Lin Zichin grabs her hand, daringly suggesting they continue kissing to see if her mental shockwaves trigger that exact phenomenon again. Ning-han begs him to pause for a quick change, but he brushes off her anxious concerns, claiming that she will just lose control again in seconds anyway. So pushing forward with the experiment is vital. She surrenders, and their heated exchange ignites across the bed. Breaking for air, Lin Zichin cups her flushed face, questioning her latest sensations. She nods, affirming it felt exactly the same, a devastating tsunami of mental energy, instantly shattering her physical restraint. After running multiple intense trials, Lin Zichin boldly declares his absolute certainty about her hidden power, ignited by her surging mental energy. Shen Ching-han, completely soaked and blushing deeply, murmurs she is entirely drenched in sweat. Slipping from the covers to wash up, from behind the bathroom door, she frantically yells out about forgetting her sleepwear, begging him for a fresh set. He immediately agrees without a single doubt. Lin Zichin steps over to her wardrobe and pulls its doors wide open, scanning through rows of perfectly organized garments. During his search, his eyes catch an adorable piece of lingerie adorned with a tiny pink ribbon, surprising him completely. He marvels silently at how incredibly cute it looks. Panicking, he swiftly shoves it back, blushing deeply as he deduces she probably skips regular undergarments while wearing her thick nighttime diaper. At last, he snatches a pale blue sleep set, figuring it is absolutely perfect. Sometime later, both are tucked into bed, ready for sleep. Lin Zichin rests there wide awake, wearing a profound expression as he shifts his gaze toward Shen Ching-han, who is completely dead to the world. Even drooling slightly, he cracks a warm smile, softly brushing her delicate cheek. As morning light breaks, Lin Zichin quietly leaves her room, shutting the door with total care to preserve her slumber. Right before making his grand exit, he bumps directly into her mother, Shumang. Nearby, she warmly announces their morning meal is just about finished, urging him to eat before heading out, and he accepts with a grateful nod. Lin Zichin shares a cozy breakfast with her parents, Shenzhen and Shumang. Her dad curiously wonders if Shen Ching-han is awake, and Lin Zichin gently responds that she remains deeply asleep, insisting they let her rest longer. Shumang sighs softly, wishing her own daughter possessed Lin Zichin's flawless self-discipline, but Shenzhen quickly defends his girl, proudly declaring that after conquering the province as top scholar, she has fully earned her well-deserved holiday relaxation. Once breakfast concludes, Lin Zichin bids Shumang a phone farewell, insisting there is zero need to walk him out. The moment he departs, a cunning smirk creeps across her highly satisfied face. Shuang rushes straight toward her husband to reveal last night's secret. She heard the upstairs shower running during her midnight stroll, implying their precious daughter and Lin Zichin shared a night. Shenzhen, stroking his chin, completely agrees, thrilled by this massive romantic leap. Shumang snatches her phone to swiftly broadcast the juicy gossip to Jiang Wangxin. Meanwhile, Lin Zichin steps inside, prepping to wash the very clothes he wore during yesterday's trials. Right as he changes, his mother, Jiang Wangin, strikes. Spotting him, she flashes a proud smirk and a massive thumbs up, praising his absolute undeniable skills, leaving our hero utterly baffled by this bizarre compliment. The camera cuts sharply to a grand, university-like martial institution. A towering powerhouse sporting dark shades and flowing hair, backed up by an army of absolute beefcakes, kicks down the dojo doors, roaring Lu Chuanwu's name and demanding bloody answers about Lin Zichin. Li. Lu Chuanwu effortlessly plays the fool, feigning total absolute ignorance. Enraged, the Titan roars that Lin Zichin was already claimed by his Evolution Academy, ruthlessly accusing Master Lu of playing dirty tricks to snatch the prodigy from Martial Academy. Lu Chuanwu fiercely bites back, questioning why Evolution Academy thinks they hold the sole monopoly on recruitment rights. The clash escalates as both masters scream furiously over sacred recruitment laws and ancient binding pacts, which Lu Chuanwu shamelessly tramples over, oozing with absolute utter arrogance. Master Lu Chuanwu declares his poaching technique was perfectly justified within the realm of fair warfare. He provokes the rival dean, daring him that if he remains unsatisfied, he can try winning Lin Zichin back. Furious, the Evolution Academy dean fiercely roars, demanding how someone as utterly shameless as him dares mention fair competition, challenging him to a duel on the spot to prove true justice. Lu Chuanwu merely scoffs, asking if he looks completely stupid. The fierce clash escalates. Lu Chuanwu highlights their overwhelming gap in raw power, noting that the dean is level 5 advanced against his level 9 ordinary status, making a duel completely unfair. The dean retaliates that he is 48, while Lu Chuanwu is 95, calling him out for exploiting his youth. Lu Chuanwu counters, accusing him of ruthlessly bullying an elder, leaving the dean paralyzed by blinding rage, utterly defeated in debate. The dean storms off with his entire crew, roaring that if he stubbornly denies genetic fusion, he remains eternally weak and can keep playing with pure-blood humans who are worthless insects. Later, the dean vents inside Mo Dongji's private office. She calmly tells him not to fret, promising that eventually, Lin Zichin will watch classmates eclipse his power through supreme genetic fusion and mechanical upgrades, forcing him to naturally beg to switch paths. He insists that is not the core issue, but rather Lu Chuanwu's shattered academy rules and demands severe punishment. Serenely, Mo Dongji suggests if he feels so deeply wronged, he must exact revenge by stealing his greatest disciple. Anxious but convinced, the dean agrees to execute her plan. As the dean departs, Mo Dongji seals the heavy door, gripping her teacup. She muses that while Ma Zhenhe is normally remarkably calm, his restraint crumbles his usual cool and completely loses his mind dealing with Lu Chuanwu. Taking a slow, thoughtful sip, her thoughts drift to Lu Chuanwu, realizing that even after all these years, he hasn't changed one bit, and his tongue remains as lethal as ever. She deeply regrets that he walked such a dark path in his youth, acting like his fists were as invincible as his words. And if fate hadn't twisted his terrible choices, he could have easily become a respected school principal by now. The scenery cuts to a bright outdoor path where Linz and Shen Han are jogging side by side along the beautiful canal. After a grueling sprint, Shen Han finally collapses, gasping for air and completely drained. Declaring she cannot take another single step, Lin Zichin gently approaches, offering her a cool water bottle to recover. While she eagerly drinks, he suggests ending their brutal workout for the day and hitting a nearby bench to stretch out their aching muscles. Moments later, Shen Han lies completely flat against the worn wooden bench, while Lin Zichin sits close beside her to massage her legs and relieve the intense muscle tension. Filled with gratitude, she looks back and softly thanks him. He flashes a warm smile, stating that with their special bond, thanking him is completely unnecessary between them. His sweet words make Shen Han blush intensely. She quickly sits up and nervously asks him straight out what their actual relationship is right now. She questions aloud if they are just basic friends, childhood buddies, or if she is actually his girlfriend. Lineage smiles warmly at Shen Han, firmly stating he sees her as precious family. Flushing, Shen Han asks exactly what type of family he envisions, and then softly pushes him on what kind of family he truly desires them to become. Shyly, she nervously hints they could actually be fiancés, to which he agrees, making her heart swell joyfully. Overjoyed, she quickly slides closer to him on the bench. Shen Han then boldly proposes they officially get married the very second they graduate from university. Lin Zichin gladly accepts her scheme, cementing their fateful pact with a childish pinky promise. Deep into the quiet evening hours, our protagonist relaxes upon the family sofa alongside his beloved parents, Lin Yan and Jiang Wangxin. Suddenly, a sharp knock shatters peace. Lin Yan opens the heavy door, completely stunned by the unexpected nighttime visitor, the legendary Dean Miney himself. Bowing apologetically for this sudden midnight intrusion, desperately seeking an urgent conversation regarding Lin Zichin's ultimate academy path, Lin Yan frowns, utterly baffled why such a prestigious figure would appear so late when his son's fate seemed sealed. Miney presents a gift of 2 fish, claiming it represents a humble student's respectful offering. Welcoming him inside, Lin Yan gestures towards the warm living room where the young Lin Zichin currently rests. Within the tense room, the dean intensely pressures Lin Zichin, stressing his legendary 15% gene fusion compatibility guarantees a godlike future. It would completely waste his heaven-defying talent to blindly walk the weak, pure-blooded human path. Pressing harder, he fiercely warns that although 𝗕𝗏 Academy means well, their teachings offer zero martial progress, acting as an absolute death trap guaranteed to ruthlessly cripple his boundless martial potential forever. He practically begs the boy to reconsider everything, abandon that pathetic pure blood route leading straight towards absolute trash tier mediocrity. Choose Evolution Academy instead. Lin Zichin absorbs these desperate pleas with a chillingly unreadable, dark gaze. His mother, Jiang Wangxin, completely lost in this high-stakes dialogue, demands answers. She truly believed her precious son had officially joined the glorious Evolution Academy. Breaking heavy silence, Lin Zichin finally faces them, casually confessing his heavily guarded truth. He permanently bound himself to 𝗕𝗏 Academy several days ago. He elaborates that he has already defected to the Budo Academy to walk the pure-blooded human path, leaving his parents completely paralyzed by the revelation. His mother frantically begs for an explanation. Lin Zichin reveals his master plan. Declaring his absolute faith in 𝗕𝗏 profound philosophy, he reveals that the Budo Academy's esteemed dean, Liu Chuanwu, proved his sincerity by offering triple the heavenly resources, securing his absolute loyalty for a 6-month trial. He swears that if his power stagnates after half a year, he shall crawl back to the Evolution Academy's gene fusion path. His parents slowly digest this calculated martial gambit. Ma Zhenhe, however, burns furiously, internally screaming how that broke old Liu Chuanwu could possibly fund such immense bounties. He glares at Lin Zichin, offering a veteran's stern warning. He sneers that triple resources are merely a petty short-term illusion, masking a devastating long-term disaster. He barks that in those 6 months, Zichin will bleed out on irreplaceable enlightenment and combat experience he can never reclaim, begging him to abandon this foolish detour. Lin Zichin stands unyielding, thanking the dean respectfully, but swearing his burning faith in 𝗕𝗏's ultimate ideals, declaring that if he abandons this martial path untested, his soul will drown in eternal regret until his dying breath. Inwardly, though, he admits those triple rewards are just too insanely juicy to refuse. Realizing Lin Zichin's stubborn resolve is totally unbreakable, Ma Zhenhe exhales a heavy, defeated sigh. He rises abruptly, snapping that since the boy is hopelessly stubborn, further negotiation is a complete waste. He declares he has vital academy business and prepares to depart. Lin Shen hastily, she gracefully escorts him out as he heads toward the door. The following morning, Lin Zichin relaxes at home, sipping tea while checking his daily news feed. Suddenly, a horrifying sight makes him freeze. A blazing headline declares that the absolute top scholar, Lin Zichin, was completely brainwashed by 𝗕𝗏 faction and blindly chose the pure-blood human path, utterly destroying his divine talent. The malicious article even references a female prodigy from 10 years ago who shattered her destiny after joining that exact faction. He fiercely scrolls the comments and discovers a massive wave of hatred, with netizens ruthlessly mocking his intellect and demanding the 𝗕𝗏 faction be destroyed. Lin Zichin feels dread, realizing his hidden data was maliciously leaked. He deeply fears that this exposure might draw the gaze of heretics. He suspects whether Ma Zhenhe or some rival guild hostile to 𝗕𝗏 faction orchestrated this vicious leak. Realizing urgent damage control is his top priority, he immediately dials the authorities to report the corrupt outlet for exposing a student's hidden data. 2 hours later, Lin Zichin collapses back onto his sofa, relieved that the malicious article completely vanished offline. Suddenly, his phone erupts with endless notifications. He spots chaotic messages flooding his class chat, where his peers frantically question why he joined the controversial 𝗕𝗏 faction. They even reveal that his private photos were exposed online, and the internet is aggressively debating his choices. Cold sweat drops, knowing that with his true identity exposed, his peaceful life spiraled into a deadlier, unpredictable nightmare. Come nightfall, Shen Yinghan suddenly arrives at Lin Zichin's door, wearing a cute pink nightgown, playfully declaring she will be staying over. Afterward, as they rest closely together, she catches him viewing the vicious online rumors, cursing humanity's deep malice. Lin Zichin calmly responds that in deadly power struggles, rule followers always suffer a fatal disadvantage, while the ruthless naturally seize total control. Shen Qinghan suggests begging her legendary master, Mo Dongji, for divine intervention. Lin Zichin instantly rejects the idea, noting this fierce war lies strictly between gene fusion and pure blood factions, leaving her exalted master zero reason to interfere. Completely unfazed, Qinghan insists on trying, quickly messaging her master. Just moments later, she flashes her screen to stun Lin Zichin. Mo Dongji replied that the crisis is completely resolved. Qinghan is absolutely blown away it was handled in a mere 30 minutes. Leaving Lin Zichin totally speechless. A rapid web search verifies every smear campaign against him has vanished instantly. Lin Zichin is left baffled why the mighty Mo Dongji intervened, wondering if she is simply doting on her disciple or feeling lingering affection for her ex-husband. Regardless, he gladly accepts this massive victory. He playfully asks Qinghan to deliver his deepest gratitude. She leans in dangerously close, asking how he will reward her. When he breathlessly asks her price, she fiercely demands a kiss. Their faces flush crimson as they lean in together. Later on, Lin Zichin meditates cross-legged, pure white mist swirling furiously around his body. He draws a deep, commanding breath. The system suddenly chimes, announcing his biological rank skyrocketed to ordinary tier 7. He snaps his eyes open, dripping sweat but radiating absolute power, roaring that his full skin tempering is finally complete. After his intense cultivation, Lin Zichin examines his new status. It verifies he is 18 and sitting at ordinary tier 7, boasting 9 legendary biological attributes. The glowing interface also. He grinned, realizing his skin tempering had finally reached perfect mastery. Absolute confidence surged, knowing his 9 unique attributes rivaled 10 flawless gene fusions. A bold smirk surfaced. That famed 𝗕𝗘𝗕𝗕𝗢 prodigy, he could easily crush them now. Suddenly, his focus broke as 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓 texted, requesting his presence to accompany her and Chu Rui for their egg retrieval next Monday. He realized her chosen gene fusion path carried a heavy price in fertility. So, she was securing their future lineage through an advanced medical procedure. Without hesitation, he agreed. When Monday arrived, they stood before a massive, high-tech hospital. Inside the clinic, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓 rested on the bed, partially dressed and waiting. A nurse administered the crucial induction injection, instructing her to return tomorrow for the final extraction. She nodded gratefully. Strolling down the sterile hallway later, Lin Zichin sighed, remarking on the exhausting ordeal. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓 confessed her lingering anxiety. Catching that fear, Chu Rui slung an arm around her, suggesting a shopping spree to chase the stress away. Her mood instantly brightened. They invited Lin Zichin along, but he politely declined, citing urgent cultivation matters. Chu Rui secretly cheered for their exclusive girl time. With cheerful waves, the duo departed. Returning to his sanctuary, he initiated the next brutal phase, muscle tempering, deep in meditation. The system chimed, confirming his explosive physical power and martial proficiency were skyrocketing. He endured a searing fire far deadlier than his mere skin tempering. Yet, this brutal agony is entirely bearable. Following one grueling afternoon, forging his right arm to its limit, he collapses completely drained, craving recovery. He devours massive piles of baked goods, restoring his utterly depleted chi and life force. Shortly, gripping a tension device to measure his awakened power, he stands shocked. Upgrading a single limb spiked his overall might by 50%. Suddenly, sharp tapping echoes from his bedroom door. 𝗕𝗕𝗓 steps inside, revealing that Chu Rui proposed a massive group outing alongside Haiyu prior to the semester. Blindly accepting the sudden invitation for him, Lin Zichin grabs her trembling fingers, swearing that wherever she eventually decides to venture, he will faithfully follow. Still, 𝗕𝗕𝗓's expression darkens, confessing that Chu Rui's chosen destination is the sandy coastal shoreline. Dread fills her entire being, yet refusing them brings her deep guilt. Shadows of deep trauma cloud her eyes, echoing that haunting oceanic whisper. She finally confesses her pure terror of the deep waves. Lin Zichin reassures her, swearing to defend her. He declares that if the fear overwhelms her, they will boycott the waves. She weakly nods. Deep below, a fiery subterranean abyss reveals a truly massive, terrifying rune-etched sanctuary hovering precariously above a boiling magma sea. Within this domain, shadows gather for a clandestine council. A hulking emerald beast bows before a highly mysterious overlord, a villain draped in elegant tailoring, hiding behind a horrifying avian mask. The monstrosity proudly declares that his rodent swarm finished excavating the 108 fated passages. Then, the creature urges the terrifying masked plague doctor to instantly lock down the organic warp coordinates there. The masked mastermind complies, elevating an ungodly, twisted, powerful scepter crowned by one intensely burning, blood-crimson pupil. He strikes the stone, erupting a massive shockwave of pure demonic aura, finalizing this apocalyptic ritual. The masked figure slashes his wrist, letting his crimson blood soak into the staff as the crimson eye hungrily devours it. Dark and crimson tendrils of aura violently erupt from beneath. The mysterious villain declares the spatial anchor is locked. His next sinister move is to simply locate a matching anchor at the origin domain, planting a second spatial marker there. Once these two-dimensional anchors finally resonate, the portals will perfectly link to the origin, completing their grand evil scheme. Meanwhile, the whole crew is cruising toward the beach, tearing down a breathtaking coastal highway. Inside the ride, Chu Rui immediately questions Haiyu about his brand new license. He brags that his dad pulled major strings to sneak him into an elite crash course right when summer began. When he offers to hook the gang up with the program, they eagerly agree, making Haiyu absolutely thrilled. Moments later, they pull into the sun-drenched lot. Haiyu goes wild, sprinting onto the blazing sand, screaming his absolute love for the salty breeze, the crashing waves, and especially the stunning ladies happily splashing around in their tiny bikinis. Disgusted by his absolute shamelessness, Chui ruthlessly smacks the back of his empty head. She quickly drags 𝗕𝗕𝗓 away, loudly declaring they are heading to change. Ignoring Hai's whining, left alone, Haiyu slings an arm around Lin Zichin, telling him they need to suit up too, shaking with pure excitement to go diving. As they head off, some random punks on the beach suddenly spot Lin Zichin. Recognizing the legendary runner-up of the Nanjiang province Gaokao exams, whispers immediately start flying. Sneering that he is the genius who joined Tianren. They cruelly gossip that he must be totally brainwashed or born damaged to begin with. Laughing that his bright future is completely ruined, he who catches their whispers. Boiling with pure fury, he fiercely confronts them. Furiously demanding to know who they think they are to mock the provincial runner-up. Daring them to say it again, the entire group freezes in shock. Terrified by his sudden explosive rage, before the intense clash can escalate any further. Zichin calmly grips his arm tightly. Telling him to ignore the trash and save his breath, he voices burning frustration. Claiming that Zichin is way too merciful. And he would have totally crushed those punks. Zichin coolly explains their worthless words mean absolutely nothing to him. But if they ever insulted his true precious treasure, he would have ruthlessly destroyed them. When Hugh confusedly asks what matters most, Zichin simply shoots him a profound look, glancing sideways as if the truth is crystal clear. Right then, Chu Ro and Shanning Han emerge. Looking stunning in gorgeous summer beachwear, Chu Rui playfully points out. Zichin clearly only cares about the dazzling Shanning Han, who sweetly holds a bottle of sunscreen, awkwardly scratching his head. Realizing his question was completely foolish, while Chu Rui commands the boys to quickly get changed. A fleeting moment later, Zichin and Hiyu confidently step out in swim trunks, revealing perfectly sculpted, powerful physiques. Lin Zichin smoothly offers to apply Shanning Han's sunscreen from their lounge chairs. Shanning Han shyly accepts his offer, as his warm hands gently massage her. She softly whispers that his touch is absolutely perfect. Hiyu watches, blushing with pure envy, thinking to himself that his bro possesses legendary romantic skills. Inspired, he attempts the exact same move on Chu Rui, who ruthlessly tells him to drop dead, as Zichin's hands trail lower, applying sunscreen along Shanning Han's stunning and dangerous curves. Her heart fluttered at his overwhelming brilliance. Suddenly, an omniscient, terrifying voice echoed inside her soul. Her eyes snapped wide in pure horror. Bolting upright as she gasped about an ancient revival and the ocean's true source, she stared out at the dark waters, trembling with an overwhelming, bone-chilling dread, crying out that the demonic whispers had returned. Lin Zichin instantly reacted. He pulled the trembling Shanning Han close, asking what happened. With a completely shattered and horrified gaze, she confessed that the ominous voice spoke of a supreme deity's resurrection and the dark ocean's core. Listening with intent, guessing this omen linked directly to the origin land's hidden source, he concluded that their current knowledge was insufficient to grasp this threat. Demanding further investigation first, he proposed that upon entering the academy, she must carefully attempt to probe her master mod for clues. And Shanning Han firmly nodded in agreement. Later, Lin Zichin isolated himself, resuming his intense martial training. With his muscle forging complete, he immediately initiated the truly hellish stage of bone tempering. The agony was absolutely mind-shattering, eclipsing the pain of muscle refinement, as raw aura forcefully reconstructed his entire skeletal foundation. Following this torturous ordeal, he collapsed onto his bed, drained of life force and coated in impurities. Yet victorious, having flawlessly refined all 206 human bones, his suffering was finally answered by a divine system chime, praising his breakthrough to ordinary creature rank 9, placing him merely a single hair's breadth from becoming an advanced creature. Resting there, he deciphered the ancient blood-tempering art manual, realizing that he must now unlock the hidden apertures within his mortal vessel for the next evolution. Yet, the manual's hidden secrets remained stubbornly cryptic, his eyes blazing fiercely. Slamming the ancient tome shut, he vows to carve his own path. The vibrant scenery abruptly transitions to breathtaking Shanghai University grounds, where Lin Zichin and Shanning Han have stepped into their glorious campus destiny. A warm parental voice echoes, marking their long-awaited grand arrival. Strolling alongside the elders through the magnificent courtyards, Shanning Han, rocking a stunningly fashionable new look, gasps with excitement. A legendary childhood sweet shop remains perfectly untouched, navigating the vibrant energy of the student district. Zichin warmly agrees, matching his friend's nostalgic memories. It is the exact same magical parlor they cherished during their carefree youthful days. Mother Zhangwang smiles, proposing a sweet detour to celebrate the bright morning, and Shanning Han gleefully cheers. Indoors, she completely melts over a massive strawberry milk-flavored sundae, savoring every single heavenly, flavorful bite. Blushing sweetly, she offers him a delicious spoonful. He happily accepts, while his parents beam at their blooming romance. Suddenly, their sweet slice of life shatters from a chaotic nearby uproar. Zichin's sharp instincts flare instantly. He glares through the window, catching a sleazy thug whining to the alluring Jacine about her modest hemline length, blocking his absolutely filthy, wandering hands. Inside the tavern, arrogant brother Yong has Gakshan purring on his lap. Smirking, she dares him to slide wicked hands right up her skirt without any hesitation. A gruff comrade nearby loudly barks, telling brother Yong to drop the girl and focus on the match. Meanwhile, outside the sweet shop, two shadowy figures whisper intensely about the mysterious Hang Jackson. One whispers how she plays the untouchable goddess at the art academy. Yet right now, She lets those Evolution Academy elites swarm all over her. His companion smirks, noting that awakened evolution students hold keys to ultimate power, making them absolute magnets for women. Hearing this forces Lin Zichin to ponder the academy hierarchy. Shanghai University is split into two entirely different realms, an outer ring for ordinary artists and culture scholars, facing a fortress, the inner sanctum for awakened evolvers, mechanical cyborgs, and martial masters. This inner core is a fortress hidden from ordinary public eyes, strictly off limits to mere outer students, hiding the terrifying secrets of genetic mutation, fusion, and forbidden cyborg experiments. It is endlessly watched by elite guards and hunter drones. At the table, Lin Zichin's worried mother, Jiang Wangxian, warns him and Shen Qinghan that while academy life offers sweet tempting freedom, they must cultivate their strength and ignore all foolish worldly distractions. Her husband, Lin Yaning, confidently assures her their children hold honor. He tells Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan that destiny calls them to march into the inner sanctum. As mortals cannot breach that forbidden barrier, Lin Yaning commands his son to fiercely protect the lovely Shen Qinghan, which our hero solemnly vows. Reaching the imposing gates of the elite inner sanctum, a strict enforcer demands to inspect their academy credentials. Lin Zichin calmly reveals his, while Shen Qinghan frantically checks her bags. The stunned enforcer freezes. He instantly recognizes Lin Zichin as the #1 provincial genius who recently made legendary waves by joining Tianjia, and fearlessly waves them through without another word. Inside, the courtyard overflows with gene fusers and cyborgs, an everyday spectacle in this power realm. After finishing up their academy enrollment tasks, their paths diverge toward their respective dorms. Shen Qinghan gives Lin Zichin a warm wave, promising to meet up with him later tonight. Before entering the Evolution Academy, stepping foot into the Budo Academy, Lin Zichin is instantly surrounded by a mob of screaming senior girls. They flood him with praises for his striking visuals, practically beg to hold his heavy luggage, and desperately demand his smart watch contact. Suddenly, a bold blonde senior steps right up, ordering the rabid crowd to back down. Volunteering to personally guide him to his quarters, he gladly accepts her generous offer. Along the way, the senior girl asks if he wants to check out the Academy's official power rankings. She guides him toward a massive glowing leaderboard. The absolute peak ranking features the top 500 elites campus-wide, alongside a rookie ranking for top 100 freshmen. She explains that the top 3 absolute monsters on this legendary list are overwhelmingly powerful fourth years from the Evolution and Mechanical Academies. Meanwhile, barely 3 warriors from the Budo Academy made the cut, sitting at the absolute bottom. The senior then shares a tale of a former prodigy from their very own faction who, just like him, dominated the grueling entrance trials, even clawing her way to 6th on the peak boards. Tragically, because she possessed a pure human bloodline, her growth hit a wall, brutally overtaken by gene fusers and cyborgs. The senior reveals this fallen genius is named Song Yun, who is now a respected instructor at the academy and a core researcher for the Tianren Pavilion, serving as the direct assistant to Dean Lu Chuan Wu. Shortly after, they reach his assigned door. The senior ushers him through the entryway, revealing a massive luxury penthouse rather than a basic dorm. She sighs with jealousy that being the #1 ranker unlocks such glorious perks. Gently fanning herself, she complains about the scorching heat from their walk outside and playfully asks if she could borrow his shower. Lin Zichin, however, remains completely clueless. He simply thanks her and offers to buy her a sweet milk tea from the shop right across the street. The upperclassman is utterly baffled by his dense reaction, but nods, questioning why this guy completely missed her obvious trap. Once the beautiful senior departs, Lin Zichin stands alone in his new dorm, proudly thinking that buying her a simple drink perfectly repays the heavy debt of her acting as his guide. Suddenly, he gets a buzzing notification from Shen Qinghan, demanding to see photos of his brand new room. She had already bombarded him with pictures of her own living space, an insanely luxurious penthouse that even features a private gym. Comparing her extravagant palace to his utterly basic single room, Lin Zichin feels a crushing wave of jealousy. Realizing the massive wealth gap of the Evolution Academy, he hesitantly snaps a few quick photos of his pathetic room and hits send. Upon seeing the evidence, Shen Qinghan is utterly shocked by his tiny living space, and instantly demands that he move in with her, teasing that her mattress is even more massive than the one back at her mansion. Without a single second of hesitation, Lin Zichin instantly snatches his luggage and phone, boldly declaring that he is rushing over right this second. Sprinting out of the Martial Arts Academy dormitories, he bitterly curses the staggering difference in funding between the schools, realizing that his room, supposedly the absolute peak his academy could offer, is absolute trash compared to the glorious housing at Evolution Academy. Stomping down the path, he lets out a heavy sigh, momentarily questioning if Dean Lu Chuan Wu would actually grant those legendary triple rewards he swore to provide. The moment the steel elevator doors finally parted, the radiant Shen Qinghan stood waiting to welcome him with a dazzling smile. She joyfully pulled him right inside her massive, perfectly cooled luxury penthouse. Scanning the flawlessly spotless, high-end sanctuary, Lin Zichin noted how her master, the esteemed Ma Dongji, truly cherished his disciple to offer such an incredible haven. Chen nodded brightly, confirming her master always spoiled her relentlessly, throwing her arms open to the world. She excitedly announced this was their new secret sanctuary. A private paradise completely free from any parental supervision, his face burning red. Lin desperately warned her to stop having such wild fantasies, complaining about the sticky heat of moving day. The girl claimed the shower and started stripping right then and there. Dropping her garments carelessly across the pristine floorboards, Lin Zichin stood completely frozen, begging her to maintain some basic sense of modesty, while water cascaded nearby. A heavily flustered Lin frantically gathered her scattered clothes, needing a distraction. He finally opened the prestigious Academy Network application on his device. He stumbled upon a hidden marketplace where campus points could be exchanged for elite genetic enhancements and advanced cybernetic upgrades. The system revealed 3 distinct paths to farm these precious academic points, dominating the ruthless Academy power ladder, crushing official Academy missions, or claiming absolute victory in global tournaments. A confident smirk crossed his face. Knowing this would be an absolute walk in the park, his strategic planning was shattered when Chen suddenly shouted from the steaming washroom, demanding he deliver her fresh clothes. He cautiously stepped into the humid, mist-filled room, only to catch her soaking effortlessly in the massive tub, with burning red cheeks. "The water is absolute perfection," she whispers, her gaze softening as she invites him in, blushing furiously. He hesitates, before deciding it would be an absolute crime to waste such perfect hot water alone, yielding to temptation. He strips down and steps right inside, settling into the steam. He offers to wash her back, and she joyfully agrees, playfully promising it will be her turn to cleanse his back afterward. Shortly after dining and bathing, Lin Zichin cultivates quietly on the bed while Shen Qinghan rests nearby. He triggers the second grueling phase of the legendary blood-tempering art. The agonizing process begins. The brutal intensity far surpasses his initial awakening attempt, demanding 2 exhausting hours just to reinforce his right hand. Intrigued, he requests a sharp needle from Shen Qinghan to truly test his skin's newfound durability. Leaving her amazed, he forcefully drives the steel straight into his bare hand. Yet it completely fails to pierce. The system immediately chimes, confirming his physical defense skyrocketed, pushing his limits even further. The metal needle shatters into pieces. Shen Qinghan watches in awe, gasping, "This blood-tempering art is absolutely terrifying. It makes me want to walk the pure blood path." Lin Zichin then confidently declares his next trial: heat resistance. He casually thrusts his bare hand into a blazing flame. Another system alert confirms his elemental heat resistance soaring. He calculates that a full 60 seconds passed before he registered the slightest burning sting, and concluding that by combining this ancient art with system stats, he is truly destined to forge an indestructible saintly body. Just as Lin Zichin finally exhales, his phone suddenly vibrates with a message from Liu Chuanwu, the esteemed dean of the Budo Academy. The powerful elder checks if he has settled, and formally invites him to the Grand Tianji headquarters to quickly master his surroundings, to explore and meet his new comrades. Zichin firmly agrees, while the dean orders him downstairs to await his designated escort, stranded away from his own living quarters. Our protagonist quickly relays Shenning's exact coordinates. Once officially confirmed, he exhales sharply and descends the stairs. He warns Shenninghan about his sudden, impending departure, revealing his direct summons to the Shadow Organization's base. She smiles and urges him onward. Outdoors, he claims a dark patch beneath ancient branches, resting against the rough bark. A spiky, orange-haired youth locks eyes with him. The stranger approaches, immediately recognizing Zichin's legendary face, the unrivaled provincial champion who boldly entered the Tianrenge. Zichin nods politely, silently realizing his overwhelming reputation has already spread far. The boy radiates absolute awe towards Zichin's insane choice to reject genetic fusion for pureblood mastery. He reveals his freshman status and Kyoto origins, where an identical pureblood research sanctuary previously stood tall. Before collapsing from 20 years of tragic failure, burns with intense desire that this Shanghai Academy project will finally triumph. Zichin mentally sighs at this endless chatterbox. The eager youth flashes a parting thumbs up, wishing him epic fortune before fading away. Seconds later, a beastly engine roar shatters the silence. He pivots, spotting a fierce, helmeted rider drifting in on a blood-red mechanical beast. She demands his identity, smoothly dismounting upon his nod, unveiling her face. She declares her name is Song Yuyan, a martial master from Budo Academy and Courtian Renge Elite, dispatched solely to escort him to their absolute center. Locking hands in greeting, his mind flashes to her legend. As the legendary top student walking the pure blood path, he climbs onto the back of her roaring motorcycle, the senior playfully urging him to hold tight. As they blast off, she teasingly asks if his heart is racing for a beautiful senior, to which he smoothly replies it is an absolute honor. Intrigued, she probes why a prodigy from the Martial Academy waited outside the Elite Evolution Academy dormitories. Lin casually mentions moving in with his girlfriend who lives right there. Hearing this, the senior dramatically mourns her single life, crying that she has never lived with a man. Soon, they reach a massive modern facility. She proudly leads him toward a grand sign reading Pure Human Research Institute. She waves him inside while he questions if it is short for the legendary pure-blooded research faction. She proudly displays a cozy researcher lounge meant for unwinding, offering him endless drinks from their stuffed fridge, pacing through the dead silent corridors. Our hero questions the eerie lack of people. The senior sighs deeply. Explaining the university looks down on their path. So their pathetic budget cannot afford a proper army. She exposes the entire faction holds just Dean Lu Chuan-Wu, herself, the rookie, and 3 fourth-year martial artists. This revelation stuns him, suddenly realizing that massive army of men in martial robes, flanking the dean earlier, were nothing but cheap hired actors. Slightly disappointed by reality, he decides only those promised triple rewards truly matter now. The senior then shouts for the dean, announcing the fated rookie has arrived. A messy and completely drained Lu Chuan-Wu emerges, welcoming them into his chaotic lair. Lin Zichin points out the dean's exhausted appearance. The elder sighs. He has been trapped inside nearly 2 weeks, fiercely fighting for a crucial breakthrough while dissecting the profound secrets of aperture opening techniques of the blood-tempering arts, hitting absolute dead ends. Ignoring his bitter frustration, Dean Lu Chuan-Wu gives Lin Zichin a proud smirk, absolutely certain that Zichin's genius will forge a legendary future for the pure blood path. He then proudly flexes that his senior, Song Yuan, absolutely crushed the fierce competition during the Kyoto entrance trials, and that his own prime physical records back then were significantly higher. Song Yuan casually scoffs, ending his arrogant boasting. His playful demeanor drops instantly, revealing that with Song Yuan's crucial support, he finally shattered his decades-long bottleneck, achieving his third profound body tempering. This awakening granted him the power as an ordinary Tier 9 human to crush an elite gene fuser. Grabbing their shoulders with immense burning pride, he firmly promises Zichin that his monstrous talent will eventually eclipse even Song Yuan, shifting the heavy mood. Lu Chuan-Wu checks on Lin Zichin's cultivation progress with the blood-tempering arts. He eagerly asks if Zichin has finally mastered absolute blood control and hit the vital Tier 4 threshold to start skin tempering. Lin Zichin coolly nods in agreement, thrilled. The dean immediately appoints Song Yuan as his master, declaring that under her strict elite guidance, he should successfully endure his very first brutal skin tempering phase before this semester finally ends. He brags that she conquered this milestone in merely 3 months. Song Yuan accepts with supreme confidence. Suddenly, Zichin boldly interrupts, declaring a master is completely useless. He calmly drops the bombshell that he already perfected the very first round of mastering skin tempering over summer break. This terrifying revelation leaves Lu Chuan-Wu and Song Yuyan absolutely frozen in disbelief, doubting their very own ears. Song Yuyan finds it absurd that Lin Zichin somehow mastered the profound art of skin tempering completely solo over vacation. He nonchalantly shrugs, claiming the manual was extremely clear, requiring only days of light study, hiding the fact it merely took 30 minutes. Remaining skeptical, Dean Lu demands to inspect his wrist for proof. Before extending his wrist, he secretly triggers his innate cloaking skill, concealing his terrifying true strength. He lowers his outward life force to ordinary Tier 5, just perfectly matched to align with surviving a single skin tempering cycle. He finally offers the dean his bare arm. The second the dean grasps it, the 2 seniors are completely struck dumb. The dean mutters in absolute awe that his flawless skin tempering is real. Trembling slightly, he demands to know the boy's current biological realm. Faking shyness, he whispers, it is ordinary Tier 5. This truth ignites pure madness in the dean, wildly raising his arms upward, screaming out that Lin Zichin is a heaven-defying genius. The pure blood lineage is finally saved. Weeping joyfully, he crushes the shocked boy in an embrace, swearing that with this monstrous talent, they will absolutely shatter mortal limits, once and for all. Observing this, Song Yuyan humbly accepts, there are always higher mountains, smiling brightly, relieved that a true prodigy will champion their righteous path. Burning with fresh conviction, she eagerly whispers to the dean that they must instantly broadcast Lin Zichin's limitless potential to draw elite talents and secure massive funding. But Dean Luan-Wu instantly crushes it. His expression darkens, warning that our prodigy's strength must remain in the shadows, since prematurely exposing his pure blood awakening could put a massive target on him. The Grandmaster declares their path requires supreme quality over mere numbers. With a legendary genius like him present, they must pour every single resource into shattering his mortal biological limits completely. When Song Yuyan questions their bleeding treasury, the master calms her. He swears to ruthlessly exploit every underworld connection to harvest peak evolutionary materials. They will bide their time until his dominance is absolute, secure a legendary patron, and only then unleash the true doctrine of their faction. Song Yuyan marvels at his brilliant foresight, which he accepts with supreme pride. Our hero listens silently, chuckling internally at how stunned they would be witnessing his actual might, knowing he has already conquered ordinary Tier 9, flawlessly reforged his mortal flesh and bones, and is currently dominating his second brutal evolutionary cycle. The Grand Master then drops a bomb, declaring he no longer needs to waste time in standard Budo Academy classes. Instead, he will command the research lab, with Song Yuyan as his subordinate. Absolutely furious, the proud senior clenches her fists, fuming that serving a mere rookie is an ultimate disgrace. The dean coldly rebukes her, warning that ego means nothing when hunting power. Pivoting sharply, he announces that by tomorrow afternoon, the Academy will launch a blood trial to crown the ultimate ruler. the strongest first year. He confidently assures Lin Zichin that with his legendary talent, that glorious title is practically guaranteed. He urges the prodigy to enter the arena and bring glory to 𝗕𝗏𝗕𝗬 Academy, promising a hefty bounty of 10 qi and blood pills. When the young master shows zero interest, he quickly reveals that the ultimate victor will earn 10 precious school credits. That single magic word instantly ignites the greedy fire within him. Soon, the highly anticipated freshman assembly officially dawns. As a massive sea of eager students floods the grand university auditorium, as Lin Zichin and Chen Xinghan sit closely together, they instantly become the blazing center of swirling academy gossip. Peers recognize Lin Zichin as the absolute top scorer of 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗬, whispering wildly about his bond with their peerless goddess. Xinghan. Suddenly, a familiar face shatters their peaceful bubble. The chatterbox, spiky-haired rookie from earlier struts over, asking if Lin Zichin remembers his face. Lin Zichin gives a cool nod. Leaning closer, the bold rookie points at the duo, bluntly demanding to know their exact relationship. Gripping a fiercely blushing Xinghan's hand, Lin Zichin drops the absolute bombshell. They are fated childhood sweethearts, destined to marry right after graduation. This bombshell utterly crushes the freshman, leaving him with a painfully forced smile. As the grand assembly progresses, the hall overflows with eager first-year awakeners. Amidst the shadows, a mysterious girl with dark hair, purple tips, and twitching feline ears sits silently. She turns, locking Lin Zichin in a chilling, deadpan glare. He catches her heavy gaze, a cold shiver racing down his spine. Meanwhile, the chatty freshman retreats, buzzing with endless academy gossip to anyone sitting nearby. Soon, an imposing figure at the podium booms the start of the epic ceremony, summoning the elite freshman representative to the grand stage. Defying all expectations, out steps that loudmouth, spiky-haired rookie, stepping up, striding toward the podium with absolute arrogance. Students erupt in bewildered whispers. How could this punk with flashy hair and big mouth secure the prestigious Supreme Representative title? That throne belongs strictly to the Supreme Prodigy, everyone believed was an elite tier gene fuser. The rookie drinks in their utter doubt. He knows this is his golden chance to cement his absolute dominance. Grabbing the mic, he ignores formalities, demanding if the weaklings know of the legendary Lai Yi-jin. Lin Zichin mentally sneers, noting how the entire world worships that peerless Kyoto genius. Smirking even wider, the rookie drops a massive truth bomb, claiming that Supreme Monster possesses a similarly terrifying sibling. He gloats how this hidden sibling utterly crushed the grueling Kyoto entrance exams, boasting 16% gene fusion synchronization alongside the ultimate national combat physical records, rivaling even the legendary apex predator of Nanjing. Flashing an arrogant grin, he finally unmasks himself as that exact supreme bloodline, Li Moyu. He then vows, declaring that he and his monstrous older brother formed a blood pact to utterly conquer both Shanghai and Kyoto academies, proving his absolute superiority. This monster detonates his devastating biological aura across the hall, roaring that this crushing gravity is merely an ordinary Tier 5 lifeform. Suffocating pressure instantly paralyzes the entire massive grand auditorium, leaving countless weaklings gasping for precious air. Understanding the astronomical power scaling, separating absolute trash from a true heaven-defying genius, relishing their terrified despair, the prodigy arrogantly demands they engrave his name. Hiding within the crowd, Xinghan whispers to Lin Zichin, scoffing at Liu Yu's massive ego, and whispering that the fool has absolutely zero clue that Lin Xin could crush him using just one finger. Lin Xin calmly reminds her to maintain a hidden presence, and she giggles in agreement. Following that arrogant speech, the host calls up the next speaker. Zhou Hong, the absolute ruler of the student council, an imposing youth rocking deep azure hair, approaches the podium as the host offers him the prepared notes. Scanning the breathless audience, Zhou Hong proudly declares his name and announces he holds 3 vital pieces of information. Number 1. He declares the student council holds absolute authority over all discipline, wielding truly terrifying power. Number 2. The council plans to draft exactly 10 fresh blood members from the incoming rookies next semester, and raw power is the only requirement. He coldly suggests they use these upcoming months to forge their combat prowess. Lastly, he drops a bone-chilling warning. Shanghai University's hidden inner sanctum is a brutal battlefield where only the strongest survive. Seniors crushing weak rookies is simply the daily norm. He orders the fragile freshmen to steal their minds. After dropping those heavy truths, Zhou Hong's gaze turns utterly sinister. He announces that before stepping off the platform, they all need a horrific taste of an awakened powerhouse's true might. Without warning, he detonates a suffocating wave of spiritual aura that violently crushes the entire hall. The weak rookies instantly buckle to their knees, desperately fighting for breath and screaming in agony beneath the mountain-like gravity. Lin Xin sits calmly beside Xinghan as the terrifying gravity from the tyrannical council president, Zhou Hong, finally evaporates. Lin Xin silently acknowledges that while the aura of an advanced powerhouse is incredibly fierce, at this far range, it means absolutely nothing to a warrior already at ordinary Tier 9. As the breathless rookies finally recover, gasping in pure relief that the overwhelming aura vanished after 5 seconds, shuddering at the godlike might of a true awakened master. With Master Zhou Hong finally departing, Mungi steps up to speak. She declares an absolute rookie trial follows this very gathering. The survival conditions are brutal. A massive arena waits directly in the training grounds core. And whichever challenger manages to dominate that platform solo for over 60 seconds shall be crowned this generation's supreme monarch. The grand prize is 100 credits. A tenfold increase from the previous era. Watching from above, smug senior elites scoff that the highest 10 ranks always belong to their prodigy faction. And nothing changes today. This ignites frustrated whispers among the lower tier fighters. Then, a hidden twist drops. If just one underdog from the regular ranks breaches the top 10, every single commoner earns a free academy point. The crowd erupts, thrilled knowing a single point equals 10,000 yuan, realizing that through united strength, everyone reaps a massive fortune. Grasping this epic chance, Hu storms the platform. Seizing the mic, he shouts his name, hyping up his legendary peer, Lin Zichin. As the region's absolute champion and the commoner's strongest weapon, he demands that every regular fighter ally against the elite prodigy faction, carving a bloody road for Lin to seize a top 10 rank. Every gaze locks onto Lin, who sits entirely unfazed, completely inspiring the underdogs to rise with blazing resolve, roaring their loyalty, swearing to pave his path to victory. Far away, Liu Chuanwu, Mengji, and Manhwa quietly watch from afar. Liu Chuanwu chuckles, telling Zhou Hong his prior flex of power was way too arrogant. Manhwa cuts in, demanding if Liu Chuanwu truly had to unleash his bitter wrath upon Li Moyu's little brother after Wu Tiancheng crushed him. He mocks him, sneering that in the realm of utter pettiness, Liu Chuanwu's pathetic grudges stand absolutely unrivaled across campus. Liu Chuanwu smirks coldly, declaring his so-called vengeance remains strictly locked onto his actual targets. Never innocent bloodlines. Liu taunts Manhwa, probing about the widespread rumors of his daughter's absolute dominance in the academy trials. Manhwa answers proudly, claiming she secured Kyoto's prestigious rank number 3 spot. Lurking right beside them, Zhou Hong aggressively recruits the dean's prodigy daughter to his council, vowing to personally forge her into an unstoppable future sovereign. Manhwa agrees, entrusting his precious heir to Zhou's ironclad guidance. Zhou smirks, swearing he grooms any freshman radiating such supreme, monstrous potential. Meanwhile, down in the Colosseum, the crowd practically vibrates, betting on the next freshman king. Most eyes are locked onto two absolute monsters, Li Moyu and Miwi, the undisputed apex predators. One fanatic screams that Li Moyu holds the crown, boasting his physical evolution has already shattered ordinary tier 5, but suddenly, a rival shoots back that despite Miwi's slightly lower stats, she miraculously bonded with the lethal Shadow Cat genetic bloodline, meaning her true battle aura might easily eclipse Li Moyu's brutal strength. A skeptic laughs off this theory, claiming her genetic integration was merely incomplete, severely capping her true destructive power limits. Their heated clash is violently shattered as Liu Chuanwu's voice explodes like thunder, declaring neither Li Moyu nor Miwi will ever claim the throne. While the entire stadium freezes in absolute horror, Liu flashes a chillingly confident, predatory smirk, and proclaims that the ultimate freshman king belongs to his Tianren pavilion. The legendary Lin Zichin, Dean Ma erupts in a blazing fury, roaring that such power is impossible. He aggressively points out Lin Zichin's physical evaluation stats failed to even breach the top 10 ranks. He sneers in pure disdain, mocking Liu Chuanwu for making delusional boasts. Unfazed, Liu Chuanwu calmly chuckles, mocking the furious Ma into accepting an absolute high-stakes wager. Enraged, Ma recklessly accepts, screaming he fears absolutely nothing. They bet exactly 100 academy credits, with Ma violently threatening the grinning old man against ever backing down now. Sensing the tension, Liu invites the surrounding elite staff to place their gambles. A dominant Genefuser smirks toward the senior professor, Academy Director Chin, proposing a massive 1,000 credit academy bet. And the director nods, observing this. Ma's paranoia flares. Why does this ancient fossil radiate such overwhelming, smug arrogance? Is he actively scheming to make Liu Yu rig the fierce battle? He violently dismisses the thought, recalling his own daughter is also fighting. His expression twists in absolute rage, desperately struggling to decipher Liu Chuanwu's strategy. One terrifyingly dark possibility grips his soul. Could Lin Zichin truly ascend as the king? He viciously crushes that absolutely delusional thought. Clad in bleeding-edge crimson cybernetic armor, a menacing figure, the Mechanical Academy Dean, arrogantly struts toward Dean Ma Zhenhe. She taunts that the legendary provincial champion, Lin Zichin, was once his prized disciple inside the Evolution Academy, slyly questioning him if Liu's ruthless student theft burns his foolish pride. Ma sneers dismissively, boasting his great academy overflows with such trash. The cybernetic Dean grins maliciously. She sharply counters that rumors say Ma ruthlessly stole the absolute top 3 elites from Tianren Academy, hinting his so-called indifference is merely a mask for his brewing vengeance. Meanwhile, high above, Liu Chuanwu smirks. Intoxicated by the gambling pool, he calculates that with 9 fools wagering 100 credits, and one dropping 1,000, he is about to rake in an absolute fortune. Under the faculty's watchful eyes, the brutal trial kicks off. A tidal wave of ordinary students floods the grand arena. Roaring their absolute battle cry, to crush the geniuses, the entire stage instantly explodes into pure, chaotic warfare. Lin Zichin stands completely unbothered. Calmly analyzing the battlefield, he coldly realizes that countless so-called elites are heavily dependent on genetic fusion compatibility scores, entirely lacking actual combat mastery. Suddenly, Lin Zichin gasps as his danger sense awakens. Acting like a system window revealing everyone's raw combat power, he quickly calculates the top 2 titans, Liu Yu and Miwei, are radiating aura at ordinary tier 5, while the remaining top 10 elites of this genius faction sit solidly at ordinary tier 4. As the first bloody wave settles, the underdogs roar in triumph. Having crushed several elites who now lay groveling in the dirt, a fired-up student screams that these arrogant geniuses are nothing but fragile weaklings, drunk on this early victory. The mob of ordinary students blindly charges ahead, taunting the remaining elite members up in the VIP stands to step down and taste defeat, provoked instantly. A towering, white-haired juggernaut plummets from the sky. He crashes onto the arena floor like a meteor, sneering, and dares the trash to approach so he can demonstrate true despair. The furious underdog mob doesn't even flinch, swarming him in an all-out assault, roaring that sheer numbers alone could easily crush him with just one strike each. But sadly, the colossal elite unleashes a single, devastatingly brutal leg sweep. The explosive impact launches. A massive shockwave violently blasts the students backward. Their bodies slam against the cold ground, instantly unconscious. The titan sneers, mocking them as pathetic little bugs. A million crawling ants could never bring down a beast. The surviving weaklings tremble in pure terror. Desperate eyes turn toward Lin Zichin. They scream at the disrespect, begging their strongest classmate to crush this arrogant bastard once and for all. Sighing softly, Lin Zichin steps forward, approaching the arena. If battle is inevitable, he embraces his destiny. He ascends onto the battlefield, hands in pockets, exuding an absolute zero aura. The massive titan crashes down right before him, shattering the concrete, roaring with excitement, screaming that he's been dying to crush the legendary #1 rookie of Nanjiang Province. The brute boasts his name is Lu Qi to the heavens, Yantian Province's absolute reigning undisputed champion. He starts flexing his monstrous system stats. 5 seconds per 100 meters. A 4.5-meter jump. Lifting over 1,000 kilograms single-handed. With a mocking smirk, he demands the main character reveal his combat power. Lin Zichin just stares at him, unbothered, claiming those numbers mean absolutely nothing here. His body will understand the terrifying gap soon. Before Lu Qi can even blink, Lin Zichin unleashes a blinding, devastating kick, launching the giant brute completely across the bloody arena. The titan hits dirt, instantly knocked out cold. Witnessing this miracle, the lower-ranked students explode into deafening roars of absolute triumph. In the VIP seats, the elite instructors are utterly speechless, expecting a drawn-out tactical masterclass. They instead witnessed a monstrous display of crushing dominance. What is his actual hidden power level? Behind that calm, unassuming scholar's peaceful face lies pure ruthlessness. Before the echoes fade, another warrior crashes the arena stage. He boasts as Liu Yongjian, Dong Province's absolute top scorer, flaunting his legendary achievements. But his arrogance is crushed as Lin Zichin delivers a devastating knee strike right to his face, finishing the duel in a flash. Towering over his fallen foe, Lin Zichin glares at the elite genius class, announcing that this absolute triumph proves regular students possess true monster talent too. His overwhelming aura triggers panic shouts from the crowd, begging for Liu Yu and Ma Wei to step up before this new supreme king crown falls to an underdog. Answering the desperate call, a feline-eared maiden drops gracefully into the arena. The elite prodigies instantly recognize her presence and roar for Lady Wei Wei to crush him. From the stands, "Hi, you!" and the underdog faction scream absolute support for Lin Zichin, begging him absolutely not to show mercy just because she is beautiful. Locking eyes with his fierce new rival, Lin Zichin sees a perfect chance to analyze a gene fuser in direct combat. The brutal clash erupts as Miwei dashes at Lin Zichin with terrifying velocity. She unleashes a devastatingly explosive high kick. Yet Lin Zichin easily evades by calmly leaning backwards. He speculates if that godlike agility comes from her shadow gene mutation. Miwei gasps in pure shock at his effortless evasion, sensing the terrifying chasm between their power levels. She understands that a reckless assault means certain defeat, so she gracefully bounds backward, creating a safe combat distance. She stares with burning resolve and begs for 30 seconds. Confessing, she requires time to entirely unleash the dormant shadow feline genes burning within her before a true battle begins. Lin Zichin, completely unfazed, smirks and grants her all the required time. He relishes this incredibly rare chance to witness true genetic awakening unfold firsthand. Gathering her energy, Miwei triggers a monstrous evolution, dropping to all fours. A wild tail erupts from her spine, while her fingers stretch into lethal claws amidst a blazing aura. Watching from above, the elders are spellbound. An instructor praises Manhwa for his daughter's flawless gene fusion, hailing her heaven-defying talent. Manhwa nods proudly, boasting her genius eclipses elite prodigies from rival regions. Yet, Deep dread shadows his face, since her awakening is completely fresh. Pushing these limits risks a devastating physical backlash. He exhales, knowing her stubborn spirit will never yield. Her savage evolution complete. Mei Wei rockets toward Lin Zichin. Mocking his foolish arrogance for waiting, she swears he will bleed. Striking out with terrifying lethal fury, she launches a crushing kick that Lin Zichin barely evades. Dodging the strike, he instantly calculates her strength. Noting a massive spike from Tier 5 to almost Tier 6, the Predator is stunned that her ultimate speed still hits only empty air. Furious, she unleashes a terrifying storm of slashes and kicks. But Lin Zichin weaves through every strike like flowing water, reading her patterns. His eyes turn cold, bathed in an azure aura. He realizes he has completely analyzed their 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗬 abilities. Done playing games, he readies an ultimate devastating counterattack. As she charges blindly, Lin Zichin meets her with one earth-shattering blow straight to her face. The shock wave is absolute. Launching Mei Wei violently backward, she slams into the mountain of unconscious bodies. Totally knocked out cold, the surviving students crowd around her, gasping and stunned. Her flawless face lay ruined. Shattered by his devastating and merciless blow, Mei Wei collapsed upward, weeping bitterly while clutching her agonizing wounds. Her furious father, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗕𝗬, scrambled desperately from the bleachers to her. He glared violently at Lin Zichin, roaring if any true man would brutally crush a fragile girl. Lin Zichin coldly responded that upon the bloody path of martial evolution, zero distinction exists between genders. Only the eternal divide between the absolute strong and weak. From the roaring crowd, Liu Yu smirked, declaring, absolute power is the only truth. Seizing his fated moment, he launched himself explosively from the stands into the arena. He crashed down, causing a massive shockwave, while the elite genius students erupted into deafening cheers, hailing him as their ultimate savior to avenge Ma Wei. Liu Yu locked eyes with Lin Zichin, praising his masterful deception in concealing his true monstrous strength, playing the pathetic weakling, only to unmask himself as a legendary provincial conqueror. Flashing a demonic smirk, he proclaimed that Lin Zichin was not the sole warrior, hiding unfathomable latent abilities. Liu Yu detonated his hidden aura as his physical form mutated, expanding massively, bursting with divine muscle as an overwhelming pressure swallowed him. The elders above gasped in absolute terror, realizing Liu Yu was also a legendary gene fuser. The Supreme Dean of Mechanical Engineering recognized the ancient bloodline as the demon-eyed giant ape, which demanded terrifying physical vitality for successful fusion. His biological battle pressure skyrocketed to ordinary Tier 6. As the demonic evolution finished, Luo Chuanwu paralyzed in sheer terror, realizing he was utterly doomed to lose his 900 credit wager, worth 19 million yuan. The perspective violently shifts to a shadowy location, where Wang Shou and Lu Gong received a dark quest from a mysterious classmate. He commanded them to hunt down a superior demon seed from a nearby forest and force Liu Yu to consume it. Lu Gang trembled, deeply fearing the catastrophic risks of aiming at an heir of the almighty Kyoto Li clan. Still, the boss promises that their syndicate holds absolute supremacy and could crush the Li bloodline entirely. Forced to decide whether to accept this suicide mission, a defeated Wang Shuyi admits to Lu Gong that escape is impossible. The ultimate clash between the monster rookies finally erupts. Lai Moyu flaunts his terrifying awakening, bragging that the demon-eyed giant ape grants absolute invincibility and power, despite its massive, sluggish nature. His overwhelming aura bridges the gap, cementing an insurmountable difference in rank. He sneers at Lin Zichin, asking if he can still smile facing a heaven-defying prodigy. Ignoring the taunts, Lin Zichin instantly explodes forward, unleashing a devastating strike. Upon deadly impact, Lai Moyu barely deflects the blow, prompting Lin Zichin's realization his enemy possesses adequate battle reflexes, barely evading an attack calibrated to standard Tier 6 velocity, escalating the battle pressure. Lin Zichin increases his combat output, testing standard Tier 7 limits. This sudden acceleration completely overwhelms Lai Moyu, allowing a bone-crushing right hook to smash into his jaw. The beast staggers back, roaring in furious denial over a cheap shot. Lin Zichin coldly calculates that demonic armor is genuinely formidable, rivaling the durability of peak Tier 6. Enraged, Lai Moyu grounds himself, swearing that trash won't land another hit. His ruthless assault continues without hesitation. Yet, he mentally acknowledges that despite moving like lightning, his strikes are barely scratching that absolute beastly defense. The shockwaves multiply as Lai Moyu tanks a violent storm. Lin Zichin realizes that despite the beast's sluggish pace, its insane physical toughness grants a massive window for careless mistakes. Meanwhile, one single mistake will cost Lin Zichin everything, making the victor's identity seem completely absolute. Pushing his boundaries, Lin flawlessly trades blows, evading Liao's earth-shattering strikes. He concludes this agility assessment is finally complete. Lin bounds backward, opening the gap, bracing his core. He shifts focus to the ultimate stat, pure power. Liao grins wickedly, praising Lin's unexpectedly godlike speed, while ruthlessly mocking his pathetic strength as utterly harmless. Declaring Lin destined for absolute defeat, Liao loudly claims the offensive, charging an overwhelming, aura-infused heavy blow. As the colossal attack drops, Terrified spectators beg Lin to run. Yet he remains utterly motionless, embracing the incoming devastation. In the VIP stands, Academy elders heavily rest their hands upon Lu Chuanwu's trembling shoulders, certain that Lin will be violently pulverized. The headmaster warns the sobbing elder about his forfeited 100 school credit bet. Down in the arena, a catastrophic collision erupts into violent shockwaves as Liao squarely strikes Lin's unflinching face. The aftermath defies reality. Liao's knuckles explosively pulverize upon making direct contact. He fiercely crashes down in absolute torment, gripping his mangled wrist. Shrieking in unbearable agony, the entire stadium falls completely dead silent, failing to comprehend Lin's miraculous, impossible, sudden victory. Spectators gasp in horror, perceiving this twisted reality as completely unimaginable. Looming above his broken foe, Lin calmly dissects the aftermath. He deduces that while the demonic eye giant, ape transformation gifted Liao monstrous power, his mortal vessel couldn't withstand the devastating backlash. Ultimately, Liao struck Lin with such ferocious intensity that brutal recoil annihilated his own fist, proving Lin's defense superior. Lin Zichin coldly summons the emergency medics, declaring that Lai Moyu endured a brutal, comminuted bone fracture demanding critical care. The dumbfounded healers scramble wildly onto the battle arena. Suddenly, a majestic silhouette drops from above. Mo Dongji has arrived, touching down like a feather. She commands him back. She inspects the ruined arm, verifying the grim damage. His entire right hand lies absolutely crushed. A horrifying realization strikes her. This devastation came purely from striking Lin Zichin's face. She summons a radiant golden elixir, feeding it to Moyu. While healing him, she questions the terrifying, iron-like density of Lin Zichin's skull, sensing a deeply hidden secret. Mo Dongji unleashes her spiritual sense to pierce his defenses. Detecting the psychic invasion, Lin Zichin instantly triggers his ultimate skill, natural camouflage. Masking his terrifying true power, the examiner scans him intensely. Deceived by his absolute stealth, she mistakenly registers his aura as a mortal, ordinary tier 6 existence. She observes his flesh, bones, and muscles hold an ungodly density far beyond that realm, yet uncovers no other profound mysteries. Could this sheer bodily invincibility be his only trick? The stunned Academy elders crowd around, desperate for her final verdict. Mo Dongji reveals the truth. Lin Zichin stands merely at ordinary tier 6, possessing an absurdly dense physical shell, lacking any other supernatural traits. Catching this evaluation, Lin Zichin keeps his face completely unreadable. While his racing heart finally calms down, he smiled, his perfect disguise fooling them completely. Meanwhile, Mo Dongji's divine pill showed its miraculous effects. Lai Moyu shot up, absolutely stunned. He praised the miraculous medicine, feeling his strength completely restored. He clenched his fist, grinning as his shattered bones perfectly mend together. The fierce clash concluded. Lin Zichin deems Lu Yu unworthy to share the arena. Without hesitation, he arrogantly dismisses the fallen genius from above and unleashes a ruthless front kick, launching the recovered Lu Yu completely off the combat stage. Disgraced, the crushed elite screams from below, swearing that once his gene fusion advances, he will definitely return to crush Zichin. Up above them, absolute chaos explodes between the regular class and the elites. Those underdogs brutally mock the prodigies for acting arrogantly despite utterly losing. Furious, the elite students argue Lu Yu only fell to Zichin, yet the cheering masses completely silence them, loudly claiming that Zichin's absolute dominance is a victory for every underdog. Down below, the arena clock hits absolute 0. The system chimes, marking exactly 1 minute elapsed. The host dramatically crowns Lin Zichin from Class 1 as this generation's undisputed freshman king. The normal students scream wildly for Brother Chen, honoring the absolute glory he just secured. Suddenly, the new king isn't finished. Realizing his absolute dominance is now completely undeniable, he decides to take things even further. He violently propels himself straight toward the audience bleachers, leaving the massive crowd completely speechless. He touches down right within elite territory and sweeps Shen Jinghan into a breathtakingly romantic Princess Carrie. The spectators gasp in utter shock, questioning why he captured the Ice Queen. Jinghan's cheeks burn deep crimson as Zichin propels backward toward the arena platform, holding her incredibly tight. Her pulse pounds wildly, silently wondering if he plans to reveal their secret romance today. Zichin touches down flawlessly upon the arena, with the blushing beauty positioned behind him. The undisputed champion confronts the paralyzed stadium. He fearlessly claims the remaining ranks from 2nd to 10th place, taking them all. The furious elite students reject this crushing humiliation, screaming Lin Zichin is suppressing them. They attack as one to destroy him and traitor Shen Qinghan. The arena explodes into absolute martial chaos. Lin Zichin glides through the desperate assault, crushing his foes despite the massive numbers. He shatters their vanguard with devastating strikes and sweeping kicks, blasting the elites away effortlessly. Spotting a blind spot, Mei Wei strikes from above, targeting a stunned Shen Qinghan, screaming for the traitor's blood. Suddenly, Lin Zichin reacts like lightning, intercepting her midair with a devastating kick to shield Qinghan. The impact of the monstrous blow blasts Mei Wei off the arena. Up in the stands, her father, May and he roars in horror, watching his daughter slam brutally into the ground. With the elite prodigies completely annihilated, Lin Zichin stands victoriously over the crushed students. Instantly, a system alert declares that 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎 has officially conquered rank 2 in this brutal trial. She freezes in utter disbelief. Lin Zichin then faces the regular disciples, revealing his master plan. He gives them the open ranks from 3rd to 10th place. With one absolute condition: all academy credits from those ranks must go directly to him. The underdogs go absolutely wild, chanting for Big Brother Chen. Desperate for their once-in-a-lifetime top 10 glory, Shui calculates the top 10 ranks yield 550 credits. Xiu factors in the baseline rewards, totaling 559 credits with a greedy smirk. High above, Main he shakes with pure wrath. He barks at Mengji, roaring that Lin Zichin's actions are forbidden, and demanding to know how this absolute monster could monopolize the entire top 10 ranks. A chilled voice cuts, asking which exact rule was broken. Master Lu confidently strides up to shield his disciple, daring Elder Ma to highlight exactly which academy law outlaws absolute dominance. Elder Ma freezes completely, gritting his teeth as he finds absolutely no counter-argument. Barking that this rookie is merely abusing a dirty loophole, he trembles in sweating defeat. In the shadows, dark schemes suddenly pivot. Wang Shuer frantically clutches Liu Gang, hissing that their strategy has shattered, and Liu is no longer their prey, while watching the thrilled ecstatic disciples throw their new king skyward. Shuer viciously declares Lin Zichin is their ultimate prey, their new twisted mission, to force him to consume the demonic core, binding him to their syndicate. Following the exam, Liu sprints wildly toward his star pupil for an embrace, but hits empty air. Zichin coldly demands his hard-earned loot from the elder. The master frantically reveals a glowing vial, boasting it holds 10 vital blood pills, packing triple the academy rewards for this term. Liu proudly drops 300 pure academy credits into Zichin's account, grinning because this monster scored him 1900 points, betting against the rival elders. Closing the gap, the elder mutters, begging to know Zichin's actual realm of terrifying power. Zichin casually breathes back a half-truth, stating he sits at mortal rank 6, finished his first dermal refinement, forged his facial fibers, and possesses innately indestructible bones in his skull. The elder's jaw absolutely drops, howling in shock that this monstrous freshman already unlocked advanced muscle tempering techniques. Weeping with pride, he violently clutches Zichin's wrists, bawling, swearing his glorious disciple shall awaken as a supreme being with an untainted human vessel before graduation. Fiercely urges him to walk the absolute pure blood path, and Lin Zichin coldly accepts. Afterwards, deep inside his quiet room, Lin Zichin rests, examining a glowing crimson chi and blood pill. Intrigued, he tosses the elixir into his mouth to test its power. Scorching mist erupts from his skin as the pill dissolves, but the system alert reveals a pathetic 108-point boost. Underwhelmed, he realizes this treasure is garbage compared to his daily grinding. Knowing these elixirs are useless for his monstrous physique, he firmly decides it is better to gift them to 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎. Suddenly, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎 steps inside wearing tight athletic gear, drenched from intense training. She curiously asks when he returned. He calmly replies half an hour ago. Lin Zichin calls her closer and hands over one of the crimson elixirs, ordering her to swallow it. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎 curiously accepts the mysterious pill and consumes it. The explosive effect is absolutely instantaneous. Scorching mist erupts from her deeply flushing skin, gasping at the intense heat as her chi and blood surge. Witnessing this explosive power spike, Lin Zichin tosses the bottle. He flatly explains the elixirs are useless to him, so she should consume the remaining 8, strictly warning her to absorb only 1 daily. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎 eagerly accepts. The very next morning at the Tenren Research Institute, Lin Zichin acknowledges Yuan. She stands in the middle of a fierce workout and playfully calls him the king. While stretching, Yuan demands he confirm the wild rumors from the academy dean. She questions if his biological level is truly ordinary tier 6, and if he fully mastered muscle tempering. Lin Zichin confirms the fake legend he told the dean is true. Hearing this revelation, Yuan explodes with excitement and lunges straight toward him. She wildly exclaims he is an unparalleled prodigy and swears that with his joining, Tien Rene will completely shake the entire martial world. Dashing toward him with burning excitement, Lin Zichin vows they will conquer the heavens together. Later, Lin Zichin dives into ancient texts within the sanctum. He discovers that Lu Chuanwu and Yuan hopelessly failed to unlock the supreme aperture secrets of the blood tempering art. Thus, he resolves that he must extract the divine truth from the original scrolls himself. Awakened by his supreme celestial root of wisdom, he finds conquering such profound mysteries is child's play for him. His deep cultivation is shattered by Yuan, who warns him that elite members of the student council are lurking right outside his door. She guesses they crave his power after his legendary display. Lin Zichin instantly scoffs, boldly declaring he has zero interest. However, Yuan slyly drops that elite council members harvest massive monthly credit bounties. At the scent of boundless riches, Lin Zichin's aura flips entirely, his eyes gleaming with greed. Stepping out of the shadows, he confronts the visitor. It is none other than Zhou Hong, the absolute tyrant of the student council, who offers a deceptively friendly hand. Their auras clash slightly as Zhou Hong reveals his grand scheme to recruit Lin Zichin, promising to forge him into the supreme heir of the council's throne. He expertly tempts him with immense power, weaving an intoxicating illusion of unimaginable wealth. He boasts that beyond divine feasts, an absolute authority to rule the academy. Elites bathe in endless monthly credit treasures, blinded by the glorious loot. Lin Zichin smirks and accepts without hesitation, but Zhou Hong blocks him, revealing one chilling catch. The tyrant demands that Lin Zichin completely abandon the sacred path of the pure-blooded human and surrender to gene fusion instead. Lin Zichin freezes in sharp suspicion, demanding to know why. Zhou Hong arrogantly sneers that the student council only recruits absolute geniuses. He boldly declares the pure blood path is completely dead, mocking Dean Lu Chuanwu and Yu Yan as failures. He coldly warns that without gene fusion, even Lin Zichin's blazing talent will rot into mediocrity. Lin Zichin sharply asks Zhou Hong, the mighty president of the student council, if joining their elite ranks strictly requires gene fusion. After Zhou Hong proudly confirms this fact, Lin Zichin calmly states he absolutely refuses to join and turns his back, shocking everyone. Internally, he ruthlessly weighs the council's pathetic perks against Tianren's epic rewards. Behind his back, the student council elites violently mock his foolish choice, questioning if this so-called new king is completely out of his mind for insisting on the pure blood path. Predicting his miserable downfall, a lackey tells Zhou Hong this was a total waste of time, since Tianren's heavy brainwashing is clearly working. Zhou Hong coldly dismisses Lin Zichin as a doomed genius with zero future, which makes him nothing but absolute trash, and commands his group to hunt down actual worthwhile talents. Later at the Tianren Research Institute, a furious Yu Yan violently slams her fists onto a desk, furiously complaining to Lin Zichin about the student council's utterly pathetic mindset. Their intense conversation is suddenly cut short by Dean Lu Chuanwu's arrival, who looks completely drained of life force. Yu Yan sarcastically praises his dramatic sacrifice for the dying pure blood cause, including sweating blood day and night, practically selling his body for funding. Visibly annoyed, Lu Chuanwu groans, asking if she must add that last part. He then gravely warns Lin Zichin that women are a fatal roadblock on the legendary path of true evolution, and he should dodge them completely. Slumping heavily in his office, Lu Chuanwu finally informs Lin Zichin that the Great Academy grants elite protected housing for the families of true geniuses. He promises stable careers for Lin's family, inviting them to the bustling capital. Lin replies he must consult his parents this coming weekend. Suddenly, Elder Lu grants Lin exclusive early access to Academy Quest boards, praising his overwhelming combat prowess, making waiting for next term completely pointless. Yuan then confides in Lin. Sharing, she hunts weekly field quests for Academy credits. She warmly suggests teaming up soon to build combat mastery, offering to guide him on a beast extermination quest. Lin bows and thanks, curious about his true options. Lin scans the Academy network for bounties. He notices the official quests are mere errands, yielding a pitiful 1 or 2 credits. He then checks the student boards, spotting an absurdly bizarre request, demanding a female gene fuser sparring partner, boasting beast ears and long legs for 5 credits monthly. Chuckling, he switches to outer city bounties. He discovers field missions are thrilling and highly lucrative. One bounty targets syndicate thugs for 30 credits. Another hunts an elite mutant beast for 200 credits, both miles away. While scrolling further, a chilling bounty grabs his attention. It demands securing a shadow cat girl, a corrupted gene fuser at ordinary tier 6, ruthlessly slaughtering men across the Neon Pleasure District. The bounty is 50 credits, and he instantly claims it. Yuan suddenly leans close, startling Lin. Noticing the cat girl bounty, she eagerly offers to back him up. Stunned, he questions her sudden insight. Yuan points out the public tracker revealing everyone hunting this target. Checking his screen, Lin is shocked, finding 28 hunters already on the prowl, along with 26 upperclassmen and a single first year. Ma Wei. This struck him as completely bizarre to accept this dangerous quest at merely ordinary tier 5. Guessing she definitely possessed some hidden backup. Telling Yuan dusk was falling, Lin Zichin declared he was returning for meals, waving casually. While strolling across the academy grounds, an eerie hunting sensation crept up. His heightened danger instincts violently triggered, detecting massive killing intent from an ordinary tier 7. Without warning, a massive brute wearing azure training gear blocked his path. Barking his name, the meathead aggressively cornered Lin Zichin, furiously roaring that he hunted Ma Wei. The attacker violently rattled off his supposed crimes, from humiliating her during combat exams to right now, ruthlessly snatching away her guild quest, even demanding to know if Headmaster Lu Chuanwu orchestrated this scheme. The musclehead kept spewing venomous rants, provoking Lin Zichin into dueling while branding him a tyrant. Staring back in sheer annoyance, he coldly asked whether Ma Wei or her father deployed him. Yet the thug stubbornly claimed this was his own crusade. As the brute roared for battle again, Lin Zichin merely scoffed. So what? Realizing he was wasting breath on a fool, Lin Zichin pivoted to leave. However, the thug violently snatched his uniform, screaming for him to freeze instantly. Patience completely shattered, Lin Zichin spun, landing a devastating hook to his jaw. The meathead instantly collapsed entirely unconscious, glaring at the trash. Lin Zichin silently wondered if that brutal lesson was satisfying. Lin Zichin returned to his quiet sanctuary. From the cooking space, Shen Han greeted him warmly, announcing their feast was ready. She cheerfully noted that the 10 pounds of life and death toad flesh he requested had arrived. He grabbed the mysterious package from storage, recalling his plan to buy more to awaken the codex. Yet ultimately held back to prevent drawing dangerous attention. He hovered his palms over the parcel, and an overwhelming torrent of azure aura erupted from within. As a glowing system prompt confirms, he has devoured the monstrous toad's potent life essence, pushing his codex progress to 10%. Shortly after, a baffled Shen Xinghan spots Lin Zichin, tossing the heavily decayed monster meat into a trash bag. He casually mentions it went totally bad. She frowns, remembering it looked incredibly fresh just upon delivery. He calmly reveals that he has fully drained its core essence, causing the flesh to instantly rot away. Shen Xinghan gasps in shock, asking if this is his awakening. He nods with a smirk, explaining he can devour raw essence from aberrant beasts to directly steal their monstrous abilities. Her eyes widen, exclaiming she truly finally understands his crazy choice of the pure blood path. With this god-tier power, gene fusion is completely useless. Over a warm dinner, Lin Zichin drops the dean's generous offer of luxury housing and jobs for their parents. Shen Xinghan beams with joy, and they agree to visit their proud families this upcoming weekend. Mid-bite, she hypes up an epic afternoon duel between peak-ranking elites at the academy gym. She eagerly begs to watch, and Lin Zichin easily agrees. Inside the massive university gym, a roaring crowd has already gathered. Lin Zichin spots that besides typical students and faculty, elite representatives from the infamous mechanical god group are lurking there. Shen Xinghan excitedly points out a woman wearing a hulking white cyborg suit in the VIP section. The legendary mechanical genius girl they saw trending online. Down in the brutal arena center, two fierce combatants face off. A hulking bull-like gene fuser versus a deadly cyborg. Shen Xinghan asks Lin Zichin who he truly thinks is more terrifyingly powerful between the Kyoto genius and the mechanical girl. He smirks, claiming they will find out from this very duel. He notes that if the 8th-ranked Evolution Academy student wins, the Kyoto genius proves stronger. But should this rank 9 cyborg claim victory, that mech genius girl proves absolute dominance, the starting signal ignites the deathmatch. This steel warrior instantly launches skyward on metallic wings. High overhead, the fighter fires an apocalyptic storm of warheads, raining absolute hell upon his beastly foe below. The monstrous minotaur gets utterly swallowed by this ruthless artillery barrage, desperately attempting to block out the blast waves, shattering the arena. Once the smoke clears, he heavily lands. The battered beast seizes his chance for brutal melee. Both warriors dash headlong at blazing speeds, violently colliding in the arena center. That cyborg effortlessly catches the raging beast's strike, returning a bone-crushing hook to his jaw. This fatal strike sends mutant soaring backward until he hits the dirt, standing victorious. The steel titan raises his fist high while the stadium roars. Elsewhere, inside a shadowy office, Mo Dongji takes a secret video briefing. Her underling reports that highly classified Zone Number 36 remains dead silent for months, leaving them clueless whether their shadowy foes have fled completely or are brewing something massive. Mo Dongji suddenly demands fresh intel on Liu Qiangshu. The aide confirms the recruit is adjusting flawlessly, evolving terrifyingly fast, and nearing a massive breakthrough to advanced Tier 2. Puzzled, the subordinate pries into Luo Qianshu's mysterious origins, hinting her bizarre constitution completely defies human nature. Mo Dongji coldly cuts her off entirely, warning her never pry into secrets above her security clearance. Once the aide apologizes, she dismisses her to watch an academy duel. Flicking the surveillance screen, she witnesses that fierce battle's brutal finale. Seeing the absolute dominance of that mechanical warrior, the machine god faction holds far deadlier power than imagined. She ultimately deduces cyborg enhancements boast vastly superior field adaptability. Yet doubt still shadows her eyes. Mo Dongji admits a fatal design flaw. Despite their overwhelming might, augmented forms breach the forbidden source zone since electronic and mechanical systems suffer absolute failure, killing her monitor screen. She declares that inside that deadly realm, apex cyborgs just become piles of worthless scrap metal. Shortly after, Lin Zichin and Shen Han travel back from a peaceful family weekend trip. Both families share a joyous celebratory feast. Throughout the evening, they discuss the prestigious academy's elite family housing offer, which both sides eagerly accept. With matters resolved, Zichin shifts focus to his hunt, capturing a lethal feline mutant within the blazing neon pleasure district. Prowling incognito through the chaotic streets, he mentally analyzes the bounty. The prey is a Tier 6 genetic monster boasting terrifying speed who seduces and slaughters men. Intel highlights her flawless mastery of disguise and her deadly expertise with toxic narcotics. Lin Zichin instantly realizes why this bounty failed. The massive territory and her vicious cunning make tracking nearly impossible. Igniting his tracking hunt, Zichin triggers his supreme vision, merging sky sight and danger sense for a massive radar sweep, channeling his deep internal aura. Brilliant, golden power blazes violently behind his dark shades. Bystanders flinch at his overwhelming and eerie presence. Some cower from his terrifying glow, while others whisper about the handsome man with the chilling predator stare. As Zichin draws attention, a towering brute aggressively blocks him, furiously demanding to know who he is mocking. Unfazed, Zichin unleashes crushing biological pressure, ordering the trash to step aside before blasting him into the ground, soaring while onlookers scatter in absolute terror, glaring down at the defeated foe. Lin Zichin finds absolutely nothing here, turning his gaze toward the next battlefield. Suddenly, his sharp eyes catch recognized silhouettes. He spots Miwei alongside 2 academy peers marked as basic tier 7 upperclassmen, clearly brought along for sheer backup power. Miwei and her female ally lock eyes. The sidekick gestures wildly, prompting an irritated scoff from the girl. The ally whispers to retreat immediately, and she fiercely agrees, steering her squad elsewhere. Lin Zichin stands utterly baffled by this retreat. Miwei deduces that his presence on this very quest means he also hunts the elusive feline. She fiercely vows to steal the prize beforehand. Their male comrade arrogantly smirks, claiming he will handle this hunt. He brags about his awakened demonic hound genes, granting an absolute, terrifying sensory tracking ability to outpace Lin Zichin completely. Channeling his aura, glowing pink tracking trails materialize, and he viciously declares the feline prey is finally locked on. Following this spiritual scent trail, the demonic hound gene master gestures toward a bustling tavern across town, roaring that their prey hides. Desperate to crush Lin Zichin, the rival squad charges aggressively through the busy street. Her upperclassman swears on her honor to snare the beast and claim glory. They storm the packed tavern, hunting that glowing spiritual trace. She demands the exact location. The awakened hound points toward a bespectacled lady lounging on velvet. Miwei scoffs, mocking the seemingly harmless aura of this normal civilian, yet her tracker remains unflinching, swearing this energetic signature perfectly matches the lingering traces left upon the beast's items at the agency. Miwei realizes their prey is a terrifying illusionist, wasting absolutely no time attacking. Their Sunbei orders an immediate strike. The trio dashes toward the target, but she meets their approach with a wicked smirk. She suddenly launches upward, shattering the glass table to pieces, and makes a wild dash as someone yells she is escaping. Miwei and her squad storm out of the tavern, hunting the fleeing beastkin through bustling streets. During the intense chase, Miwei panics over her insane speed. The demonic hound, Jennifer Fuser, confidently guarantees he can track her scent until she completely burns out. Tracking her scent, they trap the feline in a blind alley. Their male ally confirms the target and demands a swift end to this battle. However, the cat girl pivots with an arrogant grin, mocking their foolish belief that they could ever catch her if she actually fled. A terrifying crimson aura erupts around her as she reveals that the absolute best apex predators always disguise themselves as mere prey. She undergoes a monstrous awakening, her fingers twisting into massive, razor-sharp talons, asking if they forgot the laws of the jungle. She unleashes a suffocating shockwave of bloodlust upon her 3 pursuers. They freeze in absolute terror, realizing her realm is not a pathetic tier 6, but an unbelievable tier 9 powerhouse. Miwei and her team stand completely paralyzed. The feline had been concealing her monstrous might within the pitch-black alleyway. Miwei, the hellhound, and their Sunbei sprint for their lives. Miwei screams this raid is doomed and they must retreat. Lurking behind, the monstrous cat girl gazes with a sneer, baring her claws to mock their pathetic escape. With inhuman agility, she scales the building, instantly cutting off their escape. She drops into the shadows, blocking their path with a chilling promise of death. The beast girl locks her deadly gaze on the shivering hound, leaning in with malice, whispering he was marked prey since entering the tavern. Pushed to the absolute brink, Miwei triggers a smoke bomb, flooding the narrow passage with blinding purple haze. She warns her squad this miasma dulls monster senses, buying them one precious window to flee. Cloaked by the veil, the desperate trio finally escapes, panting and traumatized. They burst onto a bustling avenue. The trembling dog curses the fatal quest difficulty, growling that flawed intel almost cost them their lives. The senior huntress begs Mai to contact her father, Ma Genhee, to report this nightmare and fix the disastrous quest details. A panic-stricken Mai grabs her phone, promising to call immediately. But right before hitting the button, a horrifying truth strikes her. She remembers Lin Zichin took this exact quest. Absolute panic, realizing if he faces that monster, he will be slaughtered by her overwhelming hidden strength. She cries out to warn him. She refuses to let him perish, frantically scrolling her contacts. She lacks his number, realizing her absolute last resort is calling Shen Qinghan. Meanwhile, in the desolate alleyway, the toxic purple haze dissipates. The beast girl snarls, completely furious her prey somehow escaped. While cursing her ruined hunt, she detects a chilling new presence standing nearby. Lin Zichin waiting calmly in the deep shadows, locking eyes. The predator swoons, instantly obsessed with his flawlessly handsome features, mocking his spectacularly rotten luck. She marks him as fresh prey, lunging forward with lethal claws extended. Lin Zichin smirks. He assesses her aura a solid ordinary tier 9, focusing his aura. He dashes forward to intercept her lethal strike. The beastkin freezes shocked. Baffled his speed could completely eclipse her own. Before she can blink, Lin detonates a radiant heavy punch directly into her jaw. The kinetic shockwave blasts her backward, smashing her violently into the dark alley's far stone wall, coughing blood amidst shattered debris. She trembles at his monstrous might. Her eyes widen in absolute terrified disbelief, questioning how a young human without any gene fusion could possibly wield such heaven-defying strength. Realizing this absolute suppression, the beastkin knows fighting is pure suicide. She must desperately escape. She spins and bolts. But to her horror, Lin effortlessly shadows her every step, declaring she will now face his true might. Lin leaps, landing a catastrophic roundhouse directly to her skull, launching her violently airborne. The devastating impact completely obliterates yet another wall. Burying her inside the bedrock, Lin presses his assault, unleashing a vicious storm of strikes upon her trapped body. He realizes despite the massive damage, her life force clings, though her biological aura rapidly fades, determined to execute her before she regenerates. He hoists a massive concrete boulder, but exactly at the final lethal execution moment, his eyes widen shocked. Crimson aura violently erupts as the beastkin's physical body forcibly mutates, her muscles swelling grotesquely. Lin realizes with absolute dread that facing total death, she broke limits and is evolving into a completely terrifying, high-tier monstrous disaster. The newly evolved, bloodthirsty shadow beast glares down menacingly. She revels how igniting her forbidden genes forged her a new, invincible immortal life, but simultaneously amplified her primal bloodlust and facing a fatal genetic backlash. Consumed by blazing fury, she screams, demanding Lin Zichin's true identity. But instead of attacking, Lin Zichin just smiles and lightly apologizes for the mix-up. He then turns his back, leaving her completely stunned. She watches him, her mind paralyzed by dread. His true power remains a terrifying mystery, his every move entirely unpredictable, and her own trump cards are exhausted. Worse yet, she teeters on the edge of a deadly genetic collapse from her forced awakening. Knowing another clash means certain death, she makes her choice, launching herself into the sky to retreat. But mid-flight, a deadly whistling sound forces her to look down. In a split second, a steel pipe pierces her skull, violently pinning her to the wall. Lin Zichin grabs another iron bar and explodes forward, piercing right through her heart. He rips the crimson weapon free, delivering a barrage of merciless strikes. Critically broken, the feline assassin slumps down, her life force fading into utter nothingness. Lin Zichin casually discards the dripping weapon, certain that this monstrous threat is finally extinguished. With the brutal battle concluded, Lin Zichin snaps a quick photo of the wreckage, knowing he must upload this proof to the academy system for his mission. Next, he contacts the city security division to report the gruesome scene for immediate cleanup. Official duties handled. Lin Zichin faces his true objective. He extends a hand toward the corpse, as a violent crimson aura engulfs him, and the system confirms he has successfully devoured a massive surge of the Shadow Knight Cat's essence, rocketing his guidebook progress to 36%. He is stunned by this explosive power growth, theorizing that her devastating genetic backlash must have condensed the beast's primal bloodline. Meanwhile, Miwi and her squad navigate the neon streets. Miwi desperately calls her powerful father, Dean Mei, reporting the lethal intel error that nearly doomed them. The prey was no mere tier 6 target, but a terrifying tier 9 beast. Her father freezes completely. Inside his office, Dean Mei demands a full tactical briefing, vowing to ruthlessly interrogate the mission director. Back on the streets, the senior girl anxiously suggests retreating to the academy before disaster strikes, until she violently grabs Miwi's trembling arm. She points at her glowing screen, revealing the perilous hunt for the feral cat girl was single-handedly crushed by Lin Zichin. Miwi stands completely paralyzed in absolute disbelief, wondering how a mere academy rookie slaughtered a tier 9 monster completely alone. The weekend passes. Lin Zichin and Shanning Han stroll the academy grounds. Lin Zichin checks his device, spotting 300 massive academy credits flooding into his system balance. He assumes the feral cat girl bounty has dropped, but remains utterly baffled by the massive, overflowing payout, dwarfing the original 50 credit bounty. Mid-stride, Lin Zichin flashes Shanning Han the shocking update. The alert confesses to a fatal intel error. The feral cat girl hunt escalated from tier 6 to tier 9. The bounty skyrocketed from 50 to 200 credits, plus 100 extra blood money. Shanning Han curses the academy's broken mission system, fiercely warning Lin Zichin his monstrous strength saved him, otherwise he would be a rotting corpse. Lin Zichin agrees the network is deeply flawed, swearing to double-check future death trap missions. He promises Shanning Han that when the right missions appear, he will bring her along to forge her in the fires of real combat. Thrilled, Shanning Han cheers, ecstatic to finally face battlefield missions at his side. Walking back together, Lin Zichin checks his screen, ready to spend his newfound academy credits on 90 Jin of the Vital Life and Death Toad meat. He realizes that although he felt anxious before about drawing unwanted eyes with massive orders, his growing strength makes it a trivial issue now. He also knows this premium beast meat lies, packed with energy to fuel Shanning Han's evolution, so hoarding extra portions for her is absolutely essential. Reaching their home base, Shanning Han swings the front door open, as Zichin asks which specific demonic beast meat her palate truly desires. Excitedly sprinting inside, she insists on handling the order herself while he follows close behind. Safely indoors, she hits the couch, Swiping through the hunter market on her phone. Inside the kitchen. Lin Zichin. Rocking a chef's apron. Here's 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗬, suggests the mighty tyrant ash eagle meat. She clarifies that a single credit buys 6 jin, securing their energy supply for days. Zichin immediately nods at her highly tactical choice. But 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗢 suddenly blocks him from placing the purchase, fiercely declaring she will handle it. She beamingly reminds him she still wields the 90 credits he gifted her after the freshman tournament. Zichin, stirring steaming noodles, smiles warmly and completely yields. He notes that since they are bound as true family, there is absolutely zero need to keep score over whose academy credits are spent, while Zichin and 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗢 devour their spirit-restoring noodles. The doorbell chimes. Zichin rises swiftly to answer it. He returns, hauling a massive, heavy delivery crate. 𝗥𝗘𝗕𝗕𝗢 premium beast meat shipment arrives so fast. He breaks the seal and he tosses the tyrant ash beast's premium meat to 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗢, instructing her to chill it in the fridge immediately. With mundane chores completely handled, Lin Zichin shifts his focus to the 90 pounds of life and death toad flesh. Knowing the time for absorption has finally come, he presses his palm against the beast's remains. Instantly, a blinding azure aura erupts, engulfing his entire being in power. The system chimes, confirming he has consumed a massive amount of the mythical toad's extremely pure life essence, and its bestiary guide reaches 100% completion. Then, a profound vision strikes. He witnesses a colossal armored monstrosity, the legendary toad, being brutally shredded by a gigantic, terrifying avian predator. But then, he watches its terrifying vitality as severed limbs reconstruct at absolutely breakneck speeds. The monster restores itself flawlessly, triggering a new system prompt, announcing he has unlocked the ultimate Toad Compendium section, granting him the god tier skill called Rapid Regeneration. Back in his reality, Lin Zichin stares at his awakened skill panel with sheer, utter disbelief. The interface reveals his recovery limits have shattered completely now. Assuming he avoids instant death and maintains a sufficient aura supply, he can bounce back from fatal wounds. Mind utterly blown, he declares this newfound power absolutely broken. Thirsting to verify this cheat skill, Zichin decides to act without a single hesitation. He viciously bites into his own hand, ripping open a bloody wound. He watches in shock as the torn tissue stitches together flawlessly in mere seconds of time, rinsing the crimson away from his perfectly pristine skin. The terrifying reality sets in. He understands with this monstrous regeneration, if his aura holds and he evades instant death completely, he's invincible. He could basically resurrect himself endlessly. A sudden chime shattered his deep thoughts. Who would dare visit at this midnight hour? Lin Zichin and 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗢𝗕 approached the entrance together. He asked about a late delivery, but she quickly shook her head. As the heavy door swung open, the unexpected visitor caught them completely off guard. It was 𝗕𝗏, who bowed gracefully, apologizing for the late-night intrusion. With 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗢 beside him, Zichin questioned her sudden appearance. She explained her burning curiosity about how he crushed that brutal catgirl mission, begging for his secret. Lin Zichin brutally rejected her, claiming it remained classified. Swallowing her disappointment, she turned away. 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗢 offered warm tea, but 𝗕𝗏 politely refused, claiming she had urgent business, promising to return another day. Once she vanished, 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗢 smiled, telling Zichin that 𝗕𝗏 seemed genuine. She revealed the anxious girl had frantically texted her earlier that day, warning them about the mission's deadly false intel. 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗢 suggested building an alliance, to which Zichin finally nodded. He added, since their neighbor lived downstairs, her visits were acceptable. Meanwhile, inside the Tianren Research Institute, Liu Chuanwu and Song Yuan intensely debated with Zichin. Liu Chuanwu reported seeing Dean Ma furiously ambush the mission system director, and their fiery argument instantly exploded into an earth-shattering physical brawl. Song Yuan guessed the catgirl mission's fake intel triggered the chaos. Chuanwu nodded gravely, revealing that because Dean Ma had originally taken that quest, his fatherly wrath ignited over the false threat level, almost getting his daughter slaughtered. Yuan shuddered, noting the system classified the beast as Tier 6, hiding her true Tier 9 power. She questions how Lin Zichin, merely an ordinary Tier 6, conquered this impossible mission. Liu Wenwu teasingly wonders if he used hidden traps or had a legendary master's help. Lin Zichin denies everything, declaring he crushed her using absolute, pure physical strength. This revelation leaves Liu Chuanwu and Song Yuan completely paralyzed, their jaws dropping in utter disbelief as they realize he concealed his terrifying, godlike power, while his masters freeze. Lin Zichin sighs deeply, looking utterly exhausted. Having observed their true nature these past few days, he deems them genuinely honorable and trustworthy allies. He resolves to unveil his ultimate secrets, hoping these mentors will aid his divine aperture opening technique. Smirking through the exhaustion, he slowly reveals that his raw, true power actually skyrocketed to ordinary Tier 9, before their shattered minds recover. He casually drops another explosive bombshell regarding his first full body tempering and his ongoing second skin tempering cycle. This completely shatters their reality. As Liu Chuanwu absorbs this, he violently trembles, overwhelmed by sheer euphoria. He intensely weeps, screaming that his countless years of bitter sacrifice are finally rewarded. He envisions standing atop the highest peak, roaring that with such heavenly talent. The legendary path of pure-blooded humans will inevitably triumph, and their legendary names shall forever echo across the entire world. Snapping back, the old dean openly sobs. He confesses dedicating decades to mastering the pure blood path. A cursed journey that drained his entire fortune and drove his beloved family to completely abandon him, yielding zero breakthroughs. But now, with a monster-level genius like Lin Zichin, this ancient path will finally reach glory, totally caught unaware. He questions why the ancient dean suddenly erupts into manic tears and laughter. Regaining his composure, Lu Chuanwu firmly grips Lin Zichin's tense shoulder. He stares in awe at Lin Zichin's monstrous talent, muttering that if not for his completely empty source power, he truly would have suspected him of being an otherworldly stranger from the source land. That mysterious title instantly startles Lin Zichin. Lu Chuanwu unveils his grand theory. In a doomed world with aberrant beasts, it makes perfect sense that their destined counterparts, these divine strangers or gifted individuals, also exist. Song Yuan gasps in shock, confessing she has never heard such an insane legend. Lin Zichin immediately questions the nature of source power. The solemn dean clarifies that it is a supreme energy utterly exclusive to entities from the source land, acting just like martial ki, boiling bloodlines, and pure spiritual force. Burning with curiosity, Lin Zichin asks how to wield it. Lu Chuanwu bitterly admits he lacks a clear answer since he has crossed paths with only two such strangers in his life. Song Yuan scoffs in disbelief, accusing the old man of speaking nonsense and reminding him that while stuck at ordinary Tier 9, he is far too weak to enter the source land. This sudden revelation pushes Lin Zichin to sharply ask if there truly is a strict biological threshold to even cross over. Lu Chuanwu grimly confirms the terrifying standard is a transcendent higher being, as anyone weaker would instantly burn to ash. Defending his battered pride, the dean fiercely clarifies he met these legendary strangers right here on Earth, not in the source land. The first was a monstrously talented female disciple he accepted decades ago. As the heavy words fall, a shocking vision of Luo Chanshu slaughtering nightmare beasts strikes his mind, making the terrifying truth click. Realizing that Shen Yinghan's unfathomably mysterious senior sister must actually be one of these divine strangers, Lu Chuanwu's voice drops heavily, revealing he encountered the second elusive stranger deep within the ancient ruins where the legendary blood-tempering art was originally unearthed. Having exposed these earth-shattering worldly secrets, he fiercely warns them to take this forbidden knowledge to their graves. Song Yuyan swears absolute silence, while Dean Lu confirms his unwavering trust in them both. Instantly shoots Lin Zichin a chilling warning to absolutely conceal his monstrous strength and avoid deadly crosshairs of dangerous heretics lurking deeply within the university walls. As a perfect cover, he suggests taking hardcore missions, matching his true awakening power. By utilizing Song Yuyan's official academy account, since she is known as Tier 9, he can unleash absolute havoc without exposing his growth. Zichen agrees. Curious, he presses the dean for any hidden secrets regarding the mysterious source land. Dean Lu's face immediately darkens. He reveals that source land intel remains highly classified, and even his elite access grants little. He warns Zichin to completely ignore it until he successfully evolves into higher realms. Still, he drops one terrifyingly crucial fact. For humanity, those source land monsters are sworn enemies, endlessly launching brutal invasions against our Earth. The dean mutters. Top elites heavily suspect that these beasts invade seeking a legendary treasure hidden on Earth. Their heavy tension shatters as the dean's phone rings, blasting an annoyingly upbeat ringtone. He flirtatiously answers with "Hey baby," then casually claims an old friend invited him for an urgent dinner. He instantly bolts, shouting for them to call, if necessary. As he vanishes, Yuyan sarcastically mocks the dean's so-called hard work, guessing he went to secure massive investments. Alone now, Yuyan fiercely corners Lin Zichin. She demands how he totally masks his biological rank, hiding his monstrous tempering progress, so even elite masters remain utterly blind to his power. Zichin apologizes, claiming he simply cannot fully explain. Inwardly, he knows the system's innate concealment remains his ultimate trump card, forbidden to ever be revealed. Yuan flashes a desperate puppy dog pout, trying her hardest to coax the secret out. She even offers to swap a profound secret. But Lin Zichin, visibly flustered, stubbornly insists his lips stay sealed. Seeing his unwavering resolve, Yuan sighs in absolute defeat. Suddenly, her aura shifts entirely, a fierce competitive glint sparking up. She sharply cracks her knuckles, and declaring that since both stand at ordinary Tier 9, they should clash in a spar. A confident smirk instantly lights up his face. He agrees, knowing a clash against a peer is absolutely the perfect chance to gauge his newly awakened power. Yuan instantly adopts a flawless combat stance. She proudly details her martial progress. She has entered her second skin tempering, achieved mastery over her second muscle tempering, and pushed 1/5 of the way through her grueling second bone tempering. She dares him to strike with every ounce of power. Inside the Tianren Research Institute training grounds, Song Yuan and Lin Zichin prepare for battle. Song Yuan asks if he is ready, boldly commanding him to strike first to gauge his raw power against her defense. She roots herself defensively, inviting his most devastating blow. Lin Zichin explodes forward, launching a devastatingly heavy high kick. The massive impact sends her skidding backward. Inwardly, Pure shock hits her, despite him supposedly only completing his very first skin-tempering phase. His monstrous force is enough to hurt her, despite her fully refined secondary muscle-tempering defense. She realizes his raw might is absolutely absurd, threatening to surpass her. Still, she resolves to flaunt her absolute seniority while she still can. Swallowing her pain, Yuan desperately acts totally unaffected. She boldly lectures Zichin. She scoffs in pure disappointment, mocking his strike for completely missing her vital spots. Real combat means bathing in life and death. Lin Zichin, noticing her hidden pain, calmly plays along and nods with an emotionless gaze. Swallowing her pride, Song Yuan announces the true battle will now commence, daring him to survive 5 minutes against her. As she brutally dashes forward, Lin Zichin bravely intercepts her deadly strike. Their auras clash in a blinding, high-speed frenzy, trading devastating strikes. As Lin Zichin unleashes a monstrous fist barrage, Song Yuan is desperately forced into pure defense. Panic grips her heart, realizing her maximum power is being casually matched blow for blow. The chilling fear of crushing defeat creeps in. The fierce duel rage, until Lin Zichin decides to end this charade. As Song Yuan launches a desperate fist, he fakes absolute defeat to save her precious pride. The strike lands, and he theatrically launches his body backward, feigning overwhelming damage as he violently hits the ground. Song Yuan pulls him up, praising his raw talent. While sweating bullets in secret, she realizes with horror she unleashed 90% of her true strength just to barely survive. Fearing that within a single year, he will completely surpass her, quickly shifting the mood. Song Yuan declares that since he finally mastered the first stage of ultimate skin tempering, he must awaken his spiritual apertures. She volunteers to pass down her groundbreaking secret technique to unlock his true power. They sit in deep meditation as she reveals everything. She explains that the mortal body conceals 366 apertures, and through blood tempering, the simplest ones to awaken are the 4 guarding the human heart. Absorbing her wise guidance, Lin Zichin ignites his chi and vital blood to strike them down at a staggering 10 times per second. Yet, his eyes snap open in blazing frustration, unable to shatter the barriers. Witnessing his agony, Seiyu Yan gently reassures, noting his mortal vessel lacks the required power, or maybe her technique demands further perfection. The perspective shifts into the shadowy depths of the Lu ancestral estate. Lu Chuanwu bows before an ancient bronze sarcophagus. He gleefully reports to the slumbering entity, Pavilion Master, that he finally discovered a peerless prodigy destined to awaken supreme ancient pathways through pure human blood. Lu Chuanwu solemnly vows the master can fully depend upon this disciple's daily offering of vital chi and fresh blood to sustain her fading life, escaping the torment of that suffocating coffin forever. Following an agonizing silence, a feeble tremor echoes from the dark tomb. Lu Chuanwu frowns, realizing a mere whisper drained her completely, consuming an entire day's worth of precious energy. As he slowly departs, he fears his master's life is swiftly fading. Praying, Lin Zichin awakens into a supreme entity before she perishes completely. Lin Zichin returns home carrying daily provisions. Announcing it is time for dinner, Shen Han blocks his path with an intensely grim expression, declaring they must discuss a crucial matter. She reveals that Master Mungji demands an immediate, premature gene effusion. Her mentor chose the dark blue jellyfish essence, deeming it absolutely perfect. Hearing this revelation, Lin Zichin quickly visualizes the mysterious beast. He understands perfectly. Though the common variant is merely low-tier trash, the sovereign variant possesses limitless evolutionary potential. Its true power lies in terrifying mental fortitude, utterly crushing all other beasts of equal rank. Lin Zichin nods, calling it a flawless strategy. Yet, Shen Qinghan reveals her deepest anxiety. Her master rejected ordinary genes for the sovereign jellyfish essence. She dreads her fragile vessel will shatter under this supreme power and monstrously mutate. This revelation absolutely stuns Lin Zichin. He fully grasps this sovereign bloodline is breathtakingly rare and priceless. He pictures Mo Dongji burning through vast wealth, feeling a bitter sting of jealousy. Suppressing his envy, he tenderly strokes Shen Qinghan's hair for comfort. He gently explains that aquatic spirits possess flawless natural harmony with human vessels, and her phenomenal 21% resonance rate guarantees she can safely absorb this supreme bloodline without any backlash. Shen Qinghan still questions the hidden price. Lin Zichin details the inevitable toll, sacrificing their innate fertility, while manifesting physical monstrous traits. He reminds her they already secured her lineage, so whenever they desire heirs, that path remains open. Clasping her trembling fingers, he promises these primal features can be concealed by forcing the awakened essence into slumber, hoping to chase away her shadows. He teases that feline ears or foxtails are incredibly charming. This playful comfort instantly brightens her spirit. Her eyes sparkle with joy, imagining what divine marks the sovereign jellyfish might grant, and whether her beauty will transcend. Thrilled, she flashes her screen, showing Lin Zichin the majestic sapphire entity, eagerly asking if he finds it stunning. Leaning in dangerously close, making her cheeks burn, he whispers, the creature is indeed striking, but utterly pales compared to her breathtaking elegance. The atmosphere shifts. Shen Qinghan reveals her master recorded this footage by plunging thousands of meters into the crushing abyss entirely without armor. Lin Yishan realizes surviving this crushing aura, Her master's physique must reach the legendary rare tier. Chen wonders if she could ever reach such breathtaking evolutionary heights. Lin Zichin beams with absolute confidence, noting her 21% gene compatibility. Grasping the rare or epic tier is her true destiny. Chen stays grounded, arguing raw potential is not everything, and she requires a mountain of rare evolution resources. Hearing her worries, Lin Zichin flashes a proud smile and swears an oath. He tells her to rest easy about materials, vowing he will fight tirelessly to secure every treasure she desires. Melted by his devotion, her aura shifts into pure seductive mischief. Kneeling gracefully upon the sheets, she playfully teases about serving her new generous patron. She teasingly lifts 2 pairs of stockings, blushing deeply demanding his preference. Lin Zichin boldly declares he desires both, granting his desire. She slides dark silk on one leg and pure white on the other. Admiring her, Lin Zichin decides this bizarre contrast is actually absolute perfection. He can definitely savor this masterpiece. While Chen attends her afternoon lectures, Lin Zichin chooses to ditch the Pure Human Research Institute and cultivate at home. Pouring a drink, he scrolls through breaking alerts on his device. A chilling headline freezes his blood. Unknown demonic flora has invaded Shanghai City. The terrifying footage reveals a massive, monstrous blossom erupting from concrete while terrified citizens watch in absolute horror. Authorities frantically warn everyone to keep their distance. Lin Zichin instantly identifies the twisted roots, realizing they perfectly match supernatural vegetation from the cursed site painted by Chen senior sister, Lu Kangshuer. How had they breached Earth, he wonders, suspecting the bizarre plant god cult is responsible. Infuriated that another faction of heretics has spawned, just after obliterating the vile rat god cult. This fuels his burning thirst for power. He realizes that since his secondary tempering, his physique devours chi and blood rapidly. He scans the academy market for pills to accelerate his vital energy recovery. He spots blood restoration pills priced at 1 academy credit each. Seeing their rapid healing effects for his current realm, he instantly purchases 100 pills. With healing supplies secured, he plots his next legendary evolutionary path, having fully awakened the life and death Toad Supreme Codex. It is time for a new awakening. He searches the demonic beast meat market, locating 10,000 poison chimera meat at 20 credits per jin. The archives state the beast lacks inherent venom. Rather, it consumes toxins, granting it absolute, unrivaled poison immunity. Lin Zichin theorizes that awakening this beast's codex might bestow an invincible poison resistance trait. Holding less than 200 academy credits, he opts to purchase merely 1 jin to initiate the profound codex awakening. Finally, he reflects on his failed attempt to shatter his apertures. He realizes his mortal vessel remains too weak. With burning determination, he pushes forward with his secondary skin tempering. He sits in meditation as a blazing aura swallows his body as brutal training resumes. After 2 agonizing hours of skin forging, Lin Zichin's physical form radiates a terrifying, fiery aura. The session concludes, and he crashes onto the floor, utterly drained and sweat-soaked. He senses his chi and blood are being devoured far too rapidly, demanding immediate rest. Consumed by agonizing starvation and utter weakness, he drags his exhausted body toward the fridge. The doorbell echoes. A trembling Lin Zichin opens the door, finding an academy courier waiting with 2 mysterious packages. The moment he grabs the boxes, overwhelming vertigo violently shatters his precarious balance. He falls toward the courier, forcing her to drop the heavy parcels. Yet mid-fall, Lin Zichin lightning fast snatches both boxes single-handedly before they crash. The startled courier frantically checks if he is completely okay, dragging the precious cargo indoors. Lin Zichin, barely standing, desperately tests the blood recovery elixirs. Unsealing the crate, he swallows a glowing golden pill. The explosive reaction is instantaneous. The vertigo vanishes as raw power floods his veins. He stands utterly amazed by the terrifying efficacy. His aura and blood essence erupt, tightly clenching his arm, feeling completely reborn. With his strength restored, Lin Zichin confronts the second mysterious package, the 10,000 poison chimera flesh. Touching the beastly flesh, he violently devours its primal life essence. As swirling blue aura completely engulfs his mortal form, the divine system confirms successful absorption of the 10,000 poison chimera's terrifying core source, pushing his divine guidebook completion to 1%. Finally, freed from agonizingly long recovery delays, Lin Zichin resumes his intense meditation. He realizes that these divine blood elixirs completely obliterate his downtime, skyrocketing his ultimate cultivation speed. He concludes that burning academy points for explosive power leveling is a brilliant investment. Later, beneath a blood-red dusk, Lin Zichin rests when Shen Ninghan's cheerful voice suddenly echoes through the hall. Walking over to welcome her back, she mischievously hints she brought a mysterious visitor, daring him to guess their true identity. He swings the door open and he freezes, spotting Chu Rui standing beside Shen Qinghan. She waves, grinning widely as Lin Zichin stares back. Stepping inside their lavish, top-tier apartment, jealousy completely consumes her. She whines about sharing cramped dorms while they live like royalty. Zichin generously offers his private martial academy dorm to her instead, handing her a cold drink. She politely declines, claiming that having roommates keeps the lonely darkness entirely at bay. Suddenly, her bright smile morphs into blazing fury, revealing the dark truth behind her. Sudden visit is to expose how ruthless the academy upperclassmen truly are. Slamming onto the sofa, she reveals that elite geniuses remain perfectly safe, while ordinary weaklings suffer. The furious duo urges her to explain everything. She angrily recounts, a senior extorted her items, and another student got his precious blood ginseng robbed. Pleading to the powerful student council proved completely useless. They were coldly rejected, and told the strong will always devour the weak. The council told to fight back if they felt wronged. She screams out in frustration. How could mere freshmen defeat powerful elite upperclassmen? Zichin and Qinghan instantly offer their unyielding support, telling her to report any arrogant senior who dares approach, and they will absolutely crush the problem together. Overjoyed, she thanks him deeply. Suddenly, the entire room trembles violently, forcing them to jump up, bracing against a sudden, massive unseen earthquake. As the tremors fade, Zichin's danger perception skill instantly flares, sending a chilling premonition down his spine. Though the killing intent feels strangely muted, the shadows shift toward a dark, luxurious underground chamber, where a villain in a red horned mask converses with a shadowy figure wearing a plague doctor mask. Respectfully calling him the Lord Divine Envoy, the masked subordinate begs for evolution materials to shatter his limits and ascend biologically. To reward his exceptional loyalty, the Supreme Envoy presents him a sinister, demonic crimson lotus. He warns that this blossom possesses an intense aphrodisiac curse, strongly advising him to keep a woman close by upon absorbing it. Overjoyed, the masked villain bows deeply, reporting that a peerless prodigy has surfaced among Shanghai University's new freshmen. He details a dark scheme to force this prodigy to swallow a supreme demon seed for recruitment. However, the envoy sneers, claiming true monsters only exist in the source site. The masked man seethes in frustration, knowing he can never reach those elite source site prodigies. The Supreme Envoy interrupts, revealing a secret transmission from that very realm. They locked onto a matching dimensional boundary point and established vital biological coordinates. Now, a vanguard must trigger this connection. Declaring he will depart immediately, the envoy's body erupts in a sinister purple aura and instantly vanishes. Before fading away, he issues the masked man one final, blood-chilling command. If Lin Zichin avoids devouring the demon seed within 3 days, he will be eliminated. The masked subordinate glares down at his watch with blazing fury, swearing to execute this mission within the 3-day deadline. Meanwhile, as Lin Xuan and Shen Han stroll across campus, she softly mentions her lecture is the other way, and they must part. Right as they are about to separate, an urgent shout echoes Lin Xuan's name, startling them both. 2 familiar faces from high school, Lu Gang and Wang Shuo, sprint toward them. Completely panicked, Wang Shuo urgently gasps that a ruthless third-year sunbae was crushing them. Lu Gang pleaded, crowning Lin Zichin the new freshman king, hoping his supreme aura would force the tyrant's retreat. To seal the deal, Lu Gang presented Lin Zichin a treasure pouch packed with his family's precious evolution materials and spiritual fruits. Wang Shuo begged desperately, invoking their sacred bond as classmates. Lin Zichin calmly questioned the enemy's cultivation tier. They revealed the senior was merely an ordinary tier 6, a pathetic level that posed absolute zero threat. He accepted the quest and snatched the loot, ordering a strict rendezvous at the Pure Human Research Institute at 5:30 sharp. Thrilled, Lu Gang and Wang Shuo swore absolute loyalty for the future. They bowed in gratitude and left, promising to meet on the battlefield later. The moment they disappeared, Shen Qinghan vibrated with excitement, begging Lin Zichin to unveil the hidden spiritual fruits right away. Confessing she never tasted such legendary treasures, Lin Zichin offered the pouch of glowing spiritual fruits to Shen Qinghan, inviting her to partake. Plucking out a tiny specimen, Shen Qinghan glared at it with absolute disgust, complaining to Lin Zichin that the repulsive thing must be horribly rotten. Snatching the fruit for a closer look, Lin Zichin murmured, wondering if its spiritual energy corrupted, as his gaze locked onto the seed-like anomaly. Ultimate danger radar violently triggered, absolutely shocking his core. Sensing lethal danger, Lin Zichin flash-stepped directly in front of the escaping Lu Gang and Wang Shuo, roaring with explosive aura for them to freeze. He urgently ordered Shen Qinghan to instantly summon her master Mo Dongji to descend at once. Shen Qinghan nodded fiercely, sprinting to cast the communication. A heartbeat later, Mo Dongji gracefully descended from the heavens, demanding the current situation. Lin Zichin thrust the sinister crimson seed upward and exposed Lu Gang and Wang Shuo's deadly gift, him a bag of what they swore were rare spirit fruits. But he uncovered these sinister seeds hidden inside and suspected they were linked to the wicked plant god cult, making his 2 former classmates tremble in fear. Mo Dongji recognized the dark artifact instantly, explaining it was a seed from a demonic tree that enslaves anyone who consumes it. She declared, "This is a ruthless method the plant god cult uses to forcefully recruit members." Lin Zichin stood utterly horrified, wondering if Lu Gang and Wang Shuo were already under their dark control, as Mo Dongji used her immense aura to lift them into the air. They cried out that they had been forced to obey, told Lin Zichin she would drag them in for interrogation and inform him of the final results. As they were swept into the sky, Lu Gang and Wang Shou realized in absolute terror they could no longer speak. Before soaring off, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗬 left Lin Zichin with a chilling warning, telling him the dark heretics were lurking everywhere, and he could not fully trust even his own mentors or academy leaders, urging him to stay extremely vigilant. Shen Ninghan looked on in total awe as her master soared away, stunned by how incredible 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎's immense mental power allowed true flight. Lin Zichin agreed that such power would be amazing. Shen Ninghan's pure admiration quickly shifted to furious anger, as she exclaimed how awful Lu Gang and Wang Shou were for daring to harm Lin Zichin. Lin Zichin agreed they must raise their guard, casually tossing the corrupted spirit fruits into a nearby recycling bin. By the very next day, the fierce investigation confirmed Lu Gang and Wang Shou were indeed sworn members of the plant god cult. They had been forced to swallow a demon seed by a corrupted safety officer during their high school entrance exam. As the ultimate price, both traitors were expelled from the academy and faced severe criminal charges, utterly ruining their lives. A short while later, Lin Zichin and Shen Ninghan stand with their parents, who finally settled into the university estate. Meanwhile, Lin Zichin pushes his limits in relentless training, fueled by the potent blood recovery pills. He successfully finishes his second brutal phase of skin tempering, and achieves 40% mastery in his secondary muscle forging. The fateful day of Shen Ninghan's gene fusion dawns. She and Lin Zichin enter Master 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎's imposing office, where Shen Ninghan shyly confesses she desperately needed his support. 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗎 explains that because the dark blue jellyfish possesses a pure water attribute, flooding her system with water guarantees a far smoother fusion. She hands her a massive glass of water, ordering her to start drinking. Shen Ninghan struggles to chug glass after glass while her strict master demands more. Finally, with her stomach stretched and bloated, Shen Ninghan gasps she cannot take another drop. 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗎 nods in approval, then instructs her to undress and lie flat upon the cold bed. 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗎 raises a glowing syringe, revealing it holds the legendary dark blue jellyfish king gene, requiring a direct strike to the heart. She comforts her, promising to channel her immense mental power to completely block the sharp, piercing pain. As Shen Ninghan trembles upon the cold bed, 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗎 warns that the actual awakening process will bring unimaginable agony, firmly urging her to scream out if the torment becomes unbearable. Shen Ninghan nods in firm understanding, and 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗎 thrusts the needle straight into her chest. As Zichin watches, he realizes that although this dangerous procedure usually needs advanced monitoring equipment, 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗎's immense mental domain makes them unnecessary. Following the injection, 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗎𝗎 warns Shen Ninghan that the bloodline fusion has ignited, and hellish agony rapidly approaches. She orders her to brace her very soul, her cheeks flushed crimson. Shen Ninghan timidly agrees. Unexpectedly, 2 tense minutes pass. Shen Ninghan abruptly sits up, utterly bewildered by the absolute lack of sensation, panic flashing in her eyes. Lindsay asks the doctor what went wrong. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗎𝗎 stands utterly stunned, unable to grasp this impossible reality. Trembling with pure dread, Shen Ninghan freezes. Terrified her destined awakening has shattered. 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗎 faces the deeply anxious pair, explaining that the anticipated genetic integration process has technically failed, unable to perfectly synchronize with the mighty dark blue jellyfish emperor. Yet, she drops a bombshell: it is not a total loss, baffling them completely. The expert outlines the standard awakening. Typically, dodging a violently fatal bodily rejection upon injecting the monstrous essence guarantees an absolute and perfect triumph. Guided by potent medical enhancers, human DNA seamlessly binds with the monstrous aura, unlocking unbelievable divine powers within the warrior. For Shen Ninghan, despite facing absolutely zero physical backlash, the merging never even truly triggered. A gravely serious Lindsay demands the raw, unfiltered truth immediately. 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗎𝗎 reveals her spiritual vision's terrifying discovery. Incredibly, Shen Ninghan's own bloodline possesses a fierce, independent will. They mercilessly ambush the invading jellyfish emperor essence, sealing them within an inescapable genetic prison. She reveals that when the arrogant beast tried dominating her entire system, Shen Ninghan's mighty cells instantly annihilated them, shattering its essence and devouring it for pure power. Currently, the surviving emperor cells cower in absolute captivity, a miraculous phenomenon the expert has never witnessed. Suddenly, Shen Ninghan gasps in absolute shock, gesturing wildly as her purple locks mutate into glowing blue. This impossible sight leaves both women entirely breathless. The expert instantly recognizes this legendary hallmark of the jellyfish king's bloodline, wondering how it could manifest despite the fusion, failing entirely. Lin Diquan asks Shen Ninghan if her body feels somehow different. With her hair glowing blue, Shen Ninghan shuts her eyes, whispering about a strange new energy awakening within her soul, an ancient power she can command. 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗎𝗎 stands bewildered, realizing that feeling and dominating the bloodline completely defines an absolutely flawless gene fusion. Wondering if she overlooked something, she moves closer to Shen Ninghan, channeling her spiritual sense to probe deeper. She tells Shen Ninghan that the hidden aura is the jellyfish king. She commands her to use her spiritual focus to dominate the core and force it into a deep slumber. Shen Ninghan nods. She shuts her eyes and breathes deeply, swearing to test her limits. As her will sharpens, her radiant blue hair fades back into its original deep purple. 𝗕𝗕𝗕𝗎𝗎 then urges her to ignite the bloodline once more. And Shen Qinghan fearlessly agrees. In one heartbeat, an overwhelming azure aura erupts around her. As her locks blaze into a brilliant sapphire again, Mo Dongji is completely paralyzed inside. Recalling that legendary prodigies Lai Moyu and Mai needed half a month just to master suppressing or unleashing their beast cores. Yet, Shen Qinghan conquered it in a flash. A bewildered Lin Zichin steps forward. Demanding to know what is happening to Shen Qinghan, Mo Dongji turns around, declaring she holds both blessed and cursed news. Asking which fate they wish to hear first. After a pause, Shen Qinghan bravely chooses to face the tragic news right away. Mo Dongji heavily explains that the devastating truth is Shen Qinghan might never walk the path of a genie fuser, shaking the young girl to her core. However, the glorious news, she smirks confidently, is that Shen Qinghan has transcended into something far more supreme. She commands every single ability a genifuser wields, and even far superior. Bypassing fusion entirely, Mo Dongji reveals that Shen Qinghan's genes absolutely enslave injected beast genes. This absolute dominance lets her wield monstrous powers without actually fusing, dodging genetic backlash while staying a pure-blooded human. Mo Dongji drops a bombshell. Until now, no pure-blooded human has ever shattered mortal biological limits to truly evolve. She declares Shen Qinghan possesses the destiny to become Earth's absolute first pioneer to conquer this impossible feat. Stunned, Shen Qinghan asks if she possesses such heaven-defying talent. Mo Dongji confirms it with blazing certainty, vowing that if any mortal shatters that barrier, it will absolutely be her. Lin Zichin absorbs this high praise, feeling slightly sidelined, wondering if his own power is being underestimated. Mo Dongji then clarifies that although Shen Qinghan isn't a true fuser, her aura still mimics monstrous beast genes. Because of this, Shen Qinghan must perfectly disguise herself as a standard fuser to the world. She issues a chilling warning: this is a top-tier secret to hide from everyone, even family. Mo Dongji then tells Shen Qinghan they must deeply study her supreme gene enslavement ability, ordering her to visit the office nightly at 8 o'clock for secret research. She firmly agrees. Exactly 2 weeks later, as Lin Zichin cultivates, bathed in a blazing, fiery aura, Shen Qinghan joyfully announces an epic breakthrough. He enters the bathroom, finding her relaxing in a bubble bath, magically weaving floating water streams through the air. She thrillingly explains her newfound mental dominance over the water element. Lin Zichin rests on the tub's edge, smirking that such monstrous comprehension reveals her terrifying potential. Shen Qinghan proudly smirks, claiming something far more heaven-defying, unveiling her newfound ability to dominate the internal qi and lifeblood of her enemies. According to her esteemed master, a mere graze can completely shatter a foe's internal meridian flow, whereas a heavy strike delivers absolute instant death, forcibly detonating their vital blood vessels. Struck with awe, Lin Zichin proposes if she dictates the lifeblood of others, she possesses the divine right to master her own internal physical tempering process. Yet, Shen Qinghan's eyes dim, confessing her master deemed her mortal physique and innate qi foundation far too fragile, severing her from the legendary path of pure-blooded human cultivators. Leaning intimately close to Qinghan, Lin Zichin whispers she is an anomalous existence exactly like him, and together they will shatter the limits of ordinary mortals. He urges her to awaken her physical vessel, promising his absolute guidance. Overwhelmed by his proximity, Qinghan's cheeks burn crimson, her racing heart mistaking his intentions. Filled with burning resolve, she embraces her unique destiny and boldly swears to forge an indestructible physique using her own swirling life qi. As her vow echoes, an overwhelming azure energy violently erupts outwards. During the following moments, Lin Zichin meticulously mentors the gifted Qinghan, channeling her restless life energy to flawlessly forge her mortal shell. Both cultivators meditating within an intense blazing aura. After intense spiritual cultivation, a drenched yet totally victorious Qinghan screams her ultimate triumph, perfectly conquering the blood tempering technique. Staring at her glowing, awakened hands in awe, Lin Zichin grunts, genuinely shocked by her terrifying first try breakthrough success rate. He marvels at this utterly heaven-defying martial miracle, acknowledging that although her mortal baseline remains stuck at Tier 2, she mastered an art that normally demands the sheer power of an ordinary Tier 4. Ecstatic, Shen Qinghan excitedly wraps her arms around Lin Zichin, declaring that they are now an absolutely flawless match. She can dominate monstrous essences, and he devours beastly flesh for the exact same power. As they both walk the supreme path of pure-blooded humanity, Lin Zichin agrees, pulling her close. Through barely half a month of intense dual cultivation, Shen Qinghan conquers her first complete skin refinement, and her life force ascends from ordinary Tier 2 to ordinary Tier 3. Afterward, as Shen Qinghan slumbers beside him, Lin Zichin stays awake, realizing she desperately needs to experience true life-and-death combat to forge her unbreakable spirit. He grabs his mobile device and scrolls through the Academy's external bounties, choosing a hunt for 21 heavily armed syndicate dealers, eyeing the massive bounty of 50 Academy credits. Exactly at 9 tonight, Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan confidently step into the Shanghai City Public Security Stronghold. A cheerful veteran officer with a goatee proudly introduces them to his squad, declaring they are brilliant students from Shanghai University, assisting with this operation. He eagerly reveals that Lin Zichin is the legendary absolute top scorer of Nanjiang province. The surrounding guards instantly recognize him, warmly praising his monstrous potential and striking heroic aura. The chatty veteran brags that his own godson is also a freshman in the legendary genius class. He laments it is a massive shame he joined the Tianren Guild, as his divine talent would have easily guaranteed him a spot beside his genius godson. He urges a swift transfer. Yet, Lin Zichin remains completely silent. The veteran smirks, noting he actually summoned his godson for this exact raid, hinting this mighty ally could shield them from arrogant upperclassmen at the academy. Suddenly, an arrogant voice echoes his grand arrival. A striking man with flowing turquoise hair and an arrogant aura leans in the doorway. The officers are totally awestruck by his overwhelming presence, whispering about how unbelievably lucky the commander is to mentor such a monstrously talented godson. The commander proudly greets his prodigy godson, Xiaojian, praising his recent legendary breakthrough to the ordinary Tier 5. Xiaojian smirks, calling his monstrous growth completely normal. The superior officer then mentions 2 fellow academy freshmen joining this dangerous mission, including a breathtakingly beautiful girl. Eagerly offering to introduce them, the prodigy's eyes gleam, eager for a chance to dazzle her. However, as the commander leads him over for the grand introduction, his smug expression shatters upon seeing Lin Zichin and Chen Ninghan. His cocky smirk vanishes, replaced by pure dread as his chance to flex burns to ashes. Blind to his godson's rising panic, the oblivious commander begins the introductions, catching his godson's pale, ghost-like face. The concerned officer asks if he feels unwell. Lin Zichin quietly identifies the trembling youth as Lu Yongjian, the absolute top scorer from Dayang province, whom he utterly destroyed during the brutal freshman trial. Lu Yongjian nervously stammers it is nothing. He was just completely shell-shocked to see familiar academy faces. The bewildered officer asks if they share a history. Shaking, Lu Yongjin introduces Shen Qinghan as the peerless top scorer of Nanjiang, and Lin Zichin as the runner-up and the academy's undisputed new king. With absolute reverence, he adds that Lin Zichin, mercilessly, single-handedly crushed the entire genius class during their savage trial, crowning him the strongest monster in history. An embarrassed Lin casually orders him to stay low-key, and Lu Yongxian frantically agrees. The officer stands utterly paralyzed by shock, realizing he catastrophically underestimated the monstrous Lin Zian. Later, at 11 o'clock, heavy armored transports tore through the pitch-black forest, closing in on the Syndicate's hidden fortress. Within, commanders distributed heavy tactical body armor. Lin Zichin calmly rejected the equipment. Lu Yongjian scoffed and declined, declaring mortal firearms couldn't scratch his skin. He smirked, knowing while he wasn't the absolute ultimate monarch, his elite academy ranking meant everything. He would completely show these mere mortals true awakened genius power today. Suddenly, the strike force breached the routing factory. Tactical units swarmed the shadowy interior. Instantly, panicked lookouts spotted the raid, screaming at their absolute top lungs to scatter and run away, knowing capture guaranteed a very swift, brutal execution. The desperate thugs unleashed absolute hell. Lead rained down, forcing officers and the 3 prodigies behind shattered wooden barricades for safety. While chaotic crossfire raged, Zichin rose up, exploding into action. His intense battle hunger simply couldn't wait. Arrogant Lu Yongjian vaulted the barricade straight into the deadly, roaring iron storm, shocking the nearby veteran officers. Lethal rounds merely sparked and bounced off his reinforced, charging flesh. Zichin followed, leaving the terrified syndicate absolutely paralyzed as their heavy firepower proved completely, utterly useless. Zichin unleashed a devastating tempest of strikes, crushing the armed syndicate members mercilessly, completely deaf to their pathetic, cowardly begging. Witnessing their absolute slaughter, a cornered rat hurled live explosives, screaming he would drag Zichin straight to hell. The deadly blasts violently shook the entire factory. Yet, Zichin casually strolled through blazing smoke, spotting the last few surviving rats scurrying away. He grinned, realizing this was perfect actual combat training for Shen Ninghan. He shouted her name, commanding her to finally strike right now. Shen Ninghan stepped into light, shutting her eyes, instantly locking onto the vital lifeblood coursing through their veins. The escaping thugs instantly froze, their muscles twisting as agonizing screams echo around them. Shen Qinghan delivers one final chilling command, and every survivor drops cold. The chaotic battle finally concludes. An officer discovers a crate of ominous seeds hidden inside. The commander calls Lin Zichin to inspect the dark cargo. He instantly recognizes the demonic tree seeds, tied directly to the vile plant god cult. Another guard reveals the terrifying truth beaten from them. These vile human traffickers claimed a shadowy masked figure paid a massive bounty 2 months ago to scatter these seeds. With this dangerous mission accomplished, Lin Zichin warns the captain that he and his lover are heading out. The grateful officer offers a safe escort. Resting inside the quiet patrol vehicle, Lin Zichin decides that to protect themselves, they must absolutely avoid these deadly heretical shadows. Suddenly, his sharp eyes lock onto the dirty pavement. He spots a filthy rat clutching a crimson seed beside some strange white ash. Shock hits him like lightning as the beast starts planting the demonic core, sparking a terrifying theory about the sinister rat god cult. Spinning towards Shen Qinghan, He desperately orders her to warn Master 𝗤𝗙𝗕𝗓 that the treacherous rat faction is secretly allying with the plant worshippers to infect the city. A completely stunned 𝗕𝗕𝗙𝗓 agrees. Without wasting a second, Lin Zichin dials the commander to reveal this nightmare. Knowing these cursed heretics are a burden for the elite security forces. Time accelerates. 15 days later. 𝗕𝗕𝗙𝗓 relentlessly hunts down heavily armed smugglers. Just 3 days after that, Lin Zichin and Song Yuan join forces to crush vicious thugs wielding advanced mecha armor, with their dramatic first university semester concluding. Their legend lives on. Back at his apartment, Lin Zichin rests on his bed, realizing he has finally conquered his second stage of divine body tempering. Suddenly, 𝗕𝗕𝗙𝗓, rocking her new celestial blue hair, warmly embraces his back, cheering excitedly that her first tempering stage is finally complete. Lin Zichin is completely stunned by her monstrous clearing speed. She gently praises his guidance, boasting of her own heaven-defying innate talent, yet quietly asks why she only unlocked an ordinary tier 6 when he promised she would reach tier 9. Lin Zichin guesses her physical foundation is simply too fragile, even though her mastery over ki and lifeblood is flawless. Her actual physical awakening remains severely restricted. Heartbroken, 𝗕𝗕𝗙𝗓 sobs. Terrified she will never match his pace, Lin Zichin is totally stunned. With his overpowered system, it would be a miracle if she did. Later at the Grand Research Institute, both Lin Zichin and Song Yuan sigh heavily over their bottleneck studies. Lin Zichin openly agonizes over shattering his body's energy apertures, trying to lift his spirits. Song Yuan spills juicy academy gossip regarding the scandalous private lives of the high-ranking academy elders. Lin Zichin instantly redirects, asking Song Yuan about his academy credits. She reveals that by ghosting her account for high-ranking academy bounties, he earned 2,400 credits. A devilish smirk quickly spreads across his face. He eagerly calculates that he can finally afford the 99 jin of 10,000 poison chimera meat to unlock its divine codex. He begs Song Yuan to secure this legendary black market order. She wonders why he needs such a massive amount, but he simply brushes it off as a deeply guarded secret, respecting his boundaries. She places the grand order for him. The monstrous flesh arrives at the Academy's Research Institute. But for absolute safety, Lin Zichin hauls the massive crate home to begin his dark absorption. He plants his hand on the toxic flesh. A magnificent azure aura erupts around his body. The glowing interface verifies he has absorbed the 10,000 poison chimera's pure life essence, pushing his manual's completion to 100%. Terrifying phantom of the legendary monster manifests behind him while a divine message declares his successful mastery over the ultimate biological trait, granting resistance against 100 poisons, making him virtually impervious to deadly toxins. Seeking absolute proof, Lin Zichin pierces his own flesh with devastating neurotoxin. 2 hours pass, yet his muscles pulse with untainted strength. He smirks, realizing this legendary immunity completely devoured the lethal venom. Moments later, Lin Zichin escorts 𝗕𝗕𝗙𝗓 toward a clinical facility for her second vital gene awakening ceremony. Within the spotless chamber, 𝗕𝗕𝗙𝗓 rests calmly upon the operating bed. Master 𝗤𝗙𝗕𝗓 warns that before the next enhancement, they must thoroughly inspect the dormant jellyfish emperor core inside her body. Suddenly, upon pressing her palm against 𝗕𝗕𝗙𝗓's heart, 𝗤𝗙𝗕𝗓's face contorts with jaw-dropping disbelief. She gasps, demanding to know how her precious disciple's biological rank skyrocketed so fiercely from basic tier 2 to tier 6. A blushing 𝗕𝗕𝗙𝗓 reveals to her astounded master she spent days mastering the sacred blood tempering technique, achieving complete physical refinement. Just a few sunrises passed. Completely stunned, 𝗤𝗙𝗕𝗓 begs for the secret behind it. The young prodigy admits she weaponized the aquatic manipulation granted by the legendary emperor gene to flawlessly circulate her inner energy. Bursting with pride, 𝗤𝗙𝗕𝗓 grasps her student's shoulder, declaring her an absolute prodigy. The master swears she will ascend as humanity's most unstoppable warrior. Hearing this, the master resolves to shatter her student's limits. She reveals 5 glowing vials of mutated beast DNA, ready to inject them, testing the absolute limits of the powers she can dominate. These 5 essences embody the ancient core elements. 𝗤𝗙𝗕𝗓 warns her the agonizing process is beginning, and she stoically nods. The researcher stares in absolute shock as her cells violently obliterate the first foreign DNA. The mighty armored earth dragon, she gasps as the fire, wood, and metal strains are equally annihilated. Instantly crushed by her overwhelming genetic dominance, 𝗤𝗙𝗕𝗓 realizes only the final essence. The water-based life and death toad barely survived. Her bloodline successfully conquered it, and she proudly flaunts her newfound power to Lin Zichin. The mentor suspects she can only subjugate water-type powers. To test this, she administers 3 additional variations of aquatic beast DNA. Once it finishes, 𝗤𝗙𝗕𝗓 checks on her student's condition. 𝗕𝗕𝗙𝗓 groans in discomfort. Feeling incredibly bloated and overwhelmed, she suddenly realizes her body devoured those 3 new mutations. She determines that currently, her student can only master 2 beast lineages, helping the exhausted girl sit upright. The mentor shares her startling deduction. She believes her current physical and spiritual limits cannot handle dominating more than 2 powers, but promises that as her aura grows, her capacity to conquer genes will multiply. Hearing this, blazing determination fills her eyes, and she vows to train relentlessly. Dongji then details her awakened skills. Chen Han successfully assimilated the legendary life and death Toad gene, awakening extraordinary abilities to generate a miraculous essence, possessing phenomenal healing and friction, reducing properties. With a wickedly suggestive tone, she whispers that whenever they might require it in the future, it is entirely available. This provocative remark instantly paints both Lin Zichin and Chen crimson, clearing the heavy tension. Dongji drops a massive bombshell. She reveals that the anticipated freshman tournament has unexpectedly been pushed forward to mid-January. Furthermore, she pins her hopes on Chen Han, eagerly anticipating her absolute dominance, demanding a legendary top 5 finish, a victory granting an exclusive ticket into the elite Winter Awakening camp. With blazing determination, Chen accepts the monumental challenge, swearing absolute excellence. Lin Zichin, silently observing the exchange, is completely blindsided by this revelation. Later tonight, inside Lin Zichin's cozy sanctuary, a warm feast awaits. Chu Rui bursts in, cheerfully declaring herself the ultimate third wheel. Smiling warmly, Chen insists she is always welcome to crash their sanctuary anytime. As Lin Zichin warmly welcomes her, Chen spots an absolute mountain of shopping bags. Deeply intrigued by the massive haul, Chu Rui enthusiastically reveals that her family's fashion empire secured an exclusive drop, and she handpicked several stunning couple outfits destined to elevate their visual chemistry. Presenting the ultimate romantic tribute, she excitedly tosses a premium bag toward Lin Zichin, proudly declaring she completely prepped and washed the garments, demanding an immediate fashion show from the duo. Moments later, Lin Zichin and Chen Han step out radiating undeniable aura. Chu Rui completely fangirls, demanding a perfect photoshoot, cheekily scheming to use their breathtaking visuals as free marketing material for her digital storefront. Lin Zichin playfully realizes her cunning plan, while Chen happily flashes a heart-melting smile. They then switch into an intensely sleek midnight black ensemble, making Chu Rui scream this dark aesthetic is absolutely legendary. After testing a third flawless matching set, Chu Rui insists that any couple would desperately crave these. As the glamorous runway event concludes, Lin Zichin summons them to the feast, urging everyone to eat before their meal loses its warmth, and the girls happily comply. Between their bites, Chen Han reveals to Lin Zichin that heading back, she and Chu Rui faced a vicious upperclassman. This tyrant, flexing her overwhelming physical aura, attempted to steal their belongings, only retreating when a random bystander realized she was Lin Zichin's beloved partner. An exhausted Chu Rui softly chimes in, revealing this exact upperclassman shamelessly took her cosmetics long ago and never returned them. She nervously clarifies that the tyrant was actually hunting her down, dragging Chen Han into the crossfire. Chen Han declares this absolute disrespect and demands they extract swift vengeance right after dining. Chu Rui trembles, warning that this tyrant controls the student council, backed by a powerful boyfriend in the inner circle, making them untouchable monsters they cannot afford offending. But suddenly, Chen Han feels empowered by Lin Zichin, whose mountain-like presence vows to join their crusade, making Chu Rui realize that with this godlike protector, fear is simply an illusion. Our trio discovers the sophomores are gathering for combat training in the grand arena, marching straight into enemy territory. As Lin Zichin and his two companions arrive, the entire crowd instantly freezes, recognizing their absolute new reigning monarch. Lin Zichin, trembling at his sudden, overwhelming arrival, Chen Han locks eyes with their tormentor, a notorious upperclassman sporting crimson locks named Li Zichi. Lin Zichin's freezing gaze pierces her, demanding if she dared to steal his companion's belongings without showing remorse. Li Zichi scoffs, sneering that she might give it back whenever she feels like it, calling Chu Rui pathetic. Blazing with fury, Chu Rui retorts that Li Zichi she always steals fresh cosmetics, returning nothing but drained shells. Li Zichi boldly denies everything while her lackey defends her, while Chu Rui trembles in anger. Lin Zichin intervenes, questioning the tyrant's motives. He immediately pivots toward a nearby faculty member, demanding the exact details behind this academy's ruthless survival of the fittest doctrine, asking if true power simply means crushing the defenseless. The instructor outlines the institute's absolute dual laws. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗕𝗬. The underdog may unconditionally strike at the mighty, yet absolute elites require the victim's permission to force a battlefield clash. Furthermore, he details, true dominance stems from combat rankings or seniority for unranked students. And finally, to spark this official duel, both warriors must bet matching academy credits, where the victor claims absolutely everything. If negotiations fail, the default wager rests solidly at 1 credit. This final clause shocks Lin Zichin. A wicked smirk crosses Lin Zichin's features. Fully grasping this golden loophole, he declares that he himself can unconditionally crush her right here. Lin Zichin sneers, mocking whether a titan, boasting such absolute physical superiority, truly intends to shamelessly torment a fragile maiden. Internally, panic consumes her, realizing her biological limits sit merely at ordinary tier 5 against his monster strength. Piercing through her facade, Lin Zichin commands Chen Han, declaring that she will face Lin Zichin, leaving everyone stunned. Catching his strategy, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀's expression hardens with absolute resolve. Agreeing, an utterly terrified 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗢 instantly jumps in, desperately begging Lin Zichin to ignore the senior's cheap provocations and spare 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀 from battling. She agonizes internally, remembering exactly how 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀 forever remained stuck at the absolute bottom. About their brutal power gap and fears, this match is just a one-way ticket to complete destruction. But 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀 gently rests a steady hand on her best friend's shoulder, smiling away the doubt, eyes burning with absolute certainty. She promises an overwhelming victory. A completely flustered 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗢 is captivated by her newfound aura. Watching her with absolute awe, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀 explodes into motion. Touching down flawlessly onto the arena floor, she boldly announces her name, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀 of the freshman genius rank, and throws down the gauntlet against Lee Zichin from the sophomore evolution class 2. Irritated, Lee Zichin scoffs at the arrogant rookie's baseless courage, as the roaring stadium spectators loudly whisper about 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀's breathtaking and fierce presence. Brushing off the upperclassmen as merely eye candy, Lee Zichin drops into the combat ring, demanding they massively raise the gambling stakes. She haughtily bets 10 precious academy credits. The referee verifies their binding dual contract. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀 fearlessly takes the challenge, matching the 10 academy credit risk. Both warriors drop into their combat poses, lock eyes, and the referee finally calls the battle. The absolute second the match triggers, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀's aura ignites, turning her purple hair a blazing blue as she blitzes forward like a lightning strike. Lee Zichin gasps, completely blinded by the rookie's godlike velocity. Before she can even blink, Lee Zichin is instantly paralyzed, limbs violently shaking as pure panic floods her mind. Her vision blurs, totally locked in place. Exploiting this fatal opening, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀 unleashes a devastating crescent kick straight to her jaw. The explosive impact launches the arrogant senior completely across the arena, slamming brutally into the cold stone floor. Up in the stands, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗢 and the entire audience are completely dumbfounded, leaving 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗢 whispering about her best friend's terrifying new strength. Lee Zichin's terrified companion screams her name in horror, desperately sprinting to the side of her battered comrade. She makes a panicked emergency call to a guy named Jin Min-gu, sobbing that his precious girlfriend got brutalized and likely suffered a severe concussion, begging him to reach the fighting arena immediately. A chilling voice on the line promises he is already speeding over, cradling her fallen comrade. She shoots death, glares at 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀's crew, furiously vowing they have awakened a sleeping monster today. Meanwhile, inside an advanced laboratory, elites from the prodigy course cultivate inside massive, glowing chambers surging with pure mana. Spectators gasp in absolute awe as top tiers, like Lee Moyu and Liu Yongjian, show monstrous potential, while Miwei also shatters the previous records. Following the intense breakthrough, the instructor warns the exhausted squad that this trial was brutal and to recover thoroughly. Suddenly, he drops a bombshell. The rookie tournament is suddenly advanced to January 18th, leaving everyone completely stunned. This revelation ignites Lee Moyu's fighting spirit, roaring that he will finally crush Lin Zichin entirely. He arrogantly boasts about surviving countless painful genetic fusions, pushing his aura near standard tier 7, mocking Lin Zichin, who rejected enhancements as pathetic and obsolete. The crowd nods, trashing Lin Zichin's stubborn choice to stay purely human as squandering his heavenly gifts. Overhearing their trash talk, Miwei flashes a death glare, warning them to respect another warrior's path, forcing the cowards to instantly apologize. Miwei then scans the room, noticing 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀, their flawlessly disciplined ace, is missing from this crucial masterclass awakening, which strikes her as deeply unnatural. She questions the senior year instructor regarding 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀's sudden disappearance, and he reveals that the legendary student vanished to handle a sudden life-or-death crisis. Instantly, a breathless classmate bursts inward, roaring that Lin Zichin and 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀 are sparking absolute chaos below, and that the fierce 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀 just destroyed a top-tier senior from the second-year evolution class. Fascinated, the entire class, including Liu Yu, stampedes outward to witness the unfolding bloodbath. Inside the echoing gymnasium, an enraged senior cradles sobbing Lee Zichin, her flawless face completely battered. Lee Zichin wails hysterically, shrieking that her divine beauty is destroyed. Her furious friend roars at 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀, branding her a total monster for delivering such devastating facial strikes. Towering before them, a startled 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀 stutters out apologies, confessing her monstrous aura simply slipped its leash. During her frantic apologies, Zichin intercepts her trembling hand, ordering her to stop, declaring it wasn't her crime, that the enemy was pure trash. As they turn to depart, the hostile friend snatches 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗀's arm, roaring that escape is completely impossible today. Lin Zichin strikes, ruthlessly swatting the filthy hand away. His icy glare promises that one more foolish step forward guarantees absolute physical destruction. The senior scoffs, mocking his freshman king title and arrogantly daring him to ruin her own face right here, right now. Without pausing, Lin Zichin unleashes a brutal facial strike, coldly mocking that he always honors such twisted, pathetic requests. Ding. The system chimes, granting one glorious academy credit. Right then, a mountain-like senior student, the notorious disciplinary enforcer. Jen Minggu crashes onto the battlefield. He is Leziki's incredibly powerful lover. Witnessing both girls weeping on the floor with shattered faces, an explosive Jen Minggu corners the unfazed Lin Zichin. Roaring, if such ruthless brutality against women was truly necessary. Lin Zichin replies with freezing indifference that his lover ruthlessly hunting weak freshmen is infinitely more disgusting. But Jen Minggu blindly dismisses this truth, silencing his totally baseless and empty accusations. Right on cue, Lu Yongjian steps up, exposing how his absolutely vicious girlfriend continually and ruthlessly targeted innocent newcomers countless times before. Losing his patience, Lin Zichin coldly declares that if the beast truly desires justice, he must challenge him to a duel today. Because wasting breath on trash talk is useless. Furious, the senior accepts. He fiercely wagers 300 academy credits directly on this brutal battle, mocking the mere freshman's pathetically empty financial pockets. Stunning the crowd, Lin Zichin calmly accepts the bet. Watching the tension, Miwi gasps in disbelief, questioning his absolute sanity against a mighty tier 7 powerhouse like the senior. Lu Yongjian, meanwhile, just chuckles, noting he never truly imagined such an incredibly arrogant way to show off. Standing inside the Grand Academy's designated combat arena, Lin Zichin and Jen Minggu lock eyes as the brutal showdown commences. Instantly, Jen Mingyu explodes into a colossal, muscle-bound lion beast with razor-sharp, extremely feral claws. The suffocating aura from his awakened form violently shakes all the terrified students standing nearby, leaving them certain of Lin Zichin's doom. Unleashing a roar, the beastly senior violently lunges straight at him. Facing this overwhelming killing intent, Lin Zichin remains unfazed. The raging lion roars that since his companion dared to strike his woman, he will obliterate the freshman's skull. A devastating punch blasts Zichin's face, erupting into a massive shockwave across the arena. The aftermath leaves absolutely everyone paralyzed. His massive fist crumbles against Lin Zichin's flawless defense. The mighty beast instantly collapses in defeat, desperately clutching his shattered bones while screaming endlessly. Gazing at his broken fu, Lin Zichin coldly declares this battle is finished. He unleashes a devastating aura kick, launching Jen Mingyu's colossal frame crashing violently straight into the empty arena spectator seats. The entire student body freezes in absolute stunned shock. Lu Yongjian smirks knowingly, realizing this terrifying display of dominance feels painfully nostalgic, while Liu Yu trembles in sheer humiliation, his face burning. Facing such monstrous strength, the enraged Liu Yu desperately contacts his patriarch. He demands an immediate fusion with the second mythological beast core. By the following dawn, radiating pure supreme confidence, Lin Zichin boldly confronts the whole academy crowd. He proudly proclaims that starting today, he takes lucrative mercenary requests to crush opponents for his clients. He declares absolute neutrality, whether his employer is a lowly rookie or an elite senior. If they can afford it, his premium academy credit fee, he will obliterate absolutely any target. Upon listening, Lu Yongjian's eyes ignite, screaming that Lin Zichin is an absolute monarch and desperately begging to become his loyal martial disciple. Elsewhere, the elite student council convenes a summit, its counselors boiling with explosive rage. They spit that Lin Zichin stands utterly arrogant, openly mocking their absolute authority. They declare his reckless defiance as sheer disrespect to their reign, swearing he must face brutal judgment. One female executive glances toward the Supreme President, seeking his verdict regarding Lin Zichin's disrespectful new mercenary combat enterprise. The leader, Zhou Hong, glares with a menacing, shadowy aura, muttering that this foolish protagonist is merely a newborn calf totally blind to the stalking tiger. Via Chu Rou, Lin Zichin secures his very first mercenary quest. He confidently meets his new employer, the pink-haired Hu Yingli, joined by allies Shen Ninghan and loyal Chu Rui. Yingli tearfully confesses she faces torment from elite senior Hong Xiaomin, who plundered her luxury items, shielded by her brother, Huang Jiarui, a big shot on the council. This mission costs 11 credits, plus a 1 credit cut for Chu Rui. Soon enough, Lin Zichin corners Huang Jiamin. She attempts to use her brother's name as absolute armor, but sheer terror strikes when she recognizes Lin Zichin, the academy's notorious new king. Soon, trapped in the dorm, the terrified bully begs Lin Zichin for mercy, pleading to spare her face. Lin Zichin coldly turns, ordering Shen Ninghan to crush her. Shen Ninghan cracks her knuckles, grinning with deadly obedience. As Shen Ninghan glares with lethal intent, Huang Jiamin screams for her to stop, claiming untouchable status. She spits out one last desperate threat, sobbing that if a single hair is harmed, her powerful brother will make Shen Ninghan bleed. Suddenly, a furious voice roars, demanding who dares touch his bloodline. Huang Jiarui, an average tier 7, kicks the door open. Huang Jiamin scrambles behind her brother's back, bursting into crocodile tears, weaving a web of pure lies, claiming Lin Zichin brutally attacked her for absolutely zero reason. Jiarui furiously points at Lin Zichin, roaring that he crossed the line. Yet, instead of clashing, he desperately backpedals, offering fake peace while issuing a hollow warning to save face. Lin Zichin stays completely silent. Jari's friends stand totally baffled by his cowardly tone. Realizing he fears the absolute new monarch, they sigh in heavy disappointment. Realizing the expected brawl is completely dead. But Lin Zichin has zero intention of yielding. With an icy glare, he delivers a ruthless command to Shen Ninghan. Finish it. Shen Ninghan smirks and explodes straight toward Jarui. Panicking. Panic strikes. Huang Xiamen scrambles away, shrieking for her brother's rescue. But as she runs, Shen Ninghan's hair shifts to brilliant blue, surrounded by a surging, watery aura. Channeling this mystic power, she freezes Huang Xiamen instantly, leaving the cruel bully paralyzed and violently trembling, watching his sister become utterly defenseless. A completely enraged Hangari roars out that they are truly courting death, charging wildly at Shen Ninghan. Yet before he even gets close, Lin Zichin erupts with a catastrophic wave of absolute power, utterly obliterating the solid floor without moving a single inch. This truly terrifying, overwhelming biopressure brutally slams into Hang Jui and his gang, halting their assault instantly. They stand absolutely paralyzed in shock, while Huang Jiahui wonders in sheer terror if he has challenged a supreme being. This godlike, oppressive force violently crushes the three students directly into the dirt. Entirely pinned, Hangarui immediately concludes that Lin Zichin must have an almighty master secretly guarding him, with Hangarui and his pathetic crew completely suppressed. Shen Ninghan launches into the sky, delivering an absolutely devastating flying kick, brutally striking Hangaman and smashing her to the cold floor in total defeat. Latter. Deep inside the quiet student council office, Hangja anxiously reports the entire disastrous clash to President Zhou Hong. He nervously explains how they all experienced an absolutely suffocating, monstrous biopressure. Believing it definitely originated from a hidden, high-level martial expert, they deduce that Lin Zichin acts this arrogantly because a supreme powerhouse is backing him up. After hearing this terrifying report, Zhou Hong gravely advises his members that since they truly remain completely blind to this hidden protector's true identity, stepping away from Lin Zichin and silently observing is their safest move. He strictly further commands them that if a future clash becomes entirely unavoidable, they must solely issue a simple verbal warning, absolutely dodging any direct physical warfare. Meanwhile, inside a completely different administrative office, Dean Ma furiously complains to Mo Dongji about the ongoing campus chaos. He bitterly blames this wild disruption directly on Lin Zichin's proxy fighting system, demanding to know if Mo Dongji orchestrated it. She chillingly, calmly replies, "It most certainly was not." Yet surprisingly, she confesses a deep admiration for Lin Zichin's rebellious actions. She firmly believes the student council's iron-fisted tyranny has crushed the weak for ages, poisoning the academy's future potential. As Dean Ma quivers in sheer frustration, Mo Dongji declares this stagnant era of oppression must finally be shattered. Deep underground, 20,000 meters below Shanghai City, Lord Rat God, the eerie divine envoy, and a colossal green beast face a terrifying purple spatial rift. Mysterious envoy reveals that the flesh gate to source site 36 has finally stabilized completely. He gleefully announces they can initiate the horde invasion of aberrant beasts from beyond. However, he strictly warns they can only summon monsters beneath the high-level tier for now. This newborn spatial gate lacks absolute structural integrity, and transporting truly supreme entities would trigger a catastrophic collapse. Summoning his mystical staff, the envoy demands absolute, unwavering focus. As the otherworldly summoning sequence initiates, the crazed envoy unleashes a dark ritual, utilizing his weapon to carve blazing purple runes directly into the chaotic portal. He channels pure demonic aura and roars for the gates to open, forcing the dimensional rift to violently explode with suffocating, dark purple energy. From the abyss, a nightmare horde of mutated horrors emerges, featuring terrifying multi-headed dragons and colossal, demonic ape beasts. Suddenly, an apocalyptic army of 200,000 aberrant beasts materializes. The sinister envoy ponders if they should push the summoning further. As the monstrous legion stands ready, the pulsing purple vortex violently shudders, threatening an imminent collapse. The panicked envoy realizes the spatial passage is critically unstable and must be forcibly sealed. Slashing the air with his bare hands, he desperately commands the dimensional gateway to shut. Unexpectedly, a monstrous claw shreds the closing void wide open, sending shockwaves through the stunned crowd. The towering emerald behemoth and the vermin deity demand answers from the trembling celestial envoy. As a silver-haired silhouette steps from the abyss, the celestial messenger grimly warns them to brace for an apocalyptic clash. Through the torn spatial gate, an ethereal beauty, possessing 9 snow-white tails and fox ears, descends with unmatched elegance. Recognized as the legendary 9-tailed fiend, she surveys the area with absolute intrigue, questioning if this realm is the fabled Earth. In the aftermath, Lin Zichin's mercenary combat enterprise explodes into an absolute empire, fueled by the hype of previous clashes. He now commands over 10 daily contracts. Within 2 weeks, he and Shen Qinghan crush over 200 bounties, securing over 3,000 academy points. His brutal reign totally divides the academy. Many revere him as a dark savior, obliterating the academy's toxic hierarchy, with rescued peers kneeling in pure reverence. Others despise him as a greedy mercenary obsessed with wealth. Lin Zichin completely ignores their pathetic whining, locking his eyes solely on his rapidly multiplying mountain of points. Meanwhile, Inside a quiet classroom, Shen Qinghan is completely stunned seeing her peer Lu Yongjian stumble inside. His face battered and bloodied. Mi Wei, standing quietly nearby, grimly reveals that Lu Yongjian had arrogantly attempted to launch his own rival mercenary combat service, and was ruthlessly crushed by the elite student council. Seething, Lu Yongjian grinds his teeth, swearing bloody vengeance once his power awakens. Mi Wei gently tries to pacify his rage, warning him that his current power isn't enough to rival the monstrous strength of the council elites. Her brutal truth forces him to reconsider, and his fiery aura deflates. She then tenderly starts to treat the wounds on his battered face, urging his complete recovery for the impending brutal freshman tournament. Lu Yongjian whines about the burning spiritual elixir. Tournament day arrives, and a roaring sea of spectators floods the grand arena. Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan fearlessly clash, effortlessly crushing the preliminary challengers, dominating their way to the Elite Eight. High in the stands, Headmasters Manhwa and Moonji carefully analyze the ongoing bloody battles. The mechanical division's elder gasps at Shen Qinghan's monstrous, rapid evolution. Manhwa admits her awakening defies all logic, yet smirks, claiming her luck has completely run out now, destined to fall before his elite daughter Meiwei before the semi-finals. Down on the battlefield, the fateful duel between Shen Qinghan and Meiwei erupts. Both warriors instantly unleash their auras. Meiwei manifests fierce feline traits, bearing deadly claws, while Shen Qinghan erupts in a blinding azure glow. Meiwei strikes forward with terrifying, blinding velocity, refusing to retreat. Shen Qinghan extends one hand, unleashing her absolute dominion over blood and chi. Meiwei abruptly freezes mid-strike, her physical vessel violently shaking. Horror strikes as she feels her own internal life force being twisted into absolute chaos by an overwhelming pressure. Staring in pure dread, fathoming how Shen Qinghan possesses such a divine technique, seizing this perfect opening, Shen Qinghan unleashes a devastating high kick to Meiwei's ribs, launching her crashing across the stadium, instantly obliterating her from the competition. Observing from the high balcony, Elder Mei rockets out of his seat, utterly shattered, screaming his heir's name. Liu Chuo gasps, questioning how this duo of lowly peasants from humble origins could possibly harbor such heaven-defying talent. On the battlefield, Shen Qinghan trembles with exhilaration, hardly grasping how she crushed the elite Meiwei with such flawless ease. 10 minutes later, the semi-finals finally ignite with an epic clash between Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan. Locking eyes in the arena, Qinghan smirks, realizing this is their very first time crossing paths in actual combat. Zichin nods, as their battle auras fiercely erupt. Qinghan strikes first, launching a vicious kick, which Zichin deflects with effortless grace. In that split second, he analyzes her technique, calmly advising that a heavy strike was better. She unleashes a swift fist, slipping past him. As he points out her wide-open blind spot, the fierce duel transforms into a live masterclass, with Zichin flawlessly parrying every desperate assault while guiding her growth. The stunned crowd watches, insanely jealous of Qinghan having a partner who trains her so intimately. Moments later, drained of aura, Qinghan finally surrenders the match. Zichin claims an easy victory. His ultimate showdown is against Liu Yu. Before the clash begins, Liu Yu stares down Lin Zichin, admitting the massive gap in their raw power, yet vowing he refuses to fall without bloodshed. He promises to unleash every ounce of his soul. Instantly, Liu Yu mutates into a terrifying, muscle-bound beast. Unfazed by this horrifying demonic transformation, Zichin dashes forward, landing one earth-shattering phantom kick. The stadium gasps in pure shock, terrified by his godlike strength and yet another instant one-shot victory. The shockwave blasts the giant beast completely out of the tournament bounds. Zichin is crowned the absolute champion of the rookie tournament. Afterward, Mo Dongji takes the center stage, officially closing the tournament. She announces that alongside massive rewards for the Elite Eight, the ultimate top 5 legends will be summoned to an exclusive winter training camp. This deeply shocks Lin Zichin. Alongside Shen Qinghan, Lai Moyu, Mae, and Lu Yongjian, Moonji reveals the intense camp will be at the fortified military headquarters in Nanjiang province, the exact zone securing legendary source site number 36. She announces the countdown starts in 10 days, and that she will personally escort their elite group. Lin Zichin analyzes this mysterious detail, especially its secret connection to the fortress guarding such a powerful source site. Meanwhile, high above the Neon City, the legendary nine-tailed demon fox confronts the divine envoy. She strictly reminds him that since his twisted plant god cult holds deep roots on Earth, his followers must know of truly spectacular men. She declares her ultimate motive for descending to Earth was finding a worthy mate. The divine envoy bows deeply, promising he knows a formidable youth who matches her absolute desires flawlessly, praising not just his striking looks, but his terrifyingly dominant and unparalleled physical strength. He nervously presents an image of Lin Zichin on his digital screen. A dangerously seductive smirk graces the elegant nine-tailed demon fox's lips as her eyes devour the image, demanding the trembling divine envoy to spill every hidden secret about him. Soon enough, the fateful morning of the elite training dawns. Mo Dongji escorts the 5 top-tier prodigies via chopper straight to the Iron Fortress in Nanjiang Province. Touching down, Imposing silhouettes clad in cutting-edge mechanical battlesuits await their arrival. It becomes clear this brutal training camp is an unprecedented, massive-scale operation, standing fiercely beside the 5 supreme prodigies from Shanghai University. The 5 absolute elites from Kyoto University join the fierce fray. Alongside, rising young monsters forged in the military and the mysterious powerhouse called the Meta-God faction, hitting the dirt. Lu Yongjin practically vibrates, pointing at a colossal crimson mech, warning the others about its raw combat power, rivaling that of an elite tier master, and these mechanical beasts were forged by the Meta-God faction. Suddenly, a bold voice halts Lin Zichin and Channing Han, making them spin around completely stunned. A youth clad in a pristine pitch-black cybernetic armor approaches. It is Zhang Kai asking if they lead the elite Shanghai Delegates Academy, which Lin confirms. Zhang Kai stands absolutely floored, seeing Channing Han. He remembers their old middle school days, when she would collapse, exhausted after mere jogging laps, and cannot possibly fathom her current status among the top 5 rookies. Lin Zichin reveals that Channing Han possesses God-tier gene fusion compatibility rates, and awakened immense hidden power post-operation, dominating as the province's absolute top scorer. Stunned, Zhang Kai praises her newly awakened overwhelming combat strength. Channing Han flashes a respectful smile, noting that for him to proudly represent the almighty Meta-God faction alone, his own power level must be monstrous. Zhang Kai boasts that flawless cybernetic modification compatibility let him survive extreme body enhancement experiments, vastly multiplying his battle power while flaunting a radiant cyber gauntlet. He then announces he has urgent clan business, and will meet them tomorrow at the combat grounds before vanishing. As dusk finally settles, Lu Yongjian proposes they hit the massive academy dining hall, inside the magnificent grand cafeteria. Channing Han happily gushes to Lin Zichin about the divine food, far surpassing their old academy's basic meals. She then eagerly scoops up a delicious bite, offering it to Lin Zichin to taste and judge. He accepts the morsel, nodding at the absolutely heavenly flavor, while Li Mo Yu and Lu Yongjian glared at their sickening public display of affection, desperate to join in. Liu Yu cheekily begged Mi Wei for a sweet tofu bite. Mi Wei coldly ordered him to get lost. Suddenly, a harsh voice barked out Liu Yu's name, making him snap his head back in pure irritation. But his annoyance quickly morphed into absolute shock. 2 arrogant figures towered right before their table. The blonde punk smugly branded Liu Yu as Kyoto's ultimate campus traitor. His purple-haired lackey openly sneered, calling him the pathetic trash he easily crushed. Furious, Liu Yu shot up, roaring that his power evolved. The blonde rival merely scoffed, declaring that by choosing Shanghai University's rival path, his raw power was destined to fall beneath him and Qinyuan forever. He instantly challenged Liu Yu to an all-out brawl outside. Liu Yu smirked and fearlessly accepted. This killing intent instantly grabbed the complete attention of every soul inside the cafeteria. The stunned diners dropped their meals and bolted outside, dying to witness an epic clash between a legendary Kyoto genius and a rising monster from Shanghai University. Outside, Liu Yu oozed supreme confidence, demanding both opponents attack him simultaneously, scoffing that it was a pure waste of time crushing them one by one. The blonde martial artist, Gao Mu, spat back that he alone possessed enough destructive power to crush Liu Yu. He exploded forward, slamming into the ground directly before his rival. Liu Yu chuckled, trashing Gao Mu as an absolute eternal loser, before erupting into his legendary white ape battle form. Internally, he felt absolutely invincible, remembering exactly how he absorbed the legendary Shadow Knight Cat gene last week. He knew this divine beast fusion completely erased his former speed weakness, ensuring that Gao Mu could never hope to defeat him ever again. Not backing down, Gao unleashes his awakening. His physical form erupts into an impenetrable violet feather-like carapace. Observing from the spectator stands, Lin Zichin sharply analyzes this mutation. He instantly recognizes that Gao has assimilated the bloodline of an armored earth dragon, an earth attribute mythical beast legendary for its absolute unbreakable defense. Lin Zichin notes that even a standard tier 9 armored earth dragon stands durable enough to completely tank a full-powered strike from a tier 1 demonic-eyed giant ape. The blood-boiling clash erupts, as Lai Moyu unleashes a devastating punch, which Gao effortlessly deflects with his armored forearm. The sheer impact detonates a massive shockwave. Lai Moyu aggressively chains a furious storm of strikes, yet Gao remains an immovable mountain, his absolute defense devouring every single blow without shifting a single millimeter. Rage twists into sheer panic as Lai Moyu realizes his opponent is god-tier tough, rendering his desperate attacks completely useless. Witnessing this brutal stalemate from afar, Shen Qinghan turns and remarks to Lin Zichin that neither fighter can scratch the other, predicting this intense battle will surely end in a miserable draw. Lin Zichin, however, smirks in disagreement. He confidently declares there will be no tie, and Gao claims total victory. He chillingly explains that Gao is concealing his true, terrifying power, harboring an entirely different beast bloodline deep inside that remains completely unawakened. As if proving this terrifying theory, Gao smirks arrogantly, knowing he is barely using a fraction of his might, while Lai Moyu is already desperately burning through his absolute limits. Enraged and powerless against this impenetrable, ironclad fortress, Lai Moyu violently grinds his teeth in despair. He wildly roars out, screaming that Gao is a pathetic coward who only cowers inside his unbreakable shell. like a turtle to force this epic clash into a meaningless draw. At those words, 𝗕𝗚 flashed a wickedly jagged, sinister smile. The time for holding back was completely over, declaring he would unleash his absolute, unbridled strength upon Liu. With that declaration, the very atmosphere violently shuddered around him. His physique expanded with terrifying force, raw muscle shredding right through his garments in a horrifying new awakening. He morphed into the nightmarish, hulking form of a demonic great ape. The entire arena fell dead silent as the terrifying truth finally dawned. Gao had fused with the exact same legendary beast core Liu possessed. Liu stood paralyzed, blood draining from his pale face. He roared that this defied all rational logic. His thoughts spiraled into chaos, desperately wondering how a painfully mediocre talent like Gao survived absorbing two entirely separate, overwhelmingly potent bloodlines so incredibly fast without his physical vessel exploding into bloody pieces. Relishing the sheer despair in his rival's trembling eyes, 𝗕𝗚 sneered, confessing that his innate potential fell utterly short of Liu's. But he arrogantly boasted that Kyoto Academy's fusion methods eclipsed Shanghai Academy's pathetic science completely. Before that harsh reality could register, Gao exploded rapidly forward, launching an apocalyptic strike packed with murderous intent. Their knuckles clashed like roaring, deafening thunder, completely obliterating the solid bedrock beneath them, sending a massive debris storm swirling into the sky. Amidst the deafening exchange of fists, Gao ruthlessly mocked his enemy, barking that abandoning elite Kyoto Academy for a trash-tier school like Shanghai was his absolute fatal error. The Titans plunged into a blindingly fast, earth-shattering melee, their aura shockwaves violently rocking the entire stadium. Yet, the breathless audience sensed a terrifying shift in the momentum. They realized that although both combatants seemed deadlocked in pure, monstrous physical might, 𝗕𝗚 commands the absolute protection of the armored earth dragon bloodline. A frontal clash meant certain doom for Liu, exactly as the spectators anticipated. The crushing battle concludes instantly. Liu collapses onto the shattered arena, broken, blood-soaked, and completely knocked senseless. Towering over his crushed enemy, 𝗕𝗚 sneers viciously, bending closer. He mocks the fallen warrior, questioning exactly why his clan solely favors his brother. Li, with a wicked grin, he answers himself. It is because Liu was always utter garbage. 𝗕𝗚's cruelty does not end there. He ruthlessly insults the unconscious loser, branding him absolute filth for losing to a worthless local freshman named Lin Zichin. Shifting his arrogant gaze away from the wreckage, 𝗕𝗚 glares at the trembling Shanghai University crowd. He roars loudly, demanding to know who Lin Zichin is. Without a flinch, the main character emerges from the shadows with absolute calm. 𝗕𝗚 sizes him up before throwing down the gauntlet. He smirks, claiming he heard this rookie recently crushed Liu. He challenges him to an immediate duel, dangling a massive bounty of 10 high-grade chi and blood pills if the freshman survives. Hearing the insane bounty, Lin Zichin reveals a dangerous, predator-like grin and instantly accepts the lethal bout. Before the main character can advance, Liu Yongjian tightly grips his shoulder, eyes filled with dread. He frantically warns that this monster is a deadly threat. His terrifying genetic mutation grants him explosive striking force and impenetrable armor, but his one fatal flaw is sluggish speed. Yongjian begs the rookie to entirely avoid a brutal frontal clash, urging him to heavily rely upon his youth's overwhelming speed to exhaust Gao. Since that beastly awakening cannot last forever, Lin Zichin nods silently. Stepping into the legendary fighting ring, Gao instantly begins mocking him, asking why anyone would dare to stay perfectly human nowadays, mocking it as a waste of martial potential. Gao smirks wickedly, believing that by obliterating Lin Zichin here, he will reveal Liu, the absolute, crushing gap in their overwhelming power. Utterly unfazed by the arrogant trash talk, simply tells him to shut up and just start fighting. With a beastly roar, Gao surges forward, his armored shell and lethal claws ready to brutally tear flesh, completely ignoring Liu Yongjian's previous tactical advice. Lin Zichin refuses to retreat or dodge. Instead, he erupts forward with godlike velocity, moving so incredibly fast he leaves behind multiple phantom afterimages, charging straight in for a brutal head-on collision. As both warriors close the deadly gap, Lin Zichin draws back his fist, unleashing a single apocalyptic strike that blazes with fierce crimson aura energy. The strike instantly collides with 𝗕𝗚's absolute defense. The shockwave is terrifying, utterly obliterating the earth dragon scales exactly as if they were fragile glass. The fist pierces through the absolute shield, landing ruthlessly across 𝗕𝗚's face. Crimson splatters wildly as the hulking warrior is violently thrown backward by the overwhelming kinetic force. He violently crashes into the arena floor, skidding to a stop. He remains motionless. He was absolutely crushed in one heartbeat. Deadly silence grips the arena before the Shanghai Academy students erupt. Shen Yinghan cheers enthusiastically, while Liu Yongjian and Mi Wei stare entirely paralyzed in pure mind-bending shock. Liu Yongjian suddenly gasps. Lin Zichin is absolutely legendary, crushing that fierce battle with one devastating strike. Meanwhile, Gao's Kyoto University comrade stands frozen in pure dread. He realizes his own power barely surpasses 𝗕𝗚's level. If he ever clashed with a monstrous prodigy like Lin Zichin, he would be annihilated in merely 2 hits. Suddenly, A mysterious figure soars gracefully above the stunned audience, stealing everyone's gaze. The warrior declares loudly that he fully expected this year's fierce tournament to purely be a war between the military and mecha god faction. However, he confesses total shock, seeing a heaven-defying genius like Lin Zichin rise from Shanghai University. The warrior touches down perfectly inside the battleground, proudly introducing himself as 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗠, a 19-year-old military representative, eyes blazing with determination. He challenges Lin Zichin to an epic duel. Lin Zichin calmly receives 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗠's bold provocation. He scans the martial artist, declaring that while he might fight, he refuses to waste his highly valuable time and aura without a worthy treasure at stake. Grasping the rule, 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗠 instantly summons a rare spirit fruit. He reveals this divine treasure is worth 1.5 million, perfecting vital aura and blood. Hearing this massive bounty, Lin Zichin's battle hunger awakens. He secretly mocks his challenger, noting Xiao is merely an ordinary rank 8. An insect he could effortlessly shatter with one devastating kick. Spotting a chance for free loot, a confident smirk appears as he accepts the duel. Suddenly, just as killing intent peaks and the clash approaches, a powerful military commander intervenes. He sternly roars that although dueling is perfectly allowed, betting precious physical loot is a massive breach of military district laws. Hearing this, Lin Zichin's burning motivation completely evaporates. He instantly loses all interest, casually waves his hand, and tells them to drop the subject. He spins around and strolls off, leaving an utterly frustrated 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗠 frozen there without a worthy challenger. Shortly after, ditching the noisy crowd, Lin Zichin hunts down Gao. He towers over his crushed rival, who is currently battered and looking absolutely pathetic, demanding to know when his 10 promised advanced vitality pills will drop. The bruised and completely shirtless Gamu, terrified of another brutal beating, stammers nervously. He swears that he will sprint to his dorm and grab the precious loot right away. That evening, inside his private dorm room at the military base, Lin Zichin focuses his entire soul on training. He refuses to let his immense progress slip, not even for a single day. He rests cross-legged on his narrow bed, his skin radiating a faint crimson aura born from the blazing heat and pure strain of body tempering. A glowing system notification suddenly materializes, confirming that he has officially started his 4th round of skin tempering. Currently sitting at 12% completion, he exhales, realizing that this new progress feels slightly more sluggish than his phenomenal 3rd tempering cycle. His deep focus shatters when Shanning Han, draped only in a soft towel, peeks through his doorway, shyly asking to step right inside. She steps in, perching on the mattress edge right beside his crossed legs. She sighs that these basic dorms totally lack hair dryers, so she sweetly asks him to channel his inner ki mastery and blood aura to produce heat and dry her wet hair. Lin Zichin smirks and tells her she showed up perfectly on time because he has a special gift. As he gently dries her silky hair, he gently gifts her a vial holding 10 legendary vitality pills recently claimed from Gao's defeat. He explains that at his profound stage, this medicine offers him 0 growth, so she must absorb their power. Shanning Han stares blankly at this priceless divine treasure, but Lin Zichin warmly calms her. He insists she owes nothing, declaring that they share one bloodline. Her absolute safety is his only reason to fight. Gripping the vial, a tender smile blooms as she accepts. Heart racing, blushing, she hovers over his resting figure, softly declaring, it is now her turn to properly reward him. She smoothly mounts his waist, gently tracing his muscular chest, whispering promises of a truly unforgettable night together. Morning breaks brightly, golden rays bathing the camp as elite warriors assemble in the courtyard. 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗠 eagerly waves down Lin Zichin's arrival, their past rivalry completely washed away. Lin Zichin nods back, standing shoulder to shoulder. Lin Zichin questions 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗠 about whispers claiming his faction's entire young generation already breached the sacred source land for brutal training. 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗠 heavily sighs, revealing that this rumor is merely an illusion of glory. Lin Zichin frowns, prompting Zhao's deeper explanation. He reveals the vanguard built massive iron fortresses bordering the source land's edge. Tragically, novice warriors stuck in the ordinary mortal creature realm are imprisoned. They're performing pathetic, meaningless labor. They remain banned from stepping into the true chaotic wilderness, a slaughter ground overflowing with terrifying, primal bloodlust. He warns that surviving the true source is certain death until their cultivation reaches the advanced realm. He notes that just like exotic monsters face a devastating planetary backlash when attempting to breach Earth, humanity suffers identical, suppressive pressure when entering the legendary origin realm. This phantom pressure seeks to crush their bodies, brutally suppressing warriors beneath the advanced tier. Still, Zhao reveals that invading monsters endure vastly deadlier cosmic suppression here. In truth, terrifying, demonic entities have their monstrous auras shattered by Earth's absolute planetary will. Lin Zichin's eyes widen with sudden profound clarity. He suddenly realizes how awakened human genetic fusers can slaughter the legendary beasts, sourcing their very own divine abilities. These monsters fight heavily crippled by destiny. Their exchange abruptly shatters when suddenly, an overwhelming titan violently crashes from the heavens before their elite squad. His monumental landing completely obliterates the solid concrete below. The behemoth roars, demanding if recruits stand ready. 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗠 instantly salutes to attention, declaring the entire elite roster present. The towering muscle mountain wears heavy tactical combat armor. He proclaims his identity as Liu Tianrang, the supreme drill master of this hellish training camp. He coldly declares that he refuses pointless chatter since they must forge raw bloody strength, not words. Analyzing Master Liu, Lin Zichin evaluates his overwhelming aura. He realizes this monster possesses a terrifying biological limit at advanced rank 6. A realm dominant enough to rule as a Grand Master at any prestigious Supreme Academy. Instructor Liu roars, he shall forge rookies into temporary elite battle squads, forming exactly 4 elite platoons. He decrees a brutal gateway. Trial begins right this second. True hellish cultivation unlocks only after conquering this bloody test. Factions assemble with desperate speed. Lin Zichin relief washes over him, and Shen Ninghan, landing in the exact same squad. Rounding out their crew is Xiao Yuanzhen, the sharp-eyed Zhang Kai, and Shangguan Yuying, a true powerhouse from Capital University. Shen Ninghan, thrilled by their crazy stroke of luck, dodging separation during the brutal draft, Instructor Liu marches the rookies to a massive 3-story fortress. Dropping hardcore rules, every single floor packs deadly trials. To survive, they must smash every barrier and hit the roof in 3 hours. He points to the ground floors for massive walls, each sealing a mysterious center gate. The 4 rival squads must plunge into their respective doom gates. With a chilling smirk, Instructor Liu vaults straight to the rooftop in one absolute godlike bound. Gazing down, his roaring voice sparks the ultimate bloodbath. Lin Zichin and crew march into the pitch-black abyss, steeled to crush the nightmares lurking inside. The brutal survival exam ignites, and Lin Zichin's squad, Group D, dodges a relentless bullet storm and smashes Floor 1's traps like absolute bosses. Suddenly, checking the leaderboard leaves them completely paralyzed in shock. The rival factions have already blitzed Floor 3, leaving them eating dust on Level 1. Floor 2 throws a twisted battle of wits. Deadly rounds of rock, paper, scissors against a ruthless machine. With every crushing defeat, the exit slams tighter, brutally punishing the squad with a bone-rattling surge of high-voltage lightning. Enduring agonizing losses, Lin Zichin's eyes flash with pure tactical genius. Realizing this machine fights without a soul, he grabs jagged glass, reflecting the robot's move right before striking. Weaponizing the reflection forces endless strategic ties, inching the steel doors open, inch by inch, until they finally break through, reaching the 3rd floor lounge. A chilling sight flashes on the screen. All 3 rival squads, A, B, and C, completely wiped out. Whatever crushed these elite awakeners so fast must be absolute nightmare fuel. Zichin triggers his danger perception skill to scan ahead. He detects 4 separate boss rooms, each guarding a monstrous mechanical sentinel. Judging by the fresh blood and shattered wreckage, it is obvious these machines possess overwhelming battle power, and they slaughtered the previous challengers. Despite this deadly threat, Zichin boldly leads his squad inside. 5 teammates stand united against the colossal mechanical boss guarding this floor. As their battle auras flare, the boss's crimson eye powers up. Without warning, it unleashes a devastating storm of cannon fire. Everyone, dodge! Yuanzhong roars in panic, realizing the steel monster is firing armor-piercing rounds meant to shatter bones. The squad dives for cover while Zhang Kai desperately suggests waiting for the beast to exhaust its ammunition. That hope dies as the relentless barrage continues, shredding their cover to dust. Zichin and Xinghan realize its ammo is practically infinite. They must strike now or die hiding. This overwhelming firepower sends Yuying into pure panic. She begs them to forfeit, convinced that facing this nightmare means certain death. Yet, Xiao Yuanzhong fiercely holds his ground. He insists that despite this crushing despair, retreating is simply not an option, unless they wish to suffer the instructor's terrifying wrath. Shenning nods firmly, placing her absolute trust in Lin Zichin's flawless leadership. To conquer this brutal trial, their fighting spirit ignited. Xiao Yuanzhong orchestrates a daring strategy. He declares that he and Lin Zichin possess the strongest vitality, making them the ultimate frontline vanguard. Simultaneously, Zhang Kai, Shen Ninghan, and Shangguan Yuying must rain down crucial range suppression. Formation locked in, Xiao Yuanzhong and Lin Zichin explode from the shadows, rushing the mechanical beast through a storm of relentless gunfire. Mid-sprint, Zhang Kai hurls out 2 thermal disruptive smoke bombs to shatter its targeting. He roars for them to vanish inside the purple haze, effectively blinding the machine's heat detection and cloaking their deadly approach. In that exact second, Shen Jinghan erupts with aura, roaring that she will paralyze it. She channels her profound mental mastery to violently warp the machine's internal fluid pressure, forcing it into critical failure and crippling its mechanical reflexes. With the metallic titan practically blinded and restrained, Shangguan Yuying leaps into the fray as live bait, dancing through flying bullets to seize its deadly focus. Sensing the perfect strike window, Xiao Yuanzhong morphs his entire arm, manifesting a jagged gauntlet of impenetrable stone. He launches skyward and detonates his devastating punch straight against the steel skull. Yet, the monster's armor is absolutely legendary. Xiao Yuanzhong reels backward in agonizing horror, his impenetrable rock fist shattering from the sheer kinetic backlash as his actual arm bones splinter into pieces. Without missing a beat, Lin Zichin unleashes his follow-up strike, launching himself into the heavens, He launches a devastating strike into its chassis, sensing its explosive aura, peaking right at the absolute pinnacle of rank 8, mirroring Jiao's fierce assault. The blow harmlessly deflects off the behemoth's thick armor plating. A bloodied Xiao Yanzhong roars in sheer fury that this monstrous barrier is utterly impossible to pierce. He demands an immediate tactical retreat to restore their drained energy, yet right before they could fall back, the mechanical beast unveils fresh horror. A blazing sapphire plasma sword erupts from its wrist, completely terrifying Yuan Zhong. He bellows a frantic command for his comrades to flee, its heat tracking systems fully back online, piercing straight through the thick battlefield haze. The Titan charges, locking onto a completely defenseless Shening Han, hoisting its colossal plasma blade upwards, preparing a lethal execution strike while her panicked guildmates shriek out desperate warning cries. Moving like lightning, Lin Zichin instantly intercepts, snatching Shining Han. He explosively dodges the incoming death blow, saving her right as the weapon obliterates the solid ground she just occupied. Such suffocating enemy strength utterly shatters the entire squad's fighting spirit. Shangguan Yuying crashes to her knees, weeping bitterly. Absolutely certain, their doomed fate is now entirely sealed. The machine relentlessly continues hunting, shadowing Lin Zichin, while he evacuates Shining Han from danger, gently putting her aside. He coolly analyzes the chaotic battlefield, calculating silently. He notes the team has finally reached total physical exhaustion, and Shen Qinghan's grueling combat session concludes. The truth drops. He treated this entire lethal life or death battle as her personal tutorial, deciding playtime is definitively over. He announces the stage will now be cleared. He fearlessly rushes head-on into the mechanical beast's incoming strike, ready to completely obliterate it single-handedly. However, high atop the Academy's martial training facility, medics frantically patch up battered survivors from the first 3 squads. Everyone bitterly curses the sheer absurdity of that monstrous mechanical guardian lurking on the 3rd floor. Convinced that survival itself is completely impossible, one cadet assumes this entire brutal assessment was specifically rigged to be an unwinnable nightmare, serving only for the Academy veterans to flaunt their overwhelming power. Huddled nearby, the bruised quartet of Gao, Liu, Miwei, and Lu Yongjian trade weary whispers. Gao questions the fate of Group D, since they have yet to resurface. His teammates scoff at the foolish thought of their victory, coldly noting that Lin Zichin's squad was dead last. Practically Academy trash, sealing their absolute, inevitable doom. Instantly, a deafening shockwave violently rocks the roof, plunging the terrified cadets into pure chaos as they scream about a sudden, catastrophic earthquake. Master Lutenrang and the elite instructors freeze in utter disbelief at the source of the devastation. Smashed into the center of the roof rests the decapitated, violently sparking metallic skull of the exact same mechanical terror that had crushed them all. Inside a highly classified viewing chamber, Mo Dongji and an imposing, high-tier female military general silently witnessed the spectacle on screen. Mo Dongji sharply condemns the trial, arguing that deploying a mechanical beast packing the devastating aura of a peak rank 8 mortal against mere rookies proves the entire system was rigged for failure. The general, Commander Yao Ling of the prestigious Nanjiang Military District, elegantly sips her tea and coldly notes that these cadets are blind and arrogant. She firmly declares it crucial to crush their swollen egos early on, ensuring they remain obedient for the hellish special training ahead. Scanning the monitors, Yao Ling singles out a strikingly fierce young warrior, mastering the blood-tempering art. Mo Dongji scoffs, waving him off as a naive, manipulated child. Their chatter dies, silenced as Lin Zichin suddenly unleashes one devastating strike, shattering the giant machine into absolute nothingness. Both commanders freeze completely, eyes wide in absolute, mind-numbing shock. Moments later, the decapitated chassis of the metallic beast slams violently through the ceiling, shaking the entire arena. Mo Dongji and Commander Yao Ling touch down, directly confronting Lin Zichin's elite squad. The commander demands answers instantly, desperate to understand exactly how he erupted with such ordinary rank 9 force, when his biological limits sit at merely ordinary rank 8. Lin Zichin feeds them a half-truth, stating his raw talent, fused with the brutal surge of the blood-tempering art, birthed this monstrous level of physical destruction. Mo Dongji secretly doubts that a mere technique could trigger such a heaven-defying power spike. She chooses to unleash her psychic domain, scanning his core for his true hidden depths. Catching her probe, Lin Zichin triggers innate stealth aura, cloaking his actual true essence while daring to counterprobe her mental defenses as a test. Yet, Mo Dongji's psychic wave pierces through, exposing his ultimate hidden secret. Lin Zichin's entire physical vessel has achieved prime refinement, and his actual true biological realm has already breached ordinary rank 9. She knows he played them. When Commander Yao Ling demands the psychic results, Mo Dongji swiftly chooses to conceal the boy's anomaly. She assures her superior that his biological realm truly remains at ordinary rank 8. Yet, his flesh holds a terrifying, heaven-defying density, rivaling the might of an early stage, ordinary rank 9 gene fuser. Hearing this, the commander goes wild. She throws her arms in absolute ecstasy, screaming that the legendary path, a pure human's ultimate physical awakening. This invincible aura proves that if Lin Zichin shatters his biological limits, his path to absolute power becomes infinite. Following the fierce evaluation, the rookies assemble inside a massive weapon vault. Commander Yaoing steps up, declaring these divine blades are forged from B-grade alloy, easily cleaving steel and deflecting deadly gunfire. She then orders them to select their blades for a brutal trial in 10 days. As the others scramble for gear, Lin Zichin stands completely unbothered, refusing to claim a single blade. He knows his very own flesh, forged through 3 brutal tempering cycles, outclasses any mere B-grade alloy. Holding steel would only chain down his true might. Soon, Commander Yaoing inspects a squad of elite rookies, including fierce Shening Han and Lai Moyu, and confirms their lethal choices are fully locked. Spotting Lin Zichin completely barehanded, she fiercely locks eyes. Lin Zichin coolly states he walks the path of empty hands, needing no mortal steel. The commander hides a burning irritation, thinking this arrogant prodigy desperately needs a crushing reality check. With cold intent, she declares, the only true way to master these new artifacts is crossing blades in a blood-pumping match. Flashing a dangerous smirk, she points directly at Lin Zichin, mocking his bare-handed confidence, and demanding he step into the arena to be the first to prove his legendary might. Lin Zichin calmly nods. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuanzhong hefts a massive, glowing futuristic halberd, charging forward for the battle. Lin Zichin coldly gestures him to strike. Xiao Yuanzhong erupts, bringing his colossal weapon crashing down in a devastating arc. The entire room gasps, as Lin Zichin refuses to yield, instead gripping the raging halberd blade with just his bare hand, halting the strike instantly. A single effortless flex. Destruction spiders across the Class B steel, and Xiao Yuanzhong freezes in pure terror. As Lin Zichin obliterates the weapon barehanded, the mighty weapon crumbles into dust. Standing like a god, Lin Zichin coldly smirks. Who wants next? The watching crowd completely loses their minds, horrified by a human actually pulverizing military-grade steel with mere flesh. Suddenly, a terrifying new challenger drops in, an elite meta-god warrior known as 𝗔𝗕𝗕𝗕. Wrapped in blinding white advanced battle armor, descends fiercely upon roaring jet thrusters. She instantly throws down the gauntlet, daring him to tank enhanced armor-piercing ammunition. A panicking Jiang Kai frantically begs Lin Zichin to stop, screaming that this death match is suicide. He yells that those rounds easily shred 10 centimeters of solid steel from 10 meters away. Ignoring the desperate cries, Lin Zichin smirks and accepts immediately. Mocking him, 𝗔𝗕𝗕𝗕 promises to spare his vital organs, demanding he catch the deadly round barehanded. He nods. Her cannon charges with terrifying energy. Ready, she sneers, extending an open palm. Lin Zichin chillingly commands her to fire. Boom! Absolute devastation is unleashed at point-blank range. A blinding shockwave of pure destruction erupts, forcing terrified spectators to assume his arm was completely blown off. But as the thick dust clears, an impossible reality emerges. 𝗔𝗕𝗕𝗕's advanced mechanical cannon is utterly destroyed. The crowd gasps in horror. Lin Zichin's bare flesh was so godlike that the lethal shot failed entirely. The stopped bullet violently backfired inside, obliterating the weapon entirely, leaving the arrogant girl paralyzed with absolute despair. Unreal. The crowd gasps at this terrifying display of power, whispering in absolute disbelief. Our pure bloods, the ultimate evolution of mankind. Commander Yao Muing flashes a brilliant, triumphant smirk, realizing that Lin Zichin is no ordinary prodigy. He is an unparalleled legend. Following this absolute domination, the mentors grant him complete freedom, while the weak struggle with basic steel. He devotes every second to mastering the blood forging technique, igniting his 4th bodily refinement stage. The ultimate trial demands stepping into advanced, cybernetic chambers, built to awaken raw qi, vitality, and soul energy. Shen Qinghan steps out, drained but radiating a monstrous aura. Her life force can endure rank 6 pressure, while her mind breaches rank 7, leaving the crowd absolutely speechless. Stepping up next, Lin Zichin calmly assesses his hidden potential. He realizes his vessel could easily shatter rank 11, rivaling a seasoned tier 2 master. But, playing it safe, he locks the dial at rank 8, even while restraining himself. His exit sends shockwaves through the elite mentors and peers, who simply cannot fathom surviving a rank 8 psychic bombardment. Lin Zichin smirks internally, knowing his deception worked perfectly. He plots a midnight infiltration back into the facility alongside Shen Qinghan to unleash his true monstrous power, hoping this secret trial will finally reveal the terrifying depths of his evolution. Far away, within the shadowy halls of Shanghai University's Research Institute, Su Yan rests in absolute solitude, buried beneath towers of ancient texts. She angrily mutters to herself. With Lin Zichin and Dean Lu Chuan vanished, she carries the academy's endless workload. Instantly, a whisper goes to her neck, making her snap around shocked. She faces the legendary 9-tailed demonic fox. The overwhelming beast wraps an arm around Song Yuan, flashing a wicked grin, demanding Lin Zichin's exact current location. The mythical fox spirit ruthlessly grips Yuan's trembling chin, yanking her close to extract the boy's coordinates. Crushed by her overwhelming aura, Yuan's pupils flare with toxic purple light. Her mind completely shattered, she blankly confesses he is at the military base, deep past midnight. Outside the towering, Heavily guarded military compound. Lin Zichin and Shen Han approach an ultra-secure vault door. Shen Han panics over the fatal consequences of trespassing. But Lin Zichin tears through the digital security lock. Boasting mere passwords could never hold him back. The massive gates part, revealing state-of-the-art combat training pods. Lin Zichin declares he only needs the equipment to test his absolute potential. Completely ignoring the deadly threat of discovery, he enters a chamber, pushing his mortal vessel to the absolute limit, blazing with scorching aura. While a panicked Shen Han watches outside, he miraculously survives level 12 gravity pressure for 30 agonizing seconds, proving his physical power borders the legendary third stage of a supreme being. Next, he challenges his spiritual limits, withstanding devastating psychic waves inside the simulator, dripping cold sweat from immense pressure. Discovering his soul's resilience maxes out at level 10. Stepping from the chamber, an exhausted yet thrilled Lin Zichin realizes his terrifying mental power has stepped into the realm of a higher existence. Realizing this spiritual energy is infinitely rarer and harder to cultivate than mere physical might. Shortly after, an armored transport roars down a twisting coastal path framed by towering peaks. The hour of true bloodshed has finally dawned, and Lin Zichin stands chosen as the vanguard commander for a deadly strike against the wicked plant god cult's regional stronghold. Within the transport, Lin Zichin and Shen Han analyze the grim mission briefing digitally. They discover that the sinister cult master is an overwhelming foe boasting 2 unnatural genetic fusions. The horrific data reveals the madman assimilated the terrifying bloodlines of the Shadow Knight cat and a monstrous shark, forging a peak ordinary tier 9 warrior, resting merely a single breath from awakening as a high tier monstrosity, hitting their deadly drop zone. The squad dismounts into an oppressively thick, shadow-filled woodland. Shen Han notes the timber, towering to unnatural, freakish heights, dwarfing even the oldest giants of untouched tropical rainforests. Liu Yu and Miwei confirm this bizarre, mutated wilderness means they have struck the true target, exposing the absolute lair of the cultists. Securing their advance, Juishi releases a stealth mechanical drone to map the shadows, while Lin Zichin commands the battle unit to trail its path. Glaring at the live recon feed on her screen, Juishi uncovers a colossal, vine-entangled bamboo fortress roughly 300 meters deep, marking the very heart of enemy territory. Embracing his heavy mantle as squad leader, Lin Zichin unleashes his flawless battle formation. He commands Xiao Yan, Zhong, and Gao to ignite their beast armors, charging as the ultimate vanguard to clear paths for the rest. Then, he positions Jushi and Zhang Kai to rain down absolute sniper devastation, trusting their devastating futuristic weaponry to obliterate foes from afar. The strategy locked in, Lin Zichin orders the remaining squad to push ahead, dashing straight into the abyssal woods. While pushing forward, Xiao Yuan Jiang warns the crew to abandon showing mercy to their targets, stressing that their absolute survival remains the ultimate priority here. A harsh truth Lin Zichin accepts. Instantly, a dark-suited assassin with piercing crimson eyes erupts from the pitch-black darkness, launching a deadly strike while roaring a desperate warning to allies. But Jushi moves faster. She aligns her cybernetic weapon and unleashes a lethal beam of power, erasing the hostile threat before he even blinks. The strike force storms the towering bamboo fortress, maintaining brutal momentum. Lin Zichin channels his monstrous bodily strength to launch forward and completely obliterate the fortified front gates, reducing them to mere splinters. As he breaches the perimeter, a masked thug wielding a cursed blade lunges violently forward. Yet Lin Zichin casually dominates the pathetic strike, unleashing a bone-crushing high kick straight into the enemy's skull, launching him violently across the room. Standing over the broken assassin, Lin Zichin plants his palm against the defeated rogue's temple. Azure aura surges through his veins as the divine system verifies he just consumed raw spiritual life energy, massively boosting his codex mastery. Lin Zichin smirks with dark intrigue, discovering that absorbing the core soul from warriors who have fully awakened their beast codex can directly amplify his personal devastating physical stats. Realizing the terrifying potential of this power, igniting his inner aura, Lin Zichin rockets into the sky with godlike momentum. A golden aura explodes as he shatters the ground. He drops onto the vine-choked upper floor with absolute grace, utterly shocking the 3 hidden sentries waiting in the shadows. Shaking off their stun, the 3 masked assassins unsheathe their blades and launch a bloodthirsty assault forward, screaming for his absolute execution. Ice cold, he unleashes a monstrous glare, his irises blazing with divine fire as overwhelming spiritual pressure explodes from his core. The sheer devastation of this unseen pressure instantly pulverizes the zone, carving a massive crater into the stone, instantly wiping out the assassins. Standing tall amidst swirling azure aura, his status system flashes massive growth across multiple monster soul records. Satisfied with his bloody harvest right here, he pivots to check the survival status of his remaining squad, farther deep within the hostile enemy stronghold. Liu, fully awakened in his colossal white ape state, fights a brutal losing battle against a towering silver-haired titan with demonic crimson eyes. Barely surviving this absolute monster's onslaught, he desperately screams for backup, forcing Miwei to dash in for the rescue. Instantly, our hero's supreme danger sense triggers, and his eyes widen at a newly approaching deadly omen. Striking together, The duo miraculously lands a heavy blow on the Titan, blasting him straight through the solid dungeon walls. Down below, Lu screams for them to deal the absolute finishing blow, warning that this monster is far from dead. Across the battlefield, Zhuishi and an armored gunner rain down heavy long-range artillery strikes, detonating a devastating blast that entirely swallows multiple enemy combatants in an apocalyptic firestorm. But suddenly, Lin Zichin felt the bamboo structure tremble violently. He immediately leaped back as colossal roots and twisting vines violently tore the entire building apart. Evade! 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎 roared, panic in his eyes. The very earth warped around them, as demonic vines rapidly intertwined, sealing Lin Zichin, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎, and the entire team inside an inescapable massive wooden prison. The terrifying truth dawned: they had stumbled straight into a deadly trap. Noticing several masked zealots locked inside this very cage, Lin Zichin lunged forward like lightning, seeking answers through brute force. He crushed the enemies with a flurry of devastating punches, snatching one broken fanatic by the throat. Lin Zichin demanded answers about this wooden hell. Speak, and you might just live, he threatened. The trembling zealot stuttered, breaking under the immense pressure. But suddenly, before he finished, a monstrous vine exploded from his mouth. The fanatic shrieked in absolute agony as endless roots tore through his skin and flesh, shredding him entirely from the inside out. Lin Zichin, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎, Lai Moyu, and Lu Yongyan watched in chilling horror. The demonic plants devoured the man's life force, reducing him to a dried, hollow shell. Lin Zichin grimly understood this vile demonic parasite was how the plant god cult enslaved minds. A slow, mocking applause echoed overhead as two mysterious figures manifested on the vines. Behold, a warrior in a crimson horn mask emerges, boasting a terrifying evolutionary power of high-level tier 6. Joined by a lethal woman in a spiked scarlet mask at peak ordinary tier 9, the masked villain hails Lin Zichin as an absolute prodigy, offering him a place in the plant god sect for a divine evolutionary awakening. Staring upwards with cold sweat dripping down, Lin Zichin realizes with absolute horror that these two monsters and this entire ambush were perfectly orchestrated just for him. Glaring at the towering figures atop the vines, Master Lu Tianrang breaks a cold sweat, realizing instantly, this masked foe wields overwhelming power, and their squad faces absolute deadly peril. He immediately turns toward his students, barking orders to fall back immediately, declaring he will stand firm to block these two deadly opponents alone. Charging ahead first, Lin roars for the squad to follow, as the whole team dashes madly to break out of this deadly snare. But then, the red-horned demon merely sneers at their pathetic escape attempt. With one flick of his finger, he unleashes colossal dark purple thorned roots that explode violently from the surrounding arena walls. The razor-sharp vines viciously hunt the disciples, rapidly sealing off every single escape route. Without a single second, Shangguan Yuan gets snatched by demonic vines, hung upside down, screaming wildly as the thorns bind her tight. A heartbeat later, Mai and Lu Yongjian get brutally ensnared by the razor thorns, both screaming frantically for their master to intervene as they get yanked into the sky. Master Lu Tianrang stays rooted to earth amidst the twisting demonic roots, suspending his helpless students above. Knowing defense is now absolutely meaningless here, he finally decides the only path to their survival is annihilating the mastermind manipulating this ambush. The instructor unleashes a terrifying evolution, shifting into a colossal, rip-roaring tiger demi-human, channeling this explosive feral might. Master Lu Tianrang rockets into the sky, tearing up the razor-sharp vines to deliver a crushing blow upon the crimson horn masked villain below. Facing this thunderous assault, the masked fiend merely smirks wickedly, raising one hand to effortlessly block the strike, sneering, taunting that the master's brute strength is utterly useless within his own deadly domain. Master Lu Tianrang, locked in his ultimate feral form, battles ruthlessly against the suffocating maze of shadow thorns. Boiling with rage, he fails to shatter the colossal snare, pushed to his absolute limits. He fully ignites his primal bloodline, making his muscles erupt with a scorching crimson aura that massively multiplies his sheer power. Fueled by this terrifying force, the master savagely rips apart the blockade, shredding the massive roots to dust as he dives to crush the masked foe beneath. Elsewhere, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗎 stares in pure horror watching Lu Yongjian and the rest of the squad getting swallowed by vines, frantically screaming for everyone to flee instantly, dashing forward to shield their hasty retreat. Lin Zichin rockets into the air and unleashes an earth-shattering punch, obliterating a massive wave of roots. Trapped within the mayhem, Mi Wei gets brutally snared by razor-sharp roots, begging desperately for Lin Zichin to rescue her. Catching her cry, Lai Moyu instantly roars that he is rushing in. He viciously smashes the ensnaring roots using a heavy wooden weapon. Yet, cold sweat drops down his face when he realizes these demonic vines completely refuse to break despite his explosive power. Suddenly, Lin Zichin blurs past him, effortlessly shredding the demonic vines to dust with one devastating strike of his bare hands. Moving with godlike speed, Lin Zichin dances across the battlefield, leaving phantom after images, while he swiftly obliterates the massive bindings. He immediately frees Mi Wei, Lu Yong, Jian, Gao Mu, and all their trapped comrades, fiercely echoing Shanning Han's desperate roar for everyone to retreat at once, right as their escape is secured. Lin Zichin is blindsided as a mysterious and sinister glowing pink mist floods his senses. Captivated by the toxic floral aroma, he charges deep into the woods, hunting the swirling trail to find its deadly source. As Lin Zichin plunges into the eerie fog, his system blares a critical warning that he is inhaling a catastrophic coma-inducing floral toxin. However, his absolute poison immunity instantly purifies the deadly threat completely. Tracking the sinister aroma, he finds multiple fallen comrades collapse nearby and locks eyes on a shadowy phantom lurking just ahead. Sensing this is the infamous plant god cult branch master, the enigmatic villainess gapes in shock that Lin Zichin is entirely immune to her lethal mist and perfectly tracked her hidden killer intent. She smirks, realizing it makes perfect sense why the Dark Elders would orchestrate this massive ambush simply to capture a monster with such legendary power. Refusing to waste breath on villainous monologues, Lin Zichin erupts forward like a thunderbolt. The masked assassin is utterly caught off guard by his explosive burst, and before she can blink, Lin Zichin unleashes a catastrophic, aura-infused punch right into her face. Towering above his fallen prey, Lin Zichin drains her soul essence. The glowing system alerts him now, successfully devouring a massive surge of pure life energy from both the Shadow Knight cat and legendary ghost giant shark, manifesting their phantom silhouettes behind him as his evolution gauge absolutely skyrockets. Meanwhile, at the chaotic main battlefield, Instructor 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗬𝗏 vows to shatter his absolute limits to destroy this truly terrifying foe. Bellowing with rage, he violently triggers his legendary four-armed demon ape and saber-toothed tiger Dinas. A blazing aura explodes around him. He charges fiercely at the man wearing the red horn mask, who desperately summons a shield, calling the Master a total lunatic for risking his mind with forbidden beast genes. Unstoppable, Instructor Lu completely obliterates the barrier, landing a brutal, devastating punch directly against the masked man's chest, launching the villain helplessly backward through the air like a ragdoll, smashing brutally into the mountainside. The bloodied and broken man with the red horn mask collapses completely down, gripping his shattered chest. He realizes death just barely brushed past him, knowing he only survived that truly apocalyptic strike because he had previously fused with the immortal life and death toad gene. Consumed by wrath and humiliation, the villain decides to take desperate measures, bleeding heavily through his mask. He extracts a mysterious glowing blood-red seed. Tossing it right into his mouth, he drops to the cracked earth, screaming furiously, cursing his foe to die as demonic dark energy violently erupts around him, answering his call. An ocean of colossal, nightmarish dark purple, thorny vines violently erupt right from underground, striking forward, hurtling toward Instructor 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗏 with terrifying velocity. Trapped by this inescapable destructive storm, Instructor 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗏's massive tiger form is impaled by brutal, jagged thorns, erupting in a crimson shower as he hangs suspended in midair. Meanwhile, far from the devastating battle center, Lin Zichin regroups alongside Shen Yinghan, Miwei, Liu Yu, and the others. Lin Zichin breathes a heavy sigh, realizing that the cadets carried life-saving antidotes, purging the entire group of the paralytic flower's deadly poison, clearing their path for immediate evacuation. However, Lin Zichin's danger sense suddenly screams in absolute terror. Cold sweat instantly drenches his back. His expression shatters, feeling the overwhelming, suffocating bloodlust of the Supreme Tier 6 monster's dark, devastating aura closing in with terrifying, breakneck speed, tearing through ancient trees like a nightmare. The terrifying, crimson horn masked assassin rockets straight toward the helpless students. Wicked, razor-sharp shadow vines now explode outward from his spine. Witnessing this unstoppable nightmare, Lin Zichin realizes with absolute dread that Instructor 𝗕𝗕𝗓𝗏 has truly fallen. Desperate, Zichin turns to his comrades, warning them that the monstrous aura of the masked vine manipulator is locked onto their position. He grimly declares with Instructor Lu's spiritual presence completely wiped out, their strongest protector has been utterly crushed. He reveals the brutal truth that this masked butcher is solely hunting him. Therefore, he must become the ultimate bait, luring the killer away to buy their only chance at survival. He fiercely commands them to run without casting a single glance behind, roaring that anyone who stays will only become dead weight. Then, Lin Zichin plunges alone into the deadly ocean of twisting thorns. Shen Yinghan screams in utter despair, begging the heavens for his survival. Lin Zichin fiercely roars his promise, dashing into the dark, shadowy abyss. An agonizingly anxious Shen Xinghan trembles beside Miwei and the squad, tightly clutching her furiously racing, panicked heart. She curses her own pathetic, fragile state, knowing that with her pitiful strength, she would only be a useless burden in battle. Her soul breaks, knowing her fate is to simply hide and stay out of his path, craving absolute power more than anything. Vaulting over the colossal, twisting ancient roots, Lin Zichin sharply turns, smirking as the masked assassin takes the deadly bait, proving that Shen Xinghan and his precious comrades are finally entirely safe. Yet, observing his deadly stalker, Lin Zichin senses a fatal flaw. The monster's pace is surprisingly sluggish for a high-level Tier 6 master. This crimson-horned beast is aggressively hunting him through the air. But his robes are shredded entirely, and fresh blood pours from devastating gashes left by his previous war. Lin Zichin coldly calculates the wounded predator's fading aura. He sharply concludes that with such heavy, life-threatening scars, the fiend's true combat prowess fell to high-level tier 4, making him just one realm above Lin Zichin. Grasping this golden opportunity to strike back fiercely, Lin Zichin hatches a ruthless strategy, knowing that he can exploit this sudden weakness to brutally slaughter his relentless, bloodthirsty hunter. As Lin Zichin ascends the towering vegetation, the crimson-horned demon glares at his prey from below, sneering with absolute arrogance. Convinced the boy has exhausted his energy and finally surrendered, without hesitating once, the masked devil summons a storm of sharp, shadowy tendrils. Launching them furiously at him, Lin Zichin elegantly dodges the barrage, weaving through the strikes. His sharp mind races. He quickly calculates the weak striking force of the vines, bringing a sudden realization. The masked assassin is holding his true power back, aiming to take his prey completely alive. Sensing the perfect opening to flip the script, Lin Zichin coldly chooses to play the victim, baiting one massive whipping vine to brutally smash into his spine. The heavy collision sends our hero flying, as he violently slams straight into a colossal ancient root structure, blasting a massive crater, crumpled against the shattered wood. He triggers his natural camouflage aura to mask his hidden strength. Faking a devastating defeat, the masked hunter slowly approaches his fallen prey, spitting curses. Yet praising his unbelievable escape speed, he foolishly assumes Lin Zichin relied on some top-secret military combat stimulant to push his speed way past normal human mortal limits. Towering over Lin Zichin, the masked villain furiously brings up the spiked mask woman our hero destroyed moments earlier. He snarls that she was merely a single step away from an elite creature evolution. Acting as his loyal servant, he unleashes pure wrath that Lin Zichin slaughtered her, wasting 5 painful years of his brutal training. Blinded by the belief that drugs won this battle, playing the absolute broken victim with tightly shut eyes, Lin Zichin quietly pieces the dark puzzle together. Realizing the dead woman this masked freak is mourning was the peak ordinary tier 9 cult branch leader. The villain's twisted mind then shifts to Shen Qinghan. He smirks, noting the blue-haired beauty beside Lin Zichin is breathtakingly gorgeous, shining brighter than top-tier mortal idols, flashing a purely evil grin. He declares his twisted plan to capture her and ruthlessly claim her, to become his loyal hound the moment he heals from his heavy battle wounds. Grinning wickedly, the masked villain extends his massive hand to claim Lin Zichin, declaring that for now he shall drag him away to finish his dark assignment. Suddenly, catching his arrogant foe utterly defenseless and within perfect kill range, Lin Zichin quietly channels his explosive power, realizing the ultimate window to unleash his deadly trap is here. Exactly as the villain's hand draws near, Lin Zichin's eyes blaze fiercely awake. Grasping this golden opening, our hero erupts from the ground with a merciless, soul-crushing strike straight to the enemy's weak spot. The villain's eyes nearly pop with blood-red torment behind his mask, as he screams out in mind-shattering agony from the brutal surprise attack, while the broken assassin staggers wildly, discovering with absolute dread that his prey faked surrender this whole time. The hero stands back up completely unharmed. Without any hesitation, Lin Zichin blasts forward, pulling back his fist for a crushing strike while the terrified masked foe frantically throws up his arms to shield his body. Instantly, the hero completely shifts his stance and launches a vicious kick, smashing the villain's critical weakness for a second time, making him howl in absolute sheer despair as fresh blood sprays. The shattered antagonist is trapped in pure disbelief, frantically questioning how this mortal can still unleash such a terrifying aura, and guessing that the power of his forbidden combat drug must still be burning. Capitalizing entirely on his enemy's brutally shattered defenses, Lin Zichin explodes with a devastating storm of fists. The desperate assassin attempts guarding against the relentless storm of flying fists, praying to outlast this overwhelming tsunami of pure physical strikes. Lin Zichin would finally burn out and collapse. However, absolute dread consumes the villain as he realizes the boy's explosive power never wavers. Instead, the sheer force of his blazing chi explodes with greater devastation on every single impact, coughing up fountains of warm blood. The masked assassin shrieks in pure horror, desperate to understand how a mere 20-year-old with an ordinary mortal body could clash relentlessly, using the godlike might of a tier 4 expert. Deaf to the villain's frantic cries, Lin Zichin buries a devastating strike straight into the assassin's skull, completely overwhelmed and thrust violently onto death's absolute doorstep. The broken villain screams out for the Ninth Elder's divine salvation, sensing his pathetic enemy was finally reaching his ultimate breaking point. Lin Zichin channels his aura, condensing an ocean of violent golden energy into his fist for one earth-shattering blow. With meteoric force, Lin Zichin detonates his lethal strike, blasting the helpless assassin high into the sky. The broken enemy plummets violently against the unforgiving stone floor. The devastating shockwave of his landing entirely obliterates his crimson horn mask into jagged fragments. The assassin sprawls helplessly across the rubble, his true face battered and bleeding. Lin Zichin towers above his crushed prey and mercilessly ignites a savage barrage of bone-crushing blows right into his skull, determined to end this miserable life. and drag his soul down to hell alongside his lackeys. A sudden glowing system prompt flashes, demanding to know if he desires to devour his defeated enemy's core. Gasping for breath while inspecting his own battered, bloodied fists, an exhausted Lin Zichin finally exhales. The brutal deathmatch is over. His foe destroyed, he triggers the system's devour skill, reaching out to drain the corpse's glowing blue soul essence. The interface confirms 2 newly unlocked divine codexes, granting him fresh stats to mentally dominate surrounding vegetation, while also massively skyrocketing his spiritual power. Staring at the shattered corpse, Lin Zichin suddenly realizes his foe purely relied on spiritual energy. This confirms the bastard was a glass cannon mage with weak physical defense, perfectly explaining how Lin Zichin successfully exploited the gap to obliterate someone at a vastly superior evolutionary tier. Suddenly, a slow, mocking clap shatters the silence. Startled, a tense Lin Zichin snaps his head back as an arrogant, unknown voice applauds his legendary feat of slaying a Tier 6 master while stuck at mere Tier 9. Glancing upward, Zichin spots a plague-masked man standing upon a colossal vine. The terrifying presence declares that their grand scheme was entirely justified to unearth such monstrous talent. Leaving Zichin to dreadfully wonder if this invader is the legendary 9th elder that dead bastard just cried out for. Looming above the bloody battlefield, the divine messenger expresses absolute shock at finding Zichin's heaven-defying talent dwelling within Earth's realm. As he speaks, he carelessly flicks his fingers, commanding a vicious swarm of dark, demonic thorn vines to violently rupture the earth, instantly binding Lin Zichin. Absolute deadlock. Lin realizes with soul-crushing dread that escape is impossible. Gravely, sensing the terrifying demonic aura of a rare tier master, suddenly, Lin Zichin is miraculously freed when a blinding storm of razor-sharp, violently radiant daggers blasts right through, utterly obliterating the demonic roots to shreds while leaving our hero totally dumbfounded by this salvation. This majestic savior from above is none other than 𝗤𝗙𝗕𝗕𝗬, who elegantly hovers high above, as she channels an absolute blizzard of freezing crystal blades around her aura. Her overwhelming aura instantly stuns the utterly arrogant masked villain with her sudden arrival. Hovering like a true ice goddess, 𝗤𝗙𝗕𝗕𝗬 boldly declares to this plague-masked freak that she absolutely predicted the twisted plant god cult hunting Lin Zichin after his legendary display. Therefore, she acted as his hidden shadow, patiently lurking until these cowardly villains finally showed their true hand. The masked rogue simply sneers, finding this little ambush pathetic, bursting with absolute cockiness, boldly bragging that he is infinitely more powerful enough to crush her effortlessly. Enraged by his sheer absolute disrespect, 𝗤𝗙𝗕𝗕𝗬 coldly fires back that she is definitely not the fragile victim she was. Without another breath, she unleashes her devastating glacial storm of piercing magical ice straight forward. With lightning speed, the sinister plague doctor instantly summons forth his vile dark mana, summoning a titanic, monstrous tsunami of cursed thorny vines to violently smash head-on against 𝗤𝗙𝗕𝗕𝗬's terrifying freezing blizzard storm. Completely grasping the apocalyptic scale of this epic duel, Lin Zichin quickly retreats, spinning around. He flees the collapsing zone of death, realizing deep down that instant survival means running away to escape getting crushed instantly within the apocalyptic clash of 2 terrifyingly absolute rare tier masters. As Lin Zichin desperately dashes through the shadows to outrun the total destruction behind him, an ominous aura suddenly chills his spine. He freezes instantly to scout the shadows, dreading what monstrous threat lies hidden in the dark. To his utter disbelief, he spots Master Lu Tianrang, locked completely inside his colossal tiger beast state, hopelessly entangled and chained down by sinister demonic thorns. The trapped warrior instantly locks eyes with Zichin and urgently roars out for a much-needed rescue. Witnessing his mighty mentor completely paralyzed, Lin Zichin sees this as the ultimate chance to unleash his newly awakened biological traits. His pupils ignite with pure power as his mind sharpens, pouring his spiritual aura into awakening his newfound botanical dominance skill, leaving the bound master utterly stunned. The demonic roots crushing his mighty body instantly slacken and melt back into the earth. This divine intervention leaves him speechless, struggling to comprehend how the lethal spiritual snare had miraculously shattered itself. Finally liberated from the soul-crushing prison and standing safely beside Zichin, Master Lu Tianrang listens to the young hero's cunning tale. Zichin smoothly lies that he simply assassinated the masked terror using a ruthless shadow strike since the villain was already bleeding out from battle. With the dark caster annihilated, the restricting vine ability finally faded away. Nodding at this tactical assessment, the seasoned instructor declared they had 0 time left to waste. He commanded them to regroup with the main squad and escape this danger zone immediately. A flawless strategy Lin Zichin firmly backed up. Moments later, in the suffocating tension, they broke through into a massive clearing where armored military transports sat heavily between ancient, towering roots, while the surviving academy students huddled together in lingering shock. Suddenly, a sharp voice from the terrified crowd spotted Lin Zichin emerging from the shadows, screaming his name in pure relief. A completely frantic, yet overwhelmingly relieved Shen Ninghan instantly shattered the formation of the gathered survivors. Sprinting toward him with desperate speed, tearfully, she cried out how absolutely thankful she was to see him return from hell alive. Without a second thought, she wrapped her violently trembling arms around Lin Zichin in an incredibly desperate, soul-deep embrace. Sobbing intensely, she completely and openly confessed her absolute paralyzing fear of losing him forever to the darkness. Pleading desperately, she begged him to never leave her side again. And a softened Lin Zichin tenderly returned her embrace, swearing a sincere oath to protect her from now on. Right after this heart-wrenching reunion, Mei Wei stepped cautiously toward Lin Zichin to anxiously inspect his battle-worn physical state. Softly asking if he had suffered any fatal wounds during his nightmare escape, she gently presented a priceless recovery elixir, generously offering its miraculous power to him, but Lin Zichin smoothly rejected her caring gesture, confidently promising her that he was not injured whatsoever and required zero medical assistance. However, the stubborn Mei Wei forcefully shoved the precious pill right into his open palms. She firmly orders him to guard it for future life or death moments. This rare touch of warmth catches Lin Zichin completely off guard, snapping right back to their brutally grim reality. Lindsay barks orders at the squad. He roars that with the whole squad assembled, they must rapidly board the steel transports and flee this deadly strike zone. He sternly warns them that lingering here means absolute certain doom because a terrifyingly elite rare grade master from the twisted plant god cult is clashing fiercely in battle against Commander Mo Dongji nearby, and they heavily risk getting utterly obliterated in their shockwaves. Obeying his command, the squad violently storms the heavily reinforced war machines and furiously accelerates away through the twisted woods, trapped inside the rumbling beasts. The shaking rookies cry out in pure terror over the nightmare, utterly stunned that a rare-grade demonic foe and Mo Dongji have appeared. Moreover, they frantically question why the central military base has withheld crucial reinforcements despite this world-ending level of absolute danger, while the iron convoy desperately accelerates to escape. A deeply ominous barefoot silhouette violently plummets straight from the heavens, crashing directly into their escape route with a blinding shockwave of pink aura. Spotting the entity violently crash landing, a hopeful rookie inside desperately yells out, praying that it is merely just an allied academy instructor arriving. But pure dread consumes them when the terrified driver locks eyes with the sinister monster through the shattered glass and screams a bloody warning, projecting dominance. Center of the desolate path, sealing off their only exit, stands the legendary nine-tailed fox. Aboard the rushing combat transport, Master Lu Tianrong crushes the steering wheel with tension, barking frantic orders to brace themselves. Sensing that any being capable of ghost-like manifestation right here harbors absolutely fatal and malicious intent, the armored juggernaut charges directly at the mythical nine-tailed beast. Yet right before the crushing impact, she dissolves into blinding pink luminescence, drawing terrified gasps from the crew. The young warriors freeze in panic, scanning the enclosed space while frantically questioning where the fox-like phantom had just teleported. Lin Zichin sweats pure terror, pushing his perception. He discovers with dread her spiritual signature is completely erased, realizing even Master Lu, a formidable rank 6 powerhouse, is tracking completely blind. Lin Zichin fears this enigmatic demon massively outclasses rank 6 entirely. Instantly, the nine-tailed entity manifests inside their transport, levitating elegantly over the paralyzed rookies, teasingly whispering if they sought her. Moving flawlessly, Master Lu roars for her identity, instantaneously shape-shifting into a colossal tiger beast and savagely leaping from the front controls. Ignoring the monstrous assault, the nine-tailed entity merely gazes downwards, crimson pupils igniting violently, unleashing absolute mind control. Master Lu's vision flashes blood red, and his wrathful strike halts in pure submission, surrenders entirely to her mind domination, lounging casually among the paralyzed, trembling rookies. The nine-tailed spirit fox coldly commands the humans to leave the vehicle. An utterly stunned Luo Yongjian stares helplessly as the mind-controlled Master Lu silently submits to her will, marching blankly out the exit, perched gracefully within the transport. The nine-tailed beast fox declares she holds absolutely zero interest in anyone but Lin Zichin, strictly ordering the surviving recruits to flee the area immediately, grasping that even their invincible mentor was effortlessly crushed. The rookies agree they must retreat now and forge a survival strategy much later, while some dread leaving Lin Zichin behind, shielding them with his life. The hero firmly signals his comrades to fall back, strictly ordering every single person to escape the transport. Fully knowing he is the beast's absolute only prey, he gazes through the shattered glass as Xiao Yuanzhong escapes the danger zone, begging his brother in arms to survive this bloody nightmare. But a sobbing Shanning Han clutches his arm, refusing to abandon his side, fiercely vowing she won't let him confront this deadly fate all alone again. Looking back, Lin Zichin tenderly pushes her away to secure her safety. Disgusted by this pathetic romance, the nine-tailed spirit fox unleashes her glowing pink aura to violently hoist Shen Han up into the sky, making Lin Zichin scream her name in pure, utter terror. With a brutal flick, the monster mercilessly blasts Shen Han from the doomed transport, sending her slamming right through the shattered panes, while he screams her name in agony, charging toward the shattered frame. Lin Zichin gazes outside, spotting Mei Wei and Xiangwan Yuying gently pulls Shen Han to her feet in the shadows. Seeing her secure beside her loyal comrades, a heavy sigh escapes his lips, silently confirming inside that she remains safe, merely bearing torn clothes from that explosive ejection. Now that Shen Han is utterly secure, the mythical demon fox stalks toward Lin Zichin, declaring that their fateful conversation must begin now, mockingly claiming him as her precious little servant. She reveals that his overwhelming physical prowess and flawless visage completely satisfy her dark desires. She proclaims that the spiritual essence roaring within such a magnificent vessel is incredibly pure and priceless, proving that he is worthy of becoming her exclusive intimate servant. A prized vessel to chain beside her and drain immense power from. Intrigued, Lin Zichin questions if she utilizes forbidden genetic fusion arts. A mythical beast. Or perhaps completely inhuman. She arrogantly smiles, clarifying she is absolutely none of those. She proudly reveals her true home is the mythical origin land. Yet she is half earthling, for her mother was a noble beast of the origin land. While her father is a mortal earthling, she deeply loathes for betraying her mother. A coward she has never met, raising a mystical collar radiating intense pink demonic energy. She coldly declares that mortal men exist solely to serve her every whim. Wielding the magical collar, she pushes the glowing restriction toward Lin Zichin, demanding if he will accept the chains and submit as her devoted servant. Boasting that she has shown him absolute, uncompromising honesty, Lin Zichin calmly asks the price of his outright refusal. Her aura spikes, warning he possesses absolutely no logical reason to resist, and zero authority to deny her, avoiding a direct, fatal response. Lin Zichin calmly states he requires a moment to process this destiny, but internally, his desperate scheme is just buying crucial seconds, praying the elite military forces or President Un will descend and save his life. Leaning into tempt, she flaunts her breathtaking beauty and flawless curves, boasting that countless beings across the origin land crave her. She purrs, asking if he truly dares reject becoming her devoted servant. Yet Lin Zichin stubbornly demands more time to ponder his choice. Her patience snaps, eyes flashing with pure demonic malice. She demands if he is refusing just for that little girl outside the truck. Before he can even blink, she teleports outside the heavy truck, snatching a paralyzed Shening Han by the throat, and coldly declaring she will butcher her right now. Inside the roaring military transport, Instructor Lu Tianrang crushes the steering wheel in his grip, roaring at the panicking students to brace themselves. Knowing anyone who could possibly materialize so silently in this deadly zone is a terrifying monster seeking absolute blood. The massive truck barrels straight toward the nine-tailed demon fox, its engine howling as it tears across the blasted wasteland. But moments before the totally devastating impact, she evaporates in a blinding flash of pink aura, fading without leaving behind a single trace, making someone in the cabin scream in pure terror. The students inside are left totally paralyzed by the utterly impossible scene, frantically scanning the extremely cramped cabin, desperately asking where that totally terrifying fox-eared girl could possibly vanish. Lin Zichin, however, drips with icy, chilling sweat. His face freezes as he pushes his senses, desperately attempting to hunt her aura, but realizes in horror that her terrifying presence is erased entirely. Knowing even Instructor Lu, a rank 6 master, cannot trace her either, Lin Zichin realizes that her absolutely monstrous power level must completely shatter advanced rank 6, a chilling realization that shatters his absolute hope. Instantly, the nine-tailed fox materializes right inside the tight space, hovering effortlessly in midair above the trembling rookies, mocking the laws of gravity. Smirking, she taunts if they were hunting her, reacting on instinct. Master Lu Tianrang instantly interrogates the mysterious intruder. His physical form explodes into a colossal, majestic tiger beast avatar, roaring with fury while lunging ruthlessly straight from the front cabin, unbothered by the monstrous predator barreling forward. The nine-tailed demon merely locks eyes, her crimson gaze igniting fiercely as she awakens her mind control. Master Lu's pupils instantly mirror that cursed crimson flash, and his violent assault completely freezes as he falls helplessly under her psychic domination, his muscular frame trapped in stone, now lounging casually amidst the paralyzed rookies like absolute royalty. The nine-tailed beast coldly commands the entire crew to evacuate. An utterly devastated Lu Yongjian stares in absolute horror as their brainwashed master submits to the order, walking blindly through the exit without fighting back, resting elegantly in the transport, radiating an aura of overwhelming arrogance. The nine-tailed demon declares she cares absolutely nothing for anyone except Lin Zichin, strictly ordering the remaining rookies to vanish instantly. Understanding that their own invincible master was crushed in mere seconds, the panicked squad agrees to retreat immediately and formulate a rescue later, even though a few pause, deeply conflicted about leaving Lin Zichin behind. Stepping up as their ultimate shield, Zichin signals for his entire squad to retreat, commanding them to evacuate the armored transport. Fully knowing that he is clearly the monster's intended prey, his gaze pierces the shattered glass as Xiao Yuanzhong safely escapes the heavy vehicle, screaming for his brother in arms to survive this nightmare. But a weeping Shen Jinghan desperately clutches Lin Zichin's arm, rejecting his abandonment, fiercely swearing that she absolutely refuses to let him face imminent death all alone. Her fragile voice shakes with raw resolve while planting her feet. Reacting softly, Lin Zichin tenderly begs her to step back and flee first, masking his true terror regarding the overwhelming danger ahead. Disgusted by this pathetic and mortal melodrama, the nine-tailed demonic beast lifts her palm, unleashing a terrifying wave of blazing crimson aura that violently yanks Shen Jinghan high into the sky. forcing Lin Zichin to scream her name in absolute horror. With one devastating flick of power, the beast mercilessly hurls 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓 from the ruined cabin, sending her blasting straight through the tempered glass while Lin Zichin frantically roars her name again, dashing toward the shattered frame. He desperately scans the wasteland, and finds Mi-Wei and Xiangguan Yuying, pulling 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓 up from the dirt within the shadows of the dark woods, watching her stand secure with her allies. A heavy sigh escapes his tense lungs, realizing his precious companion actually survived the devastating blow with only her outer garments slightly torn. Now that his allies are safe, the nine-tailed demon slowly stalks toward Lin Zichin, purring that their private chat is finally about to start. Mocking him with a playful smirk as her personal little pet, she reveals that his overwhelming physique and striking looks fit her twisted criteria flawlessly. In her eyes, the boundless life force within such a supreme vessel is an absolute treasure, and that makes him the perfect candidate to become her fiercely devoted thrall. A mere pet trapped by her side to be drained of aura. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Zichin questions if she is a genetic mutation, a demonic beast, or some unknown monstrous entity. With a chilling smirk, she smoothly denies those mere titles. Rather, she unveils her sacred roots from the primordial realm as a half-human hybrid existence. Her mother reigned as an ancient primordial land being, while her human father is absolute scum whom she fiercely hates for betraying her mother before they ever even crossed paths. Summoning a collar, pulsating with dangerous pink aura, she declares with venom that mortal men exist solely to kneel before her. Dazzling yet terrifyingly restrictive, she thrusts the cursed collar toward him, demanding to know if he will eagerly submit as her blindly loyal slave. Boasting about sparing his life with her supposed mercy, Lin Zichin casually wonders aloud about the bloody consequences. She coldly snickers, promising him that he lacks the sheer power to refuse and completely lacks the absolute right. Dodging her deadly ultimatum with skill, Lin Zichin claims he requires a moment to weigh options. Deep down, however, he is strategically delaying for precious seconds, praying internally that the elite military forces or President Yoon will crash the scene to shatter this absolute death trap. Pushing her intoxicating charm forward, she tempts him to gaze upon her flawlessly divine curves, bragging that endless mighty beings across realms crave her touch. She whispers once more if he truly dares to throw away the supreme honor of serving her. Yet Lin Zichin stubbornly stands his ground and demands more time to think. Her patience finally shatters completely, and with a bone-chilling, threatening glare, she questions if his stubborn defiance is purely for the innocent little sister waiting outside. Before Lin Zichin can even blink, she materializes outside the armored truck, moving faster than human eyes can track, seizing a terrified 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓 by the face, coldly vowing that she will slaughter her instead. As the nine-tailed demon fox threatens 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓's fragile life, Lin Zichin unleashes a furious charge. He lands a skull-crushing blow directly on her head, sensing that her body feels like an empty clone. However, the harsh reality violently snaps back into focus. Lin Zichin finds himself crashing down, having just punched blindly at empty air, mere inches from a completely baffled 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓, who questions his sudden burst of madness. Deeply disoriented, he stammers that he was desperately saving her. His bewildered squad watches as Liu Yu demands why he randomly abandoned their secure perimeter of the vehicle just to launch an attack at absolute nothingness, as if battling an invisible phantom. A deeply stunned Lin Zichin breaks into cold sweat, realizing the deadly power of his misdirected strike. Lounging playfully upon the shattered window of their armored vehicle, the nine-tailed demon fox gloats that her true physical vessel remains at the ordinary rank 9 level, meaning she would have never survived such a monstrous blow. Validating his suspicions, Lin Zichin grimly realizes that his desperate attack struck a mere phantom illusion. He recognizes that her ability to effortlessly twist human senses, with merely a tiny fraction of her spiritual energy, makes her a nightmare-tier opponent. Descending gracefully from the armored truck, the fox, she hisses that the warm-up is finally over. Instantly, she conjures a massive swarm of glowing phantom duplicates, rushing forward, vowing to utterly destroy his precious companion this very second. Swallowed by the vicious phantoms, Lin Zichin realizes that mere brute force means nothing against overwhelming mental dominance. Shutting his eyes, he wagers everything on a raw, unproven power, igniting his soul's core. His eyes erupt with blazing blue mana, granting him the supreme vision to pierce through the incoming fake demonic beasts. Under his awakened gaze, the deadly copies shatter like glass and vanish, exposing 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓 perfectly safe and untouched inside the storm. Whipping his intense glare toward the heavy vehicle, Lin Zichin finds the nine-tailed monster resting arrogantly, questioning if this is her absolute true physical form. Moving instantly, he fiercely launches forward to land a devastating blow, but his brutal punch phases right through air, forcing him to bitterly accept that he fell blindly into another wicked mental trap. Realizing that her true prey remains 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓, Lin Zichin desperately jumps back, shielding his vulnerable ally with his own body. The demon applauds Lin Zichin for his insane talent to detonate his spiritual aura and shatter her ultimate mirage. Catching him entirely off guard, the demonic fox suddenly manifests directly inches from his very face, whispering dangerously close. She purrs that his growth constantly exceeds her expectations. Cold dread spikes as Lin Zichin furiously questions if she stole 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗓's exact physical form, or if he remains drowning inside an endless nightmare loop. Instantly, suddenly, A cold grip snatches his arm from the shadows. He whips around, finding 𝗕𝗕𝗓 desperately screaming his name, grasping her trembling fingers. Lin Zichin feels the undeniable warmth of her life force, confirming the truth. This is the true 𝗕𝗕𝗓. She stares at him, her voice trembling with deep concern, scooping the real 𝗕𝗕𝗓 safely into his embrace. Lin Zichin frantically calculates their grim odds. He quickly realizes his freshly awakened high-tier spirit power can forcefully shatter the demonic fox's wicked mental chains, factoring in the reality that the fox's physical form lacks raw brute strength. Lin Zichin decides that fighting is pointless. A strategic retreat is their only hope. He dashes like absolute lightning across the haunting, blood-soaked woodland maze. Yet the beast's sinister whispers echo everywhere, promising that escape is entirely impossible. A monstrous, crimson glowing demonic eye suddenly tears through the heavens right above their heads. The vixen mocks Lin Zichin from the bloody sky, daring the young warrior to see if he can shatter this god-tier illusion, leaving him utterly paralyzed. Elsewhere, a catastrophic blazing inferno brutally detonates within the tangled woods, signaling the earth-shattering war between two absolute rare-tier masters. Hovering majestically in the sky, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗬 ruthlessly rains down a lethal, rapid-fire storm of razor-sharp frost blades upon her foe. Down below, the plague doctor masked divine apostle arrogantly lifts his dark palm, conjuring an overwhelming, impenetrable shield of heavy razor-thorn vines to devour the brutal frozen tempest, completely ignoring her wrath. The arrogant envoy coldly mocks 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗬, sneering that her glorious battle power will inevitably crumble once her surrounding water supply completely dries up. With one merciless flick, he forces titanic, spike-covered roots to explosively shatter the earth straight toward her. He smugly guarantees that she has zero hope of winning since this ancient, untamed forest is his absolute domain. Pushed to the brink, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗬 conjures a roaring vortex of water, repelling the colossal wooden spikes raining down. She counterattacks, firing off deadly, hyper-compressed hydroblades that cleanly shred the monstrous roots into absolute dust. Even as his onslaught crumbles, the masked fanatic continues to laugh, claiming that the divine plant cult wields absolute supremacy across the source lands, backed by their endless supply of mystical flora from the deep south. Then, the arrogant zealot instantly commands another monstrous tsunami of thorny vines at her, coveting her raw potential. He guarantees that her supreme gifts would earn her an endless supply of legendary treasures if she chooses to bow down to their divine cult. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗬 absolutely rejects him, desperately, holding her crumbling shield against the overwhelming, crushing weight of those vines. She coldly states that unlike a soulless, monstrous traitor like himself, she will never submit to a twisted faction that slaughters humans. Gazing down from his massive, towering vines, the fanatic openly mocks her righteousness. He claims that mortal greed is absolutely inescapable, and argues that the real atrocity actually lies within modern society's suffocating laws that blindly restrict power. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗬 shuts him out, branding his words as pure delusion. She violently retaliates, manifesting colossal, razor-sharp glacial spears to brutally pierce and shatter those creeping demonic roots entirely. Sneering at her foolish defiance, the villain ominously warns that she is waging an absolutely hopeless war, before mercilessly unleashing an apocalyptic and a suffocating storm of spiked thorns erupting from everywhere. He smirks, revealing the terrifying tactical secret behind his power. His demonic roots greedily devour the exact water she channels for her own defense, guaranteeing her elemental shields will absolutely crumble to dust, completely overwhelmed by the endless sheer volume of this parasitic botanical assault. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗬's spiritual barrier finally shatters. The massive vines instantly bind her arms and body, trapping her completely helpless in midair. Grinning at his absolute victory, the arrogant envoy sneers, leaving her to writhe in despair. However, as the smug divine envoy turns from his captive to hunt down Lin, this death match is far from finished. Refusing to let him slaughter the young prodigy, 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗬's eyes blaze with a terrifying aura. She decides to awaken her ultimate power to break loose, even if it means risking a deadly, irreversible mutation. Instantly, an earth-shattering roar violently rips through the night, terrifying the forest as birds scatter from the canopy. The divine envoy whips around in pure shock, horrified to witness a gigantic, glowing blue tsunami roaring directly over the ancient woods. High above the clouds, an impossible ocean of water twists into a colossal dragon. 𝗕𝗔𝗕𝗬 roars, directly mocking his earlier arrogant claim about this forest being his absolute domain, completely shattering her thorny wooden prison. She stands like a goddess amid the surging waves, pointing her finger as the monstrous, terrifying aquatic dragon manifests behind her back. She commands that she will drown the entire battlefield in an ocean, brutally transforming it into her own elemental domain. The shadows deepen as Lin supports the dazed 𝗕𝗕𝗓, stunned by this explosive atmospheric shift. Reality begins twisting into a chaotic illusion of ethereal blue tides and spectral fish spun. Lin Zichin engaged this overwhelming technique, seeing the demonic spell completely shatter 𝗕𝗕𝗓's fragile consciousness. He sparked his supreme spiritual aura. Grateful, his own sanity remained perfectly fortified. He knew this phantom trap could never bind him permanently. The aquatic mirage finally shattered, exposing the nine-tailed phantom fox amidst the overgrown woodland. Shocked that Lin Zichin easily shattered her mind art, She wondered if his mortal limits truly stopped at Tier 9. The beast gasped that such a barren rock like Earth could birth this monstrous prodigy, assuming he would undoubtedly reach legendary heights if birthed in her supreme origin land. Convinced this dying realm was squandering his talents, she commanded him to ascend to the origin land as her loyal eternal servant, pledging to exchange his vital soul for transcendent treasures, so they could conquer realms together. Cradling the unconscious Shen Yinghan, Lin Zichin watched the abyssal shadows crumble. He smirked, realizing fueling this colossal domain had heavily exhausted the beast's spiritual core, leaving her vulnerable. Grasping this fatal flaw, Lin Zichin's gaze turned icy as his botanical aura erupted, awakening the forest sovereign, as venomous briars crawled across the battlefield. The demon hissed that her divine patience was running dry. He scoffed boldly, mocking the fact that she was still cowering behind illusions, instead of manifesting her true form. The phantom grinned maliciously and taunted her defiant little slave, if he ever dared to consider this might actually be her terrifying true vessel, to challenge her arrogant bluff. Lin Zichin roared. There is only one way to discover the truth. With a single thought, massive razor-sharp vines violently burst from the earth around her. The deadly tendrils whip around the beast's limbs, instantly binding her in midair. She gasps in pure panic, stunned by Lin Zichin's hidden plant mastery. Confident, he trapped her actual physical form. Lin Zichin seizes the ultimate opening, launching a devastating frontal assault. He smashes a bone-crushing blow straight into the captive beast, causing an explosive sonic shockwave. But when the smoke clears, our protagonist stands utterly baffled. He realizes the monster evaporated without spilling a single crimson drop, leaving behind a gigantic snow-white phantom appendage. She actually sacrificed a limb to survive, grasping the severed prize. The system suddenly asks Lin Zichin to consume the item. He questions if he can extract true power from a mere discarded flesh fragment, far across the cosmos within the mystical origin realm. The genuine nine-tailed demon empress lounges gracefully, bathed in crimson aura, deeply entertained by his struggle, smirking devilishly. She admits he brutally crushed her Tier 3 master illusion and annihilated her shadow double. Thrilled by his explosive talent, she crowns him the ultimate mortal vessel and swears to claim his soul. Two loyal beast maids suddenly shatter her grand romantic scheming. They announce the legendary Night Monarch's youngest heir, a peerless royal genius, begs to serve as her loyal slave, hoping he might awaken mythical bloodlines through her divine grace. Yet the Supreme Empress brutally rejects this prestigious royal proposal, while her loyal subjects bow. She proudly boasts that right now, the terrifying Night Monarch himself holds absolutely zero value. Leaning back with supreme grace, she orders her servants to banish every arrogant royal challenger, boldly announcing she has finally discovered her destined master on Earth. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, Lin Zichin consumes the beastly flesh, devouring a sliver of the fox's life essence. He unlocks 10% of her codex. The foe's power felt disappointingly ordinary, making him suspect he battled a mere clone. The fox vanishes, shattering the grand illusion. Lin Zichin gracefully lands alongside the unconscious Xingqinggan, as Lai Moyu and the squad snap out of the hypnotic trance. They frantically ask where the vixen vanished, approaching his dazed comrades and instructor Lu Tianrang. Lin Zichin calmly declares he chased the threat away. An astounded instructor Lu questions his methods. Lin Zichin weaves a clever half-truth. The fox's physical form was fragile, and holding illusions drained her mental aura, leaving her weak enough to be repelled. Instructor Lu buys the flawless logic. Praising their savior, Lin Zichin exhales a heavy breath. Thrilled his deception perfectly masked his monstrous power. The piece shatters instantly from a world-shaking roar echoing across the cursed forest. Swarms of terrified birds flee the skies in panic while the squad trembles, sensing doom. Lin Zichin ignites his heavenly perception skill, piercing through the ancient timber to spot the threat. His pupils shrink in sheer terror at an apocalyptic water wall. He frantically roars a desperate warning to his comrades that a catastrophic tsunami is hunting them. Moving instantly, Lin Zichin directs everyone upwards, targeting a 100-meter divine tree. He snatches Shen Qinghan into his embrace, while the squad ascends the colossal branches to survive, clinging to the towering wooden sanctuary. The comrades stare in absolute dread as oceans swallow the heavens, witnessing the apocalyptic crest. Students, pray this ancient bark can withstand doom. As the devastating floodwaters hit them, Instructor Lu roars a desperate order for everyone to brace hard and cling for life. The monstrous tsunami annihilates the dark woodland, roaring against massive trunks and transforming the whole zone into a violent sea. Once the devastating shockwave clears, Luo Yongjian and Liu exhale in sheer relief. Luo Yongjian remains stunned. This ancient tree survived the blow, while a breathless Liu confesses the nightmare nearly claimed his soul. Suddenly, a system screen materializes, alerting Lin Zichin he just outlived an apocalyptic catastrophe. He is shocked to awaken a hidden trait named survival of the fittest, realizing its brutal requirements remain locked for over 12 months. As they gasp for fresh air, Miwi questions how an ocean wave could manifest so deep inland. Lin Zichin reveals this absolute destruction is clearly Principal Mo Dongji's supreme power. He explains that the headmaster is fighting a blood-soaked war against the divine envoy of the plant god cult for their survival, and he deeply fears how that deadly clash is truly unfolding. Liu smirks, confidently telling the squad to relax. He brags that since their headmaster is an ultra-rare tier master possessing the flood dragon bloodline, She becomes an absolute god in this water domain. Instantly, Lin Zichin's danger sense explodes with a lethal alarm. Dread hits. Detecting an overwhelming bloodlust rapidly closing in. And screams to his squad that the monster has found them, channeling his awakened divine senses. Zichin looks up and locks onto the masked divine envoy bounding across the forest canopy, effortlessly gliding over the drowned woodland. Witnessing this monstrous threat descending upon them, Zichin drips with an icy sweat as a nightmare realization hits. If the divine envoy is hunting them now, it means their invincible principal has already fallen. 10 minutes prior, the legendary principal 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗕𝗓 clash and the masked divine envoy hits boiling point. Perched high atop crashing tides, 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗕𝗓 unleashes her majestic, glowing azure aquatic serpent to ferociously devour the sinister envoy. That liquid leviathan smashes right through him, landing a devastating, aura-infused heavy talon strike, launching him flying backward, coughing up blood. The masked fanatic gasps, finally understanding that 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗕𝗓 burned her very life force blood to summon this terrifying, heaven-defying technique, while that massive azure dragon moves to obliterate him. The desperate villain knows he must unleash his own forbidden arts. An overwhelming explosion of sinister, blood-soaked vines violently bursts forth from the churning abyss, catching the principal completely unawares. Stunned by this ambush, 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗕𝗓 frantically tries dodging the endless barrage of piercing, crimson death, thorns, hovering untouched above the chaotic waves. The villain smirks, proving he too can burn precious essence blood for forbidden strength. Below, those demonic crimson roots aggressively twist together, entirely sealing 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗓𝗓 inside a heavily fortified, thorn-covered spherical prison, mocking the imprisoned principal. That masked zealot completely ditches their duel, escaping as 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗓𝗓 fiercely strikes those demonic roots from within to shatter her cage. With his rival trapped, the dark envoy rapidly bounds across that submerged forest toward his ultimate true prey. Returning to current time, Lin Zichin warns his terrified companions that their mighty principal has fallen. Feeling that assassin rapidly closing in, he declares he remains their true prey, bravely offering himself as bait to lure that looming threat far away. Completely fearless, Lin Zichin plunges straight down from that massive ancient branch into the dark, churning depths, while Shen Qinghan frantically screams out his name. He feels that monstrous aura drawing near. Bloodied instructor Lu Tianrong orders. He commands the terrified students to flee toward the opposite path from Lin Zichin to guarantee their safety, diving into raging waters. Lin Zichin spots the masked divine envoy hunting from the branches, knowing his bait worked and his allies are secure. He knows staying near the surface is a foolish death wish. Plunging downward, Lin Zichin triggers a newly gained water mastery from his divine system. He knows his sole hope for outliving this deadly hunt depends entirely upon this ability for an epic getaway. Gliding through drowned woods, Lin Zichin calculates the unscathed envoy means that the clash with Principal 𝗕𝗙𝗕𝗓𝗓 was not fatal. Guessing she remains imprisoned somewhere, he charges toward the tsunami source to save her life. Lin's survival instincts scream as a lethal ambush rockets from the dark depths. He forcefully contorts himself, barely dodging a gigantic crimson thorn whip tearing through the currents beside him, perched upon a monstrous throne of crimson roots above the waves. The divine envoy marvels at this mere mortal's explosive aquatic velocity, refusing to mock the boy anymore. He decides to crush him instantly. With a dominant wave, the villain unleashes a monstrous swarm of crimson roots diving into the abyss, viciously hunting Lin Zichin as he frantically descends. But the overwhelming size of this assault is impossible to dodge. Lin Zichin realizes the terrifying strength difference when thorny whips strike, coiling tightly around his limbs, completely sealing his movements. Sensing his blood vines snare their prey, the fanatic apostle crushes his fist in victory, smirking that his quarry is completely trapped. Yet before he can drag Lin Zichin back, his arrogant smirk shatters into pure bewilderment. He gasps, shocked, as the heavy tension suddenly snaps into empty air. Deep underwater, Zichin glides away freely. The dumbfounded cultist wonders how his mana-infused roots lost their deadly grip. Unaware, our hero is quietly unleashing his newly awakened botanical dominance to shatter the snare. Rejecting this impossible reality, the furious apostle assumes his magic glitched, vowing his target will not escape alive. He summons an even deadlier, violent swarm of crimson roots to secure his prize. A monstrous tide of jagged thorns rips through the currents, swallowing Zichin whole again. The dark roots constrict around his frame, making the zealot proudly announce his absolute victory. But Zichin calmly awakens his forest's sovereign attribute. To the villain's soul-crushing horror, an emerald aura surrounds Zichin, and the demonic thorns instantly wither away, completely failing to bind him. Realizing Zichin hides a terrifying secret that perfectly nullifies the dark sexwood magic, the greedy apostle decides to claim this vessel himself. Hungry for the unparalleled glory of this capture, he plunges into the deep abyss to hunt Zichin, gliding past an ancient sunken root. Zichin smirks, knowing he has bought enough precious time, praying Shen Yinghan and his squad have escaped safely. He decides to finally crush this annoying tail. As the enemy approaches, Zichin instantly triggers his innate camouflage art. He flawlessly melds seamlessly into the murky depths, vanishing like a phantom while the blind envoy shoots past. The confused assassin suddenly breaks his chase, his elusive prey completely vanishing. Utter disbelief strikes him as he completely loses Lin Zichin's spiritual aura. Despite his high-tier sensory skills, stopping to calculate, the masked hunter constructs a new plan. He figures the boy was just a distraction to stall. So the brat definitely circled back to his weak friends after making his great escape, trusting his twisted logic. The assassin dashes toward the running academy students to strike, from the absolute shadows of his cover. A stone-cold Lin Zichin quietly watches the fool take the bait. With the deadly hound finally gone, Lin Zichin instantly darts the exact opposite way. He realizes to guarantee their total survival. His absolute priority is saving their sealed academy principal. Miles away, the masked cultist violently stops searching the drowned woods. Feeling his original logic was completely wrong and realizing the trick, far below, Lin Zichin finally spots the blood-red vine prison, knowing it holds Principal 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 hostage. He closes in to quietly activate Lord of the Forest skills to shatter her chains, before Lin Zichin can strike. Principal 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 fiercely obliterates the demonic vine cell from within, standing among the ripped crimson roots. She curses the insanely tough demonic prison, vowing to immediately find Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichin smoothly surfaces to welcome her. A stunned 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 questions his miraculous arrival. He reveals he was heavily hunted by the cult assassin and luckily managed to crash into her prison while escaping. Their reunion instantly shatters as razor-sharp red savage vines shatter the water's surface from above. The masked envoy is right on their tail. Lin Zichin screams a desperate warning, plunging back into the abyss to dodge the deadly strikes, weaving through the flooded roots. 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 charges to the front, dragging him through the currents with mind-blowing speed. He is completely stunned by her monstrous agility, realizing that in her ultimate aquatic domain, that terrifying envoy cannot touch her shadow, breaking from the danger zone. The duo erupts straight out of the waves, soaring high above the forest canopy, breaking the surface. Their jaws drop at the colossal presence looming right ahead. Both exhale deeply, spotting the Central Military's elite. Heavily armed backup has finally arrived, deploying heavy choppers, airborne troops, and one titanic Crimson battle mech. A commanding officer within the Crimson Titan greets the principal. He bows his head for their tardiness, revealing the stronghold was briefly plunged into utter chaos by hidden cultist rats. But before relief sets in, deafening sirens shatter the peace. 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 and Lin Zichin freeze in absolute terror as she realizes that arrogant masked freak is launching a suicidal assault against the entire army. Connects the dots. The Shadow Cult's Vipers are hiding right inside this very rescue squad, as 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 guards Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan. The horrifying truth strikes her like lightning. The traitor is standing right among their saviors. Without hesitating, she snatches both students, plummeting from the colossal branches straight into the raging rapids, praying to escape the bloodthirsty shadow knights looming high above them. Tragically, the ironclad killers plunge into the depths, hunting them down without mercy, leaving 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 completely paralyzed. Realizing their so-called saviors were hidden assassins all along, observing this deadly chase from above, Instructor Lu senses the terrifying truth. These reinforcements are actually devoted to the Twisted Plant God sect. Sensing the deadly trap, he commands Mi-Vi and Liu Yu to run, fleeing instantly before they are shredded in the approaching slaughter, shattering the heavy silence. A titanic geyser violently explodes from the churning depths. 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 blasts through the surface, shielding Linen and Shen Qinghan within unbreakable aquatic orbs. However, the shadowy, ironclad hunters erupt right behind her, suspended in the stormy sky. Cornered by these ruthless zealots, 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 accepts the bitter truth. There is no escape from the terrifying plague doctor blocking her path. He arrogantly chuckles, noting that achieving such a supreme evolution is rare, proposing they avoid a bloody massacre. He promises survival if she merely surrenders Lin Zichin, but 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 spits at the villain's filthy deal. Instantly, she awakens her glorious half-dragon form, thirsting for battle. The twisted doctor merely laughs, calling her an absolute fool for burning her life essence and destroying her future just to protect mere strangers. Without hesitation, 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 commands towering aqua dragons from the raging sea. With an earth-shattering bellow, the liquid leviathans strike outward, mercilessly crashing into the floating armored cultists. Using this explosive moment of chaos, 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 manipulates the violent whirlpools to launch Lin away, thrusting Zichin and Shen Qinghan to safety. Screaming at them to run, Lin Zichin grabs Shen Qinghan, as they are swept away by raging rapids, shouting that they must flee now, or they will become dead weight for their brave master. Watching his prey slipping away, the sinister masked plague doctor viciously summons his crimson vines and lunges forward, hungry for blood. Just as he closes the gap, 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕's colossal aqua dragon perfectly blocks his path, snapping him up in its bone-crushing jaws. The masked assassin barely tears himself out of the beast's grip, but the sheer devastating force leaves him bruised and spilling blood, hovering right above the churning tide. 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 mercilessly orders her majestic aquatic serpent to launch another brutal strike against the fleeing masked plague doctor. But wait, 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗕𝗕 is caught completely blind when the Crimson Mech, their so-called friendly backup, ruthlessly fires a massive barrage of warheads at her in a cowardly ambush. The lethal explosives crash right into her mighty aquatic beast, vaporizing the majestic creature in a blinding fiery inferno. Piloting the towering crimson machine, the traitorous commander violently roars out his murderous intent as the mech blasts a massive, ultra-condensed beam of death from its core. This absolute world-ending laser effortlessly shreds right through another one of Mo Dongji's majestic dragons, wiping it out instantly, while Mo Dongji holds her ground within the raging currents of her surviving beasts. The shocked betrayer finally realizes that despite his overwhelming firepower, his unyielding foe merely suffered a few scratches. Madness.